Chapter 3161. Abandoned Lair was one of the two most notorious danger zones in Hungluo Starfield. It was both dangerous and evil, with only the equally famous Galaxy Ridge being on par with it. More than 90% of the space pirates and the outcast warriors of the entire space zone were gathered in the two places. The people who lived in the two places were all vicious, brutal, and ruthless people. For thousands of years, the three great forces in the Star Territory had constantly clashed with these pirate gangs, and had even joined forces to try and eliminate them. But whether it was Abandoned Lair or Galaxy Ridge, they were both easy to defend and difficult to attack. What's more, they were protected by natural spirit arrays, so it was not easy to take them down. Repeated invasions not only failed, but also resulted in heavy losses. Abandoned Lair was not a real lair, but an extremely chaotic star territory. Chaotic force fields, violent asteroid seas, and starfield storms were its most natural barriers. If one was not familiar with the way in and out, even a third-order origin king would be in danger if they got lost. At the center of the chaotic area, a lot of broken, enormous asteroids were scattered. Every one of the asteroids was immeasurably large. The pirate gangs in the abandoned lairs had planted their roots on the asteroids and thrived for countless years, growing stronger and stronger. The countless star pirate gangs, large and small, were the foundation of Abandoned Lair. Among these star pirate gangs, the strongest and largest one was called the Ruthless Blood Pirate Gang, and its leader, Jiang Xuesong, was a proud third-order origin king. With such strength, even in the entire star territory, he was a peak existence with few rivals. He was naturally the king of evil. Jiang Xuesong had cultivated for 1,500 years, and it was rumored that he had some connections with Sword Union, one of the three great forces in the Star Territory. When he was young, he was also a young genius of Sword Union, and the higher-ups of Sword Union had high hopes for him. However, some kind of accident happened, and as a result, he killed his master and brother, betrayed Sword Union, and fled into Abandoned Lair. A few hundred years later, a ruthless blood pirate gang appeared here. Jiang Xuesong's hair was completely white, indicating that he was in his twilight years. For a third-order origin king, this was very unusual. Even though he was already old, his figure was still ramrod straight like a sword. It seemed like the education he received in the Sword Alliance when he was young was still affecting him. As he sat there, his entire body was like a sharp sword that hadn't been unsheathed, and its edge was completely restrained. On the opposite side of the table, an extremely old man was lightly sipping his tea while his entire body was suffused with a bloody aura that caused others to feel extremely uncomfortable. Even though he was similarly old, if one observed carefully, one would notice that this person's body surged with a bloody glow, and his bloody aura was even more exuberant than a man in his prime. Moreover, this bloody aura wasn't ordinary, and it instead carried a ghastly aura that was extremely strange. "Did you find out anything?" The old man put down his teacup and asked softly. In this abandoned lair, Jiang Xuesong was the overlord. There had never been anyone who could speak to him as an equal, let alone ask him such a question. Although it was a question, there was a faint arrogance of a superior speaking to a subordinate. The old man's cultivation was also a third-order origin king, not any weaker than Jiang Xuesong, and the symbol on his clothes clearly indicated his origin. Great Desolate Star Territory Netherworld Sect. This old man was a vice sect master of Netherworld Sect. Jiang Xuesong still didn't know his name, only that he called himself Old Ing. The sword master's sword heart was resolute, and he would rather break than bend, not to mention a peerless sword master like Jiang Xuesong. If someone else dared to show even the slightest disrespect to him, Jiang Xuesong would have cut them down with his sword, and let them have a taste of his own power. However, against this Old Ing, Jiang Xuesong wasn't sure he could win. What's more, although he was dissatisfied with Old Ying's condescending attitude, he didn't want to become an enemy of Netherworld Sect. Over the past dozen years, he had witnessed the strength of Netherworld Sect, and if they really fought, this abandoned lair wouldn't be able to resist Netherworld Sect's attack. Hearing this, Jiang Xuesong quickly said, "There is no useful information. The people in Noble Star's territory died too quickly, so no useful information was passed on." Olding said, "It's impossible that there is no clue at all, right? In recent months, The territory of Great Desolate Star had suffered heavy casualties. More than half of the results of the invasion over the past dozen years had been destroyed. They had lost contact with many stars, such as Monster Star, Shadowed Star, Water Moon Star, Green Mountain Star. He didn't care about the life or death of the cultivator of the other great forces, but he cared about the situation of the Netherworld sect disciples. What frightened him the most was that he had lost contact with Tongxian realm. One had to know that there was a vice sect master on the other side, and his cultivation was on par with Old Ying's. There was also the assistance of 4 other third-order origin kings. With such a lineup, how could Hung Luo Starfield resist, let alone destroy them? Perhaps there was a small accident on the other side that caused the connection to be cut off. But when this conjecture appeared, Olding couldn't convince himself. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it, so he asked Jiang Xuesong to send someone to inquire about the situation. In the end, he got such an answer, which made him quite unhappy. There are indeed no clues. If Olding doesn't believe me, you can send someone to investigate, Jiang Xuesong replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Unlike Galaxy Ridge's submission to Great Desolate Star's territory, he chose the path of cooperation. He cooperated with Great Desolate Star's territory to destroy Sword Union and take revenge for the blood feud of the past. In terms of the results, the cooperation was not bad. Sword Union was indeed destroyed, and some of the cultivation stars in its possession fell into the hands of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star. Sword Union fell apart, and only the young Union Master escaped the disaster and went to Tongxian Realm to seek refuge. However, Tongxian Realm was also in a precarious situation. Once Netherworld Sect's plan succeeded, Sword Union's young Union Master would have nowhere to hide and would die without a doubt. His 1,000-year enmity had been avenged, but Jiang Xuesong didn't feel much joy because he had mistakenly underestimated the strength of Netherworld Sect. Although he was still the biggest leader of Abandoned Lair, the entire Abandoned Lair was basically controlled by Netherworld Sect. He was no longer worthy of his title. If Netherworld Sect really wanted to deal with him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape. Asking a tiger for its skin was the reason for his actions today. However, there was no benefit in dealing with an unbending greatsword cultivator, and it would only increase internal friction. That was why Netherworld Sect tolerated him, but this cooperation was no longer possible. Jiang Xuesong had long lost the capital to cooperate with them. Although he hadn't become their lackey yet, when Hung Luo Starfield completely fell, the first person Netherworld Sect would deal with would be him. Olding faintly smiled. Coupled with his gloomy aura, this smile gave people a bone-chilling feeling. This old man can still trust the words of the chief. It's just that the events of the past few months have been bizarre. The chief is a local, so do you know who in this world has such heaven-defying methods? Jiang Xuesong raised his sword-like eyebrows and said in surprise. Does Olding think that those who have lost contact with them are all doomed? Olding sighed. This old master doesn't want to think so, but I'm afraid it can't be wrong. If it was only 1 or 2 places that had lost contact, it could be explained as an accident, but in the past few months, there had been too many places where they had lost contact, so many that Olding was shocked. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he knew that some hidden master in Hung Luo Starfield had come out of seclusion. This master was currently hunting down Great Desolate Star and Netherworld Sect. Jiang Xuesong was slightly shocked. If even Olding said so, then he was probably right. After pondering for a while, he said, back then, there was an old man in Star Territory who was known as the strongest in Star Territory. His strength was unfathomable. Who? Wu Dao. Who in Star Territory didn't know Wu Dao's name? When Jiang Xuesong was young, Wu Dao was already a third-order origin king. After so many years, Wu Dao's cultivation had probably improved, so it made sense if he was the one taking action. But it shouldn't be him. Jiang Xuesong slowly shook his head. Why do you say so? Olding asked. Because he left this Star Territory several decades ago, and went to a more mysterious world. The Star Boundary. Old Ying's eyes flashed with a look of yearning, but it was quickly extinguished. The Star Boundary? Jiang Xuesong looked at Olding in amazement. This was the first time he had heard this term, so he was quite curious. Go on. Olding was too lazy to explain. Hung Luo Starfield didn't know about the existence of the star boundary, but Great Desolate Star Territory knew about it. That was because the Netherworld sect's ancestral founder had gone to the star boundary and established a sect there, using the Great Divine Technique to send down a decree and some treasures. As the vice-sect master of Netherworld sect, he was naturally not unfamiliar with the star boundary. The previous sect master, Yin Lisheng, had gone to the star boundary. The star boundary was a place that all cultivators yearned for as it had more complete world principles and a higher martial Dao path. If it weren't for his old age, he would also want to go to the star boundary. Jiang Xuesong said, "Since it can't be Wu Dao, then I can't think of anyone else." While speaking, he frowned and hesitantly said, "It's also impossible for him." "Who?" "A junior called Yang Kai." "Since it's a junior, why mention him?" Olding said unhappily. Jiang Xuesong said, "Although I have never met Yang Kai, he is not an ordinary junior. Wu Dao was able to go to the star boundary all thanks to him. Back then, it was Yang Kai who took Wu Dao and a few others away from the star territory. At that time, there were rumors in the star territory that in less than 100 years, this junior would become the strongest person in the star territory and replace Wu Dao's position, but he left so early." He sighed. "It is this Zhang's regret that I couldn't fight him. If you have such a wish, then this young master will satisfy you." A person's voice came from afar. When the first word was heard, the person seemed to be still several dozen kilometers away, but when the last word fell, a heroic figure appeared in front of the hall. The dim light of the abandoned lair shone on his back, casting a long shadow that seemed to cover the entire hall. His face was obscured by the shadow, making it impossible to see his features. Only his eyes were shining brightly. Jiang Xuesong and Olding both held their breaths. The newcomer did not emit any aura, but it made their hair stand on end, and their blood run cold. Chapter 3162. Who goes there? Jiang Xuesong roared as he stood up. The figure strode in and arrived in front of Jiang Xuesong in a few steps. Jiang Xuesong felt as if a giant dragon was pressing down on him. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back and fall into a chair. The sword heart that he had cultivated for 1,500 years actually made a cracking sound, and a fine crack appeared on it. Had he become timid? Only now did Jiang Xuesong come back to his senses and realize what had happened to him just now, causing a look of extreme shock to appear on his face. His life had been bumpy and he had encountered countless powerful enemies, but no matter when or what kind of enemy he faced, he had never been timid or retreated. No matter how many tricks the enemy had up their sleeves, no matter how high their cultivation was, he would break them with a single sword strike, even if it meant being crushed to pieces. It was precisely because of this determination that he had tempered his flawless sword heart. But in that moment he had felt timid for the first time in his life, causing a flaw to appear in his perfect sword heart. Yang Kai looked down at him, almost sticking his face to his face as he grinned. "Head chief, you really are forgetful. You were just talking about this young master. How could you forget in the blink of an eye?" "You are." Jiang Xuesong's eyes trembled as an extremely absurd idea appeared in his mind. He resolutely said, "That's impossible." "Anything is possible." Yang Kai turned around and sat down on the table before turning to Olding and asking, "Are you from the Netherworld sect?" His casual attitude made it seem as if he had not entered a dragon's lair, but rather a familiar neighbor's home. Even with Old Ying's rich experience, he could not help but feel that this was absurd. "Let me ask you something." Yang Kai stared at Olding. "Are you the Netherworld sect's sect master?" "No." Olding shook his head. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said regretfully, "I didn't find the right place." Sword intent suddenly surged as a brilliant sword light flashed, illuminating the hall. Everything in the world seemed to lose their luster at this moment, leaving only the light of this sword. Jiang Xuesong had brazenly attacked without any warning. As a swordsman, he shouldn't be sneak attacking others from behind. In the past, he had never done so. He had always defeated his enemies fair and square. However, Yang Kai's forceful approach had actually caused him to feel timid. His sword heart was covered in dust, and he couldn't care less about anything else. Before the sword chi arrived, Olding raised his hand and a blood-red banner appeared in his hand. It was one of the two most commonly seen secret treasures of the Netherworld sect, the Blood Sea Banner. However, the Blood Sea Banner in Old Ying's hand was obviously more powerful than all the Blood Sea Banners Yang Kai had encountered so far. The aura it exuded was at the peak of Origin King grade, and if not for this world's restrictions, it would have become a Dao Source grade artifact with just a little bit of refinement. Old Ying waved the Blood Sea Banner, and a rolling sea of blood gushed out from it, turning into a sea of blood that enveloped Yang Kai. At the same time, the unparalleled sword intent also slashed at Yang Kai. Jiang Xuesong felt a sense of loss. Although he didn't know what this young man's cultivation was, how could he survive being attacked by a sword cultivator within 3 meters of him? What's more, Old Ying was cooperating with him at this moment. Although the two of them had always been at odds with each other, at this moment, they were of one mind and cooperated with great tacit understanding. As the sword light slashed down, Jiang Xuesong's face changed drastically while Old Ying obviously felt something and his body shook violently. The two of them looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Without any hesitation, they turned into 2 streams of light and rushed out of the hall, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Amidst the rolling sea of blood, a fist suddenly punched out, shattering the sea of blood, and causing the sword light to disappear. Yang Kai took a step forward and arrived outside the hall. He didn't give chase and instead just leaned against a pillar, watching with interest. Jiang Xuesong and Old Ying rushed out of the hall. Looking around, they were immediately stunned. They saw over a dozen pitch-black warships had appeared in the abandoned lair that they had thought to be impregnable. A great formation surrounded the entire abandoned lair. Figures flew down from the warships one after another, charging onto the meteors of various sizes as they pursued the cultivator in the abandoned lair. Since when? The abandoned lair was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was protected by a natural formation as well as the extremely terrifying star field storms. Only those who were familiar with the patterns would be able to find a safe passage in and out. Although the Netherworld sect was quite powerful, Old Ying knew that he would have to pay quite a price if he had to lead people to attack the abandoned lair. The reason why he could enter this place safely was because Jiang Xuesong had taken the initiative to contact him over a decade ago. However, at this moment, this seemingly safe place had been silently breached by someone. It was basically a nightmare. Powerful auras surged in from all directions, clearly telling Old Ying and Jiang Xuesong a cruel truth. Today was probably going to be a bad day. A small figure suddenly flew towards them. Jiang Xuesong's eyes focused as he saw that it was a little girl around 7 or 8 years old. Old Ying had obviously noticed her as well. With a cold expression, he waved the Blood Sea Banner in his hand and pulled the little girl into it. Jiang Xuesong's figure suddenly retreated, quickly distancing himself from Old Ying. "What are you doing?" Old Ying looked at him angrily. "Quickly join hands with me and leave this place." This guy was simply crazy. Even at a time like this, he still wanted to distance himself from him. Did he really think that he could rely on a broken sword to kill his way out of this encirclement? Jiang Xuesong looked at him seriously and shook his head. It's up to fate. Although he didn't see anything special about the little girl, when she approached him, the sword heart in his body actually sent out a strong warning. A voice shouted in his heart. "Go further, go further, go further." "Are you crazy?" Old Ying was furious. "Right now only you and I can. Halfway through his words, he suddenly looked down at his Blood Sea Banner, and saw a red flame appear on it, rapidly spreading in all directions and burning wildly. The scorching aura caused Old Ying to shiver. He desperately poured his Saint Chi into the banner in an attempt to extinguish the flames. But no matter how hard he tried, the flames remained unmoved, and instead continued to expand rapidly. Old Ying coughed up a mouthful of blood. His artifact had been damaged and he had also suffered a backlash. The small figure stepped out of the Blood Sea Banner, and gently tapped Old Ying's head with a white jade-like finger. Old Ying's entire body immediately went limp like a deflated balloon. Lu Yan picked up Old Ying and looked forward, but Jiang Xuesong had already become one with his sword and turned into a streak of sword light as he flew away. What the hell? What the hell was this little girl doing? Not only was she safe and sound after being taken into the Blood Sea Banner by Old Ying, She had even managed to escape and destroy the Blood Sea banner, while severely injuring Olding with a single finger. Such strength was beyond his imagination. No matter how powerful his sword heart was, he couldn't summon up the courage to fight, only a single thought filling his mind. Run, run as far as possible. Don't run. A clear voice like the tinkling of spring water sounded in his ear. Jiang Xuesong turned his head to take a look, and saw the little girl walking side by side with him in an unhurried manner. She was even carrying the dying Olding in her hand. The corners of his eyes twitched fiercely, and he almost had the urge to curse. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence as the sword light became even faster. I said. Lu Yan stretched out her small hand and grabbed the long sword. The sword light instantly went from extremely fast to extremely still as she angrily shouted, "Don't run!" The incomparably sharp Origin King grade long sword that could split mountains and sever seas was held by her, unable to cause her the slightest harm. Wah! Jiang Xuesong coughed up a mouthful of blood, but this time, because of the impact, he turned his head to look at her, almost wondering if he was dreaming. A moment later, Lu Yan carried Olding in one hand and Jiang Xuesong in the other, and returned to the hall, dropping the two of them on the ground. Old Ying's aura was weak and his injuries were not light. Although Jiang Xuesong's situation was better, he had lost all will to fight and his eyes were dim, as if covered by a shadow. Yang Kai crossed his arms and leaned against a pillar, smiling slightly upon seeing this. "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Yan pursed her lips, as if blaming Yang Kai for being so polite to her, venting her anger by kicking Jiang Xuesong. Jiang Xuesong didn't say a word, not daring to say anything despite his anger. Yang Kai squatted down and stared at Olding. "Where is your Netherworld sect master now?" Olding looked up at him and said in a trembling voice, "I don't know." "How can you not know?" Yang Kai frowned and said fiercely, "Old thing, don't lie to me. Your cultivation is not bad, so you should be an elder. How can you not know where your sect master is?" Olding said with a sad face, "I really don't know. He might be in the Galaxy Ridge." "Might be?" Yang Kai frowned and said with a fierce face, "Is he there or not?" Olding said in a trembling voice, "This old one can't be sure." "Trash!" Yang Kai scolded, grabbing his clothes and throwing him out. Olding screamed and flew 100 jong away before exploding in the air. The Netherworld sect was the main culprit for the invasion of the Great Desolate Star's territory, and the sect master of the Netherworld sect was the main culprit. Yang Kai naturally wanted to settle the score with him, but he couldn't find him here. However, it didn't matter. This was the first battle of the Hung Luo Starfield's counterattack. As long as the Netherworld sect master was still in the Hung Luo Star Field, he would be found sooner or later. At this time, the Galaxy Ridge should have also made their move. They were led by Su Yan, so the Galaxy Ridge shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. At the same time, Yang Kai had sent Li Jiao and his family to guard the passage between the two planets. The Great Desolate Star's territory wouldn't be able to get any reinforcements from there, let alone escape from the Hung Luo Star Field. The reason why Yang Kai had waited here for 10 days was mainly because he wanted to capture all of Abandoned Lair in one fell swoop, not letting a single enemy escape. He and Lu Yan could certainly rampage through this place, but Abandoned Lair was too large, and if they didn't have a corresponding number of helpers, there would definitely be some fish that escaped the net. Now it was different. Of the two strongest people in Abandoned Lair, one was dead and the other was injured. The entire Abandoned Lair was surrounded by his own people. It was impossible for the Great Desolate Star's territory and the Star Pirates to escape. The sounds of fighting continued. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at Jiang Xuesong, a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes. "If you have any useful information, tell me and I'll give you a quick death." Chapter 3163. Half a day later, the noise gradually subsided. The Abandoned Lair was in ruins, and corpses were piled up like mountains. This sinful land that had existed for tens of thousands of years was finally cleaned up today. Deafening cheers resounded through the clouds. Everyone was venting the joy in their hearts. Since the invasion of the territory of the Great Desolate Star, this was the first large-scale victory in more than 10 years, and it was a crushing victory. although they only destroyed the abandoned lair, which was far from killing all the cultivators in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Today's battle was like a spark that illuminated the territory of the Great Desolate Star. This spark could also start a prairie fire. I'll leave the rest to you. Yang Kai smiled at the people around him and floated away alone. This time he didn't even take Lu Yan with him. The Dharmakaya, Lu Yan, Ruan Baiting, and Su Yan were all beyond the limits of the territory of the star. In addition, there were many strong people in the territory of the star. Such a lineup was enough to easily solve the problem of the star territory. It only took time. Yang Kai didn't need to stay. He had more important things to do. Where is he going? Ruan Baiting looked at Lu Yan, who was unhappy, and asked. To refine the territory of the star. Everyone was shocked. Could the territory of the star be refined? They had only heard of someone refining a cultivation star and becoming a star lord. They never knew that even the territory of the star could be refined. If the refining was successful, how amazing would it be? Could it be that he could become the master of the entire star territory? No one dared to imagine what kind of changes Yang Kai's trip would bring to the territory of the star. And no one dared to imagine how powerful Yang Kai was now. In the Wugan star field, Yang Kai went with the flow, without a specific goal or a fixed direction. He left the abandoned lair and flew away, constantly urging his power and leaving his aura along the way. The previous experiment proved that the idea in his mind was feasible. In this case, he would go all out. Although it was a little troublesome and took a little longer, it was still a path. Perhaps he could find a more effective method in the process of refining. 10 days later, the star field around abandoned lair was refined by Yang Kai. At the same time, the star field in the corresponding position of the star in his sea of consciousness changed color, seemingly becoming brighter. Although this brightening range was only a drop in the ocean compared to the entire star, it was still a good start. After successfully refining this star field, Yang Kai immediately set his sights on the next star field. Day after day, the cycle repeated. Not only did Yang Kai not feel bored, he even immersed himself in it. As the star field of various sizes was refined, and as the star in his sea of consciousness was lit up one by one, he vaguely felt that he had gained a weak connection with the entire territory of the star. With a thought, all the refined positions were within his grasp. If he had such a connection in the ancestral territory, he believed that he would not need to rely on the star to accurately locate the Hung Luo star field. The territory of the star was vast and boundless, nurturing hundreds of millions of creatures. There were places of death, but there were also places where vitality flourished. During the refining process, Yang Kai seemed to be able to experience everything, giving him all kinds of different feelings. 1 month, 2 months, half a year, 1 year, 2 years. Yang Kai was like a leaf of duckweed, wandering in the territory of the star. And as large pieces of the star field were refined by him, the area lit up in the star also became larger and larger, and the refining speed also became correspondingly faster. Not only that, but he also found a faster refining method. In the endless meteorite sea, Yang Kai shuttled back and forth, jumping from one meteorite to another, leaving behind his own aura. Half a day later, he brushed past the meteorite sea. Looking back, the meteorite sea was like a rolling dragon, wandering aimlessly in the territory of the star. Wherever this meteorite sea passed, his aura would be scattered along the way, saving him a lot of time. This was one of the methods he found, borrowing the power of the meteorite sea to refine the star field it passed through, and the effect was not bad. In addition, there was a second method, which seemed a little overbearing and direct. Above one of the stars, yellow sand danced in the air, and the clouds were turbid yellow, obscuring the sun and moon. The environment of this star was extremely harsh, and from time to time, there would be strong winds blowing. Yang Kai descended from the sky, and when he looked around, he saw that this star was not a true dead star. Although the surface of the stars was mostly sand, there were occasional patches of greenery. There were some strange birds and beasts living on this star, and when they noticed Yang Kai's arrival, they fled in all directions. This was not a dead star. A dead star had no vitality, but at this moment, it was filled with vitality. Nor was it an aging star. Instead, it was a star that was slowly growing and exuding vitality. although nothing special could be seen for the time being. If Yang Kai were to return here tens of thousands of years later, this star would definitely be full of vitality. Even if it was not as good as Shadowed Star, it would not be much worse than Tongxian Realm. Yang Kai naturally would not wait for tens of thousands of years. Suddenly he leapt up and fell head first, his whole body spinning like a top. The earth hummed, and a passage leading directly to the ground immediately appeared. 10,000 meters underground, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. In front of him was a mass of gray-white energy that was floating about. At first glance, it looked like a candle flame, dim and unclear, but filled with obscure world principles. This was the star source of this star. It was not as good as the star source of Yang Kai's Shadowed Star, nor was it as good as the source of Xia Ningchang's Tongxian Realm. This source was like a placenta that was still in the process of being born. The territory of a star was unimaginably vast, so it was not surprising that some stars that were recovering or growing would give birth to such a source. But the cultivator would not choose to refine this kind of thing because refining it would not bring any benefits to the cultivator, and might even cause some harm. Who knew if such stars could really grow? If one day the situation suddenly changed, causing the stars to weaken and their source to collapse, the cultivator who refined them would definitely be implicated. However, Yang Kai was not afraid at all. In other words, he had come to this place precisely for this source that was still in the process of being born. If his grand plan succeeded, there would be no possibility of backlash, but if it failed with his current strength, he was not afraid of such a small backlash. Reaching out to touch the source, Yang Kai found that the source seemed to have a trace of its own consciousness and wanted to avoid him, but in the end, it was still an inanimate object, so it could only react slightly. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Follow me and you will have endless benefits." Regardless of whether it could understand the meaning behind it, he grabbed the source energy and activated the star refining art, refining it in a short while. In his knowledge sea, on the star chart, the light that symbolized this cultivation star suddenly flickered and became incomparably bright. However, it quickly returned to its original appearance, only becoming slightly brighter than before. Yang Kai observed the star, determined the location of his next target, and soared up. Fire Cloud Star. Looking down from the sky, the stars were brightly lit, and the major cities were peaceful. The common people lived and worked in peace, and the cultivator flowed endlessly. The invasion of Great Desolate Star's territory did not seem to have much impact on Fire Cloud Star. It still maintained its previous state, bustling with activity everywhere. It was not that the cultivator of Fire Cloud Star was very powerful. Although the overall strength of this star was good, it was still a bit worse than Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. The only reason it could remain intact was that it had a star master. It was different from Tongxian Realm. Although Xia Ningchang was also there, Tongxian Realm's foundation was weak and couldn't withstand too much trouble. Even the star master couldn't cook without rice, which was why the people of Netherworld sect broke in and set up the 8 Desolate Spirit Lock Array. Fire Cloud Star was much stronger than Tongxian Realm, and with the help of the Star Master, the Netherworld sect had to pay a certain price if they wanted to invade. This was why Fire Cloud Star had been spared from war for more than a decade. Existences like Fire Cloud Star were not unique in the entire star territory, and there were at least 5 or 6 such existences. The original plan of the Netherworld sect and Great Desolate Star's territory was to first deal with the other cultivation stars that were easy to break through before dealing with these stars with Star Masters. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes, and Yang Kai's return ultimately caused them to fail. Which friend has graced us with his presence? This Chihua has failed to greet you, but I hope this honored guest will come and have a chat. A majestic voice suddenly rang out from between the heavens and earth, and the entire Fire Cloud Star seemed to fall silent at this moment. Everyone raised their heads and many knelt on the ground, praying devoutly as they chanted, "May Master Chihua live for 10,000 years." This voice sounded like thunder in Yang Kai's ears, as if the god of thunder was striking a lightning rod in his ears. The world principles seemed to reject this voice, and if an ordinary third-order origin king encountered such a situation, they would likely suffer some internal injuries. But Yang Kai just picked his ear with his little finger and grinned before turning his gaze towards a certain direction, his eyes flashing like lightning. Is this a show of strength? Smiling lightly, Yang Kai responded, "Sure." Leaping up, he turned into a stream of light and flew off. 3,000 kilometers across the Flame Mountain range, magma tumbled and flowed. Numerous large and small volcanoes spewed out black smoke, like giant dragons swaying in the 9 heavens. The air was scorching hot, and if one's cultivation was slightly weaker, they would not even be able to get close to this place. Chihua's flame palace was built on one of the largest volcanoes. The palace was majestic and grand, crimson in color. At first glance, the entire palace seemed to be made of magma. At a glance, one could tell that its owner had a fiery temper. A moment ago, inside the flame palace, the sound of music and dancing filled the air as Fire Cloud Star's Star Master Chihua entertained the various masters of Fire Cloud Star. Because today was Chihua's wedding day, as people who made a living on Fire Cloud Star, they naturally had to come and congratulate him. On Fire Cloud Star, there was nothing more important than a Star Master's wedding. So whether they were willing or not, they all rushed to the Flame Mountain range. Chapter 3164. Chihua was Fire Cloud Star's Star Master and a Third Order Origin King. It could be said that he stood at the peak of Star territory, so there was not much point in cultivating any further. As such, since 500 years ago, Chihua had begun to indulge himself in pleasure, drinking fine wine and sleeping with beautiful women. Although the concubine he had taken in today was only a first-order returning realm cultivator, she was a stunning beauty. Most of the martial artists did not pay attention to etiquette. In the hall, Chihua and the bride were both dressed in red, sitting side by side. All the guests were celebrating to their heart's content. When they came up to toast, they also gave generous gifts. There were many flattering words, causing Chihua to laugh loudly, his voice like thunder. The bride sat motionless with a faint smile on her face, showing a dignified and generous temperament. Many women secretly pointed at her, their words full of envy and jealousy, thinking that she had climbed up a branch and was now a sparrow or a phoenix. When it was time for a second-order origin king to come up and offer a toast, Chihua suddenly raised his glass and looked into the distance, his eyes seemingly able to penetrate the void, revealing an extremely dignified look. The hall fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Chihua put down his glass and shouted loudly, "Which friend has graced us with his presence? This Chihua has failed to welcome you, so please come with me." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. They had never seen Master Chihua act so politely. He had reached the peak of his cultivation, and was the Star Master of Fire Cloud Star. It could be said that he was in charge of the life and death of hundreds of millions of cultivators across the stars. Even third-order origin kings had to lower their posture in front of him. Who was it that could receive such solemn treatment from Master Chihua? What kind of person had such qualifications? Just as they were puzzled though, an extremely strange voice rang out in their ears, "Good." Everyone could not help feeling strange. Although they did not see the person who spoke, such a response was too presumptuous. Simply not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Facing the Star Master of Fire Cloud Star, this person did not at least show some basic respect. The lively atmosphere in the hall suddenly cooled down as everyone wore strange expressions. Yang Kai's figure flashed like lightning, crossing the 3,000 kilometers of Flame Mountain, heading straight for the towering Flame Palace. Suddenly a shout came from below. "Master, please give me a ride." Yang Kai looked down and saw a man standing on top of a black rock, surrounded by boiling lava and scorching heat. The environment was extremely dangerous. This person was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, and was quite young, looking about 27 or 28 years old. He had a square face and ragged clothes, obviously having suffered a lot on his way here. His exposed skin was covered with burn marks from the magma, and the Saint Chi barrier he was using to protect himself was dim, as if it would collapse at any moment. As Chihua's residence, the 3,000-kilometer Flame Mountain was not a place where ordinary people could trespass. If a second-order origin returning realm master did not have any guidance, they would eventually be buried here. However, he didn't back off. Even though he was battered and exhausted, his eyes were filled with determination. It was as though even if Yang Kai didn't agree to it, he would still barge into Flame Palace. Even if he were to die here, he wouldn't have any regrets. "Are you calling me?" Yang Kai stopped and looked at him. Master, please give me a ride. Cui Mengyuan will be very grateful. The young man bowed deeply. Although his face was covered in dirt, his etiquette was impeccable. At a glance, it was obvious that he had received an extremely good education. Why should I give you a ride? Yang Kai grinned. What benefits do you get? Cui Mengyuan shook his head. Besides my life, this Cui has nothing else. Yang Kai curled his lips. Your life is worthless in my eyes. Cui Mengyuan's eyes dimmed and he sighed slightly. He no longer insisted and leaped up to fly out. At this moment, the rolling lava around him turned into living creatures and condensed into fire pythons that bit towards him. Cui Mengyuan's heart sank. He knew that he was going to die, so he didn't resist and just glanced at the flame palace longingly. The scorching heat suddenly disappeared, and the pain he imagined didn't come. Cui Mengyuan was startled, and only then did he realize that he had been saved. The fire pythons pouncing towards him turned into magma and fell down. He lifted his head and looked at Yang Kai gratefully. Thank you, master. Forget it. Since you and I are fated, I'll give you a ride. Yang Kai grinned and grabbed Cui Mengyuan's collar. He carried him in his hands like he was carrying a chick. In a split second, the surrounding scenery receded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the peak of the Flame Palace. After being left behind by Yang Kai, he was still in a daze. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he saw Yang Kai striding towards the Flame Palace. He gritted his teeth and followed closely behind. The palace door was wide open. The interior was resplendent and extremely luxurious. When Yang Kai walked in, pairs of eyes looked at him from all directions. They were scrutinizing and slightly hostile. At the top, a burly man with red hair and a red beard sat there like an iron tower. He was dressed in red and looked like a ball of flame that could burn the entire world. His red eyes were like two dazzling lanterns that shone with frightening radiance. Cui Mengyuan flashed out from behind Yang Kai. He looked at the bride beside Chihua with a complicated expression. He moved his lips and murmured. Although his voice was soft, it couldn't escape Yang Kai's ears. The bride was also shocked. However, she quickly lowered her eyes and returned to normal. Chihua and Yang Kai looked at each other. One was overbearing while the other was calm and profound. There seemed to be invisible forces colliding in the hall. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Suddenly, Chihua laughed and held the hand of the bride beside him. Today is my big day. It's really a joyous occasion to have a distinguished guest. May I know your name? Although he was asking, he still sat on the top seat and looked down. He didn't even look at Cui Mengyuan and treated him as if he was nothing. Yang Kai smiled slightly. A name is just a code name. Don't mention it. Today, I came uninvited because I have something to trouble Brother Chi with. Chihua lowered his eyes and said lightly, let's talk about it after today. Today is this Chi's wedding. If little brother doesn't mind, you can stay and drink a cup of wine. He turned around to ask but didn't get a corresponding answer. He was a little unhappy. He felt that this young man was too arrogant. How could he be in the mood to talk to him? Moreover, he actually called him Brother Chi. Wasn't he being too arrogant? Did he really think that by giving him some face, he would be able to talk to him as an equal? He didn't directly drive him away because he faintly sensed Yang Kai's strength. Coupled with today's wedding, he didn't want to experience any twists and turns in his life. Normally, with his temper, how could he endure it? The way he addressed Yang Kai had also unknowingly become little brother, giving off a sense of superiority. Initially, he thought that Yang Kai would listen to him. Unexpectedly, he shook his head and said, "This is a serious matter. Although I'm not in a hurry, it's better to settle it as soon as possible. Please forgive me, Brother Chi." Chihua pulled a long face. He didn't know Yang Kai and didn't have any grudges against him. He just disliked his arrogance and didn't need to take action. However, if this guy went overboard, he didn't mind adding blood to the Flame Palace. He said in a deep voice, "Is that so? Why don't you tell me what's so serious about it?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "It concerns the peace of this star territory." Chihua was stunned. His laughter was thunderous. Many guests also laughed with mockery. For a cultivator to suddenly stand up and say that he had something to do with the peace of this star field, No one could hold back their laughter. It was like a frog had come to them and told them that the sky was falling. The guests were all smart and had long noticed the change in Chihua's attitude. When they saw Yong Kai acting like this, they couldn't hold it in anymore. Immediately, an old man with a goatee shook his head and said, "Brat, this is the Flame Palace. It's not a place where you can speak without thinking. Go back to where you came from. Master Chihua is in a good mood today and probably won't hold it against you." "That's right, brat. Get lost. Don't delay our toast." Master Chihua was so polite to him. He's actually a lunatic. What a joke. This star territory has been peaceful for a long time. How dare he spread such nonsense? Yong Kai wasn't affected by all the mockery. He frowned and looked at Chihua. "Brother Chi, have you sealed off all the news?" Why, these guests didn't seem to know what had happened in the star territory all these years. How dare they say that it had been peaceful for a long time? Didn't they communicate with the outside world? Yong Kai recalled the barrier he encountered when he first came to the Fire Cloud Star. He immediately understood that it wasn't that they didn't communicate with the outside world, but that the Star Lord had sealed everything. They couldn't get any news from the outside world. He turned to the old man with the goatee and said, "Do you know about the Netherworld sect in the Great Desolate Star Territory?" The old man with the goatee frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Where did this crazy brat come from? His crazy words are making people unhappy. Master Chihua, please allow me to throw him out," someone said with righteous indignation. This was supposed to be a good banquet, but it was ruined by this brat. They had lost the chance to bootlick, so they were naturally unhappy. "Brother Chi, why are you doing this?" Yong Kai looked at Chihua with a puzzled expression. Keep to himself? If that was the case, it would be too ridiculous. If the Hung Luo star field fell, how could the Fire Cloud Star resist? Chihua said indifferently. "It has nothing to do with you." Yong Kai thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. He didn't want to care too much about other people's business, but he still reminded, "Brother Chi, you don't have to do this. The Great Desolate Star and the Netherworld sect have lost in the past 2 years. The cultivator in our territory has been winning and killing countless enemies, but the war is not over yet. If Brother Chi is willing, you can help them. I believe that with the help of the Fire Cloud Star, the war will end soon." Chihua grinned. "Why don't you help them?" Yong Kai said, "I have something more important to do, which is why I came here today." "Then I'd like to know what's more important." Yong Kai said solemnly, "Brother Chi, please lend me something." "Lend what?" Chihua asked in a deep voice. It was ridiculous. The guests here had all given him gifts, but he didn't have any, and now he wanted to borrow something. Chihua's heart was filled with killing intent. If Yong Kai dared to say something that displeased him, he would definitely attack. This star's origin. Yong Kai pointed at the ground under his feet. Chapter 3165. The hall fell silent as a thick murderous intent filled the air. Many guests looked at each other, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. Otherwise, how could they have heard such nonsense? "What did you say?" Chihua's face suddenly sank. What an impudent brat. Daring to say he wanted to borrow the star source of Fire Cloud Star? How could the star source of stars be borrowed so easily? The reason why Chihua could act so high and mighty, to the point where even ordinary third-order origin kings had to bow down to him, was ultimately because he was a star master. If he were to lend out the star source of stars, what advantage would he have? What's more, he had never heard of the star source of stars being borrowed. If Yong Kai's attitude and words just now had made him slightly unhappy, this one sentence had triggered Chihua's murderous intent. The star source of stars could be said to be his reverse scale, so Chihua immediately determined that this little brat was here to cause trouble, and secretly made up his mind that today, he would not let him leave. "Brother Chi, please calm your anger." Yong Kai raised his hand and said, "I came here with sincerity this time, so Brother Chi might as well let me finish." Chihua was so angry that he laughed. "Good, go on." He wanted to see just how eloquent Yong Kai was. "Brother Chi, if you're able to lend me the star quintessence, then you'll be able to ensure the safety of this region, and it can be considered to be a boundless benefactor. Of course, I know that the star quintessence is extremely important to Brother Chi, so I'll naturally not lend it to you for nothing. Chihua was startled for a moment before laughing loudly. Compensation? He was already standing at the pinnacle of the star field, so what in this world could be placed in his eyes? This brat's shameless boasting made him unhappy. Could it be that he was sent by his enemies to deliberately make fun of him? Compensation, Yang Kai said solemnly, flipping his palm and summoning a mass of brilliant energy. This is... Chihua's expression brightened as he suddenly stood up from his chair and stared at this mass of light in disbelief. The other guests also showed looks of shock and greed at this moment. This is also the source of stars, but there is no corresponding cultivation star. Yang Kai explained, but with this compensation, I believe it won't have much of an impact on Brother Chi's cultivation. And, after the matter in this territory is settled, I will return the fire star source strength to Brother Chi in this way. Brother Chi has earned a share of the source strength of this star. Which star's origin is this? Chihua murmured. Yang Kai shrugged and said, as I said, this origin source doesn't have a corresponding cultivation star. He still had many such sources in his possession, all of which he obtained from the shattered star sea back then. He had given some to others, but he still had a surplus. Chihua's face changed. It wasn't because he was tempted by Yang Kai's offer. Even if Yang Kai gave him a new origin, without a corresponding cultivation star, he couldn't live up to his title as the Star Lord. How could he compare to tricking the Star Lord of Fire Cloud Star? He only had the thought of killing and snatching the treasure. However, just as this thought surfaced in his mind, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. It seemed to be warning him that if he really attacked the young man in front of him, he wouldn't have a good ending. This caused the hot blood in his body to instantly cool down, and his mind to clear up. He sat back on the chair and shook his head. I won't lend you the Fire Cloud Star's source strength. Please leave. He sneered in his heart. It seemed like this brat didn't understand the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Although he could suppress his greed and not attack him, as long as he left the Flame Palace, someone would attack him. By then he could take the opportunity to see his background and decide whether to attack him or not. As the brilliance faded, Yang Kai kept the origin source. He rubbed his forehead and said with a headache, Sigh, it's indeed impossible to talk nicely. He originally wanted to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Who knew that he still had to go all out? He turned around, grabbed Cui Mingyuan's collar, and shouted, Brat, what grievances do you have? Tell me now. I'll stand up for you today. Ah. Cui Mingyuan was shocked. Ever since he followed Yang Kai into the Flame Palace, his eyes had never left the bride. It was only when Yang Kai took out the source strength of stars that he was distracted for a moment. However, he quickly refocused his attention on the bride. Now that he was suddenly questioned by Yang Kai, he was naturally confused. What are you talking about? I heard everything you said just now. Do you know the bride? Yang Kai's saliva was about to hit his face. Cui Mingyuan nodded his head in a daze. This was also the reason why he fearlessly barged into the Flame Mountain. Did you fall in love with the bride and decide to spend the rest of your life with her? Cui Mingyuan nodded his head again. His eyes were filled with humiliation and unwillingness. Did this old man bully the weak? Did he not care about your feelings and snatch away your woman? Yes, Cui Mingyuan shouted. He clenched his fists tightly and his teeth were almost bleeding. Good. Yang Kai shouted and threw him aside. He turned to Chihua and said slowly, I can feel your determination. Today, I'll help you get the bride back. Cui Mingyuan was surprised and delighted. He never expected such a dramatic scene to happen. He barged into the Flame Palace alone with the determination to die. Who would have thought that someone would stand up for him? But soon, he seemed to have realized something. He said sadly, Master, thank you for your kind intentions. But, shut up. Cui Mingyuan shut his mouth immediately and didn't dare to say another word. In the grand hall, Chihua lowered his eyes with a gloomy face. He said indifferently, right or wrong, one speaks too much. Trouble comes from standing up for others. Junior, I'll give you some face. Don't think too highly of yourself. This guy was simply looking for trouble. Indeed, those with good intentions didn't come here with good intentions. Yang Kai laughed and pointed at Chihua. He shouted, Old man, the territory of the flame cloud star is in chaos. Enemies are invading. Not only did you not help, you even sealed off the fire cloud star. You are simply unreasonable. Today, I'm here for the sake of the common people. It's fine if you cooperate. But since you don't blame me for being merciless. He looked exactly like a villain who was standing on the moral high ground and was ready to commit murder and plunder. Instantly, the guests cursed him. Chihua's red hair and robe fluttered. Outrageous. Yang Kai said, "You have to lend me the origin of the stars even if you don't want to." As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on Chihua. Presumptuous. Chihua was furious. With a thought, the power of heaven and earth trembled. An invisible pressure descended from the sky, causing everyone present to hold their breaths. It was as though a huge mountain was pressing on their chests. Yang Kai, who bore the brunt of the pressure, suddenly appeared. His body was slightly bent, as if he would be pressed down at any time. This was the power of a Star Lord. Above the stars, he could dominate everything. With a thought, he could kill his enemies. Many guests cheered and clapped their hands. Chihua's expression was extremely solemn. He wasn't happy but was shocked. Yang Kai's performance was beyond his expectations. This brat wasn't pressed down. Sure enough, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. With a thought, the pressure increased. Yang Kai groaned and the floor under his feet cracked. He sneered. "You have the power of the stars. Do you think I don't?" In the distant star field, one of the stars flickered and a beam of light shot out, crossing hundreds of millions of kilometers in the blink of an eye and landing on Yang Kai, causing his body to glow so brightly that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Although this place was not Shadowed Star and did not belong to Yang Kai, it was still within the territory of the same star. So Yang Kai could naturally draw the power of Shadowed Star to resist the world principles of Fire Cloud Star. In an instant, the pressure on Yang Kai lightened. However, this was not the end of it. Inside the territory of Endless Star, a vast expanse of star field also gathered its power and resonated with Yang Kai, becoming the source of his strength. This vast expanse of star field was what Yang Kai had spent 2 years refining. Although the power gathered in this vast star field was not as pure as the power of the stars on Shadowed Star, it was much greater in quantity and could naturally cause unimaginable changes. "Break for me!" Yang Kai shouted. Kacha. The sound of something shattering rang out. Yang Kai's hunched figure suddenly straightened up like a javelin. A look of disbelief flashed across Chihua's eyes as he stood up from his chair. Before he could think of anything else, a figure had already appeared in front of him. A large hand that was like an iron hoop grabbed him by the neck. The strength that came from the hand was so strong that he couldn't even summon any will to resist. An invisible shackling force enveloped his entire body, severing his connection with Fire Cloud Planet in an instant. Not only that, but even the star source he had refined within his body was suppressed. Chihua's eyes trembled violently. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Who was this person? Ding ding dang dang. The sound of wine glasses shattering rang out as a group of guests stared at this scene dumbfoundedly, as if they were in a dream, their eyes filled with shock. Star Master Chihua had actually been lifted up by a little brat with one hand. And from beginning to end, Chihua had not even had time to react. The confrontation between the two had happened in an instant, so fast that it was dazzling. Many people did not even understand what was going on before the outcome was decided. This scene could only mean one thing. One person's strength was far greater than the others, resulting in such an instant kill. But Chihua was already a Star Master and a Third-Order Origin King, so who could surpass him by so much? Their minds were not enough to comprehend this scene. This scene was bound to be the most shocking moment in their lives. "Ah!" Cui Mingyuan cried out, her eyes glazed over. The surprise had come so quickly that she had not even had time to prepare. The new bride also covered her red lips with her small hands as she looked up at Yang Kai in horror. She only felt that this figure was as majestic as a mountain, and even though he was clearly so close, she could not see his face, as if he was far away from the 9 heavens. Yang Kai turned his head and grinned at her. "Quickly fly away with that little brat." Saying so, he waved his hand and, regardless of whether she was willing or not, directly threw her and Cui Mingyuan out of the 3,000 kilometers Flame Mountain. And she was willing. After all, when Cui Mingyuan appeared in this hall, she showed an extremely worried look. Chapter 3166. You, who the hell are you? Qihua squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. He was tall and sturdy, a full head taller than Yang Kai, but at this moment, he was being held in Yang Kai's hand like a helpless chicken. Anyone who saw him would feel a strong sense of conflict. Does my name mean anything to you? Yang Kai sneered, ignoring him as he silently circulated his star-refining art. Qihua suddenly understood. He had asked for this boy's name before but had not received an answer, so he thought this boy was just being arrogant, but now it seemed he simply disdained to answer. Suddenly, an unbearable pain spread throughout his body, and Qihua trembled violently as his eyes bulged. Obviously feeling something, he cried out in horror, "Don't! Come out!" Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and pressed it against Qihua's dantian, his 5 fingers forming a claw as he pulled. A mass of crimson light was immediately sucked out, and Yang Kai tossed Qihua away, before lowering his head to stare at the crimson light in his hand, and nodding with satisfaction. On the other side, Qihua got up awkwardly, his face pale as his yuan qi was severely injured. Yang Kai did not hurt him, but his star source had been forcibly taken away, so how could he remain unscathed? Looking up, Qihua's eyes filled with grief. How could his star source be so easily snatched away by someone else? Qihua had risked his life for many years to refine this source, and it was with this source that he was able to become the Star Master and unify Fire Cloud Star. Without this source, he was just an ordinary third-order origin king, slightly worse than an ordinary third order. After all, his connection to his source had been severed and he had suffered some internal injuries. Seeing this, many guests could not help feeling a sense of pity, a chill enveloping their bodies as they froze in place, not daring to move. Fire Cloud Star's Star Master had not been able to withstand a single blow from this young man. Not only had he been instantly subdued, even his source had been forcibly taken away, so how could they dare to oppose Yang Kai? His eyes were filled with awe and shock. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai opened his mouth and stuffed the crimson light into it. In an instant, his skin turned blood red, as if it was being burned by flames. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. His chi sank into dantian as he activated the star refining art to suppress and refine it. However, he soon discovered a bad situation. The shadowed star source in Yang Kai's body seemed to be in conflict with the Fire Cloud Star's star source. The two seemed to be innately hostile, with the shadowed star source producing an unimaginable resistance to the Fire Cloud Star's star source. This was rather surprising. Yang Kai had refined the star sources of several stars before coming here, but the star sources of those stars were still very weak, so he didn't feel anything. It was only now that he had a reaction. The laws of heaven and earth of every cultivation star were different. Since there were differences, it was natural that they could not coexist. Yang Kai quickly understood this, but he didn't panic and continued to circulate the star refining art. In his next plan, he didn't just need to refine a single star's source, but also all the star's star territory's star sources. If he couldn't even overcome this small obstacle, how could he carry out his plan? Dividing his attention, Yang Kai comforted the shadowed star source while harmonizing and refining the Fire Cloud Star's star source. The characteristics that appeared on the surface of his body were that his left and right sides were blooming with different lights that attacked each other. The power of the star force rampaged, causing the flame palace to collapse in an instant. The majestic palace turned into ruins, and many guests fled in all directions. The guests who came to congratulate the flame palace were all powerful cultivators, so naturally, they wouldn't die because of such an accident. Instead, they were all shocked by Yang Kai's strength. The aftermath of the conflict between the origins of the two stars was already difficult for them to resist, so it was difficult to imagine how Yang Kai, who was at the center of the conflict, could remain unscathed. Yang Kai wasn't unscathed though. He felt like there were two naughty children fighting inside his body, vying for ownership of his body. He tried to calm them down, but it didn't have much effect. Instead, it caused his blood to boil and his face to turn red, making him extremely uncomfortable. In addition to these two naughty children, There were also several infants who were stirring up trouble. These infants were undoubtedly the origins of the stars that Yongkai had refined recently. Compared to the origins of Shadowed Star and Fire Cloud Star, these origins weren't too complete and weren't too strong. They were originally obedient, but under the stimulation of Fire Cloud Star's star source, they became restless. Pacify, reconcile, pacify, reconcile. Pacify and reconcile your grandmother's legs. All of you better behave. Shouting angrily, Yongkai fiercely urged the star refining art to suppress the star's origins. The whole world suddenly fell silent. Yongkai's aura gradually stabilized and the conflicting origins in his body slowly subsided. These naughty children really need to be taught a lesson. However, Yongkai also knew that this was just a stopgap measure. Although there was no problem for the time being, as he refined more and more stars' origins in the future, this kind of conflict would only grow bigger and bigger. If he didn't come up with a foolproof plan when the time came, Yongkai was afraid this would only lead to disaster. That would have to be dealt with later. In Yongkai's knowledge sea, inside the star, the symbol of Fire Cloud Star flashed. At the same time, Yongkai established an unbreakable connection with the entire Fire Cloud Star. With a single thought, the entire Fire Cloud Star came under Yongkai's control. The heavens and earth shook and the clouds tumbled, seemingly informing the world that the Star Master had changed. A group of guests who had come to congratulate Qi Hua hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Master. Not to mention the terrifying strength Yongkai had shown before, his current status as Fire Cloud Star's Star Master forced them to lower their heads. In the future, they would have to rely on him to survive, so how could they not be careful? Greetings, Master. Qi Hua also lowered his head, looking as if he had aged several hundred years in an instant, his face bleak. He was also a man who was good at judging the situation. Before, he had dared to fight against Yongkai because he had the confidence to do so. But now it turned out that it was just an illusion. Now that he was under someone else's roof, how could he not lower his head? Even if he had hatred in his heart, he didn't dare to think about taking revenge. In his peak condition, he couldn't even withstand one move from the other, let alone now. Yongkai looked at Qi Hua with a meaningful look, making him shiver. He was afraid that Yongkai would kill him. Fortunately, Yongkai didn't have that intention. He looked around and said, I need your help with something. The old man with the goatee who had looked down on Yongkai before quickly said, Master, just tell us what you need. This old man will do it for you, Master. Not bad, not bad. Please tell us, Master. Yongkai said, Qi Hua has sealed this star. I'm afraid you don't know what has happened in the past few years in the star's territory, right? The old man with the goatee hesitated and said, What does Master mean? The territory of the Great Desolate Star invaded more than 10 years ago. They stole our cultivation stars and killed our cultivator in the territory of our star. They have wild ambitions. Unforgivable. Ah. The group of people were shocked. Although they had heard Kai Yang mention this before, no one had taken it seriously. Now that they heard it again, they had no choice but to treat it seriously. There was another star's territory? And they had invaded? This kind of thing was simply unimaginable. Fortunately, the situation is not so bad now. The cultivator in our star's territory is fighting back. This young master wants you to go and support him. Kill all the cultivators in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The old man with the goatee said, I don't know where should we go. They had never even heard of the Great Desolate Star's territory, so they naturally didn't know where to go. Go and find out for yourself. Yongkai had been alone for 2 years. He didn't know where the war had spread, but as long as he had the heart, he wouldn't be afraid that he couldn't find out. Fire Cloud Star was sealed by Qi Hua, but because of this, its strength was relatively intact. If they could go and help, it would be a good help. Yes, 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 the old man with the goatee responded repeatedly, lamenting that such a master was really temperamental. Don't waste time. Let's go. Yongkai waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept out. Like swatting flies, the group of Origin Kings lost their footing and were all blown away. In an instant, he was the only one left in the ruins of the Flame Palace. He found a place and sat down cross-legged. Immersing his divine sense in his knowledge sea, he observed the star. At a certain location, several light spots were flashing. They were the corresponding light spots of the cultivation stars he had refined recently. The brightest one among them was Fire Cloud Star. These light spots weren't random. If they were connected to each other with lines, they could outline an irregular polygon on the star. Yang Kai's mind flickered. Tens of millions of kilometers away, he urged the source strength of these stars. Suddenly, the invisible irregular polygon on the star started from the edges and spread towards the center. Wherever the light passed, the star field was infected by the aura of these stars, and was then slowly refined by Yang Kai. Yang Kai clearly felt that the star field had his own aura. Overjoyed, he knew that his previous guess was not wrong and immediately continued his efforts. In just 3 days, Yang Kai had finished refining the star. Looking at it again, the irregular polygon outlined by several light spots on the star field was already connected to his mind. Such an irregular polygon might be insignificant on the star, but the corresponding star field was extremely vast. If Yang Kai had used the previous method to refine it, it would have taken him at least half a year. But now, using this method to refine it only took Yang Kai a month. He only needed to refine the star sources of a few cultivation stars first, and then use these cultivation stars as a foundation to spread his star field around, saving him a lot of time and energy. The territory of the star field was too large. It took him 2 years to refine the territory of the star field. In other words, according to his previous speed, it would take him at least 40 to 50 years to completely refine the entire star field territory. How long was 40 to 50 years? How could he have so much time to stay in the territory of the star field? Now that he had this method, his efficiency would be greatly improved. Coupled with the aura he had left behind in the asteroid sea, he could further improve it. Within 10 years, Yang Kai would refine the entire starfield territory and become the master of the starfield territory. Chapter 3167. In the territory of the desolate star, a pitch-black battleship sailed slowly and silently, like a huge ghost. On the battleship, a skull symbol showed its origin. It was the battleship of the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The huge battleship drifted in the starry sky like a homeless wanderer, existing alone. Although it was an inanimate object, it exuded an extremely bleak aura, as if it was at the end of its road. It was sailing in the direction of a void bad passage, which had appeared in the past 2 years, and was connected to the territory of the Great Desolate Star. As long as it could reach the void bad passage, it would have a chance to return to the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Since the Hung Luo star field's counterattack 5 years ago, the cultivator in the territory of the Great Desolate Star began to have a hard time. All the invaders were eliminated one by one, and panic spread in the hearts of all the cultivator in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. They did not even understand why the Hung Luo star field, which was supposed to be defenseless, suddenly rose up. All the sects and forces that invaded the territory of the Great Desolate Star paid a heavy price. The Thousands Beast Villa was destroyed, the Heavenly Sword sect was destroyed, and so was the Mad Thunder sect. Which one of these sects and forces was not the top existence in the territory of the Great Desolate Star? However, in front of the Hung Luo star field, a ferocious beast that ate people without spitting out the bones, they did not have the slightest power to resist. The surviving cultivator in the territory of the Great Desolate Star even suspected that it was a conspiracy of the Hung Luo star field. The previous decade of showing weakness was just to lure the enemy in, so that they could attract more cultivator here and kill them all. Although the Netherworld sect was not destroyed, it was almost done. The entire sect only had one battleship left, and it was still suffering from the flames of war. The battleship was full of holes and blood stains. There were traces of the war everywhere. It had escaped the siege with great difficulty, and wandered in the territory of the Great Desolate Star for a long time before it got rid of the pursuers. Go home. I must go home. This territory of the Great Desolate Star was definitely not a place that could be invaded casually. The Void Bad Passage was just 1,000 miles ahead. In the battleship, the surviving cultivator of the Netherworld sect could even see the Bad Passage through the crystal window. The smell of his hometown lingered at the tip of his nose, as if a long-separated family member was waving at him. Everyone was overjoyed and excited. A white figure suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking the path of the battleship. The cultivators inside the starship quickly discovered the existence of this white shadow. Some cultivators manipulated the starship's spirit array to enlarge the white shadow's figure and project it into the starship. In an instant, a beautiful woman with long hair cascading down her back like a waterfall appeared before everyone's eyes. Her face was indifferent, but her temperament was noble and pure, making anyone who saw her feel ashamed of their inferiority. A series of gasps rang out, and the entire warship suddenly became silent. Everyone held their breaths. It was her. The people in the territory of Great Desolate Star did not know her name, but this woman was a nightmare for all of them. That was because the Third Order Origin King Cultivator was as fragile as a child in front of her. When she swung her long sword, no one was her opponent. Inside the battleship, the cold air was rampant. Everyone's hands and feet were cold, and their bodies were cold. The huge battleship and the small figure formed a sharp contrast, but in front of the figure, the battleship creaked, as if it was groaning in fear. "Cheap slut, do you really want to kill us all?" Inside the Great Desolate Star, an old and angry voice sounded. Su Yan stood in the void, her beautiful eyes staring at the approaching Great Desolate Star, but she did not respond. "Get out of the way, or this will be your burial ground today." The old voice threatened, but it seemed to be fierce in appearance. How could Su Yan give in? Raising her hand, she pressed the hilt of her sword. "Courting death, run over." The old voice was undoubtedly enraged. Although this woman had shown extraordinary cultivation and strength in recent years, no matter how strong she was, how could she compete with a Great Desolate Star? The people in the territory of Great Desolate Star were anxious to escape back home, and did not want to cause more trouble here, so he threatened her. "Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, you can die here." The Great Desolate Star hummed and suddenly accelerated, slamming straight toward Su Yan. The distance between the two sides quickly closed, but Su Yan still stood there quietly, not dodging, not drawing her sword, and not even showing the slightest change in her expression, as if it was not a behemoth but a gentle breeze. When the distance between them reached 30 kilometers, a sword light suddenly flashed and instantly hit the huge Great Desolate Star. At the same time, the 30 kilometers around them were flattened, and the Great Desolate Star crashed into the place where Su Yan had been standing and sped away. "Ha ha ha, you overestimate yourself." The old voice laughed, but his laughter came to an abrupt end because he suddenly discovered that Su Yan, who should have been smashed to pieces, had actually appeared behind the Great Desolate Star. The long sword at her waist had been drawn at some point, and at this moment she had her back to the Great Desolate Star. Sheathing her sword, she turned into a stream of light and flew away, not sparing the Great Desolate Star a single glance from beginning to end. "What the hell?" The old voice's owner was confused, but soon he realized that something was wrong. The Great Desolate Star's speed suddenly slowed down, as if there was an invisible force binding it. At the same time, an astonishing chill spread from the Great Desolate Star, and a crackling sound came from all around. Turning his head to look, he was immediately shocked. Inside the Great Desolate Star, at some unknown time, snowflakes had appeared. These snowflakes were about the size of a fist, and one by one, they bloomed in every corner of the Great Desolate Star, spreading and freezing all the operating spirit arrays. Even the cultivator, who was caught off guard, froze in place, their bodies covered in white snowflakes. The old man suddenly felt something cold on his hand. He looked down and his pupils shrank. A snowflake had also appeared on the back of his hand. The snowflake made him lose consciousness. 1 snowflake, 2 snowflakes, 3 snowflakes. This was the case inside the Great Desolate Star, and outside the Great Desolate Star as well. The dense snowflakes wrapped around the Great Desolate Star layer upon layer, as if a naughty child had sewn a snowflake coat onto the Great Desolate Star, making it pure white and flawless. Gotcha. A shattering sound came as the huge Great Desolate Star suddenly broke apart into pieces of ice. Even the cultivator inside the Great Desolate Star was not spared. Under the influence of inertia, the Great Desolate Star continued to drift forward, forever drifting in the endless void. Several streaks of light flashed by, chasing one another through the starry sky territory. The first 3 streaks of light all had profound auras, and were at least first-order origin kings, with the leader being a third-order origin king. The last streak of light had a completely restrained aura, making it impossible to see any trace of cultivation. On top of that, the figure of this streak of light was that of a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. However, the 3 people flying in front of him didn't even dare to turn their heads back, fearing that they would see something terrifying. They only focused on running for their lives. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, after 10 full days, the 3 fleeing origin kings were a little exhausted. Although their cultivations were not bad, running for such a long time had consumed a lot of their strength. If they had not taken pills to supplement their energy, they would have already died from exhaustion. We should be able to escape, right? The 3 of them thought so at the same time. Looking back, the 3 of them suddenly felt their souls leave their bodies. That small figure was like a maggot following behind them not far away. Her delicate face was expressionless, and her clear black and white eyes were clear and deep, reflecting their fearful faces. What was even more despairing was that after running for such a long time, she did not react at all, her face not turning red, her heart not skipping a beat, just as indifferent as when they first met. Monster! This little girl is simply a monster. Let's kill her. The leader made a prompt decision, turned around, and sent out a palm strike towards Lu Yan. The remaining 2 also knew that running away was useless, so they immediately cooperated with each other. In an instant, an irresistible force flooded the small figure like a rolling torrent. Did we kill her? The 3 of them rejoiced in their hearts, but after seeing clearly, this joy immediately turned into deep despair. So boring, a childish voice rang out, seemingly tired of playing some kind of game. Lu Yan raised her hand slightly. A great sense of crisis enveloped the 3 of them, causing them to go stiff and unable to move. A cluster of flames burned, leaving a red trail in the eyes of the 3, the last thing they saw before they died. In the starfield, Li Jiao's family was happy and harmonious. Although Yang Kai had assigned them an extremely boring task, and they had even been stationed here for 7 or 8 years, neither Li Jiao nor Lu Sanyang felt bored. Li Jiao even found a huge meteorite from somewhere, and placed it in the star field, building a simple stone house on the meteorite for the family of 3 to live in. Thousands of miles behind the meteorite was a deep and chaotic void tunnel. This was the tunnel that the Great Desolate Star Territory first used to invade the Hung Luo star field. The people from the Great Desolate Star Territory used this tunnel to arrive in this world. Li Jiao had been stationed here for 7 or 8 years, killing countless cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory. These people probably heard that the cultivator of the Hung Luo star field was easy to bully, so they all came here from the other side of the star territory. Unfortunately, before they could obtain any benefits, they were sent to meet the King of Hell by Li Jiao. Not only did they kill the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory, but more of them were the cultivator who wanted to escape back to the Great Desolate Star Territory. In the past few years, the Hung Luo star field fought back vigorously, working together as one, and with the help of several extremely powerful helpers, the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory was not their opponent at all. The cultivation stars that they had previously stolen were all taken back, and all of them fled for their lives like stray dogs. Many people wanted to escape back, but with Li Jiao guarding this place, who could escape? If 1 came, he would kill 1, if 2 came, he would kill a pair. Li Jiao was like a millstone, lying in front of this void tunnel. No matter who entered or left, they were all crushed into meat paste by him, and not a single one was lucky enough to survive. Since the return of Yang Kai, the unstable situation in the star territory stabilized in a mere 7 or 8 years. The invaders were basically all killed, and even if there were some fish that escaped the net, they would not be able to cause any more trouble. Chapter 3168. On this day, Li Jiao had just finished dealing with a group of cultivators who wanted to escape back to the territory of the Great Desolate Star, and return to the meteorite. Lu Sanyang greeted him with a smile. After all these years of getting along, there was no longer any estrangement between the 2. Li Jiao even regarded Lu Yuqin as his own daughter, which moved Lu Sanyang greatly. She even had the thought of staying here with Li Jiao for the rest of her life. But she also knew that this was just her wishful thinking. Li Jiao and Yang Kai would definitely return to the star boundary, and at that time, she would also take her daughter and Li Jiao to the Fire Dragon Palace. Because of this, she cherished the good times in front of her even more. Are you tired? Lu Sanyang asked softly. Li Jiao said proudly. Just a group of clowns. Although he had sealed his cultivation, he still had the foundation of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Killing a group of ants below the Origin King realm was simply overkill. He guessed that the reason why Yang Kai asked him to guard this place was mainly to give him time and opportunity to get along with Lu Sanyang. Reaching out, he wrapped his arms around Lu Sanyang's soft waist and gently kissed her forehead. Lu Sanyang blushed and said angrily, "Yu Qin is here." Before her voice fell, Lu Yuqin suddenly rushed out of the stone house and covered her eyes with both hands. She turned into a stream of light and flew away, her voice drifting over. "I'm going out for a walk. It's so boring here." This girl. How could Lu Sanyang not know what her daughter was thinking? Li Jiao said, "She's not here anymore." Saying so, he bent down and picked up Lu Sanyang by the waist and strode towards the stone house. Lu Sanyang's heart skipped a beat. She snuggled into his broad chest and her whole body softened. Li Jiao's big stride suddenly stopped. The smile on his face froze as he suddenly looked up at the void corridor thousands of kilometers away. In that instant, he actually felt a sense of danger. He instinctively felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. After all, with his cultivation, what could make him feel threatened in the territory of this lower plane? To put it bluntly, in this territory, except for Yang Kai, no one could possibly be his opponent. Yes, he also wanted to get rid of Lu Yan. The void corridor didn't seem to have changed, but it seemed to have become even deeper. The darkness suddenly expanded in Li Jiao's field of vision, spreading in all directions at a terrifying speed. Large swaths of the star field were swallowed by the darkness, disappearing without a trace. The void corridor expanded at this moment. Not good. Li Jiao turned pale with fright, and turned to look in the direction that Lu Yuqin had left. He saw that not far away, Lu Yuqin seemed to have been scared silly. She stood there in a daze, absent-mindedly looking at the darkness that was expanding towards her. Without thinking too much, Li Jiao carried Lu Sanyang with one hand, and rushed towards Lu Yuqin. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lu Yuqin. He grabbed Lu Yuqin's hand and shouted in a low voice, "Let's go!" His figure flashed like lightning as he fled at an extremely fast speed. Although he didn't know what had happened here, this wasn't something he could deal with. He had to tell Yang Kai as soon as possible. Suddenly, Li Jiao's hair stood on end. He felt as if someone was spying on him, a pair of invisible eyes observing his every move. A soft sound of surprise sounded in his ears. It was as if it was just an illusion. But in the next moment, Li Jiao felt a huge binding force wrap around him, causing his fleeing figure to stop abruptly. "Don't leave my side." At this critical moment, Li Jiao shouted to Lu Sanyang and her mother, his emperor qi wrapping around the two women. The darkness swallowed him, and the light in front of him disappeared. Day after day, year after year, Yang Kai shuttled through the star's territory, forgetting the passage of time. All his thoughts were immersed in refining. In his knowledge sea, the star had been lit by more than 90%, leaving only a little bit. Over the years, his footprints had almost covered the entire star's territory. Even the most remote places had not been missed. With the guidance of the star, he would not get lost. He could also clearly know where he had been, and where he had not been. Everything was in order. Gathering thousands of stars came from one person, and spreading his aura throughout the star's territory. This was an extremely magnificent project, but Yang Kai did not find it boring. As he continued to refine, he gradually gained more insights in his heart. Originally, after the experience of returning to the star's territory, he had great confidence in breaking through to the second-order Emperor realm. But now he was almost 100% sure that as long as he returned to the star boundary, he would be able to break through immediately. It's not enough. There's still a little bit left to refine. In fact, he wanted to know how Wukong refined the source of the star's territory. He definitely would not use painstaking efforts to achieve his goal like Yang Kai. He might be able to do the same thing in the shortest time, and with the fastest efficiency. But after all, he had lived for so many years, so it was normal for him to have mastered some amazing divine technique and secret techniques. Time passed, and he did not know how much time had passed. When the last part of the star in his knowledge sea was lit up, Yang Kai only heard a loud bang, as if thunder had exploded in his mind. The explosion made him dizzy and he saw stars. After recovering, he was overjoyed. It's finally done. How long did it take? 8 years? 9 years? Or 10 years? He almost couldn't remember. But it wasn't over yet. For so many years, he had only divided the entire star's territory into pieces of jigsaw puzzles of different sizes. Although he had refined them slightly, a jigsaw was still a jigsaw. Even if they could be put together to form a complete picture, there would still be many flaws. If these flaws were not eliminated, he would never be able to become the master of the star's territory. There was only one last step left, but it was also the most difficult step to take. With a slight thought, Yang Kai's figure flickered among the pieces of the star's territory, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the center of the territory. He took a deep breath and slowly adjusted his state. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and spread his arms, as if he wanted to embrace the entire star's territory. The space divine technique and spiritual energy were activated at the same time. His divine sense shuttled through the void, leaping forward, and radiating towards the entire star's territory. In an instant, Yang Kai felt that his entire body had disappeared, as if he had turned into nothingness, filling the entire star's territory. The divine sense in his knowledge sea was rapidly flowing away like a flood that had broken through a dam. The colorful soul-warming lotus seemed to have sensed this and suddenly bloomed with colorful light. A trickle of energy flowed out, making up for the consumption of Yang Kai's divine sense. In the sky above his knowledge sea, stars flickered, as if each star could blink, illuminating his knowledge sea. The vast star's territory underwent a wonderful change at this moment. All the creatures in the star's territory, no matter where they were, no matter what their cultivation was, felt a great will descend from the sky. This will was even more magnificent than the will of a star lord. This will was the will of the heavens and earth, the will of this star's territory. When Yang Kai divided this star's territory into countless jigsaw puzzles and began refining them, he did not feel any hindrance, but when he tried to refine and integrate the entire star's territory, the heavens and earth naturally did not allow it. Even the star, who had been peacefully staying in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, showed signs of wanting to jump out and abandon Yang Kai at this moment. Perceiving this, Yang Kai was also shocked. In order to refine a star's territory, the first thing one needed was the source of stars. If he allowed the star in his knowledge sea to escape, he would not be able to refine it at all. The light from the star chart flashed wildly, and turned into a surging force that stirred up Yang Kai's knowledge sea, as if it was trying to force him to retreat and let it go. A heart-wrenching pain came from his knowledge sea. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and did not make a sound, sealing off his entire knowledge sea, refusing to let it go no matter what. With his divine sense damaged, Yang Kai only felt the sky darken. Fortunately, the 7-colored soul-warming lotus continued to pour out pure energy to nourish his soul, restoring his damaged divine sense immediately, causing the situation in his knowledge sea to fall into a stalemate. But as a result, Yang Kai had no spare energy to do anything else. His eyes flashing fiercely, Yang Kai summoned his soul avatar in his knowledge sea, stretched out his hand, and grasped a large saber in his hand. Pointing it at the star in the sky, he shouted, "If you dare cause trouble again, believe it or not, I'll cut you down." This saber was a soul-severing saber, and had been nourished by Yang Kai's secret technique heaven-severing strike for many years. If this saber were to cut down, even the source of the star's territory would suffer. Murderous intent surging, Yang Kai was obviously not joking. The star, however, remained unmoved and continued to flash, releasing an invisible force that interfered with Yang Kai's knowledge sea. It seemed to have a mind of its own, and could tell that Yang Kai was just putting on a brave front, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yang Kai was furious. He could even cut down a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could a star dare to act so presumptuously? Unfortunately, he really couldn't do anything. If he didn't have this star, how could he refine his territory? Throwing away the soul-severing saber, Yang Kai formed a seal with both hands. In his knowledge sea, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus turned into a seven-colored treasure mountain and slammed upwards. Suppress. The seven-colored treasure mountain flew high into the sky and hovered above the star, suddenly releasing a huge suppressive force that slowly pressed down. The star's light flickered more and more fiercely, but as the seven-colored treasure mountain fell, it was pressed down bit by bit. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this, knowing that his approach was correct. The star was the source of stars, and although it was rare and precious, it was not unique in this world. Every star territory had its own star territory source. However, the soul-warming lotus was like the immortal tree, one of a kind in this world, and there was absolutely no second one. From this point alone, whether it was the soul-warming lotus or the immortal tree, they were both much more precious and superior than the source of a star territory. It turned out that the soul-warming lotus did indeed have the ability to suppress a star. Under the suppression, the star was suppressed bit by bit, and its flickering frequency slowed down significantly, its interference becoming less frequent. Yang Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief and concentrated on urging the soul-warming lotus to display its unimaginable effect. Hong Long. The seven-colored treasure island fell, and the entire star was suppressed under it, falling into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The seawater in his knowledge sea was formed by Yang Kai's divine sense, and after being enveloped by the seawater, the star became much more stable. At the same time, Yang Kai felt that the connection between him and the star had become much closer. Chapter 3169. Without waiting for Yang Kai to rejoice, an unforeseen event occurred. The tens of thousands of star sources gathered in his body suddenly erupted at this moment. A huge amount of energy rampaging through Yang Kai's body. As early as when Yang Kai was refining the star source of Firecloud Star, he had noticed that if there were too many star sources in his body, they would produce irreconcilable contradictions. At that time, he had used his powerful cultivation to forcibly suppress the star sources in his body. After all these years of refining, the number of star sources in his body was no longer just a few trifling star sources. Now there were tens of thousands of them. In an instant, his body seemed to have turned into a battlefield. Tens of thousands of children were arguing and wrestling in this battlefield. If it were an ordinary cultivator, even if they had the cultivation of the Emperor realm, their meridians would have been damaged and their body would have collapsed. However, Yang Kai's body was extremely tough. After cultivating for so many years, he had always focused on body tempering, so the quality of his physique was not something to be trifled with. Coupled with his half-dragon body, this little bit of movement was nothing to him. He only felt a slight stabbing pain in his body. Yang Kai's soul avatar emerged from his knowledge sea and immediately noticed the abnormalities in his body. After the knowledge sea is the body? Refining the star sources of stars really isn't an easy task. He had already expected this to happen, so he didn't seem to panic and instead had a high fighting spirit. Multicolored light burst out from the pores of his body and Yang Kai's entire body seemed to be bathed in a rosy glow, one that was even more dazzling than an ordinary rosy glow. Even his eyes, nose, and mouth were dazzling. The star sources of stars were very different and their colors were also different. This was the scene that appeared on Yang Kai's body. If someone were here to watch, they would definitely worry that he would immediately explode and die. All sorts of similar but slightly different laws violently clashed with each other on his body. These laws were the laws of the star source itself, and the quantitative change quickly caused a qualitative change. It actually caused him great pain, and his body felt like it could collapse at any moment. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated the power of these naughty children. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai shouted, "Dragon! Transform!" A dragon's roar resounded, and the golden dragon's silhouette flashed behind Yang Kai's back and plunged into his body. Kacha kacha! The sound of bones dislocating rang out, densely connecting together. Yang Kai's body, which could be considered handsome, started to swell rapidly as if someone had blown on it. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and two small lumps appeared on his forehead. Short dragon horns emerged from the lumps, and his exposed skin was covered with sturdy dragon scales. His hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and a dragon tail suddenly appeared behind him. 3 zhang, 5 zhang, 10 zhang, 15 zhang, 18 zhang, 20 zhang. In an instant, Yang Kai turned into a half-dragon, half-human monster, all alone in the star field. It was actually able to transform into a 20 zhang long dragon. This was a pleasant surprise. Yang Kai remembered that when he used the art of dragon transformation on the Dragon Island, he was only 18 zhang long. He didn't expect that after all these years, he actually grew another 20 zhang long. Although 20 zhang was not a lot, this was the embodiment of the purity of the dragon race's bloodline. He had taken so many dragon blood flowers and dragon blood pills in the past, but he wasn't able to absorb all of the medicinal effects in the first place. Many of the medicinal effects were hidden in his flesh and blood. This 20 zhang long body was undoubtedly the result of the effects of the hidden medicinal effects in these years. He lightly exhaled, and 2 streams of white smoke rolled out from his nostrils. Almost all of his cultivation burst out at this moment, and he didn't hold back anymore. The void trembled and collapsed. Such strength had already exceeded the limit of this world. Even if he didn't make a move, just by standing here, he could make this world tremble uneasily. Around him, the void was like the surface of a lake. Layers of ripples undulated, constantly fluctuating between collapse and repair. A great hostility shrouded him. That was the will of this territory. In the empty star field, arcs of lightning inexplicably flashed, and in a short instant, the land within 1,000 kilometers turned into a pool of lightning. Arcs of lightning leaped and merged into one, quickly turning into thick bolts of lightning that bombarded him from all directions. Yang Kai laughed loudly, as if he had gone mad, but he didn't deliberately resist, allowing these bolts of lightning to fall on his body as he focused on suppressing the origin of the myriad stars in his body. Hong long long. The light of the star field flickered as the bolts of lightning bombarded his body, quickly causing his dragon scales to crack and his body to be charred. The will and exclusion of this territory was really not easy to bear. Even if he had the strength to reach the heavens, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. However, he already had an extremely powerful recovery ability, and now that he had a half-dragon body, even if there were some injuries, he could quickly recover. Thunder burst out, and after an hour of bombardment, Yang Kai's body grew taller and taller. On his 20-meter-tall half-dragon body, the origin of the myriad stars was still clashing with each other. Light burst out from his pores as different principal powers tangled and collided with each other. Suddenly, the power of the thunder weakened greatly, and the surrounding arcs of lightning also decreased. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he coldly snorted. If he didn't have the origin of the myriad stars, if he didn't have the previous 10 years of hard work, he would never have dared to release all his strength like this, because the only result of doing so would be to be pushed out of this world, or to be reduced to ashes. But because he had suppressed the origin of the stars, and because of his many years of hard work, his aura had long since infected the entire territory. Even if the worlds will sensed his actions at this moment and rejected him, he still had the ability to resist. The only thing the heavens and earth could do was to make him suffer a little more, so that he would know the difficulties and retreat. How could Yang Kai retreat? He had worked hard for many years just to refine this territory, and now that the results were at his fingertips, how could he be willing to give up? In a battle between two sides, one side was bound to retreat and lose, and Yang Kai believed that it definitely wouldn't be him. The weakening of the power of the thunder was undoubtedly the best sign, and even Yang Kai felt a little dissatisfied. It was only because he didn't expect this side of the world to show weakness so quickly. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Faintly, he felt that something was approaching him, but after carefully examining it, he couldn't find anything. While suppressing the myriad sources in his body, trying to stabilize them, he also observed with rapt attention. Sure enough, something was approaching him at an extremely fast speed, causing ripples to appear in the void, visible to the naked eye. At a certain moment, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void 1,000 kilometers in front of him, as if the star field had been melted by something, and a behemoth jumped out from the black hole. At the same time as this behemoth appeared, a strange sound rang out. This sound was not sharp, nor was it forceful, but it was filled with a dreamy feeling. At first glance, it sounded like the sad cry of a dolphin, full of despair and yearning for life, but it was definitely not a sound that a dolphin could make. The size of this behemoth also looked like a dolphin, but a giant dolphin that had been magnified thousands of times. The star field was the sea it roamed, and the void was its home. A shocking void beast. Young Kai's eyes widened as he recognized the identity of this behemoth. It was actually a shocking void beast. This was a rare sight. He had seen a shocking void beast once in his early years, and had even killed one, obtaining its monster core. Shocking void beasts could be regarded as ancient descendants, and were naturally proficient in the Tao of space. What's more, this kind of proficiency was innate, a skill that was deeply ingrained in their bones. It was rumored that they could freely shuttle between various worlds without any hindrance. The terrifying void energy was the resource that allowed them to grow. Their favorite place to stay was the void crevice, where they could devour the void turbulence as nutrients for their growth. It was for this reason that shocking void beasts were rare, because they spent most of their time wandering the void, making it difficult to see them in ordinary worlds. Young Kai never expected that a shocking void beast would appear at this time. No, it's a shocking void beast king. Young Kai compared this to his early memories and soon discovered that this was not an ordinary shocking void beast, but a shocking void beast king. Its mountain-like body was definitely not something an ordinary shocking void beast could possess. The dreamy voice rang out again, and regardless of whether Young Kai was willing or not, it poured into his ears, causing him to feel dizzy once more. The shocking void beast king gently flapped its tail, causing ripples to appear in the void, and with a single leap, it arrived not far from Young Kai, so fast that he barely had time to react. In front of this shocking void beast king, the difference between a 200-meter-tall dragon body and a mountain was like the difference between a speck of dust and a mountain. Young Kai really did feel like a mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. However, the shocking void beast king didn't seem to notice him at all as it opened its mouth wide, like a giant void corridor that connected the chaotic and nothingness, ready to swallow Young Kai into its belly in the next moment. The shocking void beast king could not have appeared here for no reason, nor could it not have discovered him. Although it was powerful, it was not invincible. The aura Young Kai exuded was not weak, so as long as it had a little bit of reason, it would not have directly charged over and opened its mouth to swallow him. At this moment, Young Kai felt the thick malice of this world. The reason why this shocking void beast appeared here, and seemed to be coming for him, was definitely because of the guidance of this world. The weakening of the power of the Thunder Pool was only to prepare for a more powerful killing move. As the saying goes, the world is heartless and treats all living things like dogs. It was truly vicious. If it were any other time, Young Kai would not have minded fighting this shocking void beast king, perhaps even killing it and taking its monster core. The monster core of a shocking void beast king was extremely beneficial to his cultivation of the Tao of space, but today he had more important things to do, so he could only let it go for now. With a clap and pull of his hands, a huge crescent blade suddenly formed. With his current height of 60 meters, how could the crescent blade he condensed be small? If he really slashed out, even this shocking void beast king would not be able to ignore it. Chapter 3170. With the moon blade in hand, Young Kai did not release it. At the same time, the shocking void beast king had already arrived in front of him. Apparently sensing something, the shocking void beast king's figure suddenly paused. It was difficult to imagine how it could freely control its huge body. From extreme movement to extreme stillness, it only took an instant. Then the two eyes on its head looked down, focusing on the place where Young Kai was standing. Humph! Young Kai snorted, the aura of the moon blade in his hand becoming more and more dangerous. The shocking void beast king's mouth suddenly closed, as if it had just noticed him, its eyes flashing with a human-like light. Young Kai raised his chin towards it, taking a stance of not retreating, his monstrous aura almost tangible. Two figures, one big and one small, faced each other in this strange star field. After a dozen breaths of time, the shocking void beast king suddenly leapt over Young Kai's head, its huge figure like plunging into an invisible lake, melting into the void and quickly disappearing, leaving behind a huge void corridor that was slowly closing up. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, dispersing the space divine technique. Just as the shocking Void Beast King had discovered that he was not to be trifled with, he had also discovered that this guy was difficult to deal with. At the critical moment of refining the territory of this star, how could he be willing to complicate things? The shocking Void Beast King retreating like this was the best result. Otherwise, if they fought, not to mention whether or not he could kill the shocking Void Beast King, refining the territory of this star would most likely fail. What other moves do you have? Use them all. Yang Kai laughed, placing one hand on his waist and pointing to the heavens and earth. The hostility that had been shrouding the surroundings slowly faded, and at the same time, Yang Kai discovered that the conflict between the star sources of the myriad stars in his body had eased a lot. This discovery made him overjoyed. It seemed that after everything that had happened just now, the will of this star field was showing signs of compromising and acknowledging him. This was for the best. Yang Kai was also a tactful person, so he naturally could not do anything to provoke the will of heaven and earth. He didn't hesitate any longer, and he immediately closed his eyes and started to refine the quintessence of the stars. Time passed slowly, and Yang Kai's body shrank day by day. However, the light emitted from his skin became less and less. This was clearly a sign that the refining process was progressing well. Until a certain moment, when the last ray of light disappeared, Yang Kai returned to his original appearance. He suddenly opened his eyes. There was a trace of exhaustion in his expression, but his spirit was extremely excited. The refinement was not complete yet. There was only one last step left. He spread his arms and shouted, "Let's go home, let's all go home." Thousands of rays of light suddenly overflowed from every part of his body, turning into stars that circled around him a few times before disappearing like lightning. All these years, he had been refining the stars' origins everywhere in order to turn the entire star's territory into pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, which would make it easier for him to refine them. Now he had let these stars' origins leave for the final step. Simply suppressing them was not enough. Only true recognition could connect their minds. The thousands of quintessences scattered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. With Yang Kai as the center, it was as if a meteor shower had fallen over the entire star territory. Only the last quintessence of the stars remained, fluttering around him, filled with nostalgia and dependence. Shadowed star's origin. It did not leave immediately like the other origins, but instead stayed behind, as if it had its own thoughts and thoughts. Yang Kai smiled lightly as he stretched out his hand and picked it up. The star source wriggled on his palm, transforming into thousands of different forms. "Go," Yang Kai said softly, and the shadowed star's origin turned into a stream of light, and flew off in the direction of shadowed star. "Come," Yang Kai shouted in his heart, closed his eyes, and immersed his divine sense into his knowledge sea. The seven-colored island transformed back into the soul-warming lotus, and released its suppression of the star, allowing the star to slowly rise from his knowledge sea and intertwine with Yang Kai's divine sense, becoming indistinguishable from one another. With a bang, Yang Kai felt his whole body shake, as if something had exploded. Looking around, the star was once again suspended high above his knowledge sea, and looking up he saw a sky full of twinkling stars. However, there was a big difference between now and back then. Back then, although this star had been placed in Yang Kai's knowledge sea and had some use to him, it did not truly belong to him. But now this star was his, and every inch of the star contained his aura. So that's how it is. The moment he completely refined the star chart, Yang Kai's mind suddenly gained an additional layer of enlightenment. It was not until this moment that he understood why the great desolate star territory could invade Hung Luo star field. The reason for this was actually related to him. When Yang Kai went to the star boundary and took away the star, he had also taken away the star source of this territory. Without this star source, the originally impregnable barrier of the star territory showed a slight flaw. It was this almost insignificant flaw that formed a channel connecting the great desolate star territory to Hung Luo star field, allowing the cultivator from the great desolate star territory to invade this place. Yang Kai scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. The cultivator from the great desolate star territory had invaded, killing many people and bringing disaster to many cultivation stars. Yang Kai had never expected that he was actually responsible for this. But now that things had gotten to this point, he could only apologize. Collecting his thoughts, Yang Kai's mind surged as he wanted to experience the feeling of becoming the master of this star territory. It was somewhat similar to the feeling of becoming the master of Shadowed Star. With a single thought, everything was under his control, but the range was thousands of times greater. His mind constantly spread out, and Yang Kai could perceive everything in any location he wanted. Soon he saw Tongxian Realm. Tongxian Realm had indeed recovered a lot over the years, and there were no traces of the early contamination. With the 108 profound heavenly spirit array and Xia Ningchang personally overseeing it, 10 years was enough for Tongxian Realm to recover its Yuan Qi. But this was far from enough. Tongxian Realm's heritage was weaker than other cultivation stars, so it could not give birth to a powerful cultivator. The reason why Yang Kai was so eager to refine the star territory's source and become the master of this star territory was partly because of his own needs, and partly because of Xia Ningchang and Tongxian Realm. Only by becoming the master of this star territory could he use the power of this star territory to bring great benefits to Tongxian Realm and allow Xia Ningchang's strength to rise. Now was the time to experiment. Kai Yang stood motionless in the same place, only waving his two large hands. Tongxian Realm, 9 Heavens Holy Land. Xia Ningchang was talking to Shuiyu. Since the end of the war 3 years ago, the entire star territory had returned to normal, and there was no longer any need to worry about being invaded by powerful enemies. Hongluo Chamber of Commerce and Sword Union were both rebuilding, and as for Purple Star no longer existed in this star territory. Of the 3 great forces, High Heaven Sect had replaced it and become the top force. Xia Ningchang's aura had returned to normal, no longer showing any signs of weakness. His skin was ruddy and white, and his aura was restrained. Obviously, he had reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm. Shuiyu was not any worse. Although she was not a star master, she also had a special constitution and sufficient resources, so her cultivation progress was naturally not any slower than others. Suddenly, Xia Ningchang raised her head and looked outside, as if she had sensed something. "What's wrong?" Shuiyu asked suspiciously. "This is..." Xia Ningchang got up, took a step forward, and arrived outside the hall. Shuiyu's figure also floated over to stand beside him. The 2 pairs of eyes looked up into the sky, and were immediately stunned. Under the clear blue sky, streams of light streaked across the sky, each containing an unimaginable amount of energy, like meteors falling from the sky. Shuiyu's face couldn't help turning pale. Although she was far away, she could still feel the destructive power of these meteor-like things. Even if only one fell, Tongxian Realm would suffer heavy losses, but looking around, there was more than one. The sky was densely packed, and there were simply too many to count. Not only did they see this, but all the living beings on Tongxian Realm were also shocked by this scene. Xia Ningchang's expression became solemn, and he was just about to urge the star's source to block these meteors when he suddenly saw a huge cloud in the sky distort and transform into a clear human face. "Ah!" Xia Ningchang exclaimed. "Husband." Shuiyu was also dumbfounded. The face formed by the cloud was undoubtedly Yang Kai's face. Although she didn't know how far away he was from the 2 of them, it was as if he could see them, smiling at them and even winking at them in annoyance. This moment of hesitation had cost them the opportunity to intercept. Moreover, the moment he saw Yang Kai's face, Xia Ningchang knew that this was Yang Kai's handiwork and no longer had any intention of intercepting him. However, she was very curious about what Yang Kai was trying to do. This world-shattering momentum was not fake. The meteor fell to the ground, but it didn't cause the expected impact and destruction. Instead, it silently disappeared. A stream of light fell straight towards 9 Heavens Holy Land, filling everyone's vision with light and preventing them from seeing anything else. When the light dissipated, the world energy aura of 9 Heavens Holy Land was obviously richer, and there were also some other changes that were occurring. Xia Ningchang's perception was the keenest. As a star master, she was clearly aware that Tongxian Realm's world principles were gradually becoming more complete and stronger. More complete world principles meant that a more powerful cultivator could be born, and could display more power. A joyful atmosphere spread throughout the stars, causing Xia Ningqiang to feel a sense of great joy. Ningqiang, this is... Xueyu couldn't help asking when she saw the smile on her face. He succeeded. Xia Ningqiang replied. Xueyu suddenly understood, her beautiful eyes flashing a strange light. He finally succeeded. After leaving 10 years ago, there had been no news of Yang Kai since. Occasionally, she would hear that someone had seen him in the star territory, but it was only a fleeting glimpse. No one had gone to look for him, as everyone knew what he was busy with. It was just that no one had expected him to succeed in a mere 10 years. The abnormalities of Tongxian realm at the moment were the best proof of this. Only by successfully refining the star territory and becoming its master would one be qualified to use the power of the stars from the outer heavens to carry out such a transformation on Tongxian realm. It could be said that such a transformation was almost without any hesitation. The promotion of Tongxian realm was at the cost of drawing power from other places, but when it came to Xia Ningqiang, how could Yang Kai be stingy? Chapter 3171. What's going on? Suddenly, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. Above his knowledge sea, somewhere on the star, there was a fist-sized ink dot. This ink dot looked so familiar, just like the scenery Yang Kai saw when he went to Tongxian realm and looked down from the sky. Yang Kai was now connected with the star territory's source, so he immediately felt a strong malice from this ink dot. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, the location of this ink dot should be the connection between the Great Desolate Star Territory and the Hongluo Star Field. That place was extremely important, and as early as 10 years ago, Yang Kai had sent Li Jiao and his family to guard it. Yang Kai had thought that it was safe, but today, after completely refining the star, he discovered that something was wrong. With a thought, his vision seemed to drift across hundreds of millions of kilometers, and suddenly pulled to the vicinity of the ink dot. What he saw shocked Yang Kai. The void within hundreds of millions of kilometers had become an unimaginably huge black hole, and everything in this star field had disappeared, including many dead stars. Not only that, the edge of the black hole was still expanding, and wherever the darkness passed, everything turned into nothingness. It was as if the darkness was devouring the territory of this star. Yang Kai was furious. He had refined the source of the star, and had become the master of this star territory. In other words, this entire star territory was his back garden. And no matter what the hell this darkness was, it was invading his territory. As the master of this star territory, how could he tolerate it? Where was that old brat Li Jiao? Yang Kai had sent him here to guard this place, so why didn't he tell him that such a big thing had happened? Even if Yang Kai had been running around all these years without a fixed residence, if Yang Kai really wanted to find him, how could he not have a way? He couldn't help but grumble in his heart. With a sway of his body, he arrived at the edge of the huge black hole in a short while. Looking at it from a close distance, he could feel how terrifying the black hole was. All he could see was darkness. It was not inferior to the void crevice. The darkness was like a tide that slowly spread in all directions, assimilating everything in its path. Yang Kai felt like he was losing his territory bit by bit. With a stern expression, he communicated with the star with his mind. The star buzzed and trembled, as if it had received some kind of encouragement, emitting a dazzling light. The unhurried darkness that was advancing in all directions suddenly slowed down a lot at this moment. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He had never encountered such a thing before. To be honest, he didn't know how to deal with it. He just wanted to give it a try and stop the darkness from spreading. He didn't expect that after communicating with the star chart, there would be some effect. He immediately understood that since he was the master of the star's territory, his will was the will of the star's territory. With a single thought, he could resonate with the star's territory. Now that he had this answer, Yang Kai no longer hesitated, and became more attentive to communicating with the star, borrowing the power of the entire star's territory to stop the darkness from spreading. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the spreading darkness slowed down and gradually stopped. Yang Kai wasn't satisfied and instead shouted, "Scram!" He pushed both of his arms forward and invisible world powers squeezed out from all directions. Instantly, the boundary of darkness shrank back by several tens of li, and it was still shrinking. In the place where the darkness faded, everything that had been swallowed was restored, and Yang Kai could clearly see a huge meteorite slowly emerge from the darkness, completely revealing itself. This discovery made him overjoyed. He had thought that the places swallowed by the darkness would no longer exist, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Although those places had been swallowed up, everything still existed. It was just that no one could see them. Only by expelling the darkness would their original appearance be revealed. What was this darkness? Yang Kai drove it away, while investigating it with rapt attention. A moment later, his body shook and a look of shock appeared on his face. He had actually glimpsed the world will from the darkness, a world will that didn't belong to the Hung Luo star field. This world will was so similar to the Hung Luo star field, as if the darkness was another world. Incredible, too incredible. Could it be that there was really another world that was eroding the Hung Luo star field? Was that world the territory of the Great Desolate Star? After all, this was the territory of the two stars. If the territory of the Great Desolate Star was encroaching on the Hung Luo star field, it was reasonable. Yang Kai suddenly rejoiced. If he hadn't refined the star and become the master of the star's territory, he wouldn't have been able to do anything about the current situation. The encroachment between worlds was no longer a problem that could be solved by the level of cultivation. He had to rely on the power of the world he was in to resist this encroachment. He had a faint feeling that the reason why he could refine the star so smoothly was related to the current situation. The Hung Luo star field obviously wanted to rely on his power to resist this encroachment. Spit out everything you've eaten. Yang Kai had just become the master of the star's territory and was in high spirits. How could he be afraid of such a small obstacle in front of him? The power of the star's territory was drawn out and crazily squeezed towards the darkness. The darkness had no power to resist and was retreating. The star field that had been encroached by the darkness also returned. With Yang Kai's strength, the speed at which the darkness receded became faster and faster. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the darkness had retreated thousands of miles away. However, compared to the territory it had encroached, these thousands of miles were nothing, but it was still a good start. Yang Kai believed that as time passed, the speed at which he recovered his lost territory would become faster and faster. This was indeed the case. The entire Hung Luo star field seemed to be aware of Yang Kai's intentions, and the star's territory's origin unreservedly cooperated with him, bestowing him with the power of the heavens and earth. 100,000 miles, 200,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles. The darkness had obviously shrunk. At this speed, Yang Kai would be able to take back all the things he had lost from the darkness in less than a month. However, at this moment, Yang Kai's hair suddenly stood on end, and a great sense of crisis enveloped him. His eyes widened as he stared at the darkness in front of him. There was nothing there but chaos and nothingness. Not only was there no life, there weren't even dead things, but he firmly believed that the crisis came from the darkness. A light suddenly bloomed in front of his eyes and attacked him in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai raised his head, opened his mouth, and bit down on this light. The light continued to tremble, as if it was alive. Yang Kai clenched his teeth, and his sharp fangs turned into an indestructible blade. With a crunch, the sound of something being crushed rang out, and the struggling in his mouth suddenly stopped. Bah! Yang Kai spat out the object, reached out, and caught it, his eyes narrowing. It was a flying knife with an exquisite shape. It was about a foot long, and its whole body was smooth and flawless. However, there was a row of teeth marks on it at this moment. Moreover, there were dense cracks on it. Yang Kai's bite had destroyed the spirituality of this throwing knife. This is... Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. An emperor artifact? The thing that had attacked him from the darkness was actually an emperor artifact. Although its spirituality was damaged and it was full of cracks, Yang Kai was not blind, so how could he not recognize an emperor artifact? There was even a trace of emperor qi left on this throwing knife. Raising his head and looking into the darkness again, Yang Kai's eyes burned like flames. Great, I thought that the invasion of two worlds was just a natural disaster, but in the end, it was actually a man-made disaster. This throwing knife emperor artifact could not have attacked him for no reason. From the remnant Emperor Yuan Qi, It was clear that someone wanted to kill him from another world, and the attacker was definitely someone from the Emperor realm. Even Yang Kai could not attack from another world. The barrier between worlds was too strong, and only the great emperors could do this. However, the Hung Luo star field and the Great Desolate Star's territory were not completely separated, and the darkness was the place where the two worlds connected. It was not difficult for a hidden enemy to attack him from another world. As for the reason, it was none other than him obstructing the invasion of the Great Desolate Star's territory. A bold idea popped up in Yang Kai's mind. Although he was not sure, he guessed that it was probably the case. Finally, it's a little interesting. He could not help but grin. His smile was ferocious as he stared into the darkness, as if he could penetrate the barrier between worlds and see the strong enemy hidden in another world. Ever since he had returned to the star field, even though he had been rejected by the heavens and earth, the enemies he had encountered were all weak little fish and shrimps that couldn't even stand up to a gust of wind. Now that such a powerful enemy had suddenly appeared, his long-awaited battle intent quickly rose. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Take this. He clapped his hands and a huge moon blade leisurely formed. He did not immediately slash out, but instead continued to pour power into it. The moon blade buzzed and fluctuated, as if it could collapse at any time, but under Yang Kai's control, it was more stable than ever. After a long time, Yang Kai raised his eyes and first threw the broken throwing knife into the darkness in front of him, then slashed out with the moon blade. Without a sound, the flying dagger and the moon blade disappeared. In the territory of the Great Desolate Star, in the Endless Star Field, the scenery was exactly the same as that of Yang Kai, with great darkness surging. At the edge of the darkness, a sallow-faced middle-aged man frowned and stared ahead. Suddenly, a throwing knife appeared in the darkness. He raised his hand and pinched the flying knife in his hand. Before he could check the condition of the flying knife, a pitch-black moon blade slashed at him. He was not a careless person, but he did not notice the moon blade until it was in front of him. The main reason was that the moon blade was too strange. It was silent and was exactly the same as the darkness, so it was difficult to notice. Perceiving the terrible power of the moon blade, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised look, but he did not panic. Suddenly, another throwing knife appeared in his hand, which was exactly the same as the one that Yang Kai had intercepted before. He raised it high, and the throwing knife shone brightly and turned into a huge blade, slashing down. Chapter 3172. The moon blade collapsed, but the middle-aged man's eyebrows twitched. His heart thumped as he hurriedly retreated. However, it was too late. The moon blade exploded, and the power of space was rampant. Cracks appeared in the void. Those cracks weren't arranged in a disorderly manner. They actually outlined 3 large words in front of his eyes. "Fuck your mother." Space Divine Technique. The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise, revealing a shocked expression. However, he didn't care about Yang Kai's insults. The main reason was that the Space Divine Technique was too treacherous and unpredictable. It was also difficult to cultivate. Moreover, how could someone who could use the Space Divine Technique to such an extent be an unknown person? Could it be him? A figure appeared in the middle-aged man's mind. If the person in front of him matched his imagination, then it would be difficult to deal with him. The reputation of the Spirit Beast Island's martial beast couldn't be ignored. That person was a general under the martial beast Mo Huang, and it would be quite troublesome to deal with him. However, he had never heard of this person having any connection with the lower plane star territory. How could he suddenly appear in the Hung Luo star field? He suddenly remembered the family of 3 who were swept into this world 3 years ago. He didn't deliberately pay attention to them, but now it seemed that it was time to have a chat with them. Perhaps he could find out some information from them. Before the darkness, Yang Kai waited with rapt attention. After waiting for a day and a night, he didn't see any signs of counterattack. He suddenly felt bored. He didn't know if his moon blade had hurt the other party, but he thought that it shouldn't have. Although the barrier between the 2 star territories had weakened, allowing him to launch an attack across the star field, the power wouldn't be great. The other party had extraordinary means, so how could he be hurt so easily? However, he didn't know why the other party didn't move. Yang Kai was too lazy to think too much. Since the other party didn't make a move, he could peacefully restore his star territory. The darkness continued to recede, revealing the originally devoured starry sky. At a certain moment, Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he grinned. "You've got guts." Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab something in front of him. Suddenly, a figure fell out of the boundless darkness. Yang Kai frowned. When he saw the figure, he immediately pulled back his hand. Then he pulled the figure in front of him. "Yuqin." Yang Kai looked down at the little girl in front of him and frowned. Lu Yuqin was not injured, but his face was extremely pale. It was obvious that he had been frightened. His pupils were dilated and he was trembling. Yang Kai called her twice, but she didn't respond at all. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only urge his power to calm her down. It took a while for Lu Yuqin to recover. Her eyes gradually focused, and when she saw Yang Kai's face clearly, she began to cry. Tears rolled down her cheeks. "Why did you come from there? Where are your parents?" Yang Kai felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. "Lord Yang, please save my parents." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He said in a low voice, "They are over there? I beg you, please save them." Lu Yuqin grabbed Yang Kai's arm and cried like a pear blossom in the rain. "Tell me, don't cry." Yang Kai comforted her. After a while, Lu Yuqin calmed down and told him what had happened in the past few years. One day 3 years ago, the void corridor that connected the Hung Luo star field and the Great Desolate Star Territory suddenly exploded. The darkness swept over and swallowed their family of 3. When they came back to their senses, they found that they had arrived at another star field. Later, they found out that this territory was actually the territory of the Great Desolate Star. However, with Li Jiao, who was in existence beyond the star territory, their family didn't encounter any danger. They just couldn't find the way back. Just one day ago, a middle-aged man suddenly found them and chatted with Li Jiao for a long time. Lu Yuqin didn't know what they talked about. In the end, the middle-aged man grabbed her and threw her into the darkness. "What's that guy's name?" Yang Kai knew that there was a guy on the other side of the darkness that was devouring his star territory. Now that Lu Yuqin confirmed it, he knew that his guess was wrong. Lu Yuqin shook her head. She had never seen that person before yesterday. She only knew that even her parents weren't his match. When he captured her, her parents tried to stop him, but they couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. His strength was simply unfathomable. "What did he say?" Yang Kai continued to ask. Since that person threw Lu Yuqin back, it was obvious that he wanted her to pass on a message. Lu Yuqin said, "He told me to pass on a message to you. If you want my parents to live, hand over the star territory source." Huh. Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Is there something wrong with his head? Although he had been with Li Jiao for many years and their relationship was quite good, it hadn't reached the point where he would be used as a pawn. If it had been Su Yan and the others who were captured, Yang Kai might have considered it. What's more, even if he really handed over the star territory source, the other party might not keep their promise to release them. If Yang Kai lost the star territory source, he would no longer have the capital to resist the other party. The Hung Luo star field would also not be able to escape the fate of being devoured. That guy had asked Lu Yuqin to pass on a message. Was he deliberately trying to disgust him? "Lord Yang." Lu Yuqin looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. "I'll send you back first. Don't worry, I'll definitely save your parents." Yang Kai patted her on the shoulder before diverting a part of his attention to continue suppressing the darkness. His figure flickered as he quickly flew toward Shadowed Star. Star territory was vast, and anyone would have to spend a lot of time traveling across its territory, but Yang Kai was now the master of star territory, so he naturally had a degree of convenience that others did not have. With a single thought, he could travel tens of thousands of kilometers. After a few leaps, Yang Kai saw Shadowed Star, and with a flicker, he appeared directly in High Heaven Sect. A stream of light flew out from a certain spirit peak. It was Su Yan who had sensed Yang Kai's return, and under her lead, all the masters of High Heaven Sect had gathered. A short time later, all the elders had gathered. Yi Shiyan stepped forward and said, "Sect Master, there is something I need to tell you." Saying so, she turned to look at Lu Yuqin, who was leaning against Yang Kai. with some surprise. The matter she wanted to report was the disappearance of Li Jiao's family of 3. You don't need to say anything, I understand. Yang Kai handed the unconscious Lu Yuqin to Su Yan and said, "Look after her." For eyes met, and everything was understood without words. Su Yan gently nodded before carrying Lu Yuqin back to her spirit peak. Inside the hall, Yang Kai took his seat while the others scattered to the left and right. Looking around, Yang Kai said, "All of you have worked hard these past few years. I have seen everyone's efforts, and although I did not participate, I still want to thank everyone for their efforts over the years." Yi Shiyan nodded. "Of course, but I wonder what sect master knows about the expanding black hole." Yang Kai said, "I only discovered it not long ago. Rest assured, I will deal with this matter myself." Hearing him say this, Yi Shiyan's heart relaxed, the worry she had held for several years finally disappearing. Although Yang Kai was often elusive, leaving everything to her to deal with, he was still very reliable when he was serious. "Husband, what is that black hole? Why is it eroding star field?" Shanqing Luo asked in confusion. Yang Kai said, "It's the power of Great Desolate Star's territory." Great Desolate Star's territory again? The group of people suddenly showed looks of righteous indignation. Since the end of the war 3 years ago, the entire territory of Great Desolate Star had entered a period of rest and recuperation. They had thought that they would be able to settle down for a while, but in less than 3 years, Great Desolate Star's territory had once again begun to stir up trouble. And this time it was even worse, actually beginning to erode Star Field, leaving them completely at a loss as to how to deal with it. Yi Shiyan frowned and said, "Sect Master, how can the territory of Great Desolate Star erode our territory? Could it be that the level of Great Desolate Star's territory is higher?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "That's not the case. There is not much difference between the territory of the 2 Great Desolate Stars, nor is there any difference in level. The reason this situation is occurring is because someone is secretly pushing it." "Someone? Who is it?" "Could it be?" Yang Kai nodded and said solemnly, "The master of Great Desolate Star's territory." The guy who was secretly fighting with him was definitely not an ordinary person. Since he could push the territory of Great Desolate Star to swallow one another, there was only one possibility. This person was the master of Great Desolate Star's territory. Just like his identity at the moment. A series of gasps rang out, but soon everyone remembered that Yang Kai was also the master of Great Desolate Star's territory. So there was nothing to be afraid of. But if these 2 masters of Great Desolate Star's territory were to fight, who knew how much of an impact it would have on their respective territories? After all, if they fought, it would definitely not be a one-on-one battle, but rather a confrontation supported by the forces of their respective Great Desolate Star's territory. This was bound to set off stormy waves in both Great Desolate Star's territory. "Dare I ask, Sect Master, who is stronger and who is weaker?" Yi Shiyan asked the question everyone was concerned about. "He is not my opponent right now," Yang Kai said lightly. The place shrouded in darkness was his own territory, so even if it was being swallowed up, he still had a certain advantage, so it would not be difficult to drive him out. Now, Yi Shiyan keenly grasped the key point in Yang Kai's words. "What about later?" Yang Kai laughed. "Who can say what will happen in the future? We will do our best and leave the rest to heaven's will." Yi Shiyan wanted to ask something more, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her and smiled meaningfully. "There's a little bug here." Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed forward, his movements neither too fast nor too slow. The void in front of him suddenly became chaotic as Yang Kai's big hand reached into the void, seemingly grabbing towards a distant place. When he retracted his hand, an old man with white hair and a white beard appeared in the hall. This old man had a look of surprise on his face, and his body was trembling slightly, as if he could not stand steadily. The aura on his body was not strong, only an origin returning realm master. Everyone in the hall looked at each other, not knowing why Yang Kai had suddenly grabbed this old man and brought him here. They did not even know where Yang Kai had brought him here. After becoming the master of this Great Desolate Star's territory, Yang Kai's various means had become more and more incredible. The stooped old man looked around and was startled. The faces around him did not recognize him, but he recognized most of the people here. A trace of panic flashed across his eyes as he pretended to be calm and asked, Where is this place? Chapter 3173. Above the hall, Yang Kai looked at the old man with a smile, while everyone else's expressions were also filled with surprise and doubt. The old man asked, Greetings, master. Who are you? Acting dumb. This old man doesn't know what little brother is talking about. Yang Kai looked him up and down before grinning. Seeing that the corpse chi on your body is quite thick, you should be proficient in corpse refining. Which netherworld sect are you? Netherworld sect. The faces of Yi Shiyun and the others changed as they glared at the old man. Although they could not see what was so special about this old man, since Yang Kai said so, he could not be wrong. All the cultivators in the entire Star Territory hated the name Netherworld sect. They thought that everything had been settled after sweeping through the world 3 years ago. But now, a fish had slipped through the net and appeared right under their noses. Little brother must be mistaken. This old man is not a netherworld sect. What do you want to do on my shadowed star? What are you looking for? The old man shook his head and said, This old man does not understand. Yang Kai raised his hand and a thick murderous intent enveloped the old man. In an instant, the old man's hunched figure suddenly straightened up and his aura erupted. Yi Shiyun and the others were dumbfounded as they realized that this old man in front of them was not an origin-returning realm master, but a peak origin king. His aura was stronger than any other origin king they had ever encountered, as if he could break through the shackles of the origin king realm at any time. It was unknown what kind of secret technique this old man had used to conceal his cultivation, so well that if it were not for Yang Kai's keen observation, no one present would have been able to see through it. However, the killing blow Yang Kai was expecting did not come and instead, he lowered his raised hand. The old man did not know that he was being toyed with and no longer pretended to be calm, simply coldly snorting, You force my hand. He had indeed been lurking on Shadowed Star looking for something, and had not wanted to confront High Heaven sects so quickly, but the heavens had not allowed him to do so. Now that things had gotten to this point, he had no choice but to kill. As he spoke, he summoned a large banner in his hand. As the banner rolled, blood energy surged, and the entire hall was dyed a dark red. Inside the hall, everyone from High Heaven sect suddenly felt as if they had fallen into a rolling river of blood as the blood chi around them gave off a strong corrosive aura that made it difficult for them to breathe, or even circulate their saint chi. Their expressions changed. They all knew about the Blood Sea banner. In the past few years of fighting with the cultivator of the Netherworld sect, every single one of them had experienced the might of the Blood Sea banner. However, they had never seen a Blood Sea banner as terrifying as this. It seemed that as long as this Blood Sea banner was summoned, even a third-order origin king cultivator would not be able to resist. There is a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell but you insist on barging in. Today, this old man will turn all of you into. The old man was halfway through his words when he suddenly bit his tongue. This was because in the Blood Sea, a small figure was slowly walking in front of him, raising its head and looking up at him innocently. The figure did not give off the slightest ripple of energy, yet strangely, it was unaffected by his Blood Sea banner. The short figure suddenly became as lofty as a mountain, making him feel like he needed to look up for no apparent reason. How is this possible? The old man paled in shock. This artifact of his had long surpassed the limits of what could be reached in Star Territory. It was also a treasure bestowed to him by a master, and it was because of the power of this artifact that he was able to act so fearlessly after his identity was exposed. It was impossible for anyone in Star Territory to escape the imprisonment and decay of his Blood Sea banner. Anyone who fell into it would die without a doubt. But now, this 7 or 8-year-old little girl had completely ignored the power of his Blood Sea banner. The little girl in front of him blinked her eyes, raised her small hand, and made a grabbing motion. The old man felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and could not help but take a few steps back. His face paled slightly as he became more and more shocked. The connection between him and the Blood Sea banner had been severed. Looking up again, the blood-red color that had enveloped the hall had disappeared and the Blood Sea banner had been grabbed by the little girl. She casually stuffed it into her space ring before turning around and walking back without even looking at him. The old man only felt his throat become slightly dry as he forcefully gulped. His greatest reliance had been so easily taken away, and even his mind had suffered a backlash. The originally arrogant old man immediately became like a venomous snake whose fangs had been plucked. His aura withered and he no longer had the arrogance from before. Compared to the trauma of having his artifact taken away, the shock he received was even greater. The feeling that the little girl gave him was not much weaker than that master. How could there be such a powerful person in this star territory? No wonder the territory of Great Desolate Star had been exterminated in recent years. With this person overseeing it, how could the invasion succeed? This artifact, was it that person who helped you improve it? In the hall, Yang Kai sat with his face propped up in his hand as he looked at the old man calmly. The old man trembled as he bowed to the ground and respectfully said, "Master, if there is anything this old man would like to know, this old man will tell you everything he knows. Please, Master, spare this old man's life." Since he was in a disadvantageous position, he immediately became much more obedient. "You don't seem to be qualified to negotiate with me." The old man lowered his head. "I beg Master to spare this old man's life. This old man has never done anything harmful to this star's territory." Yang Kai thought about it seriously for a moment before nodding. "Good, I won't kill you." "Master, can you keep your word?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Usually when I say this, I'm just bluffing." The old man's face suddenly paled. However, Yang Kai's tone suddenly changed. "Since I said I won't kill you, I won't kill you." "Many thanks, Master." The old man shed tears of gratitude. "What does Master want to know?" "You are the sect master of Netherworld sect, right?" Yang Kai asked. The old man was stunned and then smiled bitterly. "Master's vision is like a torch. This old man is not talented, but I am the 345th sect master of Netherworld sect." "What? He is the sect master of Netherworld sect?" Inside the hall, there was an uproar as everyone stared at the old man angrily. The Netherworld sect was the main culprit behind the invasion of the Grand Desolation Star Field, but over the years, although they had killed many people from the Netherworld sect, including several vice sect masters and elders, they had never been able to find the Netherworld sect's sect master. The elders and vice sect masters also didn't know where he was. They only heard that after coming to the Hung Luo Star Field, the sect master left alone. As for where he went and what he did, no one knew. There was almost no news of this person in the information that he had gathered. Who would have thought that this old man had actually hidden on Shadowed Star until today when Yang Kai found him? This was probably a case of being too smart for his own good. He thought that the most dangerous place was the safest place, but little did he know that after Yang Kai became the master of Shadowed Star's territory, his perception of Shadowed Star had become even more acute. How could he not notice the existence of this old man who clearly carried the aura of Netherworld sect? If this old man had hidden on another star, Yang Kai would not have bothered to find him, and might even have been able to hide for a while longer. Was that person the one who helped you improve that artifact of yours? Yang Kai asked the same question again. That person? I wonder who Master is referring to. The old man looked at Yang Kai in surprise. It's that guy from your Great Desolate Star's territory. You've met that master? The old man was shocked. Yang Kai shook his head. No. After a pause he continued. I secretly fought with him once. The old man was dumbfounded when he heard this, instinctively feeling that this guy was boasting. No matter what cultivation this person in front of him had, how could he have survived a fight with that master? But suddenly remembering the various anomalies he felt a few days ago, the old man exclaimed, Are you already the master of this star's territory? Yes. No wonder, no wonder. The old man muttered to himself. No wonder he felt some anomalies in his star's territory a few days ago. And no wonder he could fight with that master. It turned out that he was already the master of this star's territory. Only by becoming the master of this star's territory would one have the qualifications to fight with the master of another star's territory. Yang Kai observed the old man's expression and suddenly thought of something. You've been hiding for many years and acting alone. Could it be that you're looking for my Hung Luo Star Field star's source? The old man's expression changed, but since Yang Kai had already pointed it out, he no longer concealed it and nodded. I'm just following orders. Yang Kai coldly snorted. That guy really has a big appetite. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The wind and clouds gathered in the sky and dark clouds suddenly formed, like thick cotton quilts. Under the heavenly might, everyone felt extremely depressed. As the master of this star's territory, his every move, laughter, and anger could affect this part of the world. Seeing this, the old man no longer had any doubts and finally confirmed that this person was already the master of this star's territory. Yang Kai still sneered. He wants to swallow my Hung Luo star field in one gulp. Now it seemed that the Netherworld sect was the culprit behind the invasion of the cultivator in the Great Desolate Star's territory. It was most likely that the Netherworld sect was also driven and used by someone else, and the shadow behind it was naturally the master of the Great Desolate Star's territory. Using the war between the cultivator in the territory of the two stars to create chaos in the Hung Luo star field, and affect the situation in the Hung Luo star field. Only in this way could the star's territory's source be revealed. At that time, as long as the old man found the source of the star's territory, the person on the other side of the darkness could devour and refine it. Once he succeeded in refining the source of the Hung Luo star field, the territory of the two stars would really be integrated, and there would be no distinction between them. At that time, that person would be the master of the territory of the two stars, and his strength would also rise with the tide. The method was not very clever, but it was extremely effective. If Yang Kai had not returned to the star's territory, he was afraid that at this moment, he would have succeeded. At that time, the Hung Luo star field would definitely become a vassal of the Great Desolate Star's territory. This old man doesn't know the purpose of that master. The Netherworld sect master lowered his eyebrows and eyes. Is that so? Yang Kai smiled at him meaningfully, which made the Netherworld sect master's heart skip a beat. Forget it. Come with me. Yang Kai said this and stood up. With one hand holding the old man's collar, he took a few steps and was already in the star field. Master, please spare my life. The old man shouted, his face full of fear. Previously, when he faced that strange little girl, he had a feeling that he was no match for her, but he did not expect that after facing Yang Kai, he would understand that he could not even think of resisting. This was the power of the master of the star's territory. He did not think that Yang Kai's strength was much stronger than his. The reason why he could control him so easily was all because of the recognition of the source of the star's territory. If he also had such an opportunity. Why are you shouting? Yang Kai slapped the back of his head. Chapter 3174. After being slapped by Yang Kai, the Netherworld sect's sect master immediately became obedient, and the scenery in his field of vision quickly passed by. Huge stars brushed past each other before being left behind, and turned into specks of light. In a flash, the two had traveled tens of thousands of kilometers. Suddenly, the old man's figure came to a halt as he was dropped by Yang Kai. Quickly stabilizing his figure, he looked around and narrowed his eyes. In front of him was a huge black hole that was wriggling like the maw of a giant beast, gnawing at this world and trying to swallow it into its belly. That side is the territory of your Great Desolate Star. Yang Kai pointed to the place where the darkness was the thickest. The old man's eyes lit up. Do you want to go back? The old man nodded repeatedly. Good, I'll let you go, but you have to tell me one thing. The old man asked cautiously. What is it? Tell that guy for me to wash his neck, and wait for me to chop it off. Scram. Yang Kai grabbed him by the collar again, and threw him into the darkness without any explanation. The old man screamed in horror and wanted to resist, but he couldn't even condense his Saint Chi, so he could only crash into the darkness and disappear in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai shaded his eyes with his hand and glanced around before whistling softly. On the other side of the darkness, 3 figures stood at this moment. In addition to the sallow-faced man, there were 2 acquaintances of Yang Kai, Li Jiao and Lu Senyang. The auras of the 2 people were still intact. They had not suffered any torture or injury, but they did not have the intention to escape. In this world, no matter if it was Li Jiao or Lu Senyang, they were unable to display their full strength, but the middle-aged man in front of them could. Pinching them was as easy as pinching a conch, and neither Li Jiao nor Lu Sanyang had the slightest ability to resist. No matter who you are, you must pay the price. Li Jiao looked at the middle-aged man with a sinister expression. Lu Yuqin had been thrown into the darkness right in front of him, and he didn't know if Lu Yuqin was dead or alive. Naturally, Li Jiao was furious, and hated that he had fallen from grace. If they were in the star boundary, he would have already fought a life-and-death battle with Lu Yuqin. Even if he wasn't Lu Yuqin's match, it would still be better than being so angry. The middle-aged man turned a deaf ear to him and said indifferently, "Why are you so confident?" Li Jiao sneered. "Because you don't know who you have provoked." The middle-aged man finally turned his head to look at him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability," Li Jiao said. "If I had the ability, I would have twisted your head off long ago." "Are you pinning your hopes on that young Kai?" The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, secretly amused. He had never even heard of Yang Kai's name, so how strong could he be? Even if he was lucky enough to become the ruler of a star territory, he probably wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. He had only learned of Yang Kai's existence after chatting with Li Jiao for a while. It wasn't that Li Jiao was willing to betray Yang Kai, but Lu Yuqin and Lu Sanyang were beside him, so he had to answer some questions. "Just you wait, you will regret it." Li Jiao sneered and didn't say anything else. No matter where this guy came from or what his cultivation was, as long as he wasn't one of the great emperors, he believed that Yang Kai could deal with him. After all, he had even broken through a place like Dragon Island, so what in this world would be difficult for him? "I hope he really is as you say, otherwise wouldn't it be too boring?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned his head to look into the darkness. A layer of ripples appeared in the darkness, and immediately after, a figure flew out from it. He was dancing with joy, and his face was filled with shock. The middle-aged man reached out and grabbed the figure in his hand. The old man was still shouting, and the middle-aged man shouted, calming him down, Master." When the old man saw the appearance of the person in front of him, he immediately exclaimed, and his eyes couldn't help but show the joy of surviving a disaster. The moment he was thrown into the darkness by Yang Kai, he thought he was dead for sure. Who knew that Yang Kai really kept his promise and let him live? Not only that, but he also sent him back to the territory of the Great Desolate Star. "Why did you come from there?" The middle-aged man looked at the old man curiously and slowly let go of his hand. The old man hurriedly said, "This little old man endured humiliation and saved my life. I specially came back to inform the master." "Did that person let you come back?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly and asked the truth. The Netherworld sect master looked embarrassed, but he could only nod and say, "Yes, he asked me to come and pass a message to the master." "What message?" "That arrogant brat said that sooner or later he would ask the master to teach him a lesson." The old man chose his words carefully. Naturally, he didn't dare to convey Yang Kai's words. "That's all?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly, obviously a little surprised. He turned his head and glanced at Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang. Didn't that person care about the life and death of these two at all? "That's all." The Netherworld sect master bowed his head and said. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and raised his hand to grab the Netherworld sect master's head. This action startled the old man, and he instinctively wanted to resist, but he knew that even if he resisted, it would be useless. After a moment of hesitation, the middle-aged man's hand had already covered his head. His body suddenly stiffened, and even his thoughts seemed to have stopped. "I'll see for myself," the middle-aged man said lightly. The middle-aged man said indifferently. His divine sense surged and poured directly into the old man's knowledge sea, prying into the old man's memories with astonishing methods. This method could easily cause indelible damage to the old man, but for the middle-aged man, he obviously didn't care too much about the life and death of the Netherworld sect master. Suddenly, the old man's knowledge sea tumbled violently, and a ray of light rushed out from the sea. This ray of light contained an aura that didn't belong to the old man. It turned into a sharp and unparalleled attack, and slashed towards the middle-aged man's divine sense. Yang Kai had buried a killing move in the old man's knowledge sea at some point in time, waiting for the middle-aged man to walk into the trap. "Humph. The middle-aged man coldly snorted. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't panic. With a move of his divine sense, he met the attack with his pure spiritual energy. With a loud bang, the knowledge sea boiled. The two divine senses collided and immediately disappeared. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised because he found that the other party's attainments in spiritual energy were not inferior to his own. However, according to the information obtained from Li Jiao, Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. So how could he have such a powerful divine sense? The two divine senses collided, but no one could do anything to the other. However, the Netherworld Sect Master was the one who suffered. The aftermath of the collision caused his sea of consciousness to become a mess. The world in his sea of consciousness was rapidly collapsing, and his aura was annihilated. Yang Kai didn't kill him and even let him go, but the Netherworld Sect's Sect Master was also killed in an instant. It was no longer realistic to want to investigate anything further. Just as the middle-aged man was about to withdraw from the collapsing knowledge sea, a great sense of crisis descended from the sky. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. A vortex suddenly appeared in the darkness in front of him. And from that vortex, a young man grinned as he crossed the territory's world barrier and threw a punch at the middle-aged man. What amazing courage! The middle-aged man's face finally changed as he muttered in his heart. One had to know that this side of darkness was the territory of the Great Desolate Star, his territory. Anyone who entered here would have to be restrained by him. Even if he wanted to seize the Hung Luo star field, he would have to plan slowly and carefully step by step. Furthermore, he had to send people to find the source of the Hung Luo star field. This Yang Kai actually came here directly? Isn't he afraid that I'll make him stay here forever? All kinds of thoughts flashed through the middle-aged man's mind in an instant, and he was pleasantly surprised. If Yang Kai had hidden in the Hung Luo star field and fought against him, he really wouldn't have had a good way to deal with him. Both of them were masters of star territory and controlled the power of their respective star territories. Whoever's territory had the advantage, and right now, this was his home field. Facing the incoming fist, a trace of pride flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He communicated with the source of the world barrier, and also threw out a punch. Dragon transformation. A loud shout rang out. Yang Kai's body suddenly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a half-dragon that was 20 feet tall. His fist also suddenly became the size of a small mountain. The middle-aged man was stunned, and before he had any time to react, the two fists collided. Looking around, the middle-aged man was not even as big as one of Yang Kai's fists. He inexplicably gave people the feeling of an ant trying to shake a tree. However, the auras of both sides were not inferior to each other, and they were both as majestic as giants. When the two fists collided, Yang Kai's huge fist caved in directly, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The sound continued up and passed along his arm to his shoulder. One of his arms instantly drooped down like a noodle. With just one punch, his arm was crippled. Even in dragon transformation, the middle-aged man's strength could be seen from this. However, although he was not having a good time, his opponent was not much better off. Originally, he thought that he had the home field advantage and could use the power of the star territory to support him. Crippling Yang Kai would be as easy as drinking water and eating, but the moment the two fists collided, the middle-aged man knew that he was completely wrong. A copious and irresistible force came from the front, and his entire body was sent flying like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace, and it was unknown where he was smashed to in the star field. What's going on? The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief, but soon he understood how Yang Kai had done this. Logically speaking, in his own star territory, even if Yang Kai had heaven-defying methods, it was impossible for him to cause any harm to him. However, that punch was obviously not an ordinary one, but one that contained the power of the opponent's star territory. This was the only way to explain why he had such powerful strength. Brother Yang. Li Jiao was pleasantly surprised. Let's go. Yang Kai used his other intact hand to grab Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang, grabbing them in the palm of his hand, and then plunged into the darkness behind him without looking back. That kind of punch could only be used once, and it was impossible for a second punch. Yang Kai had also caught his opponent off guard. If he waited for that guy to stabilize himself, not to mention escaping with Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang, he himself would not be able to leave this star territory. Chapter 3175. You want to leave? An enraged voice came from behind him, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze at this moment. Yang Kai's figure that was leaping into the darkness suddenly stopped, and he was fixed in place. He was only a few feet away from the darkness, and he was about to escape. Turning his head, he saw the middle-aged man that he had blasted away flickering and rapidly approaching him. It had always been him using the divine technique of space to imprison others, but he never thought that he would be the one being imprisoned. The middle-aged man did not grasp the divine technique of space, but as the master of this star territory, he could naturally mobilize thousands of laws and all kinds of powers. Fighting him in this star field was indeed very disadvantageous. After suffering a loss, the middle-aged man's expression was extremely ugly, but his eyes were extremely excited, as if he wanted to get rid of Yang Kai once and for all. This was indeed a heaven-sent opportunity, and if he missed it, he would probably never be able to devour the Hung Luo star field again. Let's go. Yang Kai threw Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang into the darkness, and his brute force and space laws were pushed to the limit. Gotcha. Tiny cracks appeared in the surrounding space, swimming around like fishes. His imprisoned body finally gained a bit of freedom. He clenched his uninjured fist, and in his palm he secretly held something. He prayed that his guess was correct, or else he would be in deep trouble this time. Your Excellency is truly righteous, and your spirit soars to the heavens. However, such a method is simply stupid. The middle-aged man could not suppress the joy in his heart, and in a few steps he rushed to Yang Kai. Although the power of Yang Kai's punch was not small, it did not cause any substantial damage to him. As the master of this star territory, standing in this star territory, he had countless methods to dissolve the power of that punch, so he only suffered a slight surge in his blood and qi. On the other hand, Yang Kai had one arm crippled, and another arm was sent over. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, preparing to cripple that arm as well. When the two fists collided again, the smile on the middle-aged man's face suddenly froze. He turned into a meteor again, and was blasted away. His eyes were blank and full of puzzlement. There was only one question in his heart. How could this be? How could this be? The fact that he couldn't withstand the first punch could be explained as him underestimating the enemy. Furthermore, the other party had just come over from his territory, and could use a little of the territory's power there. However, it was impossible for the second punch to have such an effect. He had already sealed the space he was in and cut off the connection between him and the territory of that side of the star. No matter what, he could not use the power of the star territory again. However, from his fist, the middle-aged man clearly felt the power of an entire world crashing towards him. It was different from the first punch, but it was very similar. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai laughed wildly. When the middle-aged man heard his laughter, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This feeling was akin to an adult fighting with a child, and being thrown to the ground time and time again. It was extremely infuriating. Of course, Yang Kai was not a child, but in this star territory, there was no difference between him and a child. An even more infuriating voice sounded in the middle-aged man's mind. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll beat you until even your mother can't recognize you. After leaving these words behind, Yang Kai turned around and stepped into the darkness. When the middle-aged man pounced a second time, there was no trace of Yang Kai. Clenching his fists tightly, he gritted his teeth and growled, Yang Kai. There was no enmity between him and Yang Kai. It was just that there was some filth because of the invasion of Star Devourer's territory. However, when the middle-aged man came up with the plan to invade Star Devourer's territory, the Hung Luo star field did not have a star territory master. What he wanted to devour was just an ownerless star territory. In the end, it was Yang Kai who ruined his plan. In other words, it was Yang Kai who ruined his plan. At this moment, he had been teased twice and was covered in dirt. Naturally, he was filled with anger. In his heart, he had already listed Yang Kai as an enemy. If there was a chance, he would definitely fight him to the death. In the Hung Luo star field, Yang Kai's figure flashed out, and he had already returned to his human form. Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang both stood in the void, anxiously looking into the darkness. When they saw him walk out, they were overjoyed and looked at him with concern. When they saw Yang Kai's arms drooping down, as soft as noodles, how could they not know that he had suffered a great loss? Brother Yang. Li Jiao's eyes were a little moist. After he was captured by the middle-aged man, he didn't expect Yang Kai to save him at all. This was because he knew that even if he had some weight in Yang Kai's heart, it was absolutely impossible for him to compare to an entire star's territory. Within this star's territory, there were his friends, family, and sect. How could he possibly give up this star's territory for him? Li Jiao had already prepared for the worst, but who knew that Yang Kai would be willing to take such a huge risk and break into the star's territory controlled by the other party to save him? Moreover, he had even succeeded. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he would repay such great kindness with great kindness. Yang Kai looked at him with disdain and said, "My hand hurts a lot right now, and you're making my head hurt like this." Li Jiao's old face reddened. Yang Kai said again, "I was just making an attempt. If I can't save you this time, then it's your fate. Of course, I will avenge you." Li Jiao nodded. "This Li understands. In any case, I will be grateful." Lu Sanyang wanted to say something but hesitated. Yang Kai said, "Yuqin is fine. She is now in High Heaven sect, you should go as well." "What about you?" Li Jiao asked with concern. Yang Kai said, "I'll stay here and observe the situation. I also need to tend to my wounds." After a pause he asked, "Right, do you know the identity of that person?" Li Jiao replied, "That person called himself Wu Heng." "Another one surnamed Wu?" Yang Kai frowned, his expression becoming strange. There was no good person surnamed Wu. The greatest villain in the history of Star's territory was surnamed Wu. Li Jiao obviously knew what he was talking about and shook his head. This person shouldn't be related to that person. They just happen to have the same surname. "It's best if they aren't related," Yang Kai nodded. If Wu Heng really had something to do with Wukong, then they would be in big trouble. Star's territory could not afford another heaven-devouring great emperor. The original great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor were still alive. After exchanging a few more words, Yang Kai sent Li Jiao and Li Jiao back to Shadowed Star without knowing the origins of this Wu Heng. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Yang Kai pushed his strength to restore his arms. Both of his arms had been shattered. Although he had caused Wu Heng quite a bit of trouble just now, it was not without a price. Various kinds of world principles had flowed through his arms, wantonly destroying his physique and meridians. If it had been anyone else, their arms would likely have been completely crippled. Fortunately, Yang Kai's physique was quite good and his restorative ability was extremely strong. Now that he had returned to his own territory, with the help of the surrounding power, he was able to easily draw out the many world principles from his body and disperse them into the void. Not only did he not suffer any losses, he even managed to replenish the energy of his star territory, although it was insignificant. After a long time, Yang Kai raised his arms slightly. The hidden danger had been removed, so all he needed to do was slowly restore himself. It shouldn't take long for him to fully recover. Yang Kai took out some healing pills and swallowed them, further shortening the time it would take to restore himself. His right hand was tightly clenched, and he hadn't loosened his grip until now. Only now did he open his palm, and a pearl the size of a longan lay quietly in his palm. The sealed world bead. Yang Kai's first punch was able to send Wu Heng flying, because of the element of surprise, and because he had just crossed over from his own territory. Standing at the junction of the two star territories, Yang Kai was able to slightly mobilize the power of his star territory. Yang Kai's second punch did not rely on the power of his star territory, but on the sealed world bead. If the star territory was a world, then the sealed world bead was also a world, just of different sizes. The sealed world bead, compared to the entire star territory, was simply the difference between a grandson and a grandfather. However, there was one thing in common, and that was that they were both supported by the power of the entire world. As the owner of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai could naturally mobilize the power of this small world. In the past, he had mobilized the power of the sealed world bead to deal with enemies, But as a result, the small sealed world was ruined and its world principles collapsed. Later, he went to the 5-colored treasure pagoda in Star Soul Palace and used the sealed world bead to devour a lot of source strength to repair the sealed world bead and upgrade it to the next level. This time, he used the same trick as a last resort. Fortunately, the result did not disappoint him. Without the sealed world bead, even if his second punch could destroy mountains and overturn seas, it would not have been able to force Wu Heng to retreat half a step. God bless me. God bless me. Yang Kai held the sealed world bead with both hands and muttered a few words. Then, with a resolute look on his face, he immersed his divine sense into the sealed world bead and investigated it. The corners of his eyes twitched as his expression changed. After a long while, a miserable howl resounded throughout Starfield. As he expected, the small sealed world was in a mess again. The world that had been repaired in the 5-colored treasure pagoda had collapsed again. World principles were in chaos, mountains and rivers were upside down. Rivers flowed in reverse, and void cracks spread across the small sealed world like scars. At first glance, this world was simply ruined, as if it could collapse at any time. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. This time, in order to save Li Jiao, he had spent a lot of money. Fortunately, he was saved. Fortunately, there was no damage near the medicine garden. The medicine garden was the most important part of the small sealed world. On one hand, it was because he had deliberately protected it, and on the other hand, it was because the immortal tree and the firmament tree were planted in the medicine garden. Whether it was the immortal tree or the firmament tree, they were the only ones in the world. Their existence could not be destroyed, so the place they were planted in was naturally extremely sturdy. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense from the small sealed world and returned to normal. Although the small sealed world was seriously damaged, it was not destroyed, so there was always a chance to repair it. In the future, Yang Kai would have to see if there was a chance to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda again. However, thinking of the scene when he left Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai dismissed this idea. The last time he entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he had caused a lot of trouble for Star Soul Palace. It was likely that the great emperor's Mingyu would not allow him to enter again. Putting away the sealed world bead, Yang Kai turned his gaze to the darkness ahead. Right now, the most important thing was to solve the problem in front of him. Chapter 3176. When the Hung Luo Starfield had no owner, the robber Wu Heng had barged in and plundered wantonly, and no one had been able to stop him. Now that Yang Kai had become the owner of the territory, how could he allow him to be unbridled and rampant in his own territory? Just as he was no match for Wu Heng in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Wu Heng was no match for him here. Using his divine sense to communicate with the star chart in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai faced the vast darkness, took a deep breath, spread out his arms, and pushed them forward, assuming the posture of an immeasurable sea. The rolling darkness rolled back like the receding tide, retreating thousands of miles in an instant, and it was still shrinking. Where the darkness passed, the original star field reappeared. As the saying went, spit out what you ate. Yang Kai was not just joking, he was really going to put it into action. The retreating darkness suddenly slowed down, as if there was a force blocking the end of the darkness. You're still being stubborn with me. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and laughed sinisterly. He did not know that Wu Heng could not take this lying down, and was secretly fighting with him. He wanted to force back the darkness that was devouring the Hung Luo starfield, while Wu Heng was exerting force on the other side to hinder his actions. However, this was meaningless. Even though the speed had slowed down a lot, Yang Kai continued to do so, and the darkness was still retreating. 3 years ago, the darkness here had erupted, and the devouring had begun. Wu Heng had spent 3 years and devoured more than 100 million miles of the star field. However, compared to such a long time, the devouring speed was not too fast. Now the speed of recovery was much faster. The darkness retreated, compressing bit by bit toward the center. The black hole that shrouded the vast space of the territory gradually disappeared, and the void was rebuilt. In less than a month, all of the darkness had been driven away, leaving only the first void corridor behind. The mission of Li Jiao's family of 3 was to guard the front of the void corridor, and prevent rescue and escape in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. On the other hand, Yang Kai and Wu Heng had been secretly fighting each other for a month. However, there was no suspense in the final result. Yang Kai emerged victorious. Staring at the dark entrance to the corridor, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. The appearance of this passageway was mainly due to the fact that he had taken away the source of the Hung Luo star field when he went to the astral boundary. The source was not in the territory of the astral boundary, and the boundary wall of the territory of the astral boundary was weak. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or perhaps it was Wu Heng's intention, but the weak point turned into a passageway between the two astral boundaries. Presently, he'd already brought the quintessence back and successfully refined it to become the master of the territory of the stars, so he naturally possessed the ability to repair this passageway. With his current abilities, it would not take much effort to do such a thing. He only needed to spend some effort. However, once the tunnel was completely repaired, it meant that the connection between the territory of the two planets would be completely severed. How could Yang Kai make such a choice before taking his revenge? That was why he left the tunnel there. Not only did he not repair it, but he also came up with a devious idea. Since he wanted revenge, the best way was naturally to give him a taste of his own medicine. Since Wu Heng wanted to annex his Hung Luo star field, then Yang Kai would take over his Great Desolate Star territory and let him have a taste of his own medicine. But before that, Yang Kai had to come up with a good plan. Otherwise, with Wu Heng in charge, his plan would not succeed. There was silence in the tunnel. Although Yang Kai could not see anything, he knew that Wu Heng must be looking at him from the other side of the tunnel. Grinning, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and began to draw something in the void. Light flowed, and in an instant, a complicated pattern appeared in the void in front of him. This pattern was the pattern of the territory crossing space array. With the void as the foundation and the power of the stars as the material, Yang Kai arranged a space array with a wave of his hand, demonstrating the great power of the master of the astral territory. On the distant shadowed star, in the high heaven sect, the embodiment was sitting cross-legged, absorbing world energy. Suddenly, a light lit up behind him and an identical array appeared. The embodiment sensed something and looked back, got up and stepped into the array. In an instant, it crossed millions of kilometers of territory and appeared in front of Yang Kai. Their eyes met, and everything was understood in silence. The embodiment silently walked up to Yang Kai, raised a hand, and pressed it on his head. A vast sea of information poured into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. To some extent, the embodiment was an extension of Yang Kai's body, but because the embodiment was transformed from the stone mongoose and formed by Yang Kai's soul clone, it had developed some of its own thoughts over the years. It could communicate with Yang Kai and express different opinions, but when it was necessary, it didn't need to speak at all as Yang Kai could understand its thoughts and apply his own thoughts to it. The information that the embodiment was transmitting to Yang Kai was none other than the most powerful and evil secret art in the world, the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique. The Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique was created by Wukong, and it was a secret art that devoured everything in the world. Wukong used this secret art to devour countless stars and territory, becoming the strongest person in the world. In order to kill him, several great emperors fell, but tens of thousands of years later, they were still reincarnated by Wukong. If those fallen great emperors knew about this, it was unknown whether they would be so angry that they would come back to life. However, although the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique was powerful, Yang Kai did not practice it when he got it, because he always felt that this secret art had some drawbacks. After the embodiment practiced it, he confirmed that this secret art did have drawbacks. It could devour and refine everything in the world. It sounded powerful, but if there was no corresponding way to resolve it, it would only end in tragedy. This was because when devouring and refining everything in the world, it would inevitably devour all kinds of energy and impurities of different attributes. Due to the different attributes of these energies, there would inevitably be some restraints. Once accumulated to a certain extent, it would inevitably cause great harm to the practitioner. It might even cause the practitioner's cultivation to regress and become the demon race. Wukong had a way to resolve it, so he could use the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique to dominate the world. Yang Kai knew that he did not have this ability, but the embodiment did. The stone mongoose race had a unique physique. They could devour metals and stones, so the difference of attributes was nothing to them. They could directly refine things in their bodies. Everything returned to one. Strictly speaking, there was no race in the world that was more suitable for practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique than the stone mongoose. This was probably something that even Wukong did not expect. The embodiment had been practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique for many years, and had never encountered any problems. He had even devoured the origin of stone fire. In terms of understanding and comprehension of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, the embodiment was the only one in the world other than Wukong. A huge amount of information poured into his mind. Yang Kai slowly digested it, and suddenly found that this secret art was far more profound and mysterious than he had imagined. If Wukong was not evil, he would be a rare genius. Half a day later, the embodiment stopped and looked at the black hole not far away. He stood aside to guard Yang Kai in case of any accidents. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai was immersed in comprehending the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. The more he comprehended, the more desperate he was to practice this secret art. This secret art was incredibly powerful. Wu Mengchuan had been practicing it for so many years, but he still had not reached the Emperor realm. However, he had been wandering for many years and had a good temperament, so he was able to curb this greed. After a full month, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, which were clear and bright. He stood up, stretched, and stretched his body. Crackling sounds came from all over his body. He shook his hands and found that they were as good as new. 1 month was enough for him to fully recover. Staring at the void corridor, Yang Kai grinned fiercely. Time for revenge. He communicated with the star map and urged the power of the star field to rush into the tunnel. At the same time, he used the heaven-devouring battle law to test his strength. Knowing the pros and cons of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, Yang Kai naturally would not practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique himself. At this moment, he was using the entire star territory as the foundation to stimulate this powerful secret art, which was equivalent to letting the Hung Luo star field operate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. No matter how much energy of different attributes was devoured, he did not need to digest it himself. The star territory naturally had the ability to do so. This was a heaven-defying technique that only the master of a star region could use. At the other end of the void corridor, Wu Heng's face was gloomy. After waiting for a month, he was bored to death. He originally wanted to use the method of invading the star territory to cultivate, but who would have thought that it would be ruined at the last moment, and that someone would break into his house and punch him? He instinctively felt that Yang Kai was not someone to be trifled with, and was afraid that he would cause trouble again. Who would have thought that this month would be peaceful and nothing would happen? He thought that it seemed that Yang Kai also knew that he could not do anything to him, so he would probably give up. The void corridor was there, but he did not repair it. Because if he did, it would seem that he was afraid of Yang Kai. How could he be willing to lose face? In fact, for him, it would be best if this matter was left unsettled. Invading the star territory was not a trivial matter, and he only had this idea because he noticed that there was no master in that star territory. If Hung Luo Starfield already had a master, he would not have done this. Wu Heng was willing to turn big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing, but Yang Kai was not willing to do so. The kindness of a meal must be repaid, and the enmity of a grievance must be avenged. What's more, because of the invasion of the great desolate star territory, countless people in Hung Luo Starfield were separated from their families, and even Tongxian realm was almost destroyed. His little senior sister had almost died. If he did not vent this anger, what was the use of Yang Kai's cultivation? Suddenly, there was an abnormal movement in the void corridor. Wu Heng raised his head and looked in that direction. His face sank as he gritted his teeth and said, "Shameless thing." He felt that being willing to turn big problems into small ones was already the biggest concession he could make, but who knew that Yang Kai would not give up, and instead wanted to invade his star territory. Wu Heng made up his mind to make Yang Kai suffer a big loss, otherwise, the other party would not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Darkness spread out from the void corridor like a tide, like thick ink, crazily spreading in all directions. Wherever the darkness passed, everything turned into nothingness, revealing a chaotic black hole. Wu Heng ignored it and kept retreating, because it was not yet time to act. If he acted now, he would certainly be able to suppress the darkness, but he would definitely be caught in an endless tug-of-war with Yang Kai. He had to wait for a good opportunity to finish things once and for all. Chapter 3177. Wu Heng had no intention of stopping it, but the devouring speed of the darkness was not as fast as he had imagined. Seeing this, Wu Heng sneered. Although they were both lords of the Star Territory, there was a difference in time, so naturally there was a difference in status. Yang Kai had just become the lord of the Star Territory, so he probably could not take advantage of this identity, which was why the devouring process was so slow. He stepped back bit by bit, watching coldly, waiting for the moment to close the door and beat the dog. In the Hung Luo starfield, Yang Kai's eyes were closed. At this moment he was in a strange state. His divine thoughts were erratic, as if he had become the incarnation of the Star Territory, and was gnawing on something with his mouth wide open. Near the void corridor, there was obviously an additional starfield that did not belong to the Hung Luo starfield. In that starfield, not only were there meteorites of various sizes floating, but also some slightly different worldly laws were swimming and breeding, which had some subtle conflicts with the original star field. Although the Great Desolate Star Territory and the Hung Luo Star Field were both Star Territory, and the worldly laws were generally similar, there were always some differences, just like the differences in the worldly laws of cultivation stars that were born in the same Star Territory. These differences were not obvious, but the more profound one's strength was, the more one would be able to feel them. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was operating, using the Great Desolate Star Territory as the foundation, and the star field as the stomach to digest the space that had been devoured. Yang Kai felt even more wonderful. Although he was using the entire Star Territory as the foundation to perform the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, it was his will that dominated everything. Therefore, when the Star Territory was digesting the space that had been devoured, he could clearly perceive all the details in it. In the star field that originally belonged to the Great Desolate Star Territory, the worldly laws collapsed and dissolved, gradually being assimilated by the worldly laws of the Hung Luo star field. The two sides merged and slowly became indistinguishable. There was no obstruction. Where was that bastard Wu Heng? Logically speaking, the devouring shouldn't have gone so smoothly. Wu Heng should have taken precautions, but Yang Kai didn't sense any obstruction. This made him feel a little strange. Although it was strange, his movements were not slow at all. While urging the power of his territory to transform into darkness to devour the star field of another territory, he also used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to digest it. After an unknown period of time, an enormous resistance suddenly came from the other side of the darkness, and the space he had invaded was quickly pulled back. Not only that, there was even an extremely terrifying force that passed through the dense darkness, wanting to devour his mind. Had he finally made his move? Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment, so he didn't panic at all. He didn't even put up any defenses, allowing the power to travel through the darkness and attack him. On the other side of the darkness, Wu Heng sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. It was true that a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. If Yang Kai was willing to settle the matter peacefully, it would have been fine, but he actually wanted to devour his territory. If Wu Heng didn't teach him a lesson, how could he swallow this anger? The more the darkness spread, the greater the scope of the devouring. Correspondingly, Yang Kai had to spend more energy. When he was sure that Yang Kai couldn't withdraw immediately, he brazenly attacked, borrowing the power of his territory to give Yang Kai a heavy blow. In this way, the darkness in the territory of the Hung Luo star field receded like a tide, revealing the star field that had been devoured before. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't take long for everything to return to normal. Suddenly, the smile on Wu Heng's face froze, as if he had noticed something, and his eyes widened. The power he had unleashed through the darkness had encountered an invisible barrier, and was unable to advance any further, let alone take advantage of the opportunity to cause any harm to the other party. The place where this barrier existed was actually the position of his own starry sky. How could this be? How could he set up such a strong barrier in his star field? Wu Heng's heart sank, and a feeling of uneasiness grew in his heart. At the same time, the darkness had receded to the end. No matter how hard Wu Heng tried, he couldn't make the darkness move any further. When he looked up, his mouth suddenly opened, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He saw that in the star field, a black hole with a diameter of hundreds of miles was imprinted in his eyes. In the black hole, there was nothingness and chaos, as if heaven and earth had not been created, which gave people a great feeling of horror. The center of the black hole was originally the location of the void corridor, but how could the original void corridor be so big? At this time, it had expanded more than 100 times. What was going on? His territory had been refined by him? Only this explanation could explain why the void corridor had expanded into a black hole with a diameter of hundreds of miles. The star field in the black hole no longer belonged to the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The refined star field was missing, so such a big black hole was formed. How did he do it? Wu Heng even suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. It should be known that although he had taken over a large area of the star field of Hung Luo star field in the past 3 years, that was only taking over. He couldn't refine it at all. If not, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to take it back so easily. Taking over and refining were two different concepts. It was like eating. Eating a bowl of rice and digesting a bowl of rice were different. The food that was eaten would be spat out. Only the food that was digested truly belonged to oneself. His 3 years of hard work had only been for eating, while Yang Kai had really digested the starry sky within 100 kilometers. In his original plan, there was a step of digesting, but that had to wait until he had completely taken over the Hung Luo star field and refined the origin power of Hung Luo star field before he could start digesting. This process could take hundreds, thousands of years, or even longer. But for the improvement of power, this kind of time investment was worth it. Digesting the territory of a star was definitely not something that could be done in a short time. Before this, he had no doubts. But after seeing the scene in front of him, he felt that his common sense had been greatly impacted. From the time Yang Kai started to take over the territory of the star to the time he stopped him, it had only been 1 day. In just 1 day, he had digested the space within 100 miles of him. He didn't think that Yang Kai had this ability. Could it be that the Hung Luo star field was of a higher level than the territory of the Great Desolate Star? Otherwise, how could such a bizarre thing happen? Oh no! As his thoughts changed, Wu Heng's expression changed. He immediately communicated with the origin power of the Great Desolate Star territory and suppressed the black hole. He had to eliminate the black hole as quickly as possible. Otherwise, as time passed, he would lose more than just the territory within 100 miles. It was very likely that he would lose 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, or even 100 million miles. He regretted that he didn't repair the void corridor and gave Yang Kai a chance to fight back. At that time, if he hadn't repaired the void corridor in a moment of anger and cut off the connection between the two-star territory, the following things wouldn't have happened. It was useless to regret now. He could only make up for it and pray that it was not too late. In the sea of consciousness, the origin power of the Great Desolate Star territory emitted a dazzling light. Obviously, it had been activated to the limit by Wu Heng. The squeezing force came from all directions and wrapped around the black hole. But it couldn't go any further at the edge of the black hole. As soon as it came into contact with the black hole, even the ubiquitous origin power showed signs of being swallowed and digested. After trying for a while, Wu Heng's face turned green and red. He stared at the black hole, and resentment was brewing in his chest. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and his aura was dangerous. Yang Kai, he roared to the sky, full of unwillingness. Although he didn't want to admit it, in fact, he was completely at a disadvantage in the fight with Yang Kai at this moment. It was because the black hole no longer belonged to him. The star field that should have existed in the black hole had become Yang Kai's territory. No matter how he communicated with the origin power of the star territory, he couldn't repair the black hole. The existence of the black hole couldn't cut off the connection between the two-star territory, unless Yang Kai took the initiative to retreat. Young Kai obviously wouldn't retreat. At this moment, he was experiencing a great joy spreading in his heart. He couldn't wait to devour the whole territory of the Great Desolate Star. How could he care about Wu Heng's feelings? The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's fighting method was worthy of being the most powerful cultivation method since ancient times. The essence of it could be summed up in one word. That was plunder. No matter whether you were willing or not, as long as you had something useful, you would plunder it. As an individual, practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's fighting method was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Yang Kai was using the whole territory of the star as a carrier to perform the fighting method. He was completely convinced that as long as he had enough time, it wouldn't be a problem to devour the whole territory of the Great Desolate Star. In the beginning, everything didn't progress too fast. But as time went by, Yang Kai became more and more familiar with the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's fighting method. The speed of devouring and digesting suddenly sped up a lot. In less than a month, in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, the black hole with a radius of only 100 miles suddenly expanded to tens of thousands of miles. The dark hole lay across the star field of the territory of the Great Desolate Star. At first glance, it looked extremely deep and terrifying. The black hole was still expanding without any sign of stopping, and its speed was also increasing imperceptibly. Wu Heng's face was as pale as if his parents had died. The territory of the Great Desolate Star was damaged, and the most direct change that was fed back to him was a black spot in the territory of the Sea of Consciousness. Compared to the whole star, this black spot was not too big, but it was like a drop of ink on a delicate picture scroll, destroying the harmony and beauty of the whole. What was more frustrating was that this drop of ink was still expanding in all directions. Sooner or later, the whole picture scroll would be dyed black. At that time, the territory of the Great Desolate Star would be changed to Yang Kai. It wasn't that he didn't resist. In the past month, he had been constantly contending with Yang Kai, but he couldn't stop him from devouring. How could a master of the territory of the stars, who had just refined the origin of the stars, have such amazing means? If he had such means, he would have turned the Hung Luo star field into his back garden. Only now did Wu Heng realize that the situation was not good. If this matter was not handled well, not only would his cultivation improve, but he would also suffer a double loss. Chapter 3178. The process of devouring not only made Yang Kai happy, but also the whole Hung Luo star field. The world had its own will, so it could naturally feel that Yang Kai's actions could bring it benefits. As time passed, the speed of the devouring became faster and faster. Even though Wu Heng tried his best to stop it, it was useless. He could only watch his territory disappear, and his heart was filled with grief. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly had another idea. While maintaining the devouring of the star territory, he considered the feasibility of this idea. The more he thought about it, the better he felt. He couldn't help but give himself 100 likes. He opened his eyes and looked at the Dharmakaya. When he was refining and devouring, the Dharmakaya had been guarding beside him. At this moment, when they looked at each other, the Dharmakaya immediately understood what he was thinking. He nodded slightly, raised his hand, and opened his palm to Yang Kai. Yang Kai activated the origin of the star territory and forced it out of his sense of perception. The bright star, which had shrunk countless times, appeared in his palm, blooming with dazzling light. The Dharmakaya took it, swallowed it, and sat cross-legged in the star field. After a long time, he opened his eyes and nodded at Yang Kai, indicating that everything was going well. At this moment, the Dharmakaya had temporarily replaced Yang Kai as the master of the Hung Luo star field. Only the Dharmakaya could be accepted by the origin of the star territory so easily. If it were others, they would not be able to do it at all. They were afraid that the moment they swallowed the star, they would be devoured and killed. After all, strictly speaking, the Dharmakaya's mind was transformed by Yang Kai's avatar. The two came from the same source and had the same breath. Naturally, the origin of the star territory would not be rejected too much. In addition, during this period of devouring and refining, the origin of the star territory had also tasted the benefits. It was even more reasonable for the Dharmakaya to temporarily become the master of the star territory. On the other hand, As the Dharmakaya had been practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique for many years, his understanding and application of the technique was far superior to Yang Kai's. Needless to say, the efficiency of using the Dharmakaya to devour and refine the star's origin was much better than that of Yang Kai. With his hands empty, Yang Kai turned his head and looked into the darkness. He grinned and said, "Wu Heng, I'm coming." Although Yang Kai had vented his anger by devouring and refining the territory of the Great Desolate Star, it did not cause much harm to him. He might have to wait until he had completely refined the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star before he could hurt him. Yang Kai didn't have that much time to waste on him. If he said he would beat him until his mother couldn't recognize him, then he would beat him until his mother couldn't recognize him. This kind of confrontation across the realm wall, even if he had the upper hand, couldn't let him experience the feeling of satisfaction. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Yang Kai was going to rush into that dragon's pool and tiger's den again. But this time was different from last time. Last time, in order to save Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang, Yang Kai immediately retreated. This time, he was going to turn the territory of the Great Desolate Star upside down. Of course, another reason was that Yang Kai had to find a way to repair the small sealed world. As the saying goes, wool comes from a sheep's back. The small sealed world was damaged because of Wu Heng, so naturally, he had to find a way to repair it. There was definitely no shortage of materials to repair the small sealed world in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai plunged into the darkness without hesitation. In the star field of the Great Desolate Star territory, the black hole had spread over 1,000,000 kilometers, and even the nearby dead stars had been swallowed up, disappearing without a trace. Wu Heng kept retreating, doing his best to resist the black hole. But all he could do was slow down the speed at which he was being devoured. Just now, there was a moment when the devouring suddenly stopped, but before he could rejoice, the devouring began again, and this time, it was even faster than before. Naturally, he did not know the identity change between Yang Kai and the embodiment. Now that the embodiment was using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, the terrifying power of this secret art had suddenly risen to a whole new level. While he was in shock, a figure suddenly flashed out of the huge black hole. Looking over, Wu Heng's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bastard, you still dare to come here?" Who else could this person be but Yang Kai? Wu Heng did not expect this guy to actually dare to come here. Did he not know how to write the word death? But soon he remembered another thing. If Yang Kai was here, why was the speed of the other side's devouring becoming faster? Logically speaking, if the Star Territory Master was not in the territory, it was absolutely impossible for the Star Territory to devour. But in fact, Yang Kai had clearly crossed over and appeared in front of him. Was he not the Star Territory Master? Had he been mistaken all this time? No. The last time he fought with him, he did use the power of the Star Territory, otherwise it was impossible for him to blow him away with one punch. When enemies met, their eyes turned red, but there was no time to think too much. Wu Heng shouted ferociously, "Since you're here, die here." He had suffered 2 losses at Yang Kai's hands before, so how could he dare to take it lightly this time? As soon as he made a move, he grabbed at Yang Kai with his big hand and suddenly clenched it. Yang Kai's whole body was immediately imprisoned, his bones cracking, and he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Yang Kai had angered others in their territory, so he would not have a good ending, but he did not panic and just grinned at Wu Heng. That smile was full of evil intentions, which made Wu Heng's heart skip a beat, feeling that he was going to play some tricks again. In the next moment, his face changed drastically. Because the moment he was distracted to deal with Yang Kai, he had reduced the power he had to deal with the Star Territory Master, resulting in the Star Territory Master's defeat. Although he was not Yang Kai's opponent before, at least with him presiding over the situation, he could slow down the speed at which he was being swallowed. While he was distracted, the Star Territory Master's devouring became unscrupulous, suddenly expanding to thousands of kilometers. The speed of the Star Territory Master's devouring before was like a tortoise crawling. In order to suppress the Star Territory Master's devouring to the greatest extent, he was not too far away from the black hole. Boundless darkness crept over, almost swallowing him as well. Wu Heng was startled and hurriedly retreated, opening a distance of thousands of kilometers in an instant. Not daring to neglect, he hurriedly communicated with the Star Territory Master's Star Territory Master and suppressed the darkness. The speed of the Star Territory Master's devouring slowed down, but Yang Kai took the opportunity to escape. He did not run away, just standing there with his arms crossed, looking at Wu Heng with a calm expression. Is it fun? You're courting death. The veins on Wu Heng's forehead bulged, his killing intent surging. Yang Kai chuckled, wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth. Then please hurry up and kill me. The corners of Wu Heng's eyes twitched fiercely. He had seen Yang Kai's methods and knew that he seemed to have the bloodline of the dragon race. Not to mention the consequences of killing such a person. Even he did not have the confidence to kill Yang Kai in a short time. The strength of his grip just now was extraordinary, but Yang Kai had only been slightly injured. It was clear that Yang Kai's ability to resist pressure was far beyond his imagination. And if he could not kill Yang Kai in a short time, while he was distracted, the speed of the Star Territory Master's territory devouring would definitely increase. Not only would it bring danger to the Star Territory, but it would also bring irreparable damage to Wu Heng. Resentment was like a mountain pressing down on Wu Heng's heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. He had never thought that he would suffer such a big loss in this Star Territory. What was the background of this Yang Kai? Why had he never heard of his name? If he was a rising star, his strength was too amazing. It seems that you're just talking. Kai Yang didn't seem to feel Wu Heng's murderous intent as he continued to pour oil on the fire. It was as if he wouldn't stop until he was completely enraged. It was as if he was walking on a tightrope on a cliff. Even Wu Heng couldn't help but admire his courage. But I'm not just talking. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, coldly looking at Wu Heng, and said unhurriedly, "Wait here, I will come back to kill you." As he spoke, he used his fingers like a knife and cut his neck. After saying this, he turned around and left. "Wait!" Wu Heng shouted in a low voice. With a thought, the space around Yang Kai turned into a cage, imprisoning his freedom. But while he was distracted, the expansion of the black hole began to accelerate. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to his side, making him a little flustered and tired of dealing with it. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him sideways. "If you have something to say, say it." Wu Heng was furious. When had anyone dared to be so disrespectful to him? Since he became the master of this Star Territory, he had a feeling that he was in control of heaven and earth. Those who dared to be disrespectful to him were all dead. Of course, he also wanted Yang Kai to die. He might have the ability to do so in this Star Territory, but the price he had to pay was so great that even he could not bear it. Desperado. These words popped up in Wu Heng's mind. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, "As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. Previously, this king wanted to devour the Hongluo star field only because I noticed that it was ownerless. Now that your excellency has become the master of this Star Territory, this king will not do it again. Let's stop and make peace. Otherwise, if we continue to fight, it will only make the billions of creatures in the territory of this Star Territory suffer." Yang Kai widened his eyes and looked at him in surprise. "Are you begging for mercy?" Wu Heng said in a deep voice. "This king is just proposing a solution to the problem." Begging for mercy? What a joke. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. He just didn't want to make a strong enemy. Just a suggestion. Yang Kai showed a disappointed expression and shook his head. No. What's wrong with it? Stopping and making peace is good for both of us," Wu Heng asked patiently. Yang Kai said, "You drove the people in the territory of the Great Desolate Star to run amok in my Star Territory. Countless people under this young master's command have been killed and injured. If I stop now, won't I suffer a great loss?" Wu Heng disagreed in his heart, but on the surface he nodded and said, "It makes sense. If you think it's inappropriate, this king can make up for it." "What kind of compensation?" Wu Heng said, "The star field that has been devoured belongs to you." Yang Kai laughed. "It was originally mine. Can you take it back?" The star field that had been digested by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique had long been integrated with the Hung Luo star field. No matter how powerful Wu Heng was, he could forget about separating it. Then what do you want? Wu Heng asked in a deep voice. Chapter 3179. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Since you're so sincere in your request, I'll give you a chance. Wu Heng gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he could only grit his teeth and say, I'd like to hear the details. Yang Kai spread his arms. I want half of this planet's territory. He spoke casually as if he was asking for half a cake. The veins on Wu Heng's forehead bulged as he said word by word, wishful thinking. Not to mention that with Wu Heng's pride and self-esteem, he wouldn't agree to such a harsh condition. If he really gave him half of the planet's territory, he would completely lose control of the great desolate planet's territory. By then wouldn't he be at his mercy? How could he do something like digging his own grave? Yang Kai lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, The opportunity is right in front of you. If you don't seize it, it'll be gone. Wu Heng suppressed the anger in his heart and shook his head. That's impossible. Friend, please change your proposal. Yang Kai spread his hands. Then there's nothing to talk about. He turned around and was about to leave. Wu Heng hurriedly said, To show my sincerity, I can give you a cultivation star as compensation for your loss. Of course, he couldn't give up half of the planet's territory, but if it was just a cultivation star, it wouldn't hurt his foundation. In the great desolate planet's territory, there were many cultivation stars. One less wouldn't make much of a difference. Yang Kai paused and looked back at him. Really? Wu Heng was slightly stunned and nodded. That's right. Yang Kai said, Then I want the cultivation star where the Netherworld sect is located. Wu Heng didn't even think about it. Okay. He paused and said, From today onwards, the Netherworld planet belongs to you. The Netherworld sect was basically wiped out. Even if there were still people left, they were just some cultivator who couldn't be shown in public. As the master of the great desolate planet's territory, no one could object to Wu Heng's decision. Moreover, if he gave it to him, could he take it away? That was a cultivation star, not a clump of dirt. Wu Heng just casually suggested it. He didn't expect the other party to actually agree. Yang Kai smiled and said, Then I'll have to ask Brother Wu to show me the way so that I can take a look at my own territory. As he spoke, he secretly communicated with his avatar, and had it slow down its devouring speed. Apparently, Wu Heng also sensed something and took a deep look at Yang Kai. Although he didn't know how he did it, it was obvious that he could control the origin of the stars in the Hung Luo star field, even though he was in the territory of the Great Wilderness Star. It was truly extremely strange. As the Lord of the Star Territory, he did not have this ability. If he entered the Hung Luo star field, it would be difficult for him to communicate with it, let alone control the origin of the Great Desolate Star Territory. As the pressure on the other side suddenly decreased, Wu Heng immediately had the idea of taking this opportunity to kill Yang Kai. However, this idea only flashed through his mind for a moment, because he had a better plan. Please hold back a little more of your power. Otherwise, I won't be able to split my attention to send you over, Wu Heng said, looking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and communicated with his avatar again. As expected, the pressure from the Hung Luo star field decreased a lot again. Yang Kai suddenly said with a vigilant look, You won't take this opportunity to attack me, right? Wu Heng looked calm. If you don't trust me, then I have nothing to say. Yang Kai waved his hand casually. Forget it, just send me over first. As you wish. Wu Heng nodded slightly and pointed with his hand. Immediately, a void corridor appeared behind Yang Kai, leading to the depths of the star territory. Yang Kai looked into the corridor and shook his head. Bad omen, a very bad omen. Wu Heng's eyes twitched. You still don't trust me. Although he didn't have any good ideas in mind, he obviously couldn't show it. Yang Kai said seriously, Wrong. What's wrong? Wu Heng asked in a low voice. I mean, Brother Wu, you have a bad omen. Look back if you don't believe me. There was no need to look back. When Yang Kai said this, Wu Heng clearly felt the pressure from the Hung Luo star field suddenly increase. He panicked and hurriedly resisted with all his strength, but he still couldn't stop the darkness from spreading to this side. There was some abnormal movement behind him. He turned his head and saw that Yang Kai had already stepped into the void corridor. He turned back and gave him a warm smile, saying loudly, "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Wu. See you another day." "Bastard!" Wu Hing cursed. With a thought, the void corridor collapsed, trying to kill Yang Kai, but it was obviously too late. After waiting for a while, his face changed again. How is this possible? Yang Kai had clearly gone through the void corridor to the Huangquan star, which was billions of miles away. Why didn't the pressure from the Hung Luo star field show any signs of weakening? Previously, he thought that Yang Kai was able to control the origin of the Hung Luo star field because he was too close to it. It was because of this that he decided to send him further away. As long as he went deep into the hinterland of the Great Desolate Star territory, the origin connection with the Hung Luo star field would definitely weaken, or even be cut off. When that happened, he would be able to free himself to deal with Yang Kai. With a thought, he could consign him to eternal damnation. It was only now that he understood why Yang Kai was so fearless. It was because no matter how far away he was, the devouring of the Hung Luo star field showed no signs of stopping. In fact, it was even more intense than before. He had no choice but to focus and resist with all his strength. How would he have any energy left to deal with Yang Kai? Could it be that he really wasn't the owner of the Hung Luo star field? He felt uneasy. He didn't know if sending him to the Huangquan star was right or wrong. He felt that he had planted a disaster, and it would come sooner or later. Huangquan star, one of the highest grade cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. After all, it was the home star of the Netherworld sect, and was no worse than the water moon star of the Hung Luo star field. The world energy here was extremely rich, and there were mountains and rivers everywhere. The Netherworld sect was the owner of this cultivation star. However, the last invasion of the Great Desolate Star territory had caused the Netherworld sect to suffer heavy losses. Now the ones left on Huangquan star were just a bunch of weaklings, with only a few origin kings remaining. Yang Kai stepped out of the void corridor and arrived directly above Yellow Spring star. Looking around, he examined his surroundings and was extremely satisfied. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to put his plan into action. First, he flew around Yellow Spring star for a while before he landed on a large mountain. This mountain was towering and filled with rich world energy. At first glance, it was obvious that it was extraordinary. There were countless birds and beasts roaming about, and there were also several secluded cultivator caves, all of which were protected by powerful spirit arrays. Obviously, there were people cultivating here, but Yang Kai didn't know if they were from the Netherworld sect. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to these things, and went directly to the highest peak. With a flip of his hand, a Longan-sized bead appeared in his palm. The Sealed World Bead. This was a trophy Yang Kai obtained from the Star Emperor sect. Tracing back tens of thousands of years, it was a treasure that Yang Yan had brought from the star boundary. According to Yang Yan, this was a treasure that one of her friends had refined. Because Yang Kai, like that person, cultivated the space divine technique, Yang Yan left it to Yang Kai. After so many years, the Sealed World Bead had left many indelible brand marks in Yang Kai's growth, and it had helped him a lot on many occasions. The Sealed World Bead had long been one with him, and it was one of his most important cards. His plan this time was very simple. He would use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to devour cultivation stars and repair the damaged small sealed world. This was a sudden idea, and Yang Kai didn't even know if it could be realized. But with the precedent of the Hung Luo star field devouring, Yang Kai felt that this plan was very feasible. The Hung Luo star field was a world, and since it could become the carrier of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique and devour another world, the Sealed World Bead could naturally do the same. The Sealed World Bead was also a world, and fundamentally speaking, it was not much different from the Hung Luo star field. The only difference was that it was bigger than the Hung Luo star field. If the Sealed World Bead was a small world, then the Hung Luo star field was a medium world, and the star boundary was a great world. Worlds could devour each other. The cultivation stars in the star territory were also small worlds. The Yellow Spring star, as one of these countless small worlds, was the target that Yang Kai planned to use the Sealed World Bead to devour. If he succeeded, the small sealed world was very likely to be repaired. and it could even be improved to the next level. At that time, with the embodiment driving the Hung Luo star field on the outside, and him using the small sealed world to stir up trouble on the inside, the great desolate star territory would definitely be plagued by both external and internal threats. Wu Heng would also be tired of dealing with them, and after a long time, killing him would not be a problem. After calming down and deducing the feasibility of this plan, Yang Kai suddenly looked solemn and flicked his finger, sending the small sealed world flying. At the same time, he sat down cross-legged and communicated with the sealed world bead with his mind, transforming it into the world will of the small sealed world. Suddenly, Yang Kai's vision changed, as if his body had become the small sealed world. This feeling was not unfamiliar to him. When he communicated with the Hung Luo star field source, he also had a similar feeling, as if his whole body had turned into the world will, becoming its spokesperson. Using the small sealed world as a medium, Yang Kai unhurriedly urged the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method. He had similar experience before, so he was familiar with all this without the slightest hesitation. The sealed world bead immediately released a strange aura, an aura that could devour all things in the world. Wherever the sealed world bead passed, the void collapsed and melted, revealing a dark void crack, like a piece of delicious food that had been cut off by someone. Sure enough, it works. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this and immediately understood that his previous guess was not wrong. The original space in the void crack had obviously been swallowed by the small sealed world, because Yang Kai clearly felt that there was something extra inside the small sealed world. Yang Kai didn't know the name of Yang Yan's friend, but his methods were heaven-defying, and he was able to refine an entire world to form the sealed world bead. Yang Kai's actions at this moment were definitely better than that person's. For a long time, the sealed world bead's role for Yang Kai had been to store people, plant spirit flowers and plants, or to avoid being hunted down. Its biggest function was to pull enemies into the small sealed world, and fight them to the death. However, since Yang Kai had the ability to pull enemies into the small sealed world, and use the world force to crush them, he could probably win with his own ability, so this function was a bit useless. But from today onwards, the sealed world bead might be able to play a bigger and more powerful role. Yang Kai could not wait to see the final results. Chapter 3180. The sealed world bead, which had turned into the carrier of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, gave off a dark glow, as if the entire bead had turned into a black hole. This black hole was only the size of a longan fruit when it first appeared, but it rapidly expanded as it fell. By the time it reached the ground, it was already about a kilometer in diameter. This was the limit of what Yang Kai could summon. It could barely be regarded as the territory of the sealed world bead. Silently, a huge hole was melted into the ground, the vegetation disappeared, and a deep hole appeared in the ground. Everything was swallowed into the sealed world bead. It was not until 100 kilometers underground that Yang Kai's heart stirred. The sealed world bead rose up leisurely, flew out of the ground, and flew off into the distance. At first glance, a black hole with a diameter of a kilometer was moving across the ground like a living creature. Wherever it passed, everything disappeared. In the blink of an eye, a long rift valley appeared under the spirit peak. The black hole hit the belly of a mountain not far away and immediately penetrated it, creating a large hole through which one could see the scenery on the other side. The mountain peak shook, and a figure flew out from the belly of the mountain. His face was covered in dust and he shouted, "Who is it? Get out here." This person had just been meditating in his secluded home when he was suddenly awakened by the sound of the sealed world bead being swallowed. Thinking that a powerful enemy had invaded, he immediately ran out to investigate. His cultivation was not high, only second-order origin returning realm, but on today's Yellow Spring Star, he could be considered an outstanding cultivator and rarely met a worthy opponent, so he was quite confident in his words. But in the next moment, his eyes widened as he stared blankly at the black hole moving across the ground below. He felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shiver. What the hell is that? It has such terrifying power. He saw with his own eyes that everything in the path of this black hole turned into nothingness, as if even space itself was being swallowed up. A number of figures rushed out from various peaks, obviously having been disturbed in their cultivation just like this person. Soon, all of them discovered the existence of the sealed world bead, and stared at it dumbfoundedly, exchanging divine senses with one another, none of them able to come up with an explanation. Although they had been cultivating for a long time, and had a lot of experience, what they had seen and heard was beyond their imagination. There's someone over there. Do you guys recognize him? The first cultivator who appeared suddenly noticed the existence of Yang Kai, and asked while pointing at him. Everyone looked over and shook their heads. Could it be that he's doing something evil? Who is this? He doesn't look familiar. Is it an elder of the Netherworld sect? Should we go up and ask? If you want to go, then go. This guy doesn't look easy to deal with. After a series of excuses, it was still the first man who took the task of communicating with Yang Kai. He cautiously flew towards the place where Yang Kai was, cupped his fists and said, I am Wu Zimin. Greetings, master. May I know your name, master? Yang Kai looked up at him. What's the matter? Wu Zimin was nervous. Although he was frightened, he still had some courage. He said, Master, may I ask, how did we offend you? Yang Kai supported his cheek with his hand and said calmly, You didn't offend me. Wu Zimin's face turned bitter. Since you didn't offend me, why are you doing this, master? What's the problem? Wu Zimin said, My and my friend's cave residences are right here. How can our cave residences be safe when master uses such a technique? If this goes on, we won't be able to protect this spiritual mountain. Before he finished speaking, a miserable cry came from the other side. One of the cave residences had been devoured. His face was bitter as if he had eaten Chinese gold thread. Even the mountain where the cave resided began to collapse. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, What does this have to do with me? Wu Zimin pleaded, Master, please stop the divine technique quickly. Yang Kai shook his head and said, No, not only am I going to eat this spiritual mountain, but I'm also going to eat the entire Yellow Springs planet. Ah. Wu Zimin opened his mouth wide with a blank face. If there's nothing else, get out of here. I don't want to kill anyone recently. Yang Kai waved his hand and shooed him away like a fly. Wu Zimin's face turned green and red. He hesitated and said, Master, you're not from the Yellow Springs sect? You're from the Yellow Springs sect. Your whole family is from the Yellow Springs sect. Wu Zimin said, Master, since you know this planet is called the Yellow Springs planet, do you know how powerful the Yellow Springs sect is? He was still hoping to use the Yellow Springs sect's reputation to deter Yang Kai and make him retreat. Yang Kai laughed. I've already destroyed the Yellow Springs sect. Impossible. Go, don't be noisy. Yang Kai waved his hand and Wu Zimin felt a strong wind blowing at his face. He lost his balance and was pushed back more than 1,000 feet. Hong Long Long. Another mountain collapsed. This time it was because the mountain's foundation was swallowed by the black hole and had lost its support. Wu Zimin fixed his eyes and felt his heart bleed. That spirit peak was where his secluded cave mansion was located, and now that it had collapsed, his secluded cave mansion was definitely gone as well. Wu Zimin turned his head and glared at Yang Kai angrily, but he didn't dare to say anything. What should we do? The cultivator had never seen such a scene and didn't know what to do. Wu Zimin pondered for a while and said decisively, This person is powerful. We're no match for him. Let's go to the Yellow Springs sect and report this. As the saying went, even if the sky fell, there would be a tall person to hold it up. The Yellow Springs sect was the highest existence on the Yellow Springs planet. Everyone felt that it made sense and immediately rushed in the direction of the Yellow Springs sect with Wu Zimin. After shooing away the flies, Yang Kai continued to activate the sealed world bead. Wherever the black hole passed, it was unstoppable. In less than a day, the continuous spiritual mountain was swallowed up, leaving only a huge basin in its place. If anyone saw this, they wouldn't believe their eyes. When a cultivator cultivated to a certain extent, they would be able to move mountains and overturn seas, but they would have to use extremely powerful divine abilities to barely be able to do so. Who would have the ability to make a spiritual mountain disappear silently in a single day? After swallowing such a spiritual mountain, Yang Kai clearly felt that the black hole formed by the small sealed world bead expanded a little. In other words, its territory had increased. The larger the territory of the small sealed world bead increased the efficiency of the devouring process. After a day of experimentation, Yang Kai confirmed his conjecture. At this point, he no longer hesitated and flew off into the distance. Below him, the black hole formed by the small sealed world bead was like a rolling black ball, plowing a deep gully in the ground. In this gully, what was missing was not only the earth of the Yellow Springs sect, but also its principles and world energy. Such a gully would never be able to be restored. In the wilderness, a starship with a striking skull symbol was approaching. It was Yellow Springs sect's starship, but this starship's grade wasn't very high, only origin returning grade. In order to invade the Hung Luo star field, Yellow Springs sect had mobilized almost all of its forces, from the sect master to the disciples. More than 90% of them had gone, leaving only 10% to guard the sect on Yellow Springs star. A few days ago, Wu Zimin and the others went to Yellow Springs sect and finally met with the steward of Yellow Springs sect. They reported what they had seen, but the steward didn't take it to heart and didn't report it. In recent days, more and more people came to Yellow Springs sect and reported that a terrifying person had appeared on Yellow Springs star. That person was controlling a black ball and was devouring the earth. Wherever it passed, whether it was the wilderness, mountains, deserts, or even cities and sects, everything was devoured by the black ball. Nothing remained. Only then did Yellow Springs sect realize that the situation was not good. The elder who stayed behind immediately gathered people and prepared to meet the perpetrator. The starship was only 1,000 kilometers away from Yellow Springs sect when a rumbling sound suddenly came from the front, like thunder rolling across the earth. What happened? Inside the starship, an old man asked. It was the elder who stayed behind to guard Yellow Springs sect. Immediately, a disciple projected images of the outside world into the starship. In their field of vision, a hair-raising scene suddenly appeared. In the distance, a young man was flying over, and 1,000 feet below him, a huge black ball was moving. The black ball crushed the earth, leaving an indelible mark. The mark stretched for an unknown distance, as if a wound had appeared on the earth. It's him. Wu Zimin cried out in horror. It had only been a few days, so how could he forget this person's face? Only now did he know that he was not an alarmist when he said that he would devour the entire Yellow Springs star. That's the black ball that devours everything. The elder's eyes also widened. Although he had received a lot of reports in the past few days, it was hard to imagine that such a bizarre thing could happen in this world without seeing it with his own eyes. The information he received was not wrong. That black ball was indeed terrifying. The place where the darkness enveloped was completely devoured. Not good, he's coming towards us. A disciple cried out in horror. Get out of the way. The elder shouted. Although he had not truly fought with Yang Kai and had only seen an image, he knew that he was definitely not his opponent. Regardless of the gap in their cultivations, just that black ball alone made the elder feel extremely uneasy. If he was contaminated by that black hole, he would not be able to escape and would be devoured. It's too fast, we can't dodge. The disciple's voice was already filled with tears. As he spoke, a figure had already brushed past the battleship, flying away as fast as lightning. He did not even look at the battleship, as if it was nothing. The black ball also rolled past the starship. Before everyone could rejoice, they heard the ground shake behind them, as if something had collapsed. Turning around, the elder cried out in grief, "Don't!" This place was less than 1,000 kilometers away from the Yellow Springs sect. Although the starship was lucky not to be devoured by the black ball, the Yellow Springs sect, which stood on the ground, was not able to avoid it. The black ball rolled past the Yellow Springs sect and split it in half, with a large piece missing from the middle. The so-called sect protecting array could not resist for even a moment before collapsing. Oh, this is the Yellow Springs sect. Yang Kai glanced back. Then we'll have to take good care of it. Thus, everyone on the starship soon discovered an even more shocking scene. The black ball actually returned and rolled several times inside the Yellow Springs sect. After a few breaths, the Yellow Springs sect was gone. Chapter 3181. Inside the small sealed world, large pieces of land appeared out of thin air. Invisible world principles and world energy also filled this small sealed world, and merged with the world principles and world energy of the small sealed world itself, making this small sealed world even more solid and complete. Along with the appearance of these pieces of land, there were all kinds of creatures. Most of them were humans, but there were also some monster beasts that had been swallowed by the black sphere. Having suddenly arrived in another world, they were all in a state of shock. These creatures were all swallowed by the black sphere, because they could not avoid it in time. They thought that they were doomed, but when they came back to their senses, they found that they were safe and sound. They were all in disbelief. They hurriedly ran away, ready to explore the mysteries of this world and figure out their situation. But they were imprisoned in a certain place by an invisible force, unable to move too far away. The entire Yellow Spring Star was in chaos. As time passed, everyone came to know that there was a demon-like existence who was driving a huge black sphere that could devour everything and wreaking havoc on Yellow Spring Star. This person's divine technique was unparalleled, and even the famous Yellow Springs sect was flattened. As a result, the cultivator who had the ability to escape from the Yellow Springs sect set off one after another, not daring to stay on the stars any longer. Those who did not have the ability to escape could only pray that the heavens were merciful, but what awaited them was a terrifying devouring. 2 months later, the entire Yellow Springs Star had completely changed. Looking down from the void, this stars that the Yellow Springs sect used as their home star, which was originally full of world energy and had given birth to countless creatures, had become dead silent. Large and small cities had disappeared, and so had all the sects and families. Even the many spirit mountains and rivers had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the entire Yellow Springs Star looked like a huge meteorite. There were still endless and deep ravines on the meteorite, and its size had also shrunk significantly. If a cultivator from another star within the territory of the Great Desolate Star were to come and take a look, they would definitely not recognize that this was the Yellow Springs Star. They would probably think that this was a silent dead star. How troublesome! Yongkai muttered as he hovered above Yellow Springs Star, and used his divine sense to explore the small sealed world. Yongkai had not expected that so many people would suddenly appear in the sealed world bead, but there was nothing he could do about it. The Netherworld sect was not a dead star, but a cultivation star with an extremely vibrant population. He urged the sealed world bead to devour the stars. The cultivator above the Saint King realm on the Yellow Springs Star could escape if the situation turned bad, but how could the cultivator below the Saint King realm escape? There were also many mortals. He could not expect them to leave the Yellow Springs planet and escape into the territory of the Yellow Springs planet. That would only be courting death. As such, Yongkai simply swallowed all these creatures into his sealed world bead along with the earth around them. Now, how to deal with these creatures was a troublesome matter. Should he take them to another cultivation star and set them free? But there were more than 100 million of these creatures. More than 80% of the creatures on the entire Yellow Springs Star had already been taken into the sealed world bead. Even if he wanted to set them free, he did not have the time. Which cultivation star could accommodate so many creatures at once? After thinking about it carefully, why should he set them free? In any case, he had no intention of killing them, so he might as well let them live in the sealed world bead and perish on their own. In a world, only when all living things competed could it produce an endless stream of vitality. Perhaps these creatures could bring unexpected changes to the sealed world bead in the future, improving the world principles of the sealed world bead. Yongkai could clearly feel that the sealed world bead did not reject the arrival of these hundreds of millions of creatures. On the contrary, it seemed to be accepting them. Another point was that he had established the High Heaven Palace in the star boundary. Such a huge sect required an endless stream of new blood. And this new blood was naturally the newly recruited disciples. Where could he recruit them? Although the Northern Territory was filled with talented people who could know the background of every newly recruited disciple. However, these creatures in the sealed world bead were different. As the master of the sealed world bead, Yongkai accepted them to live in it. He could see through their hearts with a single thought. He could choose some disciples with good temperament and aptitude from among these hundreds of millions of creatures and cultivate them from a young age. In this way, he would not have to worry about the loyalty of these cultivated disciples to the High Heaven Palace. The more Yongkai thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good idea. It felt like an unintentional willow growing in shade. When trouble turned into a good thing, Yang Kai's mood naturally improved. After carefully inspecting the sealed world bead, Yang Kai found that there had indeed been a great change. The entire outer layer of Yellow Spring's star had been swallowed, and everything that had been swallowed had been replenished into the sealed world bead. The damaged parts of the sealed world bead were almost completely repaired. The area of the entire sealed world bead had also expanded several times. Although the original sealed world bead was not small, how could it compare to the entire Yellow Spring star? Although the two were both small worlds, there was still a huge gap between them. If Yellow Spring star was a small world in a strict sense, then the world inside the sealed world bead could only be regarded as a small world. Now the sealed world bead had grown a lot after the snake swallowed the elephant. Suddenly, a flash of insight flashed through Yang Kai's mind as he vaguely grasped something. The sealed world bead was also artificially refined from a small world. Since others could refine the sealed world bead, why couldn't he upgrade and transform it? Yang Kai did not feel that he was much worse than others, and the gains and comprehensions he gained from upgrading, transforming, and constructing a new world weren't something that could be obtained through closed-door cultivation. This would be of great help to him in comprehending the power of the world. And the power of the world was the key to becoming a great emperor. Thinking so, Yang Kai could not help but scratch his cheeks in excitement, becoming more and more convinced of the idea in his heart. After devouring the surface of Yellow Spring star, the territory of the small sealed world bead had also expanded several times. Originally, the black sphere was only about a kilometer in diameter, but now it was more than 10 kilometers in diameter. The expansion of the small sealed world bead's territory meant that the efficiency of devouring would increase, which also meant that Yang Kai's transformation of the small sealed world bead would be faster. Yellow Spring star had been destroyed, so Yang Kai was preparing to set off towards a nearby star when he suddenly felt something and stared at the huge black sphere with a strange expression. He actually felt a sense of longing from the black sphere. His brow furrowed as he muttered in disbelief. No way. He had obtained the sealed world bead many years ago, but it was nothing more than an inanimate object with a decent purpose. Even if it claimed to be a small world inside, it was still an inanimate object. But at this moment, Yang Kai clearly noticed something different. And when he thought of the joy of the small sealed world bead after it accepted hundreds of millions of creatures, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had made a huge profit this time. As you wish. Yang Kai laughed as he controlled the huge black sphere and rushed towards the remaining half of Yellow Spring star. Since the sealed world bead did not dislike these stars that were as bare as meteorites, how could he dislike them? In any case, it would just take some time. Large meteorites became medium meteorites. Medium meteorites became small meteorites. Yang Kai and the black sphere flew around Yellow Spring star again and again, and every time they did so, Yellow Spring star would shrink a little. It was a very strange scene, as if there was a mouth of a god eating Yellow Spring star and swallowing it into its stomach. In the end, the entire Yellow Spring star disappeared. When the entire Yellow Spring star was swallowed up, a change suddenly occurred in the small sealed world bead that caught Yang Kai off guard. At the same time, Wu Heng, who was still resisting the endless darkness at the edge of the great desolate star territory, changed his expression and hurriedly sent a part of his consciousness into his knowledge sea to observe the star. He seemed to have felt that something was missing just now, but when he took a closer look, he found nothing. Just as he was about to withdraw his consciousness, his eyes suddenly bulged and he stared at a certain spot on the star in disbelief, exclaiming in horror, "Impossible!" He had been the master of the great desolate star territory for many years, and knew the entire territory like the back of his hand. He also knew which stars were where, but at this moment, he clearly discovered that one of the stars had disappeared from his own star. The name of that star was Yellow Spring star. 3 months ago, he sent Yang Kai to Yellow Spring star with the intention of killing him, but unexpectedly he fell into a dilemma. Not only did he fail to kill Yang Kai, but he was also trapped here by Yang Kai's tricks. He was unable to move and had no time to spare. Over the past 3 months, he had been fighting against the encroaching darkness, and could not spare any attention to investigate Yang Kai's movements. However, in his opinion, Yang Kai had nothing more than gone to Yellow Spring Star to vent his anger and kill the people of Yellow Spring sect. Other than that, what else could he do? For him, this was not a big deal and was not worth too much attention. Yellow Spring sect was in its twilight years, and even if Yang Kai did not wreak havoc, it would not last long. Moreover, with the transfer of power, birth, old age, illness, and death were the norm. The most important thing right now was how to resist the encroachment of the Yellow Spring Star's territory. Who would have thought that in just 3 months, Yang Kai would give him such a big surprise? He did not know what method Yang Kai used to make the entire Yellow Spring Star disappear. It was truly gone. It had completely disappeared. How did he do it? How could this be possible? A cultivation star was stolen just like that? Wu Heng would not believe it himself. It was not something that could be put in a space ring. It was a real star. If it was not stolen, then where did Yellow Spring Star go? He was the master of the Yellow Spring Star's territory and controlled the star territory's source. As long as he wanted to, he could pay attention to anything that happened in any aspect of the great desolate star territory. The disappearance of Yellow Spring Star was not an illusion. Wu Heng felt terrible. Because of this distraction, the power to resist the darkness weakened greatly, causing the encroachment of the Yellow Spring Star's territory to speed up again. Flustered, he hurriedly restrained his thoughts and did not dare to be distracted. But the feeling of uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger, almost filling his heart. He knew he had made a mistake this time. He had never expected to fail so miserably in the territory of a lower star. Chapter 3182. What the hell is this? Yang Kai hovered in the void, pinching his chin with one hand as he stared in front of him in amazement. The huge black sphere formed by the small sealed world was right in front of him. But at this moment, this black sphere had actually opened a big mouth. It was really a big mouth, and an extremely terrifying one at that. When the mouth opened, it stretched for hundreds of kilometers, like a huge void crack. Not only that, but the mouth was also filled with sharp fangs, and when the fangs opened and closed, they made a crunching sound, as if they could bite anything in the world. Even Yang Kai felt a little creeped out when he saw this. When the small sealed world swallowed the entire Yellow Spring Star, the black sphere wriggled violently and transformed into this appearance. Yang Kai almost couldn't accept it. How did his sealed world bead become like this? No, strictly speaking, the sealed world bead hadn't changed much. It was still just a longan-sized bead. What had changed was the sealed world bead's devourer territory. What kind of monster had he raised by using the entire Yellow Spring Star as nourishment? Yes, the sealed world bead's devourer territory looked like a monster at first glance. It was rolling, had a huge black body, and no facial features, only a big mouth full of fangs. It was extremely ugly and ferocious. World's will. Yang Kai frowned and muttered to himself. The information transmitted from the small sealed world became clearer and clearer, and Yang Kai actually felt desire and hunger from it. Was this the manifestation of the small sealed world's will? Or perhaps it should be called an artifact spirit. The sealed world bead was originally just an emperor artifact without a consciousness, but at this moment, it seemed to have a life of its own. This black sphere monster, which was so huge that even when he transformed into a dragon race, he felt insignificant, should be the sealed world bead's artifact spirit. Its consciousness wasn't obvious and was just in a budding state, instinctively wanting to devour more. The big mouth and fangs were the manifestation of this artifact spirit's instincts. Huh. Yang Kai laughed and suddenly remembered the little black dog with the bloodline of Return to Ruins that he had left in the High Heaven Palace. Why did all those who were related to him seem to have the ability to devour? The black puppy was like this, and so was the sealed world bead. Needless to say, the Dharmakaya was like this as well. It was unknown whether it was the will of the heavens or fate. However, the devouring of the Dharmakaya and the sealed world bead was somewhat different from the black puppy's devouring. The former two relied on the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to devour, while the black puppy relied on its innate divine technique to devour. However, in the end, it was all for the sake of strengthening itself. Yang Kai suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Did Wukong see the Return to Ruins? That was why he created the heaven-devouring Great Emperor strategy, based on the characteristics of Return to Ruins. If that was the case, it would explain why they were so similar. Gotcha. The sound of moving teeth kept ringing out, as if urging Yang Kai to do something. Okay, I'll take you to the next place. Yang Kai stood in the void and looked around. It was not a bad thing that the sealed world bead had a vague will. Every world had its own will. The heavens' will could not be seen or touched, but it affected the reproduction and survival of all living things. The sealed world bead having such an opportunity would be of great benefit to its future growth. But where should I go now? The territory of the sealed world bead was vast, and if he did not find the right direction, it was likely that he would waste a lot of time on the road. Got it. Yang Kai raised his head and looked in a certain direction. His body flashed, and he stood on top of the black sphere, sat down cross-legged, and waved his hand. Let's go. The black sphere seemed to be able to sense his order. It did not need to be controlled at all, and took the initiative to fly in that direction. Moreover, its speed was very fast. As it flew, its teeth clattered up and down, leaving a ferocious sound along the way. It was not for no reason that it chose this direction. It was because many of the Yellow Spring Star cultivator had fled in this direction before. Yang Kai did not know the distribution of cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. But how could these natives not know? Since they were going in this direction, it meant that there were other cultivation stars in this direction. A man in a black sphere drifted in the star field, heading towards an unknown destination. This scene was indescribably strange. The darkness that could devour stars seemed to have no effect on Yang Kai. Instead, it turned into a carrier to bear his weight. He stretched out his hand and patted the new mount under his butt. It was soft to the touch, as if he was touching a cloud. It did not match its ferocious appearance. In fact, if it did not clatter its teeth all the time and kept its mouth shut, it would look charmingly naive. However, it had just been born, and its instinct to devour made it constantly gnaw. Yang Kai was too lazy to stop it. I have to give you a name. I can't just call you a black sphere. Yang Kai stroked his chin and mumbled to himself. Just like Lu Yan, her original body was nothing more than a crafting furnace. Only after she was given a name could her life be considered complete. I got it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He snapped his fingers and said, "From now on, you will be called Rolling." After rolling past the Yellow Spring Star, the Yellow Spring Star would be completely devoured. The name Rolling was quite appropriate. Koch. Her teeth clattered, making crisp sounds. You think it's good too, right? Then it's settled. Yang Kai was all smiles. He felt that he was really a genius at naming. He clapped his hands and put on a distressed expression. I can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Return to Ruins will be called Little Black. With a single thought, he gave the infamous Return to Ruins in the demon territory a new name that could not be denied. He wondered what the demon kings and demon emperors would think when they found out. Rolling, let's go. Yang Kai pointed his finger, like a child who had just gotten a new toy, dancing with excitement. Kacha. Rolling devour. Kacha. Along the way, they encountered a few huge asteroids. Rolling crushed all of them, opened its mouth, and swallowed them into its belly before throwing them into the sealed world bead. However, Yang Kai clearly felt that Rolling did not like the taste of these asteroids very much. If the previous Yellow Spring Star was compared to a plate of delicious food, then these few asteroids were pickles that were simply difficult to swallow. After several times, when they encountered asteroids wandering in the star field again, Rolling no longer had the interest to devour them. Even some dead stars could not arouse its interest. However, when Yang Kai did not direct it, it took the initiative to change direction several times, as if it had a keen sense of smell, and could smell the delicious aroma of food. Yang Kai did not stop it. A month later, his guess was confirmed. A star that was not much smaller than Yellow Spring Star appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. And even if it did not land, Yang Kai could tell that it was definitely an extraordinary cultivation star. Rolling could indeed tell where a cultivation star was. On Wild Wave Star, the entire stars were facing a great enemy. Countless creatures looked up at the sky. Since a few days ago, A small black dot suddenly appeared in the sky, lying between the wild wave star and the sun. At first, not many people paid attention to it, but as the days passed, the small black dot grew bigger and bigger. Today, it actually covered the entire sun, causing the wild wave star to fall into darkness, as if a solar eclipse was coming, and all living things were restless. An inexplicable sense of crisis was growing in everyone's heart. Even the sea was undulating, swaying unsteadily. Almost 80% of wild wave star's territory was covered by seawater. Large and small islands were like chess pieces on a chessboard, turning into space for wild wave star's creatures to stand on. This was a world dominated by the Sea Clan. The living space for humans and monster race on this stars was extremely narrow. Looking up at the darkness that blocked the sun, many Sea Clan members could not help but recall a rumor that had been circulating in the past month. When the black ball rolled over, everything would be swallowed up, and nothing would exist. The origin of this rumor came from some humans who had fled here. According to those people, they came from the Yellow Spring Star. A terrifying demon had arrived on the Yellow Spring Star, driving a black ball that could swallow the heavens and devour the earth, and swallowed the entire Yellow Spring Star. The Sea Clan had always boasted of their nobility, looking down on humans and monster race. They felt that these fellows born on land were extremely despicable, let alone a few refugees who had fled here. None of the Sea Clan members took these rumors seriously. However, these rumors spread very quickly. In less than a month, more than half of the Sea Clan members on Wild Wave Star had heard of them. Until now, when they looked up at the black ball, the recent rumors could not help but ring in their minds. They could not help but feel uneasy. Could there be a darkness that could swallow the heavens and devour the earth in this world? Heaven and earth shook. On a huge island, a figure rushed into the sky, heading straight for the darkness. Countless Sea Clan members saw this scene, and their uneasy mood immediately calmed down. It's Master Aowe. Yes, we have Master Aowe. Why should we be afraid of that black ball? If it dares to come, Master Aowe will definitely teach it a lesson. It's really courting death. Does it think that our Wild Wave Star is the same as the Yellow Spring Star? The Sea Clan members cried out in alarm. Aowe's name turned into a wave, almost covering the heavens and earth. Aowe, the Lord of Wild Wave Star, was regarded as a savior by all the Sea Clan members. It seemed that as long as he made a move, the black ball falling towards Wild Wave Star would immediately turn into ashes. The will of billions of creatures seemed to materialize, allowing Aowe to receive the will of the heavens and earth. At this moment, he could really be called an invincible existence. However, no one noticed that Aowe's expression was extremely solemn. Even though he had the will of the heavens and earth and the will of billions of creatures converging, he inexplicably felt a chill in his body, and the thought of turning around and running away surged in his mind. But others could run, but as the lord of this star, where could he run to? Looking up at the black ball, his heart was filled with disgust and fear. These emotions were not his own, but the will of the heavens and earth of Wild Wave Star. It was the feeling that the star's origin gave him back. It was this feeling that made him panic. Like a mouse encountering a cat, a rabbit encountering a falcon, it was like encountering a natural enemy. He stood in place, not even having the courage to fly up a little. He could only wait for the arrival of the black ball, his mind constantly thinking about how to resolve the crisis in front of him. Chapter 3183. What the hell is this? When the darkness fell from the sky, Aowe's face changed greatly. It was a huge black sphere with a diameter of almost 100 kilometers, with a giant mouth with fangs in the middle. Cracking sounds reached his ears, making his hair stand on end and his whole body turn cold. Even as a Star Lord, he didn't have the courage to face such a monster. The monstrous pressure from the sky made his chest feel stuffy, making it difficult for him to breathe. Who is blocking the way? Do you want to die? A voice suddenly sounded. Aowe was shocked. Only then did he notice that there was a person standing on top of the black sphere. It was a young man who stood quietly on the back of the black sphere monster, looking down at him condescendingly as if he was looking at an ant. Gently swallowing his saliva, Aowe cupped his fists and said loudly, "Wild Wave Star's Lord, Aowe greets Master." "Oh." Yongkai raised his brow. "Are you this star's lord?" "Yes." Good, this young master wants to swallow your wild wave star. If you cooperate with me, the benefits will be great. If he could get the cooperation of a Star Lord, it would be easier to swallow this monster. The corner of Ao Wei's eyes twitched, almost suspecting that he had heard wrong. This person had come with ill intentions, but now he said he wanted to swallow Wild Wave Star, and wanted him to cooperate? Ao Wei was a little angry, but he didn't dare to show it, suppressing his anger and asking, I wonder how my Wild Wave Star has offended your excellency. Yang Kai impatiently said, There is no such thing as offending or not offending, it's just a coincidence that I came here. Coincidentally, Ao Wei had never thought that this earth-shaking catastrophe was just a coincidence. He shook his body and said in a clear voice, The heavens are virtuous. Billions of creatures in the Wild Wave Star have been living here for generations. If your excellency wants to swallow this star, what will happen to those billions of creatures? People of our generation compete with each other. Life and death are predestined. What does it have to do with those innocent people? If you really want to destroy Wild Wave Star, your excellency will be plagued with karma, which will be detrimental to your future cultivation. Please reconsider. He sincerely dissuaded Yang Kai, his sincerity evident in his words. Yang Kai leaned forward with one hand on his thigh and grinned. What do you want? Although he didn't release any aura, Ao Wei couldn't help but change his expression. He suddenly felt as if an ancient giant beast was opening its mouth at him, as if it wanted to swallow him into its stomach. Fortunately, he was the Wild Wave Star's Star Master after all. At this moment, he also had the invisible luck of heaven and earth on his body. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really turn around and run away. He then cupped his fists and shouted, Please think twice. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and thought seriously for a moment. Then he nodded and said, I've thought it over. Master, you mean? Ao Wei looked at him eagerly. I've made up my mind. Get out of my way. If devouring a cultivation star really led to the loss of hundreds of millions of lives, Yang Kai would definitely not have the heart to do so. The world was heartless and treated all living things as dogs. Even though his cultivation was high, he had not reached the point where he could casually kill all living things as if they were ants. The small sealed world would certainly destroy a cultivation star, but it wouldn't harm any of its inhabitants. It would simply force them to move to a new place to live. Moreover, Yang Kai was confident that he could make the small sealed world even better than a cultivation star. In other words, what he was doing now would not only not bring any harm to the hundreds of millions of inhabitants, it would also bring infinite benefits in the long run. Therefore, he didn't need to think too much about it. Ao Wei's expression changed, but he refused to back down. As a Star Master, he had no room to back down. His figure flickered as his peak Origin King Realm aura filled the air. At the same time, scales began to appear on his face along with traces of a monster beast. From his appearance, it was obvious he was not human. Even though he knew he was no match for Yang Kai, once he attacked he would not have a good end. Ao Wei still stood in front of him and shouted coldly, If Master insists on doing so, then step over this Ao's corpse. His voice was not loud, but under the influence of the world will, it spread across the entire cultivation star. The hundreds of millions of inhabitants on Wild Wave Star were moved, feeling that Wild Wave Star had such a responsible Star Master. Imperceptibly, Ao Wei's momentum rose to a new height, as if he had obtained great benefits with just a few words. But this still did not make him feel the slightest sense of security. Oh, you're a flood dragon? Yang Kai looked at the scales on his face and the traces of beast transformation on his body, and smelled a familiar aura in the air. And Ao Wei nodded. There was no need to hide this matter. After all, it was not a secret. Yang Kai nodded and said, I know a flood dragon, but you're too weak. Even though Ao Wei had always been polite and humble, and his attitude had always been humble, he was still greatly unconvinced after hearing this. He was already standing at the peak of the Origin King Realm, and was the Star Master of Wild Wave Star. Almost no one in the entire territory of Great Desolate Star was his opponent, yet his cultivation was actually being evaluated as too weak. The anger in his heart washed away the fear in his heart as he grit his teeth and said, Is that so? Then this Ao would like to see Master's means. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "You won't believe me if I tell you. That guy can probably last a few moves against me, but as for you," Ao Wei shouted angrily, "then this Ao would like to see how many moves master can defeat me." Saying so, he rushed towards Yang Kai. A faint dragon roar rang out, but it was not so pure. Although flood dragons had the bloodline of the dragon race, it was very thin after all, so how could they compare to a true dragon? However, with the support of the entire Wild Wave Star, Ao Wei's momentum was quite impressive. In an instant, the sky changed color and the clouds surged. The Star Master's attack was extraordinary. Yang Kai didn't seem to be on guard, nor did he take any stance, just staring blankly at Ao Wei, who was rushing towards him. "This person is too arrogant. He doesn't even put me in his eyes. I must teach him a lesson." Yang Kai's attitude undoubtedly angered Ao Wei completely, and he no longer held back, going all out. An invisible force suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's body. Ao Wei's figure suddenly froze as his eyes bulged, revealing a look of extreme shock. At that moment, he seemed to see a giant dragon, hovering in the air, its huge head overlooking him, his strength rapidly collapsing, unable to condense at all, and even unable to breathe. Then the dragon head rushed over, opened its big mouth, and swallowed him. Ao Wei screamed as his clothes were soaked in sweat. At his level of cultivation, he was rarely frightened by anything. Just now, when Yang Kai came with the rolling dragon, he could directly question it and even fight back, but facing a giant dragon, he didn't even have the courage to look at it. This was the suppression of bloodline. When he came back to his senses, there was no dragon in front of him, only a young man with a hateful face looking at him with a smile. Was it an illusion? If it was an illusion, then it was too real. Without waiting for him to figure it out, Yang Kai had already raised his hand and said, "Come in." The rolling dragon opened its big mouth and swallowed him in one bite. "My life is over." A thought flashed through Ao Wei's mind. He closed his eyes and poked his neck, but after waiting for a while, there was no pain. When he opened his eyes, he was immediately surprised. He had actually appeared in another world. This world looked rather messy, and there were millions of pieces of earth and stones scattered all around. As far as the eye could see, this was the only scene in his field of vision. After feeling it a little, he was surprised again because the world energy here was extremely rich, several grades better than that of Wild Wave Star. Only the world's principles seemed to be somewhat broken, making the circulation of power in his body somewhat sluggish. What the hell is this place? Wasn't I swallowed by the giant black beast? How did I end up here? There was a shiny object nearby that attracted his attention. It was pressed under a huge rock. He walked over and lifted the huge rock. Immediately, a horizontal board came into view. Netherworld Sect. Ao Wei's eyes narrowed, almost unable to believe his eyes. Isn't this the plaque of Netherworld Sect? Although he was the Wild Wave Star's Star Master, he had been to Netherworld Star and entered Netherworld Sect a few years ago. This plaque was erected in front of Netherworld Sect. He believed that he was not mistaken, and that weather-beaten feeling was not fake. This was definitely the plaque of Netherworld Sect, so how could it appear here? Thinking of the rumors on Wild Wave Star during this period, an extremely bold conjecture emerged in his heart. His ears twitched, and some voices entered his ears. Ao Wei flew up and looked into the distance, seeing a group of people coming over. He immediately flew over and exchanged a few words with these people, and his face became even more shocked. These people were actually the residents of Netherworld Sect. Master Ao Wei was defeated. Master Ao Wei was swallowed in one gulp. Doomsday is coming, doomsday is coming. On Wild Wave Star, countless pairs of eyes saw Ao Wei being swallowed by the giant black beast without even the strength to resist. This visual impact made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They had never thought that Ao Wei, a Star Master, would be so easily defeated. They had hoped that Ao Wei would save them from the fire and water, but now, that hope had immediately turned into deep despair. When Yang Kai drove the rolling star toward Wild Wave Star, no one dared to stop him. The rolling star's mouth opened and closed, swallowing large and small islands one after another, and even the boundless sea water was swallowed into its stomach. Crying for their parents and running for their lives, countless people were cursing and swearing. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to them and sat cross-legged on the back of the rolling star, gnawing in a direction along the entire wild wave star. A group of ignorant people. This young master wants to take you to paradise, but you don't appreciate it. You guys are unlucky to run away. Suddenly his heart moved. What was the difference between him and the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperor's Wukong in the past? Wukong wreaked havoc in the territory of the chaotic star, and also destroyed countless stars. In the end, he provoked the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people, and was besieged by the emperors. No, Wukong was Wukong, and he was himself. His way of doing things was very different. On the stars of Wukong's destruction, all living creatures were wiped out, but he only sent those creatures to another world, and didn't do anything to them. Instead, many years later, they would probably be grateful to him. Order was re-established in chaos, and only by experiencing destruction could it be reborn. Chapter 3184. At the border of the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Wu Heng's face was livid. He had been confronting the all-devouring darkness for half a year. He had tried his best but could only slow down the speed of its devouring and spreading. He could not stop it at all. In half a year, he had lost hundreds of millions of miles of star field. Such a large territory was almost several times larger than the Hung Luo star field he had devoured in the past 3 years. Who was the person opposite him? How did he do it? He had once driven the territory of the Great Desolate Star to devour the Hung Luo star field, so he naturally knew how difficult it was. It was a painstaking effort that needed to be pushed forward bit by bit. It was not something that could be done overnight. At that time, the Hung Luo star field did not have an owner of the territory of the Great Desolate Star field, so his devouring was almost unhindered. But now with him here, the erosion of the opposite side was still so fast. What was the reason? If that was all, it would be fine. There was another thing that troubled Wu Heng. In the past 6 months, in the hinterland of the Great Desolate Star territory, he had lost 3 cultivation stars one after another. From the Yellow Spring Star to the Wild Wave Star to the Flying Crab Star. They disappeared from the star one after another, as if they had never appeared. Those were 3 cultivation stars, not 3 meat patties. In the end, what method did Kai Yang use to steal them? In the territory of the Great Desolate Star, there were many cultivation stars. Losing 3 was not a big deal. The key point was that this was just the beginning. Losing 3 cultivation stars in half a year. What about 1 year, 10 years, 100 years? If there were no more cultivation stars in the entire Great Desolate Star territory, what was the point of the existence of the Great Desolate Star territory? He, the owner of the Great Desolate Star territory, would only exist in name. To Wu Heng's relief, after the Flying Crab Star, Yang Kai did not seem to do anything else. He did not know what he was doing here. As the owner of the Great Desolate Star territory, if he really wanted to spy on Yang Kai, it would be easy. However, he did not dare to do so, because a slight distraction would cause the erosion of the opposite Great Desolate Star territory to increase rapidly. It could not go on like this. If it went on, he would definitely not have a good ending. Did he really have to do that? Wu Heng's expression kept changing. Of anger. Above a dead star, billowing was suspended in midair. The huge pitch-black body was constantly shrinking and expanding, repeating the same cycle. Kai Yang stood next to it, paying close attention to it. Along the way, Rolling had swallowed a total of 3 cultivation stars, and when it finally swallowed the Flying Crab Star completely, it closed its mouth, no longer making that crunching sound. Then it stopped at the position where the Flying Crab Star originally was, and began to undergo such a change. Yang Kai wanted to communicate with the small sealed world, but found that his mind could not enter it, so he could only wait and see. If his senses were correct, then Rolling was currently digesting. After all, 3 cultivation stars were not so easy to swallow. Even if they were swallowed into the small sealed world, they would still need to be digested. Otherwise, the slightly different world principles would be enough to cause the small sealed world space to collapse, and the creatures on the 3 cultivation stars would definitely die without a burial. After this time's change, the entire mysterious small world would likely undergo a complete makeover, so Yang Kai waited quietly with great expectations. He wanted to check the situation with the embodiment, but he was too far away now, and he was in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, so he could not establish contact with the embodiment at all. However, Wu Heng was definitely not having a good time. Otherwise, Yang Kai's recent actions would not have been so smooth. If Wu Heng could spare some time, he would definitely give Yang Kai a hard time. Thinking so, Yang Kai grinned. Those who provoked him never had a good end. Even Wukong had suffered a big loss, let alone Wu Heng. Days passed little by little. There was no sunrise or moonlight in the star field, so Yang Kai did not know how much time had passed. But every time Rolling wriggled, it seemed to cause some changes to its body. Yang Kai could clearly feel that Raleigh's consciousness had become much clearer. This could only mean one thing. Raleigh had successfully digested the world principles of the 3 cultivation stars and fused them together, no longer distinguishable from each other. After a while, the consciousness became even clearer. Although it was not to the extent that it could communicate with Yang Kai, it could already give some reactions to Yang Kai's contact. The most obvious change was the shape of the rolling. Originally, it was just a huge black ball. After swallowing the yellow spring star, a big mouth appeared. Now, a tail grew out directly opposite the big mouth. The tail slowly grew longer, and at first glance, the rolling looked like a huge tadpole. It looked quite funny. Finally, one day, after wriggling for a while, the rolling stopped changing. The big mouth opened again and made a crunching sound, conveying the urgency of hunger. After digesting the 3 cultivation stars, it began to devour again. Its body size had also become much larger. When it arrived at Wild Wave Star, it was 100 kilometers in diameter. At this moment, it was probably more than 200 kilometers in diameter. Yang Kai did not intend to stop it and let it go. The rolling immediately turned around and rushed in a certain direction. Even though it was dark there, Yang Kai knew that there was definitely a cultivation star there. It seemed to be extremely sensitive to cultivation stars. Even though it was separated by a large star field, it could still smell the delicious smell coming from cultivation stars. Yang Kai flashed into the small sealed world bead. This was the first time he had entered the small sealed world after the rolling changed. As soon as he came to this world, Yang Kai was stunned, because this was no longer the small sealed world he was familiar with. The whole world had become many times larger. Even after stretching out his divine sense for a long time, he still could not find the end of it. The original small sealed world could only be regarded as a small world. Even the world principles were pieced together by Yang Kai. If the small sealed world bead was compared to a piece of clothing, then the original small sealed world bead was definitely full of patches. The world principles were complete, but not so harmonious. However, at this moment, the whole world was soft, without the slightest abruptness. The world principles were also extremely perfect, far superior to the original world principles. This could already be regarded as a real small sealed world. Such a world was of a higher grade than an ordinary cultivation star. In this world, the landscape was constantly changing. Forests, wastelands, seas, deserts, basins, everything one could imagine. It was suitable for all kinds of races to live and work in peace. The auras of countless living beings filled the entire world, and buildings of different styles rose from the ground. After the creatures from the 3 cultivation stars were swallowed into this place, and found that their lives were no longer in danger, the first thing they did was naturally to rebuild their own sects and clans. There were no conflicts. After all, no one knew where they were now, nor did they know if a great disaster would befall them. Even if creatures of different races occasionally met, they were quite restrained and tried their best not to have conflicts with others. Yang Kai looked around carefully for a while, and soon found the original small sealed world bead. The original space was located at the very center of this new world, and there seemed to be an invisible barrier that isolated this new world, making it impossible for anyone to enter. This made Yang Kai breathe a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that someone would break into his medicine garden and destroy his spirit medicines. The current situation could not be better. Thinking about it, it was all thanks to the rolling stone. Since Yang Kai was here, he should at least say hello. At the very least, he should let the people of this world know who was the master here. With a thought from Yang Kai-san, the figure of a giant suddenly appeared in the sky. Any living creature in this world could see the existence of that figure, as long as they raised their heads. His eyes were majestic, as if he was looking at the void, but also as if he was looking at everyone. Everyone was shocked. When they looked up, they could not help but feel a sense of worship. Countless people even fell to the ground, trembling. It's him. On a new island. Aowe looked at the face in the sky and his expression changed. The memory of being defeated by this person some time ago was still vivid in his mind. How could he not know that this person's means were many times higher than his own? It was ridiculous that he thought he was a star master and wanted to fight with this person. Many people recognized Yang Kai. After all, when he drove the rolling stone to devour the stars a few days ago, many people had seen him from afar. Now that they saw him again, their awe was even deeper. I'm the lord of this world, and I have no ill intentions towards all of you. I only hope that all of you can live and work in peace and contentment in this world. If there are talented and intelligent people, I can guide them to a higher level world and experience a more wonderful path of martial arts. Stretching out 2 fingers, Yang Kai pointed to his eyes and grinned. Work hard, boys. I will be watching you. Whether you become a dragon or a worm will depend on your own ability. The whole world fell silent as everyone was shocked speechless. It was not until a long time later that the huge figure in the sky disappeared. But those simple words set off stormy waves in everyone's hearts, especially the Origin Kings. A higher level world, a more wonderful path of the martial Tao. This was like a carrot dangling in front of a donkey, making them drool and yearn for it. Most of the Origin Kings within the territory of Great Desolate Star knew about the existence of the star boundary. After all, there had always been a path connecting Great Desolate Star's territory to the star boundary. Several decades ago, the previous Netherworld sect master Yin Lisheng had entered the star boundary with several masters from Great Desolate Star's territory, but no one knew what the final result was. However, it was undeniable that entering Great Desolate Star's territory through that passage was bound to be dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. So even though the passage had always existed, no cultivator within Great Desolate Star's territory dared to pass through it unless they had great confidence in their own strength. But now there was another opportunity in front of them. It seemed that as long as one was recognized by the master of this world, they could be introduced into the star boundary. Chapter 3185. The stars were resplendent and had existed since ancient times, but they were collapsing and disappearing one after another, as if an invisible hand was erasing them from the vast star field. Wu Heng couldn't bear it any longer. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Yang Kai! Up to this day, he had been at a complete disadvantage in the battle against Yang Kai. Not only had he lost a large part of the vast star field, but he had also lost as many as 5 cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. If this silent battle continued like this, he would definitely lose everything he had. Deep regret welled up in his heart. If he had stopped when he noticed that a Star Lord had been born in the Hung Luo star field, perhaps there wouldn't be so many troubles now. But at that time he had bullied Yang Kai, who had just become the Star Lord of the territory, and did not put him in his eyes. He even wanted Yang Kai to hand over the Hung Luo star field. Their enmity had already been formed, but now it was useless to regret. No matter what, he had to get rid of Yang Kai first. Even if he had to suffer more losses, he could not tolerate him doing whatever he wanted in his own territory. Thinking of this, Wu Heng no longer hesitated and divided a part of his mind to investigate Yang Kai's situation. In the extremely distant star field, Wu Heng quickly found traces of Yang Kai. After seeing the situation there, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded and absent-mindedly asked, "What is this?" More than half of the 6th cultivation star had already disappeared, and on this broken cultivation star, a giant black tadpole-like monster was leisurely moving back and forth. As its mouth opened and closed, it swallowed the cultivation star piece by piece, as if it was eating a delicious cake. In the blink of an eye, a large piece of the cultivation star had disappeared. Even though Wu Heng was very knowledgeable and experienced, he couldn't recognize what this black monster was, but when he saw it, he instinctively felt a little frightened. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the rolling beast's back, seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and glanced at the star field, grinning. At the next moment, Wu Heng appeared before him. As the master of the star territory, it was naturally not difficult for him to traverse a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. He raised his hand, clenched it, and shouted, "Die!" The power of this planet's territory was instantly mobilized, turning into invisible shackles that suddenly tightened Rolling's huge body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Rolling's round body was constantly shrinking. His mouth was wide open, and his teeth were clattering as if he was struggling against something. Yang Kai also felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. His entire body stiffened and he couldn't move. He felt as if all his bones were being crushed by Wu Heng. It was indeed not a good thing to be too presumptuous in someone else's territory, but it was probably a little too late for Wu Heng to make a move now. If Wu Heng had been so decisive in the beginning when Rolling Beast was still not a threat, he might have had a chance to win. But now, did he really think that he was a soft persimmon that he could pinch at will? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a secretive smile. Wu Heng's expression suddenly changed. He felt that the shackles he had imposed on them were being broken bit by bit as the black monster opened and closed its mouth to gnaw at them. No, it wasn't breaking, it was disappearing. Just like the cultivation star in front of him, the power of the star territory that he had mobilized was also being devoured. Voila! A vibration that came from the depths of his soul rang out. Rolling Yasuo's body suddenly returned to normal, and he regained his freedom of movement. You can do this? Wu Heng was absent-minded for a while. He had come here with the determination to deal with Yang Kai. Because every second he delayed here, the Hung Luo star field's devouring power would go unchecked. The loss caused by the terrifying devouring speed was not something he could bear. He had originally made up his mind to directly kill Yang Kai, and then return to continue the confrontation with the Hung Luo star field. Who would have thought that this plan would not be realized? That black spherical monster was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. It could even devour the power of this star territory. And just as he was absent-minded, Rolling Beast suddenly rushed straight toward him. Its seemingly fat and bloated body showed unimaginable agility at this moment. When Wu Heng came back to his senses, a big mouth full of fangs appeared in front of him. Crack, the big mouth closed, and a large piece of the void disappeared. Wu Heng appeared in another position with cold sweat on his forehead. In that situation just now, if he was not the master of this star territory and could freely travel through this void, he would have been killed. Yang Kai stood on Rolling Beast's back and laughed with one hand on his waist. This is your home. Why are you running? Hurry up and fight for 300 rounds. Let's hurt each other, you bastard. Don't be so arrogant, you little brat. Wu Heng suppressed a ball of fire in his heart, like a volcano that could erupt at any time, but he calmed down and was not disturbed by Yang Kai's words. But what he said was indeed right. This was his territory, his home. Yang Kai was a thief who had sneaked into his home. He, the master, came to deal with him, but not only did he not feel guilty, he even provoked him. This kind of thing could not be tolerated if it happened to anyone. Focusing his mind, Wu Heng stretched out his hand and grasped the void. Thousands of streams of light gathered and condensed into a spear in his hand. This was not an emperor artifact, but a manifestation of the power of the stars that filled this star field. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was the world force of this star field. Of course, it was not the world force of the entire Great Desolate Star Territory. Although Wu Heng was the master of the Great Desolate Star Territory, it was not so simple to mobilize the power of the entire territory. This was something that Yang Kai could not do. Even so, the power contained in this spear was no small matter. At the very least, it condensed the power of the star field within a radius of 10 million kilometers. This was something that could only be accomplished by the master of a starfield with a simple wave of his hand. The spear was born, the lightning flashed, and the thunder died. The spear turned into a ferocious viper, condensing a power that could destroy the heavens and earth, and instantly arrived in front of Rolling Beast. Yang Kai's figure suddenly froze and his hair stood on end. If this shocking blow was a viper, then he seemed to have turned into a frog at this moment, suddenly encountering a natural enemy. Even though he had already prepared himself mentally, facing this attack head-on was still quite tricky. Rolling Beast. Yongkai lifted his foot and stomped Rolling Beast's back. Rolling Beast suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the terrifying blow. A sneer hung on Wu Heng's face as he stared quietly at the pitch-black monster, but soon his smile disappeared. The scene of him killing his enemy with a single blow did not occur. The pitch-black monster's body only rolled violently a few times before a crack appeared on its back. Even the crack was closing up at an extremely fast speed. Wu Heng's eyes widened suddenly, almost suspecting that his eyes were playing tricks on him. His attack, which had condensed the power of the star field within a radius of 10 million kilometers, had been so easily dissolved? What the hell was this pitch-black monster? How could it possess such power? What Wu Heng did not know was that just as Rolling Beast swallowed that shocking blow, in the mysterious small world, a stream of light flashed across the sky, almost penetrating the entire mysterious small world. This stream of light gave off a heaven-destroying aura that caused all the living beings in the mysterious small world to look up, unable to resist the urge to kneel down and worship it. As this stream of light passed by, it left a deep mark in the sky of the mysterious small world, as if it had been cut open. World force was something that could only be resisted by world force. Wu Heng's strike, which contained the power of the starry sky within a radius of 10 million kilometers, was indeed terrifying, but the sealed world bead was also a world of its own. The world principles and world energy contained in it were not much worse than in the star field, perhaps even better. The only difference was its size. Wu Heng wanting to destroy the mysterious small world with this attack was naturally wishful thinking. The mysterious small world was more than enough to swallow and digest his attack, and judging from the result, not only would it not cause much damage, it would also have a nourishing effect. Yongkai picked his ear with his little finger and mocked loudly. Such a soft attack, are you trying to tickle me? Shut up. Wu Heng flew into a rage out of humiliation. But how could Yongkai allow him to do as he wished? He shouted even louder. We are both masters of the star territory. This young master really feels ashamed for you. If someone dared to act so presumptuously in my home, I would have beaten them so badly they wouldn't be recognized. Impudent. Yongkai sneered. I am impudent. If you have the guts, come and hit me. Even though he knew that Yongkai was trying to provoke him, Wu Heng could not bear it anymore, feeling his mind fluctuating violently as his eyes turned red. Although Yongkai's words were rampant, he was right about one thing. It was really shameful that he couldn't deal with a thief and robber in his own territory. So he no longer said anything, shook his arms, and a little fluorescent light appeared on each of his hands, gathering the power of the stars and turning it into a thunderous attack that blasted towards the rolling beast. Although he didn't know what the hell this giant black beast was, he instinctively felt that it was not as strong as it looked on the surface. Even if it could swallow his attacks, there should be a limit to it. The wounds on its back that were slowly healing were the best proof. It was not that he couldn't hurt it, it was just that the damage was not enough. Since it was not enough, then he would just add a little more. There would always be a blow that could completely crush it. The power of the stars came crashing down, and was once again swallowed by the rolling beast. Suddenly, 2 more wounds opened on its back. The rolling beast suddenly became excited, and without Yongkai's instructions, it actually took the initiative to rush towards Wu Heng, as if it wanted to swallow him as well. How could Wu Heng wait helplessly for his death? Relying on the convenience of the Star Territory Master, his figure twisted and turned, avoiding the rolling beast's attack, while constantly gathering the power of the Star Territory between his hands and turning it into attacks. In an instant, the world inside the small sealed world suddenly changed. Streams of light streaked across the sky, as if it was a meteor shower, and the small sealed world was filled with lightning and thunder, as if doomsday was coming and the world was about to collapse. The hundreds of millions of creatures, regardless of their cultivation, were all trembling, prostrating themselves on the ground, begging the Master God for mercy. They didn't even know how they had offended the World Master who had appeared before. They only thought that it was the World Master's anger that caused the world to change. Above the sea, waves rose and fell, the ground in the wilderness cracked, and countless newly built buildings collapsed. In an instant, the peaceful world became full of danger and murderous intent. It made people feel more and more what it meant to have divine grace as deep as the sea and divine might as deep as a prison. Chapter 3186. Yang Kai couldn't perceive any of this, or even if he did, there was no way he could stop it. Wu Heng was the master of the star territory, and in this great desolate star territory, he could exert godlike power. Yang Kai had no chance of winning against him here, so the one who could fight now was not him, but Rolling Star. Rolling Star also lived up to his expectations. No matter how much power Wu Heng condensed from the star territory, it was all swallowed into his stomach. Two figures, one big and one small, shuttled back and forth in the star territory, chasing each other, making for an extremely lively scene. No, this can't go on, Wu Heng thought anxiously. Every moment he delayed here, a large part of the great desolate star territory would be swallowed up by the star field, and the shrinking of the star field would directly affect the power he could mobilize. If this continued, he would definitely lose. I can't believe I'll lose. Although this was only a possibility, Wu Heng still felt it was inconceivable. Before coming to find Yang Kai, he never thought such a situation would occur. But his current situation was simply a dilemma. Yang Kai also felt that something was wrong. He took some time to investigate Rolling Star's situation, and finally discovered the changes in the small sealed world. Just like Rolling Star needed to rest and digest after swallowing 3 cultivation stars before, Wu Heng's attacks condensed from the power of stars were not so easy to swallow. Compared to directly swallowing a cultivation star, the pressure on Rolling Star was much greater. If this continued for a long time, the small sealed world would definitely not be able to withstand it. When that time came, Rolling Star would have to rest for a while, and find an opportunity to digest the power of those stars. The two enemies had different concerns, but at this moment, they made the same choice, which was to rush towards the edge of the great desolate star territory. Wu Heng was in a hurry to go back to contain the Hung Luo star fields devouring and drive away the robber Yang Kai. Yang Kai was in a hurry to take Rolling Stone to find a safe place to recuperate. The speed of both parties was extremely fast. Needless to say, Wu Heng was the master of the planet's territory. The distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers could be crossed with a single thought. Although Rolling's body was fat, every time he leaped, he could cross a terrifying distance. Coupled with Wu Heng's intentional or unintentional guidance, he had the ability to teleport. In less than an hour, the endless darkness was imprinted in his eyes. Soon, both parties arrived at the junction of the territory of the two big stars. Yang Kai's spirit was shaken, and he immediately established a connection with the embodiment. Moreover, he could vaguely feel the power of the Hung Luo star field. Although he was still in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, this place was considered the intersection of the two star territories, so the suppression was not so obvious. He couldn't help but laugh. There's a way to heaven, but you don't want to take it, and there's no door to hell. Wu Heng, I really have to thank you. When he finished speaking, he had already driven Rolling Stone past Wu Heng, and rushed back to the Hung Luo star field. After sending away this strong enemy, Wu Heng was not happy but shocked. His heart sank, and he felt that he seemed to have done something wrong. The next moment, an extremely terrifying pushing force suddenly came from the endless darkness, which made him feel that it was difficult to resist. In the darkness, Yang Kai's smiling face appeared clearly in his eyes. You are really the master of the star territory, Wu Heng exclaimed, and a strong sense of regret welled up in his heart. If he had known this, he would never have sent Yang Kai back. Previously, he considered that Yang Kai was not the master of the star territory, so he couldn't let him make trouble behind his back. Therefore, he wanted to send him away. In this way, he could concentrate on dealing with the pressure from the Hung Luo star field without any worries. But now, it seemed that this was a very bad move. Yang Kai was really the master of the Hung Luo star field. However, Wu Heng couldn't figure it out. Since he was the master of the Hung Luo star field, who was in charge of the devouring of the star territory when he broke into the territory of the Great Desolate Star, could it be that there were two masters of the Hung Luo star field? But this was impossible. There was only one origin in the territory of the star. How could it be refined by two people? A very bold conjecture came to his mind. Wu Heng's face turned pale and he gritted his teeth. Doppelganger. Only in this way could he explain all his doubts. He must have a doppelganger that he could command at will. That was why he could continue to maintain the devouring of the star territory, when he broke into the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The doppelganger technique was not a secret, nor was it difficult to practice. Many experts had practiced it before, but the ordinary doppelganger couldn't play a very powerful role. At most, it could only be used to spy on some dangers, so it seemed to be of little value. Moreover, practicing this secret technique required extremely precious materials and a lot of time. Under normal circumstances, no one would spend too much time on the doppelganger technique, and this secret technique was not used in a life-and-death battle. But now, it seemed that Yang Kai's doppelganger was unbelievably powerful. Otherwise, he couldn't have activated the power of the entire Hung Luo star field. The darkness was like waves, spreading layer by layer. Large areas of the star field disappeared. Wu Heng retreated again and again. It was a complete defeat. Previously, when the doppelganger activated the origin in the territory of the star to devour, it was difficult for him to resist, and he could only try his best to stop it. Now that Yang Kai had returned to the territory of the star, the doppelganger technique was naturally more powerful. In addition, the Great Desolate Star had lost a large area of the star field these days, and the Hung Luo star field's territory was expanding. Under these circumstances, Wu Heng was even less of a match for it. He couldn't stop it, absolutely couldn't stop it. Wu Heng's face was ashen. He had never thought that his sudden decision to devour an ownerless star territory would bring about such a disaster. He had just become the owner of the star territory. How could he exert such a powerful force? As the owner of the star territory, he should have the upper hand in this battle. But the fact was the opposite. Wu Heng's figure flashed and he retreated 1,000,000 miles. In the darkness, Yang Kai's condensed face stared at him quietly and said mockingly, "Run. Let's see where you can run after this young master devours the territory of the Great Desolate Star." He was extremely happy. No wonder Wu Heng had the idea of devouring the Hung Luo star field. After becoming the owner of the star territory, devouring the territory of another star gave him a great feeling of joy. He could clearly feel the change of the world's power while devouring. He had made up his mind to devour the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star, and combine the two star territories into one. By then he would be the owner of the two star territories. Facing his mockery, Wu Heng's face was as calm as water. He seemed to have accepted his fate, but his eyes flashed with a trace of determination. He suddenly took out a jade tablet from the space ring. The jade tablet was dotted with stars, as if there were countless stars on it. It was a brand that emitted an extremely mysterious aura. From 1,000,000 miles away, Yang Kai saw this scene and couldn't help frowning. Although he wasn't close, he could feel that this jade tablet wasn't an artifact. What was he going to do with it at this time? Having said that, he didn't know what this jade tablet was, but it didn't look like an ordinary object. Wu Heng's expression was solemn as he formed a few mysterious seals with his hands, pointed his finger at the jade tablet, and then raised it high and shouted, "Star Envoy, please." Dots of fluorescent light suddenly emerged from the jade tablet, like hundreds of millions of fireflies flying out, converging into a dazzling pillar of light that shot straight to the sky. Above Wu Heng's head, at the top of the pillar of light, a white light bloomed and gathered into a circle that covered an area of several kilometers. This circle was filled with complex patterns that rotated irregularly, dazzling anyone who saw it. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was startled, because those patterns looked somewhat familiar. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the spirit array he needed to arrange a space array that could cross territory? What the hell was this jade tablet? How could it construct such a pattern in an instant? The power of space fluctuated. Yang Kai suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Combined with what Wu Heng shouted before, and what he saw in front of him, Yang Kai keenly felt that there seemed to be someone coming out of the pattern. Sure enough, in the dazzling light, a Bigfoot suddenly stepped out of the large circular array, like a banished immortal descending from the sky, slowly revealing his figure. Yang Kai stared with wide eyes and was surprised to find that it was a handsome man with a feathered crown on his head and a feathered fan. This man was as handsome as jade, so handsome that it made Yang Kai feel disgusted. There was a long sword hanging from his waist, which made him look like a Confucian hero. When he descended from the circular pattern, his eyes were closed. Wu Heng, on the other hand, stood there with a solemn expression and looked up. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, which flashed like lightning, as if he could see through all things. Wu Heng hurriedly lowered his head, as if looking at this man any longer would be disrespectful. On the other hand, Kai Yang felt the hairs on his body stand on end as a great pressure descended upon his heart. Yang Kai didn't know much about Wu Heng's true strength and estimated that he was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. But he had seen many third-layer Emperor Realm Masters before, so he didn't feel any pressure facing him. However, this man with a feathered crown who descended from the sky made his breath catch. And this was under the premise that this man wasn't deliberately targeting him. There was only one kind of person who could make him feel this way. This man isn't from the Emperor realm, he's one of the great emperors. Which great emperors are they? The names of the great emperors kept flashing through Yang Kai's mind, but he found that none of them matched this man. What made him feel even stranger was that Wu Heng was able to summon him. What did he mean by inviting an emissary just now? Star Soul Palace also had the title of emissary. Xiao Yu Yang was a Golden Star emissary, but it wasn't a position in Star Soul Palace. Xiao Yu Yang's position in Star Soul Palace was an elder. The so-called emissary was a title established in the entire Southern Territory. Star Soul Palace's emissaries were mainly responsible for communicating and reconciling the conflicts between the various sects in the Southern Territory. Star Soul Palace's emissaries also held other positions in Star Soul Palace. The two were independent but did not conflict with each other. This star emissary obviously wasn't from Star Soul Palace. The Bright Moon Great Emperors were only SSO. No, he seemed to be a little worse than the Bright Moon Great Emperors, but Yang Kai's experience was limited, so he didn't know what the difference was. Master. Wu Heng cupped his fists and saluted. The man with the feathered crown looked down at him and said lightly, Wu Heng. Yes. Chapter 3187. How dare you? The man with the feathered crown bellowed. His voice made Wu Heng tremble as if he was struck by lightning. His face turned pale. Master, please forgive me. Wu Heng lowered his head even more. Something urgent has happened. I have no choice but to ask Master to come here. The man with the feathered crown said. You are the master of this star territory. What can't you handle? Wu Heng raised his hand. Master, please look over there. The man with the feathered crown looked in the direction of Wu Heng's finger, and saw the boundless darkness hundreds of thousands of miles away. He also saw Yang Kai's face in the darkness. He couldn't help but lower his eyes. In a flash, he knew the truth of the matter. When they looked at each other, Yang Kai was shocked. He almost couldn't maintain his projection. He was frightened. This man was indeed one of the great emperors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him such pressure at first glance. Even the darkness was slightly hindered and slowed down. Wu Heng said sorrowfully, Master, this man and I have some grudges. He wants to swallow the territory of the great desolate star. He doesn't care about billions of creatures. I'm not his match. Master, please help me. The man with the feathered crown didn't respond. His eyes looking at Yang Kai became sharper as if they could penetrate the barrier between the two-star territory and see into Yang Kai's heart. Instantly, Yang Kai had a feeling of being stabbed in his back. He subconsciously urged the power of the star territory to push the darkness forward and block the prying eyes. How dare you? Seeing this, the man with the feathered crown shouted. He seemed to blame Yang Kai for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, and for hiding his secret. While he was talking, he pulled out the long sword at his waist and gently slashed forward. It was a silent and very simple slash, but it rolled up the power of the entire territory of the great desolate star, and erected an invisible barrier in front of the boundless darkness. Yang Kai felt as if he had slammed his head into a wall, and suddenly felt a little dizzy. No matter what he did, he couldn't push the darkness any further. He couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of person was this? How could he accomplish such a feat with just a wave of his hand? He instinctively felt that this wasn't the power of the man with the feathered crown. Even if he was really one of the great emperors, he would be rejected by the laws of heaven and earth in the territory of the great desolate star. not to mention using the power of the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The master of the Grand Desolation Star domain was Wu Heng, but what Wu Heng couldn't do, he could easily do. Now, it seemed that not only was he not rejected by the laws of heaven and earth of the star domain in the lower planes, but he was also able to manipulate the power of the star domain better than Wu Heng. He was more like a star domain master than Wu Heng. Now he was in big trouble. Such a guy appeared out of nowhere, and didn't seem to have a good impression of him. Instead, he seemed to be hostile. How could he solve this matter? Yang Kai didn't even know what the relationship between him and Wu Heng was. But from the fact that Wu Heng summoned him here, there might be some relationship between them. After the man with the feathered crown stopped the devouring of the Hung Luo star field with one slash, Wu Heng's face suddenly showed an imperceptible joy. He thought that it was a wise choice to summon the master here at the risk of being blamed. Only he could stop his territory from being devoured. But it was not enough. Wu Heng carefully observed his expression and said, "Master, this boy is arrogant, ignorant and rude." He devoured the boundless star field of the territory of the Great Desolate Star, and destroyed many cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, causing countless lives to be lost. "Please punish him severely, master." The man with the feathered crown glanced at him coldly. His eyes were emotionless. Wu Heng's face suddenly stiffened. He couldn't say a word of the words he had prepared. He had hoped to use the master's authority to make Yang Kai return the star field he had devoured. But now he understood that the authority of a tiger was not so easy to use. Even if he summoned this master, he would be forced to stop Yang Kai from continuing to devour, but he would never stand up for him for no reason. If he continued to speak, he was afraid that even he would be punished. After all, as the master of a territory of the Great Desolate Star, he didn't defend his territory well. As a result, he lost a large part of his territory when fighting with others. He could only blame himself for being incompetent. "Go back." The man with the feathered crown looked at the darkness in the distance and shouted. Although his voice was calm, his tone was unquestionable. Yang Kai's mind was in a trance, as if he had been affected by something. He actually had the thought of turning around and running away. The darkness that couldn't move forward was tumbling because of the fluctuation of his mind. A cool feeling spread in his knowledge sea, shaking his spirit. The tumbling darkness stabilized again. It turned out that the rainbow soul-warming lotus had taken effect at the critical moment. He was shocked. He didn't know why, but he felt that this man was more powerful than all the great emperors he had seen. Such a strong man shouldn't be unknown. But why couldn't he match up with any of the great emperors? Suddenly, he remembered a sentence he had heard before. There are more than 10 great emperors in the world. Suddenly, everything became clear. After calming down, Yang Kai said in a clear voice, "Dare I ask Master's name?" No matter what this man's background was, he was not someone he could compete with now. Even if he relied on the strength of the Star Territory's master, it would not be enough. It might be a good ending for this matter to be left unsettled. Anyway, he had already annexed a lot of star field in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Although he couldn't swallow the entire Great Desolate Star territory, the anger in his heart had already been vented. Yang Kai was also mentally prepared to stop while he was ahead. He asked this question out of curiosity. He wanted to know the name of such a strong man. Perhaps in the future, he would have a chance to deal with him. It would be good to form a good relationship with him. "You're asking me?" The man with the feathered crown stared at Yang Kai indifferently, but his eyes were empty. Nothing in the world could withstand his gaze. "Yes," Yang Kai frowned. "Master, please enlighten me." "You don't deserve to know." The man with the feathered crown responded indifferently. He raised his hand impolitely and said, "Go back. If you dare to do this again, I will kill you without mercy." Suddenly, an irresistible force came from the front. That force was invisible, but Yang Kai seemed to see a huge wave coming toward him. If he didn't retreat, he would be smashed into pieces. If Wu Heng had such power, he would have lost in the confrontation. How could he be so free in the territory of the Great Desolate Star? At this time, the wisest thing to do was to take the opportunity to retreat. Although that force was fierce, as long as Yang Kai returned to his Hung Luo star field, he would be safe. However, the man with the feathered crown's arrogant attitude and disdainful tone made Yang Kai angry. Yang Kai thought that his tone was polite and his attitude was good. He had already planned to settle things peacefully, but who would have thought that his modesty would become the reason for the other party's arrogance? Suddenly, a heroic and unyielding spirit welled up in Yang Kai's heart. He communicated with the Hung Luo star field and urged the power of the territory of the Great Desolate Star to condense the boundless darkness into an impregnable defense. Hong, a loud noise was heard, and layers of ripples appeared in the darkness, spreading wildly in all directions. The man with the feathered crown raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised look. Although he just waved his hand casually, his identity was still there. This wave of his hand had condensed the power of the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star. He thought it would be enough to repel Yang Kai, but instead, it aroused his courage to resist. Wu Heng was surprised at first, but then he was happy. He was surprised that Yang Kai had the courage to challenge this master. Did he really not know the origin of this master? Wu Heng was happy that Yang Kai had recklessly offended him, so he was afraid that he would suffer a lot. The darkness shook and rolled, and the huge projection condensed by Yang Kai was also wavering, as if it would collapse at any time, but in the end, it slowly stabilized, and with a dignified expression he said, "How am I not worthy?" Hearing this, Wu Heng almost laughed out loud. This brat really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dared to challenge this master. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have fanned the flames. As long as he waited for the situation to develop, this master would naturally deal with him. He could already imagine himself sitting on the territory of the Great Desolate Star, and becoming the master of the Great Desolate Star territory. This aura. The man with the feathered crown suddenly frowned, his eyes searching the boundless darkness. What kind of secret art do you practice? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he secretly cursed. Although he was using the power of the entire Great Desolate Star's territory to stimulate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art, and didn't cultivate it himself, this secret art was, after all, created by Wukong and was a first-class evil secret art. If it fell into the eyes of someone with ill intentions, it wouldn't end well. Regardless of whether or not he had used this secret art to do evil, just using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art was a great sin. This man with the feathered crown was able to detect a trace of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art in the darkness. His eyes were really sharp. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't follow his words and instead changed the subject, shouting, "How am I not worthy?" The darkness seemed to become more violent due to the ups and downs of his mood, seemingly wanting to break through the shackles and continue to devour him. Interesting. The man with the feathered crown nodded slightly and suddenly shook his sword, thrusting it straight forward. His whole body turned into a stream of light, merging with the sword and traversing hundreds of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, stabbing into the darkness with his sword. Yang Kai's whole body shook and the huge projection could no longer be maintained, collapsing with a loud bang. He was now using his mind to communicate with the Hung Luo star field, turning into boundless darkness to devour the star field. Although the man with the feathered crown stabbed into the darkness, it was also the same as stabbing into his body. His mind shook and his consciousness returned to where his main body was, only to feel a splitting headache, as if his head was about to explode. His eyes were filled with stars and he couldn't focus his vision. In his knowledge sea, the sword chi rampaged, rolling up monstrous waves in his knowledge sea. The rainbow soul-warming lotus rotated, and a rainbow-colored light enveloped his knowledge sea, repairing his damaged divine sense. Yang Kai felt a little better as a cool feeling came over him. He looked up and a chill rushed straight to his head. The man with the feathered crown was standing not far in front of him, but he didn't even look at him. Instead, he was looking at the rolling stone beside him with burning eyes. Chapter 3188. From the moment the feathered crown man appeared until now, his demeanor was extremely cold and his eyes were empty and indifferent, as if he didn't put anyone or anything in this world in his eyes. Only now did the appearance of Rolling Stone arouse his interest. Yang Kai clearly saw a desire for possession in this man's eyes. Rolling Stone was the manifestation of the mysterious small world's world will, and could also be regarded as the artifact spirit of the sealed world bead. But after swallowing 5 or 6 cultivation stars, its body had become extremely large, and it had even grown a large mouth and a long tail, making it look like a fat tadpole. Its birth was a coincidence that Yang Kai had never expected before. These days, when he was like a fish in water on Great Desolate Star's territory, he had considered a problem. Whether the existence of Rolling Stone or the changes in the mysterious small world conflicted with the existence of Hung Luo Star Field for him. He was the master of Hung Luo Star Field, and the master of the mysterious small world, so he was the master of 2 worlds. However, it was impossible to bite off more than one could chew, and the path of cultivation paid particular attention to this. Naturally, the more worlds one owned, the better. If he wanted to comprehend world force, he could do so with the help of the Hung Luo Star Field, and to some extent, the mysterious small world was not comparable to an entire star territory. Therefore, the existence of these 2 worlds seemed to be a bit repetitive to him, and one of them would sooner or later become useless. But at this moment, seeing the eyes of the feathered crown man, Yang Kai immediately understood that he was wrong. The Hung Luo Star Field and the mysterious small world did not conflict, and the mysterious small world was not inferior to an entire star territory. In fact, in some territories he did not know, the value of a mysterious small world was far greater than that of a star territory. Otherwise, why would this feathered crown man show such an expression? Yang Kai stepped in front of the feathered crown man, causing him to lower his eyes, seemingly a little angry, but soon, the anger in his eyes disappeared and he asked, "Is this mysterious small world yours?" Yang Kai naturally knew that he was not asking about the Hung Luo Star Field, but the mysterious small world. With his vision, it was not surprising that he could see through the essence of Rolling Stone at a glance, but it would be strange if he could not. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? If it isn't, then I'll take it. If it is, then I'll take it too. Then what are you asking? Yang Kai frowned. The man with the feathered crown shook his head and said, "Of course I have to ask. Even though I'm stronger than you, I won't take it by force." "What? What do you want to exchange with me?" "Not bad." The man with the feathered crown nodded. "This small world is of great use to me. Name your price." "Don't worry that I won't be able to afford it." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, it's also very useful to me." Although he didn't quite understand why the other party was so enthusiastic about rolling, how could Yang Kai exchange it for any benefits? Not to mention that it might be of great use in the future. Even if it was useless, Yang Kai would not exchange it with this feathered-crowned man. It would only be a waste to leave it in your hands. How is that a waste? Yang Kai's face sank. There should be a limit to looking down on others. He didn't deny that the other party was stronger than him, but there was also a huge gap between their cultivation years. If it weren't for some scruples, Yang Kai would have said, "Don't bully a poor youth." But thinking about it, he was no longer young and had long since left the category of youth, so he gave up. "Boy, you should have some self-awareness," the feathered crown man impatiently said. He looked at Yang Kai as if it was an honor for him to have taken a fancy to Yang Kai's things. "If you want to exchange with this king, I won't let you suffer a loss. This king can make the decision to give the neighboring star's territory to you. You can refine and devour it to your heart's content, and even hand over the star's source to you." With just a few words, the fate of the great desolate star's territory was decided. Yang Kai wondered what Wu Heng would think if he heard this. Yang Kai shook his head. "No," the man with the feathered crest said. "Within 10 years, I will help you break through to the Third Order Emperor realm." Yang Kai stared at him. "What's wrong, sir? Are you trying to take it by force?" Even if this man was really a great emperor, Yang Kai had seen great emperors before, and had even fought alongside great emperors, so how could he be intimidated by this man's might? If he provoked him, he would transform into a 200-meter-long dragon, and let this man know what it means to have a dragon's pressure as vast as the sea. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The man with the feathered crest's face sank, obviously angry. He felt that he was being sincere, as even he would have to pay a huge price for a star's territory and a Third Order Emperor realm breakthrough within 10 years. All he wanted was a small world, but he didn't expect the other party to refuse so readily. Yang Kai grinned. "I won't accept a toast or a forfeit." As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the vast star field crazily pressed down on the man with the feathered crest. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Although he hadn't been in contact with this man for long, Yang Kai could tell that this guy wasn't a patient person. Since he had made up his mind not to exchange the small sealed world with him, sooner or later, he would have to shed all pretense of cordiality. Instead of passively waiting to be beaten, it was better to take the initiative and perhaps have the strength to fight back. In an instant, the space around the man with the feathered crest turned into a solid cage. Space force fluctuated and entangled as void cracks swam around the man like fish. Although Yang Kai was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master now, in this Hung Luo star field, he was the master of heaven and earth. Even if the other party was really a great emperor's, bearing the power of the entire territory would not be easy. Looking closely, Yang Kai's heart jumped and he was dumbfounded, almost suspecting that he was seeing things. He saw that although the man with the feathered crest was full of flaws, his surroundings were not affected at all. The power of the star territory that Yang Kai had mobilized couldn't press down on him at all, only lingering around him. The man with the feathered crest was wearing a treasure robe that was blooming with starlight, blocking all the power outside. His expression was also slightly startled at this time, probably not expecting Yang Kai to be so bold as to attack him. He was so angry that he laughed. You court death. If Yang Kai hadn't taken action, the man with the feathered crest would have just taken it by force at most. After all, the master of the star territory couldn't be killed just because he said so. After all, his duties did not allow him to do so, otherwise, others would be able to use his weakness against him, and he would have endless troubles in the future. Since Yang Kai took the initiative to provoke him, he might as well kill him and no one would say anything. Slowly raising his hand, Yang Kai instantly became vigilant as if he was facing a great enemy. The man with the feathered crest drew the sword at his waist and fiercely slashed forward, shouting, "Break!" An invisible but extremely mysterious power burst out, not harming Yang Kai at all, but causing him to tremble and cry out in alarm. How is this possible? This was always the line that his opponents used, and at this moment, he finally understood how his opponents felt when they said this. Unbelievable, beyond imagination, completely incomprehensible. The man with the feathered crest sword had actually severed the connection between him and the Hung Luo star field. It had to be known that Yang Kai had spent a great deal of effort to refine the star source of the Hung Luo star field, becoming the master of this star territory. This kind of refining had formed a connection that went deep into his soul. And unless someone could kill Yang Kai, it would not be severed. But under the power of the man with the feathered crest sword, this impossible had become possible. The surging power of the star territory was suddenly dispersed. Yang Kai tried to communicate with the star, but he could not get any response from it. There seemed to be a pair of shackles that had locked up the star source of the entire star territory, causing his advantage as the master of the star territory to disappear. You actually dare to attack me? The man with the feathered crest slashed out with his sword, but did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai with a mocking expression. This king is the Star Court's emissary, in charge of thousands of star territory. You actually dare to attack me? Star Court. Yang Kai's expression changed. This was really a mysterious name that he had not heard for a long time. He knew about the existence of the Star Court. It was said that after the War of Emperors, the surviving great emperors created it in order to prevent something like Wukong from happening again. Its purpose was to seal and suppress the passage to the star territory of the lower star territory, and to protect and monitor the creatures in the lower star territory. The Star Court would not take the initiative to intervene in the matters of the star territory. They would let them live and die on their own. But if another Wukong appeared, the Star Court would definitely take action in time. The Star Court was extremely mysterious, and not many people in the entire star boundary knew of its existence. Yang Kai wanted to return to the Hung Luo star field back then, so he asked around. Someone told him that he could go to any star territory through the Star Court. But that person did not tell Yang Kai where the Star Court was. Yang Kai was able to return to the Hung Luo star field because of Wukong. If Wukong had not used the power of the Dragon Palace to forcefully break open the Void Passage, He was afraid that he would really have to go to the Star Court to look for a way out. There were many powerhouses in the Star Court, and there was always a great emperor overseeing it all year round. It was said that the one overseeing the Star Court these years was the Iron-Blood Great Emperor. No wonder this feathered man could cut off his connection with the Hung Luo star field with a single sword strike, causing his biggest reliance to lose its effect. Since the other party was an emissary from the Star Court, and was in charge of the Star Territory, it was natural for him to have this ability. The treasured clothes on his body, and the sword at his waist were probably specially made for the Star Territory of the Lower Star Territory. They could protect him from or reduce the rejection of the laws of heaven and earth when he went deep into the Star Territory. Yang Kai had a feeling that this person was not stronger than the other great emperors, but because of his identity and the environment he was in, he gave him this illusion. Oh, you don't know about the existence of the Star Court? The feathered man observed Yang Kai carefully before nodding. So that's how it is. You've only become the Star Territory's lord not long ago. No wonder you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Generally speaking, any Star Territory's lord who became the Star Territory's lord would have to register with the Star Court and have their own dossier. Wu Hung was like this, and so were the other Star Territory's lords. Every Star Territory's lord was a powerhouse from the star boundary, and it was impossible to become a Star Territory's lord without a three-layer Emperor Realm lord. They had to go through the Star Court in advance and obtain the qualifications to refine the Star Territory. Once they succeeded, they would naturally report it to the Star Court, create a dossier, and leave their name. This was a kind of restriction, but also a kind of responsibility. Chapter 3189. In other words, the masters of Star Territory were also subject to the jurisdiction and restrictions of the Star Court, so they couldn't do whatever they wanted in their own territory. Otherwise, if a Star Territory master wanted to, he could completely destroy the entire territory. And this man with the feathered crown was, to some extent, the direct superior of Yang Kai and the other Star Territory masters. Otherwise, Wu Hung, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, would not have had to be so subservient to this man. Yang Kai knew nothing about this matter, so he had directly bypassed the Star Court to refine the Hung Luo star field, so naturally, he couldn't be in awe of this man. The man with the feathered crown raised his sword above his head, his figure suddenly becoming as majestic as a mountain. It wasn't that his figure had grown bigger, but rather that his aura had soared into the sky and surged through the stars. Boy, since your cultivation has not been easy, quickly hand over your small world, and this king may spare your life. Yang Kai resolutely shouted, wishful thinking. Boy, you court death. A cold light flashed in the feathered crown man's eyes as he slashed down with his sword, its blade glowing with unfathomable power. In an instant, the only thing left in the world was this sword. It wasn't a particularly powerful move, just a casual wave of his hand, but it seemed to be able to seal off all of Yang Kai's escape routes, making him feel like he couldn't avoid it. Asterisk schwa. Asterisk with a flash of light, the sword froze in place. Yang Kai put his palms together and raised them high, clamping the sword above his head. A few strands of black hair were cut off, and turned to dust by the invisible sword chi. The feathered crown man was slightly surprised, obviously not expecting Yang Kai to be able to block his sword. Even Wu Hung would have to stretch out his neck to take this blow, but this boy didn't seem to be as strong as Wu Hung, so how could he come out unscathed? But he didn't care too much about it, and simply pressed the sword down with more force. Yang Kai instantly felt like a mountain was pressing down on his head, and this weight was constantly increasing, as if it wouldn't stop until he was flattened. When he raised his eyes to look over, he saw the man with the feathered crown looking at him with a ridiculing expression, and he seemed to be appreciating the struggle of an ant. Yang Kai's left eye instantly turned into a dignified vertical eye. From the vertical eye, a long saber pierced through the air, and slashed towards the feathered crown man's head. A Soul Emperor artifact. The feathered man's eyes lit up, not being affected by the demon eye of annihilation at all, instantly understanding the essence of the soul-splitting blade. Emperor artifacts were not rare in Yang Kai's eyes, but Soul Emperor artifacts were rarer. Of course, although the soul-splitting saber was extraordinary, it was not to the extent that Yang Kai coveted it. What he really cared about was the sealed world bead, which would be of great benefit to his cultivation. He was just curious as to why this young man had so many good items in his possession. An ordinary person from the Emperor realm wouldn't have such wealth. With a stir of his divine sense, he laid down a layer of defense in front of his knowledge sea. Hong. A trembling sound rang out from the depths of his soul, and the hurriedly laid down defense did not have the slightest effect. A pure attack transformed into the shape of a long saber, and cut a long gully in his knowledge sea, as if it wanted to split it in two. In an instant, his knowledge sea rose and fell violently. The feathered crowned man let out a muffled groan as a tingling sensation came from his head. A simple soul-splitting saber might not be able to cause him any harm. At his level of cultivation, it was very difficult for him to be hurt by external objects, but the soul-splitting saber combined with the heaven-shattering slash was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It had been many years since the last time he used the soul-splitting saber. Over the years, Yang Kai had been using his divine sense to nourish the soul-splitting saber, accumulating a terrifying amount of power. At this moment, he used the heaven-shattering slash secret technique imparted to him by Tianyan, and sure enough, it was effective. Little brat. The feathered crowned man's face instantly turned ferocious as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He never thought that he would actually suffer a loss in front of this brat. He thought that this brat was just an ant he could easily crush, but who would have thought that he would be bitten by this ant? Hong. A huge fist suddenly appeared in front of the feathered crowned man's eyes, and an earth-shattering force rushed towards him. The feathered crowned man's body suddenly shot out like a meteor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai withdrew his fist and stood up straight. At some unknown time, his body had transformed into a 200-meter-long dragon with dragon horns on his head and a dragon tail on his back. His exposed skin was covered in dragon scales, giving him an insufferably majestic appearance. "You old dog, are you done calling me little brat?" Before his voice fell, a cold light flashed as the feathered crowned man became one with his sword and rushed forward from tens of thousands of kilometers away, slashing his sword towards Yang Kai's dragon head. Yang Kai's dragon claw reached out and grabbed the long sword. With a clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out and sparks flew everywhere as the dragon scales cracked. Yang Kai gripped his sword tightly, not caring about the damage the sharp sword chi was causing him, allowing the unparalleled sword chi to rush into his body and wreak havoc. At the same time, Yang Kai's other dragon claw formed a series of seals with one hand, and a mysterious principal energy immediately surged. "This is..." The feathered crowned man's eyes drooped. At this moment, he actually felt as if time had stopped flowing, causing his 5 senses to produce an illusion. Time principle. Flowing time great emperor's withering glory, shuttling dream. Yang Kai pressed his palm towards him with a solemn expression. Flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal. The feathered crowned man's expression changed slightly for the first time, and he actually recognized the name of this divine technique. Obviously, he recognized this divine technique of the flowing time great emperors. A trace of hesitation flashed through his eyes, but it quickly turned into determination, and he retreated. But it was already too late. Yang Kai's palm pressed down, and the flowing time great emperor's withering glory completely enveloped him. Yang Kai frowned and looked up, only to see a few dozen kilometers away, the feathered crowned man's body flickering with light, resisting the corrosion of the principles of time. It only took a moment for him to disappear. Separated by a few dozen kilometers, the feathered crowned man carefully sized up Yang Kai for the first time. He had a half-dragon body, and had even cultivated the flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal. Just where did this boy come from? Although the flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal he displayed was only a fraction of the flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal, compared to the great emperor's, it involved the extremely mysterious time principle. If he hadn't retreated quickly just now, he would have suffered some minor injuries. That injury wasn't unbearable, but once it was corroded by the principles of time, he would have to pay a price to get rid of it. As the son of a rich family, he wasn't willing to pay the price he could afford. "Boy, what's your name?" The feathered crowned man stared at Yang Kai with a hint of caution. If it was just the flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, The great emperors of the flowing time great emperor had fallen many years ago. Even if he had obtained the mantle of the flowing time great emperor by chance, he was just a lucky man, not enough to make the feathered crown man fear him. However, that 200-meter body gave him an extraordinary feeling. Obviously, it was only a half-dragon body, but it made him feel like he was facing a real dragon. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone who could cultivate a half-dragon body to such an extent. "You're asking me?" Yang Kai grinned at him, his left hand gripping the long sword so tightly that blood dripped down. When the feathered crown man retreated just now, although he wanted to take the long sword with him, how could he let him succeed with Yang Kai's brute strength? As such, he simply left the sword behind. When the feathered crown man heard this, he suddenly had a bad feeling and hurriedly said, "Forget it, this king doesn't want to. You don't deserve to know this young master's name." Yang Kai laughed loudly, a look of arrogance on his face as if he had finally gotten his revenge. The feathered crown man's face darkened. How could he not know that Yang Kai was deliberately returning his words? His expression suddenly sank as he formed a hand seal and shouted, "Sword, come!" Although his long sword had been left behind by Yang Kai, it was his artifact and was connected to his mind, so Yang Kai couldn't really take it away. With just a thought, he could take back the long sword, which was why he had retreated without hesitation just now. Hearing this order, the long sword in Yang Kai's hand immediately began to vibrate, desperately trying to break free from Yang Kai's control. The sword chi wildly swam about and drilled into Yang Kai's arm, destroying his flesh and meridians. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk bloody holes appeared on Yang Kai's arm one after another, from which sword chi flowed freely. However, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and refused to let go, his face contorting with pain like a demon. The feathered crown man watched this scene and sneered. "An ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating yourself. There's an ox flying in the sky." Yang Kai looked up at him, a pair of eyes shining brightly under his thick black eyebrows. The feathered crown man was startled, thinking that Yang Kai had used some kind of trick again, but when he looked up, he saw nothing. Yang Kai smiled and said, "You're bragging to death." The feathered crown man was stunned for a moment before recovering, the corners of his eyes twitching as he changed his hand seal again and shouted, "Sword, come!" In an instant, Yang Kai's 5 fingers released sword chi, releasing a dazzling sword chi. It was as if what he was holding was not a sword, but a stars that were about to explode. The sharp sword chi was so sharp that even his dragon transformation could not resist it, cutting off pieces of his flesh, revealing his white bones. "Father won't give it to you," Kai Yang roared. His voice was like a deafening dragon's roar. Looking around, his eyes lit up, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Raleigh. Ruthlessly, he threw the sword directly into Raleigh's mouth. Rolling Stone swallowed the sword and then closed its mouth, its huge body suddenly beginning to expand and contract violently. The feathered crown man was furious, never having expected that in such a battle, his artifact would be snatched away. A thick sense of shame filled his heart, and he could not wait to grind Yang Kai's bones into dust to vent his anger. Satisfying. Kai Yang's left hand drooped down, his arm a complete mess. He didn't even have the strength to lift it up. The flesh on his palm had been completely obliterated, leaving behind only white bones. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of pain on his face, only wild joy. Exchanging his arm for his opponent's long sword, this trade was not a loss. "You die here." The feathered crown man no longer paid any attention to his long sword, now that it had been swallowed by Rolling Stone. Even if he had the means to reach the heavens, he would not be able to retrieve it immediately. It was tantamount to being banished to another space, causing the connection between him and his sword to become extremely weak. Chapter 3190. However, how could his cultivation stop at just a single sword? Even if his artifact was taken away, he still had 100 ways to kill this boy in front of him. Yang Kai stretched out his little finger and picked at his ear, casually saying, "My ears are growing calluses from hearing these words. If you have the ability, why don't you fucking kill me right now?" "As you wish." The feathered man's furious expression suddenly calmed down, and he took a few steps forward, arriving in front of Yang Kai like a ghost, clenching his fist and raising his thumb towards Yang Kai's huge head. This move of his was not fast, On the contrary, it was extremely slow, almost like a tortoise crawling. In a battle between masters, every breath was the key to victory, but this youth seemed to be doing the opposite, his posture relaxed and carefree, as if he was about to crush a bug to death. Young Kai felt as if he was facing a great enemy, seeing his opponent's thumb pressing towards his forehead. He felt as if he had been struck by a body lock curse, his entire body becoming stiff and unable to move. As his fist approached inch by inch, Young Kai could clearly see space collapsing around him. If this move were to land on his forehead, his head would likely explode. Young Kai suddenly opened his mouth and let out a series of dragon roars, shaking the surrounding stars. A violent force burst out from his mouth, causing the feathered man's robes and hair to flutter wildly. Inside his knowledge sea, it was as if a giant dragon was flying, causing the sea to tumble, diverting his attention. Dragon breath. The feathered man's eyebrows jumped, feeling even more incredulous. Although the dragon race was rare and had not appeared for a long time, he had once dealt with the dragon race in his early years, so he had some understanding of the dragon race. Dragon race were proficient in using dragon breath, but this was not a secret technique, but a divine technique of the dragon race. The power of dragon breath was not inferior to top secret techniques in the slightest, and because it was a divine technique, it was extremely convenient to use. This was the advantage of being born a divine spirit, something that other creatures could never hope to achieve. As soon as Young Kai opened his mouth, the feathered man immediately felt the power of the dragon breath. Moreover, this dragon breath was extremely pure, as if it was the breath of a real dragon race. The dragon race he met a few years ago had just reached adulthood, and only had a level 9 dragon bloodline. The dragon breath he spat out was not as powerful as this kid in front of him. What was going on? Even if he had cultivated some kind of secret technique that allowed him to transform into a half-dragon body, he shouldn't have been able to spit out such a dragon breath. There were countless secret techniques related to the dragon race in the star boundary, but there was absolutely no secret technique that could achieve this level. His thumb stopped 3 inches away from Young Kai's forehead, and he couldn't press it any further. Young Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned. So you're not completely unsuppressed. He finally realized that even if this guy was an emissary of the Star Court, and was in charge of the territory of thousands of stars, he couldn't do whatever he wanted after coming to the territory of the lower planes. Perhaps, it had something to do with the fact that he had snatched his sword. In short, this feathered man couldn't display his full strength at this moment. Young Kai's confidence greatly increased. Although the connection between him and Hung Luo Star Field had been severed by the sword, and he couldn't take advantage of the various advantages of being the master of this territory, he still had one advantage over his enemy. He wasn't suppressed in the slightest in this star territory, and even the laws of heaven and earth no longer rejected his existence. He could use his strength as he wished, provided that he didn't care about the damage he would cause. Facing a suppressed enemy in his peak state, even if this person was a great emperor's, there was nothing to be afraid of. Then why are you acting so arrogant in front of me? Suddenly, an object appeared in Young Kai's right hand. It was a small bell, and as soon as it appeared, it grew bigger and bigger, reaching a height of several dozen feet. Young Kai grabbed the bell by its ear as if he was holding a brick and fiercely smashed it towards the feathered man's forehead. The feathered man was startled as he felt an indescribable suppressive force enveloping him, giving him a feeling that he couldn't escape. At this time, it was too late for him to withdraw and retreat. Just as Young Kai said, without the sword, he was restrained in this star territory, so he couldn't display his full strength. Otherwise he wouldn't be in such a bad state. Steeling his heart, he urged all his strength and pressed his stiff thumb towards Young Kai's forehead. He had hoped that Young Kai would retreat in the face of difficulties and avoid a mutual destruction, but unexpectedly, Young Kai had no intention of stopping. The big bell whistled and smashed into his head, producing a deafening sound. The feathered man only felt a burst of dizziness, and was sent flying again. The treasured robe on his body flashed wildly, and if it weren't for the protection of this treasure robe, the consequences would have been dire. Young Kai's dragon had also jerked backwards, and his entire neck seemed to have been broken. It was strangely bent at a 90-degree angle, and his towering mountain-like body stiffened in place, not moving for a long time. Schwa. The feathered man returned, a look of lingering fear on his face, and his face was slightly pale. Although the treasured robe on his body had helped to offset most of the damage, the pure strength of his body was unable to withstand it. His internal organs were still tumbling, and the taste of blood was still in his throat. Looking at the 200-foot dragon in front of him, a complex expression appeared on his face. If someone had told him before that there was someone in this star territory who could injure him, he would never have believed it. But now someone had really done it. His eyes turned to the big bell in Yang Kai's right hand and saw vivid images of flowers, birds, fish, beasts, mountains, and rivers flowing endlessly, exuding an extremely ancient and desolate aura, as if it had crossed time and space from the barbaric era. The mountains and rivers bell. The feathered man's eyes narrowed before he became ecstatic. This was actually the mountains and rivers bell. This was an extremely famous treasure from the ancient era. The Yuanding great emperors had relied on the mountains and rivers bell to become great emperors, so its value could be imagined. However, with the end of the War of Emperors and the death of the Yuanding great emperors, the mountains and rivers bell had disappeared. He had heard that someone had obtained the mountains and rivers bell in the Shattered Star Sea a few years ago, but he didn't know the specific information. Only when he saw it with his own eyes did he realize that this little brat in front of him was the lucky one who had obtained the mountains and rivers bell. No wonder even he couldn't resist the power of that smash. This was the mountains and rivers bell, not an ordinary emperor artifact. Even the great emperors would benefit greatly from it. In other words, it was not Yang Kai who had injured him, but the power of the mountains and rivers bell. The sound of the bell could suppress the mountains and rivers, and the emperor aura could change the world. Who didn't know of its illustrious name? He had made the right choice this time. Not only could he obtain a small world, but he could also obtain the mountains and rivers bell. With this treasure, he would no longer need to worry about not being able to become one of the 10 great emperors in the future. If the small sealed world gave him the feeling of greed, then he was determined to obtain the mountains and rivers bell. This thing was much more precious than a small world. Even though that small world looked extraordinary, even with his temperament, his lips were dry at this moment. He licked his lips and reached out to grab the mountains and rivers bell. As soon as he touched it, a wonderful feeling surged throughout his body, giving him a sense of sublimation. He became more aware of the mountains and rivers bell's extraordinariness, making him even more determined to obtain it. He stretched out his hand and pulled, but the mountains and rivers bell didn't move. Kacha. The sound of bones dislocating rang out. The feathered man was slightly surprised. When he looked up, he saw that Yang Kai's head, which should have been broken, had turned back. There was a bloody hole in his forehead, and golden blood was flowing out, dyeing his cheeks golden yellow. You. The feathered man was shocked. Yang Kai had taken his divine technique head-on, but he was still fine? I'm not dead yet, bastard. Yang Kai suddenly exerted force, and the feathered man was caught off guard, allowing him to take back the mountains and rivers bell. Then Yang Kai turned the bell around and pressed it down on his head, shouting, "Suppress." In an instant, the flowers, fish, birds, beasts, mountains, and rivers on the bell seemed to have come alive, and a more terrifying suppressive force than before enveloped the void. The feathered man seemed to be unable to react, and was directly covered by the mountains and rivers bell. Yang Kai was not happy, but shocked. He looked to the side and saw that the feathered man had appeared at some point, and was looking at him with a frown. What he had just suppressed was just an afterimage. Suppress, suppress, suppress. Yang Kai simply threw out the mountains and rivers bell, and made a hand gesture to control it. The mouth of the bell was dark like the mouth of a fierce beast, and it was about to swallow the feathered man. The feathered man's figure drifted, moving back and forth in the void without any pattern, but he could always avoid the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell at the critical moment. His expression was no longer careless and contemptuous, as if he had re-examined Yang Kai's strength and put on a serious attitude. Yang Kai had made him suffer losses several times, and he had the ability to take him seriously. The voice continued to drift over. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Boy, you should understand this principle. Not to mention your miniature world, just this mountains and rivers bell is enough to bring you a fatal disaster. Why don't you hand it over to this king? This king can guarantee your safety. Fuck you. Yang Kai responded happily. The man with the feathered crest continued. Do you insist on courting death? Yang Kai laughed. Although you have nothing worthy of my attention, I think your life is not bad. Why don't you obediently hand it over to this young master? This young master will give you a quick death. You have a sharp tongue, but you're just showing off. The feathered man shook his head slowly, as if he expected better from Yang Kai, but his figure suddenly stopped and he stared coldly at Yang Kai. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine, and without hesitation, the mountains and rivers bell released layers of light, sealing off the surrounding space and suppressing the world. Yang Kai's vision blurred, but he had already lost sight of the feathered man. A gigantic green palm slammed down from the sky, and a feeling of annihilation washed over them. Not to mention Yang Kai's 200-foot-long dragon body. Even if a star was here, it would probably be crushed by this palm. Is this his full strength? Yang Kai was shocked. Even if he was suppressed, the great emperors were still great emperors. This person's cultivation was not inferior to any of the great emperors that Yang Kai had ever seen. All the carelessness before was just that he was not serious. Can I block such a powerful attack? This doubt only appeared in his heart for a moment, but it melted like snow in the spring. I must block it. If I can't block it, I will die. The sound of a dragon's roar came out of his mouth, and the dragon's roar was mixed with a complicated and obscure language, as if it came from ancient times, stirring up the stars in the sky. I have to go to the hospital today. My stomach hasn't been cured, and I have been tortured for more than half a year. I have to do a Helicobacter test in the morning, so I can't eat or drink. I don't know when I will be back, so I won't be back today. Chapter 3191. The void shattered, and a few nearby dead stars exploded with a loud bang, turning into boundless rubble that scattered in all directions. Once the master of the territory was angry, the entire territory of the star would be affected. A dragon's roar resounded above the 9 heavens. In a trance, golden light shone brightly, and a huge golden dragon leisurely appeared. The dragon's eyes were majestic, overlooking the world as if all living beings were ants. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed toward the huge green palm. Dragon language. The feathered man's expression changed, and he was extremely surprised and shocked. He had heard that obscure and profound language once before, and it was definitely dragon language without a doubt. And this huge golden dragon was obviously the secret technique of the dragon race. What's going on? What's your relationship with the dragon race? He shouted loudly, and the momentum of the huge green palm paused. Even if Yang Kai was the master of a star territory, he was still qualified to kill him for offending him. At worst, he would just be punished when he returned to the star court. But if this kid in front of him was related to the dragon race, then he would have to be careful. The dragon race was extremely arrogant, and arrogance meant that they would be protective of their own, and that they would hold grudges. Provoking a dragon race was provoking the entire dragon island. Even he didn't have the confidence to face the anger of the entire dragon island. And as far as he knew, whether it was the dragon language or the secret technique of the dragon race, only the purest members of the dragon race were qualified to learn it. Those with half-dragon bloodline couldn't possibly understand the mysteries of the awkward dragon language. Could it be that this kid didn't cultivate some secret technique that allowed him to transform into a half-dragon, but was actually a dragon race? As soon as Yang Kai used the secret technique of the dragon language, he immediately became afraid, and the power of the divine technique involuntarily decreased a little. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this and understood everything in a flash. He secretly sighed to himself that the dragon race's name was really a good layer of protective clothing. Even in this lower star field, the dragon race was still able to make people feel fear. Sure enough, the dragon race's name was quite famous. Why would he explain anything to him? In a battle of life and death, any carelessness could be fatal, not to mention that his strength was inferior to his opponent's. Amidst the dragon's roar, the golden dragon collided with the giant cyan palm, and energy surged. Whether it was the giant cyan palm or the golden dragon, both suddenly fell into a strange stalemate. Cyan and golden halos intersected, and invisible shockwaves spread out. Yang Kai thought to himself. That was a close call. Fortunately, this guy held back a little just now. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be his opponent. Brat, answer my question. The feathered crown man shouted sternly. Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. He madly urged the dragon blood in his body and shouted, Dragon race is nothing. Grandpa, I am a man who wants to be the head of the dragon. As soon as these words were spoken, the man with the feathered crown was stunned. Dragon head. That was a supreme title. Although there were several great elders on Dragon Island now, and they jointly governed Dragon Island and the entire dragon race, even the great elder Zhu Yin didn't have the qualifications to call himself the head of the dragon race. The head of the dragon race was the leader of the dragon race, and it was the leader of the dragon race. What a ridiculous statement. The man with the feathered crown suddenly had a very funny thought in his mind. He secretly mocked himself. Am I not being too careful? Even if this brat learned some dragon race secret technique by chance, it doesn't mean that he is really related to the dragon race. How could the dragon race be like this? But these words didn't sound like a simple boast. It sounded like a natural goal. A goal that could be achieved sooner or later. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the sound of dislocated bones entered the ears of the man with the feathered crown, and his eyes shrunk when he looked over. He saw that Yang Kai, who was originally 20 meters tall, suddenly grew a lot taller, reaching 25 meters in an instant. Not only did his height become taller, the various characteristics of the dragon race on the surface of his body also became more obvious. The dragon horns on his head grew a little longer, and the dragon scales all over his body became rounder. His facial features changed and squirmed, and he completely transformed into a huge dragon head. His pair of golden dragon eyes were filled with indifference, as if he didn't put anything in the world in his eyes. Under such great pressure, Yang Kai's dragon transformation arts actually made another breakthrough, and it was a leap forward. The dragon blood in his body flowed faster and faster, and Yang Kai felt that his vision and mentality had undergone a subtle change, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. The dragon race boasted that they were the leader of all creatures, and the leader of the holy spirits. Although it was a boast, no creature refuted it, because no one in this world had the qualifications to refute it. Any member of the dragon race was born to be arrogant, and they looked down on everything. Facing that pair of majestic dragon eyes, the man with the feathered crown couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, and ripples appeared in his mind. After Yang Kai's breakthrough in his dragon transformation art, the power of his dragon race secret technique seemed to have soared as well. Originally, it was in a stalemate with the giant cyan palm, but now, it seemed to be gaining the upper hand. The man with the feathered crown gritted his teeth, and at the same time increased his strength, finally managing to offset Yang Kai's resistance with great difficulty. Divine Dragon Tail Whip. Yang Kai roared as his figure remained motionless, but the dragon tail behind him swept out in the direction of the man with the feathered crown. In a trance, the man with the feathered crown only felt a terrifying force coming towards him, and just as he was about to dodge, the dragon tail swept over him. Completely caught off guard, the dragon tail seemed to ignore the barrier of space, and even someone as powerful as him didn't have time to react. It was as if he had been hit by a meteor, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as the sound of bones breaking rang out from his body. Fortunately, he had been prepared for this, so he wasn't sent flying in an unsightly manner. However, such a blow had undoubtedly thoroughly angered him, and in an instant his killing intent surged as he gnashed his teeth and roared. Do you really think this king doesn't dare to kill you? He had been humiliated time and time again, so even if it was a real dragon race he would still kill him. Not to mention he still didn't know what this boy's relationship with the dragon race was. This was the territory of the lower plains, so even if he killed Yang Kai, the dragon race wouldn't be able to discover anything, so he did have some misgivings, but that didn't mean he would endure. His strength suddenly erupted, and the giant cyan palm that had been in a deadlock with the golden dragon suddenly pressed down. A dragon's roar rang out again, but this time, the golden dragon couldn't bear the pressure and collapsed, the giant palm pressing down on Yang Kai's head, sealing off the surrounding space and cutting off his escape route. At this critical moment of life and death, the madness on Yang Kai's face dissipated, replaced by a calm expression. Their eyes met, and the feathered man's heart skipped a beat as a feeling of extreme uneasiness welled up in his heart, as if something terrible would happen if he really slammed his palm down, and a sense of crisis grew in his heart. But the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, so how could he not release it? He gritted his teeth and hardened his heart. A slender jade hand suddenly appeared out of thin air, gently blocking the feathered man's palm that was slamming down on Yang Kai. "Let's stop here." A faint voice rang out. It was clear and pleasant to the ear, like the sound of spring water. It was sweet to hear. Although the voice was soft, it gave people a sense of conviction. A graceful figure slowly appeared, and stood beside the man with the feathered crown. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the person who had suddenly appeared. She was wearing a golden robe, with a golden phoenix crown on her head, and a pair of phoenix wings spread out. Her waterfall-like black hair was tied up in a bun, and there was a red plum blossom mark between her eyebrows. Her willowy eyebrows were like crescent moons, and her eyes were bright and charming. Her delicate and flawless skin was as soft as snow, and her figure was very attractive. The golden robe was vulgar, but when she wore it, it gave her a kind of endless grace and luxury. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but didn't dare to recognize her, so he stood there in a daze. The giant cyan palm descended on his head, but suddenly collapsed, and the remaining power dissipated, turning into a misty cyan light that dissipated between heaven and earth. The feathered man turned his head to look at her, and frowned when he saw her face. Even though he had seen her many times, he was still stunned by her beauty. In the martial Tao, the higher the cultivation, the fewer women there were. Among the 10 great emperors, only the flower shadow great emperors was a woman, and the others were all men. It wasn't that women's aptitude was inferior to men's, but in the martial Tao, women were more susceptible to interference than men, especially when it came to love. Many outstanding women were trapped by love, and their cultivation stagnated. This led to the fact that the higher the cultivation, the fewer women there were. And this woman in front of him was very likely to be one of the 10 great emperors, so she had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him. Even if the feathered man thought highly of himself and didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes, and even had the courage to secretly slay a dragon, he couldn't not treat her seriously. "Why are you here?" the feathered man asked. The woman pursed her lips and smiled. "Why can't I be here?" The feathered man thought for a moment and nodded. "That's true, after all. This is territory under your jurisdiction." The woman said, "That's right, a new star territory lord has appeared in my territory, so I naturally have to come and take a look. Otherwise I would have been killed by you." The feathered man snorted, "He's courting death." Yang Kai was unhappy when he heard this, and immediately withdrew his gaze from the woman and pointed his chin at the feathered man, putting on an insufferably arrogant posture. "If you're not convinced, then let's fight again and see who will win." The feathered man's face sank, and he sneered. "Since you've escaped with your life, you should rejoice. If you dare speak rudely again, what are you going to do?" The feathered man flicked his sleeve and said, "Forget it, this king won't lower himself to your level." Since this woman had appeared, it wouldn't be good for him to bully the weak. Just now, he had made up his mind to kill this brat here because no one knew about it. But now that there were witnesses, he could only give up on this idea. Not to mention, if he really did attack this brat, this woman definitely wouldn't stand idly by. After all, this territory was under her jurisdiction. In short, today's matter could only be left unsettled. Hand over this king's star-slashing sword, and today's matter will be dropped. The feathered man crossed his hands behind his back and coldly looked at Yang Kai. So it was called the star-slashing sword. Yang Kai's heart stirred, but he looked around as if he hadn't heard what the feathered man had said. The feathered man's forehead throbbed with anger. "Brat, this king is talking to you, are you deaf? What did you say? I can't hear you." Yang Kai tilted his head and put a hand to his ear, his voice shaking the world. Chapter 3192. What kind of joke is this? This guy inexplicably came to help Wu Heng and even fought with me. And now he wants me to return his star-splitting sword? Go home. In fact, it wasn't just the man with the feathered crown who was a little annoyed. Yang Kai was also annoyed. His reinforcements had come too early. If the man with the feathered crown knew about this, he would probably laugh at him for overestimating himself. But in any case, the star-splitting sword was his trophy, so how could he return it so easily? Unless the man with the feathered crown knelt down and called him grandfather, he might consider it. There is nothing to worry about. Do you think this king won't be able to get his star-splitting sword back? The man with the feathered crown looked at Yang Kai coldly before glancing at Rolling next to him. This time, Raleigh hadn't been able to contribute in this battle. It wasn't that Yang Kai deliberately held back, but rather that after the star-splitting sword was swallowed by Raleigh, it was rampaging through the small sealed world, so Raleigh had to urge the entire small sealed world's power to suppress it. Even so, there were some signs of instability in its suppression, and the slightest carelessness could cause great damage to the small sealed world. Yang Kai was about to speak when the woman said, "Leave this to me." The man with the feathered crown glanced at her and gently nodded. Good. Since she had spoken, he naturally couldn't refute. The woman turned around and stared at Yang Kai. When their eyes met, Yang Kai seemed to see her winking at him, but it also seemed like an illusion. A pleasant voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The star-splitting sword must be returned. Yang Kai frowned. Can't I keep it? That sword was extremely strange. It could actually cut off his connection with Hung Luo Star Field, and this time, he was able to fight against the man with the feathered crown. It was all thanks to him that he had banished the star-splitting sword into Rolling's body at the beginning. Yang Kai had a feeling that if he hadn't done so, he would have been defeated long ago. He can't keep it. The star-splitting sword doesn't belong to him. It belongs to the Star Court. I also have one in my hand. It is the sword of a star envoy. If you insist on keeping it, you will only become an enemy of the Star Court. It's actually something from the Star Court. Yang Kai was surprised and said excitedly, so if I insist on not returning it, he will be in big trouble. The woman was obviously stunned, and she seemed to have never expected that he would actually think in this way. Normally speaking, when one found out that the star/sword belonged to the Star Court, one would definitely have no choice but to return it. After all, one couldn't do anything against the Star Court. However, his thoughts were focused on another result instead. He laughed involuntarily and said, "That's right. He will be severely punished, and even lose his status as an emissary." He changed the topic and said, "But your days won't be easy either." Understood, understood. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. As an emissary, he had actually lost the sword bestowed by the Star Court. This was a serious dereliction of duty, and Yang Kai, who had snatched the star-slashing sword, would also be punished for despising the Star Court. If you trust me, leave this matter to me. I won't let you suffer a loss. I trust you. How could he not? If you really are her. All right, I'll go talk to him. Slaughter him. Yang Kai sent out a divine sense message. The woman pursed her lips and smiled, then turned her head and communicated with the feathered-crowned man. The two's divine senses surged, and Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about. He only saw the feathered-crowned man's expression constantly changing, sometimes dignified and sometimes angry, and he kept shaking his head. Obviously, the woman had given him some conditions that were difficult to accept, which made Yang Kai feel very good. This battle was originally a struggle between the masters of the two-star territories, but in the end, it involved two emissaries. Am I also someone with a backer? Yang Kai looked at the familiar yet strange face, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Thinking about it, she had come to this star territory before, so as an emissary, it was natural for her to govern this star territory. Silently withdrawing his dragon transformation secret technique, Yang Kai's figure returned to its original size. A sense of exhaustion washed over him, and the pain in his left hand was unbearable. Today's battle had not been long, but it had been extremely dangerous. As the master of this star territory, Yang Kai didn't have the home field advantage at all. He had relied entirely on his own strength. Fortunately, he had made a breakthrough in his dragon transformation secret art, so he hadn't come out empty-handed. Circulating his strength to resolve the injury on his left hand, Yang Kai waited for the result. A moment later, the woman stretched out her hand to Yang Kai and said, "Give it to me." Yang Kai naturally knew what she was referring to and immediately used his divine sense to communicate with the small sealed world bead. Rolling Star immediately opened its mouth, and a sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning, slashing straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression didn't change as he sneered. The star-splitting sword suddenly changed direction a meter away from him, and flew around him before falling into the feathered crown man's hand. The feathered crown man's face went pale as he sheathed his sword and cupped his fist to the woman. "I'll take my leave first." Turning around, he stepped into the darkness behind him and disappeared in the blink of an eye. From beginning to end, he didn't know Yang Kai's name, and Yang Kai didn't know his name either, but they had inadvertently formed a grudge. After the feathered crown man left, the woman turned around and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai also grinned and rushed over to her, looking her up and down as if he was trying to get to know her all over again. The woman's smile faded and her pretty face filled with anger as she shouted, "Bold bastard! You dare cultivate the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique? Speak, how do you want to die? This queen can give you a quick death." Yang Kai was startled and suddenly felt that the woman in front of him had become extremely unfamiliar. He couldn't help wondering if she was the same person he knew. "Don't make trouble." Opening his arms, Yang Kai pulled her into his arms. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times as her bright eyes filled with surprise, as if she had never expected such a situation to occur. Caught off guard, she was hugged by him. However, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest desire. This wasn't the intimacy between a man and a woman, but an old friend who had just reunited after a long separation. Lifting her delicate hand, she placed it in front of Yang Kai's chest and pushed him away. Her hand was as delicate as a scallion, but it transmitted an irresistible force. Separated by a foot, Yang Kai smiled freely and complained, "Young Inflammation, you made me look for you so hard." Young Inflammation tilted her head and said, "Young Inflammation? Who is that? I don't know." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, "I almost didn't know either." In the past, she was extremely introverted, always wearing a black robe and covering her head, as if she was afraid of letting others see her true face. Seeing her again after several decades, who would have thought that she would have such a graceful and noble side? That noble and otherworldly temperament almost made him not dare to recognize her. He couldn't help but think of the scene when she was frightened and threw herself into his arms. He couldn't help but take another look at her chest. "What are you thinking about?" Young Inflammation seemed to be able to see through people's hearts as she reached out and knocked on his head. With a thump, Yang Kai touched his head and said, "Why did you hit me? Be careful or I'll fall out with you." Young Inflammation stared at him and said, "You can try turning around." Yang Kai said with a mischievous smile, "Well, I was just saying, don't take it seriously. And by the way, you are also an emissary of the Star Court. So, you returned to the Star Court after leaving that year?" "Yes." "No wonder." Yang Kai nodded. No wonder Young Inflammation handed Lin Yin over to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. She was an emissary of the Star Court, and the Iron Blood Great Emperor was one of the great emperors guarding the Star Court. The two of them could be considered to be working together, so it was convenient for them to communicate. However, it seemed that the Iron Blood Great Emperor was not doing his job and probably did not stay in the Star Court. Otherwise, Lin Yin would not have not seen Young Inflammation for so many years. She suddenly clenched her fists and said, "Since you are in the Star Boundary, why didn't you come to find me?" Young Inflammation asked curiously, "Are you my son? Why should I look for you?" Yang Kai staggered and looked at her with a mournful face. Heartless and ruthless, a woman's heart is indeed the most poisonous. Young Inflammation stroked her hair behind her ear and raised her eyes. "But I don't know what kind of feelings there are between us." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Well, let's not talk about the past. The past is the past. Let's talk about the present. Just now, that grandson said that the emissary was in charge of the Star Territory. Doesn't that mean that as the Star Territory's master, I am also under your jurisdiction?" It was good to have a backer, but it was not good to be under their jurisdiction. However, this was a relative correspondence, just like light and darkness. Young Inflammation patted her chest and said, "Yes, from now on, this queen will be your immediate superior. Boy, I see that you are also a promising talent. In the future, be filial to this queen and this queen will guide you." Young Kai's eyes widened. He reached out and grabbed her neck, shaking her vigorously. What did you do to my yang inflammation? Hurry up and give me back my yang inflammation. The yang inflammation of the past was so good. Why did she seem like a different person now? In an instant, her hair was messed up. Yang inflammation glared at him and said, "Take your dog's paw away." Yang Kai immediately withdrew his hand and touched his chin. He looked as if nothing had happened and said, forget it. This is good. If there is anyone who doesn't have eyes in the future, I will tell them your name." Although he would be under the jurisdiction and restrictions, at least it would not be like just now, where some random emissary would bully him. His expression changed and he said, "Can I have that star-slashing sword?" Young Inflammation touched her neck and tidied her hair. She said disdainfully, "Wishful thinking. That is the emissary's sword. You, the Star Territory's master, who is inferior to others, is delusional to have it. You should take a piss and look at yourself. Ha ha ha." Young Kai's mouth twitched fiercely. It was too late for regrets. He should have strangled her to death just now. At least he could keep the beauty in his heart. He held his forehead and said dejectedly, "Then what benefits can I get by accepting the Star Court's jurisdiction?" Young Inflammation spread her hands and said, "Nothing." "I refuse," Young Kai said resolutely. "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you can't refuse. The Star Territory's master who is not under the jurisdiction of the Star Court is generally deprived of the qualification." Young Kai clenched his fist and said, "You are bullying your customers. Why can't I get any benefits? Why should I listen to you?" Young Inflammation squinted at him and said, "Do you think you are in a brothel? Bullying your customers? You can be unrestrained if you want." "How?" Young Kai's eyes lit up. "Become great emperors." Young Kai cursed a few times in a low voice. "What did you say?" Young Inflammation stared at him. "Nothing." Young Kai sniffed and said righteously, "Well, for the sake of this Star Territory, the Star Court will govern it. As the saying goes, sacrifice yourself for the sake of the greater good. Hey, my consciousness is really high." Chapter 3193. The reason he accepted his fate so quickly was mostly because his immediate superior was Young Inflammation. If it had been the man with the feathered crown, Young Kai would not have been so happy. Young Inflammation looked at him strangely. "What do you want to do to this Star Territory? Why are you so against the jurisdiction of the Star Court?" "What can I do?" Young Inflammation smiled. "Actually, you don't have to be like this. Although it is said to be jurisdiction, no one cares about this. You are still the master of this Star Territory. You can do whatever you want. Of course, the only thing you can't do is destroy the territory of this star." At the end, her voice suddenly became low. Her beautiful eyes looked into the endless darkness, revealing a dignified expression. Young Kai quickly changed the topic. "I understand. Speaking of which, you appeared in such a timely manner. Have you been paying attention to this Star Territory?" "Not really. It's just a coincidence." Although she was in charge of the Hung Luo star field, how could she pay attention to this place all the time? What's more, even if she was in the Star Court, it would take a lot of effort to pay attention to this place. How could she have so much free time? However, when the man with the feathered crown received the summons and came to the territory of the Great Desolate Star, she sensed something and inadvertently looked at the situation of the Hung Luo star field. Then she discovered the existence of Young Kai. In the end, she had no choice but to come here and block the disaster for Young Kai. However, she always felt that Young Kai seemed to have another trump card. Even if she didn't do anything, Young Kai wouldn't have died under that move. He even had the strength to resist. In just a few decades, he had grown to this extent. When she left that year, she deliberately didn't take him with her because she wanted him to train more. The strength that he worked hard for was truly his own. What others gave him would always be external. She had long known that Young Kai was not a fish in a pond, but she didn't expect that Young Kai could ride the wind and become a dragon in such a short time. She had underestimated him. Whether it's a coincidence or not, thank you in advance. Young Kai casually touched his stomach. The seal there had almost been released. If Young Inflammation hadn't arrived, he would have used his dragon form to demonize. At that time, he would have given the man with the feathered crown a big surprise. You still haven't told me what conditions you reached with that guy. He took the star-slashing sword. Isn't this going too easy on him? That guy, his name. She had watched the battle between Yang Kai and the feathered crown man from beginning to end, so she naturally knew about the exchange of words between the two. One day, he will take the initiative to tell me his name, when he is on the verge of death, Kai Yang said firmly. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Young Inflammation didn't try to persuade him. It wasn't a bad thing that Yang Kai had such hatred. At least he could be brave and work hard. Hatred and women had always been the two biggest motivators for men to become stronger. She waved her hand and pointed at the endless darkness. The swallowed territory belongs to you from now on. Yang Kai looked at her expectantly. After waiting for a while, she didn't say anything else. He was speechless. That's it. Young Inflammation said with anger. Then what do you want? Yang Kai gritted his teeth. You're not Young Inflammation. Tell me, who are you? In the past, he had been so calculative for a few crystals. How could he be so generous now? Yang Kai had hoped to swallow the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star. Now it seemed that it was useless. Moreover, the swallowed territory belonged to him. It couldn't be divided. Even if Yang Kai didn't give it back, the man with the feathered hat couldn't do anything to him. This benefit was not a benefit at all. You think you've lost? Young Inflammation smiled coldly. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. You don't think this is a loss? Wake up, kid. If he reports this when he returns to the Star Court, I can guarantee that you won't live for more than 3 days. Iron Blood will capture you and cut you into pieces. That's not necessary. Yang Kai felt a little guilty. Iron Blood Master is one of the 10 great emperors. Why would he attack me personally? If you were just an ordinary master of the Star Territory, Iron Blood wouldn't care about you. But are you an ordinary master of the Star Territory? What kind of technique are you cultivating? Yang Kai said, the one you taught me, the star refining art. I'm not blind. Young Inflammation poked her eyes and pointed at the darkness in front of her. Do you think I can't see this familiar feeling? Kid, you're good. It's only been a few years since we last met, and you've actually inherited the mantle of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. You've even cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. What heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique? I've never heard of it. You're still trying to trick me. Alright, it's the heaven-devouring battle law. Having been seen through by her, Yang Kai simply admitted it. Young Inflammation's expression changed. It's really the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. Yang Kai looked at her in shock. He gritted his teeth and said, Are you trying to trick me, woman? Yang Yan, on the other hand, was so angry that she was trembling from head to toe. Her jade-white hands clenched into fists as her aura pulsed with murderous intent, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. Although he hadn't fought with Young Inflammation, he had a feeling that Young Inflammation was stronger than the man with the feathered crown. Even if he really turned into a demon in his dragon form, he might not be her opponent. The killing intent came and went quickly. Young Inflammation's eyes drooped, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow, making it difficult to see her expression. She said painfully, How did you get involved with the heaven-devouring Great Emperor? She was different from the man with the feathered crown. The man with the feathered crown only felt that there was something wrong. He felt that the technique was very mysterious, and it shouldn't be something that someone like Yang Kai could grasp and touch. However, Young Inflammation had participated in the War of the Great Emperors. She had seen the power of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor with her own eyes. She knew the horror of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. Yuan Ding, Yin Wu, Songhai, Qing Lian, all the great emperors were famous. They were all rare geniuses, but in the end, they all died in the hands of Wukong. She didn't dare to be too sure that it was the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. She would rather miss it than let it go. She tricked Yang Kai, but she didn't expect to get an answer that made her feel despair. Wukong was an eternal sinner. The root of this was the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. Anyone who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique could not be tolerated in the world. She said that if the Iron Blood Great Emperor knew about this, Iron Blood would definitely tear her into pieces. She wasn't exaggerating. Iron Blood was a forthright person. He liked to fight, and he couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. The Songhai Great Emperors who died in the hands of Wukong in the War of the Great Emperors were his best friends. If Iron Blood knew that there was someone in this world who had inherited the mantle of Wukong, how could he let it go? At that time, even if Young Inflammation and Lin Yun pleaded for leniency, it would be useless. The agreement she reached with the man with the feathered crown was that Yang Kai would return the star-slashing sword, and the swallowed star field would belong to Yang Kai. This was a condition that was easy to accept. Young Inflammation didn't treat the man with the feathered crown too harshly. It was only because of this that the man with the feathered crown would regard today's matter as a disgrace. He would probably never mention it in front of others. Naturally, no one would notice the changes in the Hung Luo star field. The territory of the Great Desolate Star was under the jurisdiction of the man with the feathered crown, and the Hung Luo star field was under the jurisdiction of Yang Inflammation. As long as the two emissaries didn't report this matter, it could be left unsettled. That was why she said that Yang Kai didn't suffer a loss. Just by concealing this matter, it was enough to make the man with the feathered crown bear a great risk. Yang Yan's voice was filled with grief, as if she had expected better from Yang Kai, causing him to feel as if he had done something wrong. Suddenly feeling a bit guilty, he pursed his lips and said, "It's not a big deal, is it?" He also knew that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method couldn't be exposed, so he had been very careful all these years. However, he always felt that there was no evil in this world. The evil was people. The characteristics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method were a little strange, but no matter how strange a battle method was, it was still a battle method. However, he didn't expect that Young Inflammation would have such a big reaction. His heart felt warm. Although Young Inflammation had changed a lot, in the end, she still cared about him. Only when she cared would she be sad. If she didn't care, she could just capture Yang Kai and report back to the Star Court. She could also clear her name. What do you know? Young Inflammation sighed. It was no wonder that her cultivation was so amazing in just a few decades. After cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method, how could her cultivation not be fast? That was the battle method that could increase one's cultivation and strength the most. She looked up and suddenly came to Yang Kai's side. She grabbed his arm with one hand, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai was shocked. He felt a trace of unease from those bright eyes. Young Inflammation said, "Your aptitude is good and your heart is strong. Even if you start all over again, it won't be a big deal. Don't worry, this time I will take you back to the Star Court and personally guide you in your cultivation. I guarantee that you will recover your strength within 100 years. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong. Young Inflammation said resolutely, "I will destroy your cultivation." Yang Kai was furious and raised his fist at her. "You dare." How many times had he risked his life to attain this level of cultivation? How could he let it go just like that? "You have to agree even if you don't want to," Young Inflammation insisted, her face full of self-blame. "This is also my fault. I kept you here out of kindness, but I didn't expect you to go down the wrong path." "You're the one who went down the wrong path. Your whole family went down the wrong path. Let go, or I will beat you. Don't think that I won't beat you just because you are a woman. Hit me, hit me." Young Inflammation took the initiative to move her head closer. Yang Kai swung his fist, causing a strong wind to blow, but Young Inflammation didn't dodge. The fist stopped 3 inches in front of her, and Young Inflammation smiled proudly. "Crazy woman." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed. Young Inflammation said seriously, "Don't be afraid, it will be over soon. Just bear with it. Calm down." Yang Kai grabbed her other hand and held it tightly. "Calm down. You are the one who needs to calm down." "Okay, I've calmed down. I was really confused by your anger." Yang Kai was speechless. "And listen to what I have to say first. If you still want to waste my cultivation when the time comes, I won't resist." "Really?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "Then tell me." Yang Kai sorted out his thoughts and said, You said the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. That's right. I do know the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique, but I haven't practiced it. Chapter 3194. At that moment, Yang Kai told her the whole story, from how he entered the star boundary, ended up in the Blue Feather sect, met Wu Mengshan, and helped him escape by teaching him the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Then he went to the Shattered Star Sea to kill Wu Mengshan, perfecting his embodiment's secret art. Yang Yin listened quietly, frowning from time to time. After listening, she turned to look at the embodiment summoned by Yang Kai with a thoughtful look on her face. The embodiment had been hiding nearby, and Yang Kai's original plan was to wait until he unlocked the demonization seal on his dantian, before summoning it to join forces with him to fight against the man with the feathered crown. But at the last moment, Yang Yin suddenly appeared and stopped him, causing the embodiment's surprise attack to lose its effect. So, it's your embodiment that has cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques? Yes, Yang Kai looked at her with some vigilance. You don't want to waste its cultivation, do you? Having said that, the embodiment was not made of flesh and blood, so it did not have any meridians or dantian meridians. Even if Yang Yin really wanted to destroy it, it would be difficult for her to do so unless she completely destroyed it. Using the stone mongoose's body to cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Yang Yanyan walked around the embodiment a few times with a look of amazement, as if she had found a novel toy. How did you think of it? It was just a coincidence. Yang Kai laughed. Back then, Wu Mengchuan taught me the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Although I didn't know the purpose, I always felt that it was not a good thing. However, that secret art was really mysterious and I couldn't bear to throw it away, so I let the embodiment try it out. Who knew that an unintentionally planted willow would turn out to be a shade? Young Inflammation nodded. It's not necessarily a coincidence, but it's an opportunity. The stone mongoose is born with a body of earth and a body of stone. It doesn't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires of other creatures. Its innate divine technique is also very easy to refine and expel all kinds of impurities. It may be the best choice to let it practice the tactics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. She knew the stone mongoose well, and she also knew some of the drawbacks of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique. She had a feeling that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was tailor-made for the stone mongoose, and not something that could be practiced with flesh and blood. Wukong might not have been born so cold-blooded and heartless, but after practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics, his temperament had been twisted, making him view all living beings as ants. For the sake of his own power, he did not hesitate to destroy countless planets and territory. However, the stone mongoose did not have to worry about this at all. Its innate divine technique allowed it to expel all the impurities it absorbed into its body, and it would not be affected in the slightest. No wonder so many people who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were always stuck at a bottleneck. It turns out that they needed to devour another person who practiced this evil technique as a catalyst to break through the bottleneck. Young Inflammation's beautiful eyes flickered as she suddenly understood many things. Yang Kai was shocked. How many people practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique? It happened many years ago. When she said many years, it was definitely not a few hundred years, nor was it a few thousand years. It was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Wukong relied on the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique to stabilize his position as the strongest person in the world, so naturally, this secret art was coveted by many. For some reason, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was leaked out and obtained by some ambitious people. There were even some people in the Emperor realm who did not hesitate to abandon their cultivation and start all over again in order to practice this secret art. However, those who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were all stuck in the third-order Dao Source realm without exception, with no hope of breaking through to the Emperor realm for the rest of their lives. It was not that their cultivation was wrong, nor was it that the secret art they obtained was wrong, but that the characteristics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were such. Wu Mengchuan was also a descendant of Wukong, but even he was stuck in the third-order Dao Source realm for many years, not to mention others. If they wanted to break through, it was simple. They just had to devour another person who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique and take everything for themselves. This was like raising insects and killing each other. Only the one who survived would have hope of ascension. Wu Mengchuan taught Yang Kai the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to use it as a condition for Yang Kai to rescue him from the bone prison. And second, he wanted to cultivate someone to devour in the future. Unfortunately, he met Yang Kai, a cultivator who came from the lower star territory, and was completely uninterested in the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, so he resisted the temptation. If it were a native cultivator from the star boundary, they would probably immediately practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, which would naturally end in tragedy. After Wukong, even though many people practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, no one was able to break through to the Emperor realm, causing many people to have the illusion that the secret art was wrong. Wukong did not pass down the real heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique at all. The real cultivation method had long been buried in the shattered star sea with him. As time passed, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was gradually lost, and no one practiced it anymore. Suddenly Yang Yin remembered something. Since the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was so strange, who did Wukong devour in the past to make a breakthrough in his secret art? There must be another existence who also practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique. Perhaps there was an unknown grudge between them, but it was too long ago to be traced back. She looked up at the rolling stone again and hesitantly asked, "Is this the sealed world beads? Artifact spirit?" Naturally, she was no stranger to the sealed world bead. She had brought it from the star boundary to this part of the star territory. Later, it was obtained by Yang Kai and left to him. She never expected that when they met again, the sealed world bead would become like this. Not only did it give birth to an artifact spirit, but it also had a devouring ability. Exactly. Yang Kai laughed with a proud expression. The sealed world bead had been in his possession for many years, and had helped him avert danger many times. In addition, its internal space was very beneficial to his cultivation of the space divine technique, so Yang Kai naturally attached great importance to it. Now that it had given birth to an artifact spirit, it was like giving birth to a son. Startled, Yang Kai scratched his head and asked, "Do you want to take it back?" "If I really want to take it back, what will you do?" Yang Yin looked at him. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Then take it back." This was hers to begin with. Yang Yin was stunned, not expecting Yang Kai to agree so readily. "But you have to promise me one thing, don't destroy its spirituality. Although I used it as a carrier to perform the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, and gave it an artifact spirit, it didn't do anything wrong. If you promise me this, I'll return the sealed world bead to you." After wandering around the territory of the Great Desolate Star, and devouring as much as he could, expanding the small sealed world space, Yang Kai's comprehension of space principles had deepened. He had a feeling that he could also refine a part of the world, and condense it into a sealed world bead. So if Yang Yin really wanted to take back the sealed world bead, there was nothing he couldn't give up. At worst, he could refine one himself and transfer the immortal tree and firmament tree from the small sealed world to it. Everything else didn't matter. Yang Yin laughed. "I'm just saying, don't take it seriously. This thing had its own world inside. If one wasn't proficient in space principles, even if they held it in their hands, it wouldn't be of much use and would only be a waste. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left this treasure to Yang Kai back then." With a solemn expression, she said, "Use it with caution." "I know. Also, don't devour any more territory of this star. If things get out of hand, it won't look good for either of us." Yang Yin pointed to the boundless darkness and said, "Okay. In addition, when you return to the star boundary in the future, don't expose the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to the world. Otherwise, a great disaster will surely befall you." Yang Yin warned solemnly. She was willing to believe in Yang Kai and his embodiment, but it didn't mean that others were willing to believe in him. Needless to say, if the Iron-Blood Great Emperor knew that there was someone in this world who cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, he would probably be the first to take action. The wrath of the great emperors was something Yang Kai couldn't bear right now. I'll remember. Yang Kai nodded and secretly sighed. He had finally passed the hurdle of Yang Yan. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Let me ask you something." "What? What's the cultivation of that guy just now?" Yang Yanyan didn't answer and asked instead, "What do you think?" "Great emperors," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. This wasn't an illusion. That man with the feathered crown gave him the feeling that he was facing great emperors, but he seemed to be suppressed and underestimated Yang Kai, so he suffered a loss. If Yang Kai had faced that man in the star boundary, he probably wouldn't have been able to fight back. He was able to move unhindered on Dragon Island and fight against the great emperors of the dragon race, mainly because of his bloodline suppression. Without the suppression of the dragon race's bloodline, he wouldn't have been a match for any of the elders of the dragon race. Yang Yanyan smiled and shook his head. How is that possible? Yang Kai was shocked. Isn't he one of the great emperors? Could he be a third-layer emperor? No, how could a third-layer emperor have that kind of strength? He's not a third-layer emperor either. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Don't tell me there's another realm between the third-layer emperor realm and the great emperors. There's no such thing, it's just that. He's one of the great emperors, but he's also not one of the great emperors. Yang Kai was confused by her. What do you mean? How should I put it? Yang Yanyan pondered for a moment. If it were an ordinary first-order emperor realm master asking this question, Yang Yan wouldn't answer. Sometimes, knowing too much before one's strength was enough to hinder one's cultivation. However, Yang Kai was obviously not an ordinary first-order emperor realm master. With the strength he just displayed, he was qualified to know this. If the entire world is a bottle, then the sand, stone, mud, and water in the bottle is our cultivator. The capacity of the world as a carrier is limited. The corresponding scene appeared in Yang Kai's mind, and he nodded slightly, motioning for her to continue. All living beings are the water in the bottle. Every drop is insignificant, but it can fill the entire world. The larger the volume of sand, the greater the strength. The great emperors are just the stones in the bottle. 10 stones. Yang Kai showed a strange expression. Yang Yanyan smiled. That's exactly what I mean. Although the world bottle is big, it can only hold 10 stones. It can't hold any more than that, so since ancient times there have been 10 great emperors. No matter how flowing time great emperor has passed, this number has always been the same. However, this doesn't mean that there are only 10 stones in the world bottle. There are other powerful existences who have transcended the emperor realm, but haven't been recognized by the world. These people are great emperors, but they're also not great emperors. In terms of cultivation level, they have reached the level of great emperors, but because of the constraints of the world bottle, they can't become true great emperors. Like him? Yang Yanyan nodded. Like you? Yang Yanyan smiled but didn't say anything. Chapter 3195. Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened, and his long-held confusion was finally solved. No wonder there had only ever been 10 great emperors since the flowing time great emperor. It turned out that there was still a limit to the capacity of the heavens and earth. Just like how Tongxian realm could only produce a cultivator who had reached the Saint Origin realm, and the Star Territory could only produce an Origin King realm cultivator. That was the limit of the heavens and earth, not something that could be achieved by humans. The limit of the star boundary was to accommodate 10 great emperors. Even though many people were not worse than the great emperors in terms of cultivation, without the recognition of the heavens and earth, they could not become true great emperors. The feathered crested man was like this, Yang Yan was like this, and even many people like them were like this. Then there were the divine spirits. Yang Kai had always found it strange. The strength of those divine spirits was clearly higher than that of the emperor realm, but he felt that they were not as good as the great emperors. Now this confusion was finally explained. The 10 great emperors were existences recognized by the heavens and earth, and were part of the world principles themselves. Even if their realms were the same, if they really fought, ordinary divine spirits could not compare. Are there many people like you? It's a lot, but it's also not a lot. Yang Yanyan smiled. But most of them don't show themselves in front of others, so you don't have to worry too much. Although there were not many existences like her, Many people had reached this point in the flowing time Great Emperor, but because they could not obtain the recognition of the heavens and earth, they were unable to move forward. And when one's cultivation reached this point, their lifespans were very long, so naturally there were many of them. Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and frowned. If what you said is true, then this bottle of heaven and earth has a limit to its capacity, and it is impossible for an 11th great emperor to appear. Then what should I do in the future? Yang Yanyan was stunned. You're thinking too far ahead. Yang Kai said solemnly, there will be a day. His matter-of-fact words stunned Yang Yanyan. He smiled and said, you can wait for the day when one of the great emperors dies of old age, and then fight for the vacant position of great emperors. Yang Kai shook his head and said, that would take years. The lifespan of the great emperors was extremely long. If there were no accidents, tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years would not be the end of their lifespan. Although they did not dare to say that they would live as long as the heavens and the earth, they would not be too far off. Maybe there is another way. Yang Yanyan saw that he was serious and couldn't help but want to tease him. What is it? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Yang Yan stretched out his hand and clenched it. Crush a stone in the bottle, and the position will naturally be empty. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before agreeing. That's a good idea. Looks like we'll have to find some great emperors to kill him in the future. Yang Yanyan looked at him with a strange expression. Are you serious? Yang Kai laughed. I'm kidding. Don't be nervous. The great emperors are recognized by the heavens and the earth. How can they be so easy to kill? Am I that ignorant? If it was really so easy, the 10 great emperors would not be replaced so slowly. But it was undeniable that this was indeed a good idea. When it came to that point, who would care too much about the great Tao? Could the great emperors not be killed? In the War of Emperors, not including Wukong, for great emperors fell. To some extent, the 4 great emperors who were promoted later had to thank Wukong. If it weren't for Wukong killing the 4 great emperors, they probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to become great emperors. Seeing Yang Kai's expression flicker, Yang Yanyan didn't know that he really had such thoughts, but now wasn't the time to pour cold water on him. He could only hope that Yang Kai would slowly understand the difficulties in the future. Brushing his hair back, Yang Yanyan said, well, I've said what I need to say, so I should go back. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yang Kai grabbed her arm. Yang Yanyan glanced at him with disgust. If you have something to say, then say it. Let go of your dog paw. Yang Kai said, let's go to High Heaven Sect and have a look. Elder Yi misses you very much. Yi Shiyun and Yang Yanyan had a deep relationship, otherwise, she would not have come out of seclusion to help High Heaven Sect. She didn't have much respect for Yang Kai, the sect master, but she deeply respected Yang Yan. I won't go, you are now the master of Star Territory. There's no need to worry about not having a chance to meet again in the future. Speaking of which, I just remembered that I want to move High Heaven Sect to the star boundary. Is there a problem with that? Move the entire star boundary? Yang Yanyan was slightly surprised. Is that not possible? Yang Yanyan frowned. Isn't that a bit too many people? Not too many, just a few tens of thousands. Just a few. Yang Yanyan looked at him angrily. Only when a cultivator reaches the peak of their cultivation can they be qualified to open a void corridor and enter the star boundary through the Starlight Avenue. Every 100 years, no more than 5 cultivator can enter the star boundary from a given star territory, but now you want to bring tens of thousands of people to the star boundary. Don't you think that's too much? Isn't that unfair to the cultivator from other star territories? It's not too much, it's very fair. Don't talk nonsense with your eyes wide open. Who told them not to have a good boss? As a star envoy, it is my duty to maintain the balance of power between the star territory. I can't agree with you acting so slyly. Why don't you care about our old friendship? High Heaven Sect was founded by you and me together. As the saying goes, if a man gains enough, even his chickens and dogs can rise to heaven. Now that I am the master of a star territory and you are the star envoy, I demand the welfare of Hung Luo Star Field. Yang Kai said angrily. In his plan, not only did he want to relocate High Heaven Sect, but also the entire Hung Luo Star Field's human resources. Haha, that's your business. Just as Yang Kai was about to continue arguing, he suddenly raised his brow and followed her gaze to the side. Since just now, she had been staring at Rolling Stone, which was a bit too strange. Grinning, Yang Kai asked, "It shouldn't be a problem for me to enter the star boundary alone, right?" "Of course, it shouldn't be a problem." Yang Yanyan slowly withdrew his gaze and whispered, "Boy, restrain yourself. If Iron Blood really notices you, you'll be finished." "Understood, understood." Yang Kai also responded in a low voice with a sneaky look on his face. "Good, then that's it, I'll go back first. I still have to create a dossier for you, otherwise, you won't be able to claim the title of Master of a Star Territory. Only with the recognition of the Star Court can you sit firmly on this Star Territory position." Yang Yanyan looked down at the arm he had been holding and sneered, "Boy, you'd better get this straight. I'm your boss from now on, so don't be so rude." Yang Kai quickly let go and tidied up the wrinkles on her arm before cupping his fists and saying, "Farewell, Master." Yang Yanyan showed a smug expression as a flash of light appeared in his hand. Looking at it, it was the same as the one worn by the feathered-crested man. The star-splitting sword was really the standard weapon of a star envoy. As the sword light flashed, Yang Yanyan became one with the sword and shattered space, turning into a dot of light and disappearing from Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai quickly shouted, "Right, I built the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Come and play when you have time." The light disappeared, and he didn't know if she heard it or not. Looking in the direction she left, Yang Kai's face was filled with disappointment. After a while he slapped his thigh and said in annoyance, "I forgot to ask her where the Star Court is." However, this was a small matter. As she said, he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't have a chance to see her again in the future. Thinking back to his life, he started from nothing and now he was the master of a star territory. He had also established a foundation in the star boundary, and it had only taken him 100 years. What would happen in another 100 years? However, no matter what, the position of the great emperors was something he had to fight for. If he really had to fight for it, he wouldn't hesitate to break a stone in a bottle. It was just who should he choose as his target? Yang Kai suddenly fell into deep distress. This scene was like an ant plotting how to kill an elephant. If Yang Yanyan saw this, he would probably laugh at him again. Rubbing his head, Yang Kai collected his thoughts and communicated with the Star Territory's source, his mind sinking into it. In the boundless darkness, Yang Kai's towering figure appeared and shouted to the other side of the darkness, "Bastard Wu Heng, I will spare your dog life today. If you dare to touch my Hung Luo star field again, don't blame this young master for being impolite." In the star field of the great desolate star territory, Wu Heng stared at the tumbling darkness with an ashen face. His eyes were full of resentment and fear. His face turned green and red. Suddenly, his qi and blood rushed to his heart and he coughed up blood. This time, he had really tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Originally, he wanted to devour the Hung Luo star field to help his cultivation. Who would have thought that in the end, things would go against his wishes? Not only did he not gain any advantage, but his star field, which spanned hundreds of millions of li, was also swallowed by the other party and he lost several cultivation stars. The star field was swallowed up, and the cultivation stars disappeared for no reason, causing the source strength of the great desolate star territory to be deficient. It seemed to be punishing him. The source strength that he had refined a long time ago was now showing signs of slipping out of his control. How could he bear it after being provoked by Yang Kai? He couldn't wait to rush to the other side and fight to the death with Yang Kai, but when he thought of the emissary master's instructions before leaving, Wu Heng felt somewhat dejected. Even the emissary master couldn't do anything to him, so what could he do? But if he didn't get his revenge, how could he swallow this anger? He was now a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, and above him were the great emperors. He was also an ambitious person, so how could he be willing to sink to the bottom? However, revenge was never too late for a gentleman to wait 10 years. This matter had to be dealt with slowly. In the face of Yang Kai's clamor, Wu Heng didn't dare to respond, nor could he respond. After a long time, the tumbling darkness stabilized again, as if it had become the boundary between the two stars' territory, leaving a scar in Wu Heng's heart. At this moment, Young Kai was already riding Rolling Thunder back toward Shadowed Star. The matters in Shadowed Star's territory had almost been resolved, and it had taken more than a decade of effort. Before coming here, Young Kai had never thought it would take so much effort, but it was all worth it. With Shadowed Star's territory stabilized, not only did he become the master of Shadowed Star's territory, he even had Young Inflammation as his immediate superior. No matter what happened, there was still someone to cover for him, making Young Kai extremely happy. In a flash, Young Kai arrived at Shadowed Star. Young Kai stayed behind Rolling Thunder to digest his food, while he returned to High Heaven Sect in a flash. Inside High Heaven Sect, in a pavilion on the main peak, Su Yan, Xia Chang, Shan Luo, and Shui Yu were gathered together, chatting happily. Young Kai leisurely appeared, lightly coughed and said warmly, "Madams, I'm back. Sorry for making you wait." Chapter 3196. The laughter instantly faded as several pairs of beautiful eyes swept towards Young Kai. Xia Chang stood up excitedly. "Junior brother." "HM." Shan Luo snorted softly, grabbed Xia Chang's arm, and pressed her to sit down. Xia Chang immediately looked at Young Kai apologetically and stuck out her tongue, showing an expression of helplessness. Su Yan and Shui Yu also withdrew their gazes and gathered together to whisper something, one with an indifferent expression, and the other with a faint smile. Except for Xia Chang, the other three women didn't seem to have seen him. Young Kai's eyes widened. "What's going on?" Lu Yan was sitting next to Su Yan. Young Kai looked at her, and his lips silently squirmed a few times. Lu Yan raised her small hand and touched her neck slightly, sticking out her tongue and rolling her eyes, as if she had died with a grievance. Young Kai laughed and immediately understood that these women were probably blaming him for being gone for so many years without any news. They were teaming up to punish him. Young Kai naturally wasn't afraid. Women, he just needed to coax them. If he couldn't coax them, then he would see them in bed. Just as he was about to speak again, he saw a small figure come out from under the stone table and run to stand in front of him. She put her hands on her hips and looked up at him. Kai Young also looked down in surprise. He saw that this small figure was actually a 4 or 5-year-old little girl. She was born with a tiger's head and a tiger's head, cute and innocent. Her hair was tied up in 2 small braids. Her body was dressed in a small robe, and on her neck was a golden lock. On her wrist were several silver bracelets, all of which glittered with a spiritual aura. For eyes met, Young Kai was surprised. Whose child was this? The little girl pointed at Young Kai and said in a childish voice, "Who are you? How come I've never seen you before?" Young Kai suddenly laughed and squatted down. "Who do you think I am?" The little girl tilted her head and looked at him seriously. She shook her head and said, "You don't look like a good person. Eat my fist first." Her tender little hand clenched into a fist and actually punched towards Young Kai's face, but it was easily blocked by Young Kai's gentle finger. The little girl was taken aback, and no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to move Young Kai at all. Her face flushed red, and she couldn't stop crying out. Young Kai loosened his hand and the little girl's body. Young Kai reached out his hands and pinched her cheeks and pulled, and her face immediately changed shape. This action obviously made the little girl was very angry. Young Kai's back. Of him. Kai Young raised his head and asked, "Whose child is this? Why is she here?" Shan Luo turned around and crossed her legs. The flesh on her inner thighs was faintly discernible, which made people daydream. She looked at Young Kai with a smile and said, "Since she's here, whose child can she be? Naturally, she's our child." Young Kai was surprised. "Our child?" He quickly turned the little girl in his arms and looked at her carefully. He stared at her and said, "Hey, she really looks like me." He didn't pay attention when he suddenly saw her. Now that Shan Luo reminded him, he immediately saw that the little girl's eyebrows seemed to be similar to his. "Our family has a child?" Young Kai held the little girl's body with both hands and raised her high, laughing. He laughed and laughed until he couldn't laugh anymore. The corner of his eyes twitched. He looked at the little girl and said, "How old are you this year?" The little girl ignored him and just waved her fists. "Hurry up and let me down. Or don't blame me for being impolite." She spoke with a childish voice, but she looked like an old man. She used all 4 limbs to punch and kick, but how could she touch a hair on Yang Kai's body? Yang Kai turned to look at the others. How old is she this year? Was she more than 4 or 5 years old? Was she more than 10 years old? Since she was his child, it didn't make sense for her to be so young. Shan Qingluo said faintly. She just turned 5 years old. 5 years old. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead pulsing. He hadn't been back for 10 years, so where did this 5-year-old child come from? Yin and Yang intertwined. The great Tao of heaven and earth. A child couldn't jump out of a crack in a rock. Suddenly, he saw Shan Qingluo's smug expression. Even Shui Yu's shoulders trembled, and she looked like she was trying to hold back her laughter. Su Yan's back was facing him, so he couldn't see her expression. Xia Ningchang looked like he couldn't bear it. Suddenly understanding something, Yang Kai smiled and asked, "Who gave birth to her?" Shan Qingluo changed her sitting posture and looked at him with a smile. "If I said I gave birth to her, would you believe me?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I don't believe you." He couldn't get any answers from them. These women had obviously discussed and came to laugh at him. He didn't even know where they had found a little girl. Little senior sister wanted to remind him, but she didn't dare to provoke public anger, so she couldn't say anything. Needless to say, this matter must have been started by the dragon lady Shan Qingluo. Only she would dare act so presumptuously. "If you don't tell me, I won't know." Yang Kai sneered, clasped his 4 fingers together, and tapped his thumb a few times. "Wait for this young master to calculate. I know how you're my little sister." He was the master of Shadowed Star. And although he had given up his identity as Shadowed Star's master in order to refine the entire territory of Shadowed Star, it was still easy for him to eavesdrop on some information. In an instant, tens of thousands of pieces of information from High Heaven Sect flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he came to a shocking conclusion. This little girl was actually his own little sister. I actually have a little sister. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when he came back and saw his parents, his mother seemed to have mentioned this matter, but he hadn't expected that by the time he returned, it had already blossomed and bore fruit. My father is really old but strong. Yang Kai couldn't help admiring him. Knowing the identity of this little girl, Yang Kai felt a sense of familiarity, as if there was a faint but indelible connection between him and this child in front of him. This connection was called blood. No wonder he felt that her eyes were somewhat similar to his own. Since they were brother and sister, it wasn't surprising. Gently putting the little girl down, Yang Kai didn't expect the little girl to kick him and angrily shout, "I'm your great-aunt. You're not big, but your temper isn't small." Yang Kai laughed, but he didn't move, causing the little girl to kick empty air. The little girl was so angry that she was about to kick him again when Yang Kai raised a finger and gently flicked her forehead. With a bang, the little girl retreated a few steps, covering her forehead with both hands as she stared at Yang Kai in shock, seemingly unable to believe that Yang Kai actually dared to hit her. Since she was born, everyone in High Heaven Sect had been obedient to her. Ordinary children naturally didn't receive this kind of treatment, but she was different. She was the daughter of 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju, and Yang Kai's little sister. Even the sect masters of Shadowed Star's top sects had to call her second young lady. Her sisters-in-law doted on her even more, giving her anything she wanted, almost plucking the stars and the moon for her. In High Heaven Sect, the little girl could be said to be in existence akin to an emperor. Let alone being hit, she had never lost a single hair, so today, she was suddenly attacked, causing her to be stunned. "I'm your big brother." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "You can't mess with this seniority." The little girl blinked her eyes as her mouth twitched, looking like she was about to cry. "Don't cry." Yang Kai raised his middle finger and pretended to flick it. The little girl's mouth was completely pulled down, but she really did not cry, instead turning her head to look at her sisters-in-law, seemingly asking for help. Su Yan didn't move, Shui Yu pretended not to see anything, Shan Qingluo watched with interest, and only Xia Ningchang still had a look of reluctance on her face. Although the Yang family's second young lady was pampered and had some minor problems, her nature was not bad. Xia Ningchang had spent a lot of time with her, so he knew her best. Once, when they were playing in the back mountains, it was raining heavily, but she was busying herself under a tree in the heavy rain. Xia Ningchang curiously looked over and found an ant nest under the tree. She was using leaves to build a shelter for the ant nest. At that time, she was only 3 years old. Ever since then, Xia Ningchang had become even more fond of her. Being pampered and spoiled was not a big deal, but what was rare was the kindness that came from her nature. At least you know how to judge the situation. Yang Kai smiled slightly, raised his hand, and rubbed her head a few times. This is the first thing your big brother taught you: endure. Those who go too far will break easily. Do you understand? The little girl nodded foolishly, obviously not understanding. Yang Kai smiled and said, since you're still not convinced, how about this: if I call out your name, you call me big brother, how about it? The little girl said angrily, you say it. She was a little proud. This was the first time she met this person in front of her. How did he know her name? But she did not think about how Yang Kai would know that she was his sister when they met for the first time. Yang Kai pinched his fingers again and said with a smile, Yang Shui. How did you know? Yang Shui's eyes widened as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Her pair of clear eyes filled with a look of worship. Just tell me, am I right? Yang Kai asked. Yang Shui put down her hands and said dejectedly, yes. Yang Kai said, then what are you going to do? Yang Shui pouted, turned her head to the side, and said unwillingly, big brother. Yang Kai smiled and said, this is the second thing. A man can't live without his word, and you can't break your promise. Oh. Yang Shui looked thoughtful. Well, that's it for today. Go back and tell Mom and Dad that I'll visit them in a few days. While speaking, he winked at Lu Yan. Lu Yan stood up from beside Su Yan and walked to Yang Shui's side and stretched out her little hand. Yang Shui took the initiative to put her hand on Lu Yan's hand, and the two little people immediately flew down the mountain. In a daze, Yang Shui looked back a few times. They looked like sisters. Yang Kai watched them leave and smiled, his heart warm. Yang Shui was only 5 years old, and Lu Yan was 7 or 8 years old. When the two stood together, they naturally looked like sisters. Turning around, Yang Kai lowered his eyes and grinned. Who just said that she gave birth to little Shui? I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Su Yan got up and was about to leave. I remember, I also have something to do, Shui Yu said with a flustered expression. Xia Ningchang's cheeks flushed red, and she said softly, my Dan. Only Shanqing Luo did not move, and looked at Yang Kai provocatively. Chapter 3197. You want to leave now? It's too late. Freeze. Yang Kai sneered, and with a single word he sealed the space around him. The women immediately froze in place, as if they had been struck by a spell, leaving only their eyes rolling around. Yang Kai calmly walked over to Shanqing Luo with his hands behind his back and pinched her smooth chin. You were the one who said those words just now, weren't you? Bah. Shanqing Luo spat. So what if I was? Yang Kai nodded. Very good. It seems you really want to have a child. Your husband will fulfill your wish today. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Shanqing Luo snorted. You'll know in a moment whether I have the ability or not. As he spoke, he walked over to Shui Yu and stretched out his finger to gently draw a line across her face, all the way to her neck. Shui Yu's face immediately turned red, and her delicate body trembled. Do you still remember the promise from that year? Shui Yu looked away, not meeting his eyes, and gritted her teeth. What promise from that year? Yang Kai smiled. You said it, as long as I can restore Ningchang to her original state. You. Don't say it, don't say it. Shui Yu was anxious. That day, she was also worried about Xia Ningchang, so she spoke without thinking. Later, when she came back to her senses, she felt that it was inappropriate. Although she had already experienced many things, she had never said anything too absurd. Every time she thought about the promise, she would tremble in fear, let alone face it in person. Fortunately, for the past 10 years, there had been no news of Yang Kai, who knew that after 10 years, he would bring up this matter as soon as he returned. What promise? Xia Ningchang asked curiously. It sounded like this matter was related to her as well. Yang Kai said, Shui Yu said that as long as I can restore you, she will agree to let me be with you. He stretched out his hands and made a few grasping motions in the air, his face filled with sincerity. Ah. Xia Ningchang was shocked, her face turning red as she whispered, How? How can you do this? Shanqing Luo glanced sideways at Shuiyu and clicked her tongue in amazement. I didn't expect little sister you to be so bold. But it's a good idea. Shanqing Luo wore an eager expression on her face, seemingly even more than Yang Kai's interest. You also think it's a good idea? Yang Kai turned to look at Shanqing Luo's eyes. Naturally. Shanqing Luo's eyes flashed, as if she could already imagine such a scene. Yang Kai snapped his fingers and Shanqing Luo immediately regained her freedom. Standing up and walking over to Shuiyu, she leaned over and whispered into her ear. Although I think it was a good idea, I'm not happy about being sold out in secret. Little sister you, how do you think I should punish you? Shuiyu closed her eyes and bitterly cried out. Qing Luo, how can you help a tyrant? I don't agree. A cold voice suddenly sounded, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. Shanqing Luo turned to look at Su Yan and said, Husband, big sister said she doesn't agree. Yang Kai laughed. It's not up to you today. Luo, bring Shuiyu here. Saying so, he hugged Xia Ningchang in one hand and Su Yan in the other and rushed towards the palace. Shanqing Luo reached out and grabbed Shuiyu's shoulder before flying up and following closely behind. In a flash, 3 delicate figures were lying on the bed in the palace. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo stood side by side, grinning wickedly, like weasels that had stolen a chicken. Xia Ningchang closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes trembling, as if she had accepted her fate. Shuiyu's head was tilted to the side as she bit her red lips, feeling uneasy. Only Su Yan stared coldly at Yang Kai, her entire body exuding a cold aura. Let me go quickly, otherwise don't blame me for ruining your mood. Luo, take care of her. Yang Kai pointed. You'll definitely be satisfied. Shanqing Luo smiled lightly as she walked over to Su Yan and stared into her eyes, her beautiful eyes instantly turning into a pool of spring water, releasing a seductive charm. She had the bloodline origin of the heavenly moon demon spider, and was proficient in charm techniques. If Su Yan was at her peak, she would naturally be able to ignore her, but now that her cultivation was sealed by Yang Kai, even moving a finger was extremely difficult, so how could she resist? Being stared at by Shanqing Luo, Su Yan immediately felt like she was sinking into a whirlpool, her cold body gradually heating up as a wave of numbness washed over her. After a short while, the ice began to melt. Inside the room, soft moans soon sounded, filling the air with boundless spring scenery. A few days later, Yang Kai took Su Yan and the others to visit his 2 parents. Naturally, they were reprimanded by Dong Suju, but fortunately, with little Shui'er accompanying them, the 2 old men felt somewhat comforted. Since the last time, Yang Shui seemed to have developed some awe towards her big brother, always looking at him timidly. It wasn't until Yang Kai called out to her and led her around Star Field that she saw the magnificent and beautiful Star Field that Yang Kai's position in Yang Shui's heart rose rapidly, suddenly surpassing Xia Ningchang and the others and ranking only behind her parents. After spending a few days with her parents, under the orders of Yang Kai, the relocation of the entire High Heaven sect began. On Shadowed Star, all the great sects heard the news and gathered together to inquire about the situation. After receiving a positive answer from Yi Shiyun, all of them were overjoyed and expressed their willingness to hitch a ride. Yi Shiyun obeyed Yang Kai's instructions, neither refusing nor agreeing completely, only allowing them to select outstanding disciples to join her at High Heaven Sect. High Heaven Sect already had enough people, so if they were to bring everyone from other sects, there would likely be hundreds of thousands of them. Although High Heaven Palace's heritage was quite good now, it couldn't support so many people. Yang Kai could only make a choice. Not only on Shadowed Star, but throughout the entire star territory as well. All the major cultivation stars had received the news that Yang Kai, the master of star territory, would be leaving his territory and heading to a higher level world. Before leaving, he would be bringing a group of outstanding cultivators with him to become his own subordinates. These cultivators would be selected through a series of selections, with each cultivation star only having 1,000 spots. There was no restriction on the level of cultivation, only aptitude. In star territory, no matter how high one's cultivation was, They would only reach the Origin King realm, so going to the star boundary was not a big deal. What Yang Kai wanted were talents, the kind of elites who could one day become the cornerstone of High Heaven Palace. It didn't matter if their cultivation was low. Once they went to High Heaven Palace, as long as they had enough aptitude, there was no need to worry about them not being cultivated. The entire star territory shook. If the invasion of Great Desolate Star's territory had brought disaster to Hung Luo Star Field, then this was a great opportunity, one that could allow one to reach the heavens in a single bound. Any cultivator with even a little ambition was not willing to miss this opportunity. As such, in a short time, all the cultivation stars in star territory became extremely lively. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Kai brought Su Yan to a world of ice and snow. When he first entered the star boundary, he obtained huge benefits by relying on his Star Master status. Now that he was bringing Su Yan and the others back to the star boundary, he naturally wanted them to also become Star Masters before leaving. Xia Ningchang was the master of Tongxian realm, so there was no need for him to go through such trouble, but Su Yan, Shanqing Luo, and Shuiyu had not refined star sources yet. Although Yang Kai had some remaining star sources in his hands, they were all obtained from the shattered star sea. The corresponding stars had long been destroyed, so there was no room for them to grow. Naturally, it was better to refine the star sources in a cultivation star. As the master of star territory, he knew the situation of the entire star territory like the back of his hand, so it was naturally easy for him to choose targets for the three women to refine. Shanqing Luo was accompanied by Lu Sanyang, and Shuiyu was accompanied by Lu Yan. With their cultivation and star refining art, they should not be in any danger. As for Su Yan, he needed to personally oversee her. Although Su Yan was already a Dao Source Realm cultivator, the stars that Yang Kai chose for her were somewhat unusual. The whole world was snow-white, and looking at it from the void, it looked like a huge ice ball. It was extremely beautiful and spectacular. Ice Soul Star, this cultivation star, was a very famous existence in the entire star territory. Yang Kai had heard of it before he left star territory, but he had never had the chance to see it in person. It was famous not only because these stars were extremely cold, so neither humans nor monster beasts could set foot on it. Therefore, although it was a cultivation star, it had never been touched by the human race or the monster race. It was an extremely pure land. However, its special world principles gave birth to a group of very strange creatures, ice spirits. The ice spirit clan was extremely rare, and could not be seen in the outside world. They could only be found on Ice Soul Star. They were born to be unafraid of the cold, and the cold aura was the cradle of their growth. The colder the environment, the more they liked it. It was said that in the beginning, the ice spirit clan was also kind and hospitable. If a wanderer accidentally came to Ice Soul Star, they would be warmly entertained by them. However, as the flowing time Great Emperor passed by, they gradually became xenophobic. This was because the guests they entertained would turn their backs on them when they turned around. The men of the Ice Spirit clan were all extraordinarily handsome, and the women were all as beautiful as flowers. Coupled with their special physiques and strange existences, it was easy for them to attract many covetous eyes. They were born from the ice and snow, and to those who cultivated ice attribute cultivation methods, their existence was simply the best shortcut to obtaining power. Casually grabbing one of them back and dual cultivating with them would allow one to rapidly accumulate power, without the slightest bit of hidden danger. Many people who cultivated ice attribute secret arts had coveted ice spirits. Even if they did not cultivate ice attribute secret arts, if they could catch an ice spirit, they could sell it for a sky-high price. However, it was not easy to catch an ice spirit alive. It was said that if they were hurt, their hearts would break and they would die. Therefore, even if some ice spirits were caught and sold, or even defiled in the early years, they would die in a foreign land after one night. Only a few experts maintained the lives of ice spirits with great divine technique, changed their temperament, and made them obedient. The existence of ice spirits was of great value, not to mention that the entire Ice Soul Star was a treasure trove. The Ice Soul Star was extremely cold, and its special environment created special products. There were many ice attribute spiritual flowers and rare herbs growing on this star. They were extremely precious, and there were even some strange species that had long since gone extinct. If it was not for those ice spirits that died easily, the treasures that filled this world were enough to make many cultivators take risks. Chapter 3198. Ice Soul Star's reputation was well-deserved. When Yang Kai and Su Yan arrived here, they saw a world of ice and snow that was wrapped in an enchanting silver sheen. The plants, the earth, and even the mountains seemed to have been carved out of ice, all of them crystal clear and beautiful. Ice attribute spirit flowers and grasses were everywhere in the wilderness, and ice attribute spirit grasses that were rare in the outside world were actually common here. However, although these things were valuable in star territory, they were not of much use to Yang Kai and Su Yan, so they were only surprised for a while and had no intention of collecting them. This place was extremely cold, and not many people could stay here for long, but Yang Kai's physique was strong and his cultivation was superb, so he naturally did not fear this minor cold. Looking at Su Yan, on the other hand, not only did she not feel uncomfortable, she even felt a sense of joy, as if she had returned to her homeland. Coming to this world of ice and snow, she clearly felt the strength in her body flow faster. The cold environment not only did not suppress her strength, but also enhanced it. She cultivated an ice attribute secret art, and had obtained the Ice Phoenix source inheritance, so this environment was simply like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger entering the forest. If she had been cultivating in this environment in the early years, her cultivation would have risen to a level no one could match. Yang Kai summoned his embodiment, and asked it to lead the way while he led Su Yan all the way down into the earth's crust to search for Ice Soul Star's source. The Stone Mongoose clan's earth attribute secret art was a gift from their innate talent, so clearing a path through the earth was naturally a piece of cake. After a quarter of an hour, the path ahead opened up, and they arrived at an underground cave. The surrounding environment was getting colder and colder, causing Yang Kai to marvel. Although he was not affected by this place, he estimated that if one did not cultivate an ice attribute secret art, even a third-order origin king would not be able to last long here. Ice Soul Star was like a dead land in star territory, and only those who had surpassed the limits of the Origin King realm could come here to explore. However, the most powerful existence in star territory was only a third-order Origin King. Inside the cave, icy blue flames flowed, exuding an extremely cold aura. Just looking at it seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. This was clearly a type of strange flame. Moreover, it was the type of flame that was extremely cold. One couldn't help but sigh. The uncanny workmanship of nature was truly unfathomable. At the center of the cave, there was a rather conspicuous ball of light. It was wriggling and changing constantly, as if it had a mind of its own. Essence. Su Yan turned to look at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai looked at it for a while and grinned. It's fake. Fake. Su Yan was startled. It's fake, Yang Kai said with certainty. He had come into contact with quite a number of stars' origins, and now that he was the master of the star territory, he could naturally see through the origin at a glance. It was clearly the condensation of icy flames, not the origin of Ice Soul Star, but a trap. With a snap, Yang Kai snapped his fingers, and a bright light shone in the cave. A number of lifelike ice sculptures suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan's eyes. These ice sculptures were all sitting cross-legged, strolling around the various corners of the cave. Because the light here was too dim and there was no aura, Su Yan's attention had been completely focused on the essence, and she had not noticed them before. These, Su Yan frowned. They're probably the ones who want to refine Ice Soul Star's essence. Su Yan looked around carefully and found that there were more than a dozen ice sculptures, in fact hundreds of them. If what Yang Kai said was true, then hundreds of people had died here because they wanted to refine Ice Soul Star's essence. And how bad could the cultivation of those who were qualified to enter here and attempt to refine Ice Soul Star's essence be? They were definitely third-order origin kings. They died extremely peacefully, without the slightest struggle or pain on their faces, as if they had ended their lives in a deep sleep. In other words, when they died, they did not even realize that death was coming. There had never been a cultivation star whose essence was so dangerous. Ice Soul Star was probably unique in the entire star territory, yet so many third-order origin kings had died here without even realizing it. Looking at the clothes they were wearing, Suyen immediately discovered that these clothes had a clear sense of age. The people who died here obviously did not come from the same era. These third-order origin kings might have lived thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Suyan's heart went cold. Although she was now a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, if she had really come here alone to refine the so-called essence, the consequences would not have been good. The essence is not here. Yang Kai shook his head. Then where is it? Suyen asked. Yang Kai's eyes turned and stared in a certain direction, smiling as he said, "Over here." At that moment, he clearly felt that there was a wolf spying on them. Although it was very subtle, how could it escape his perception? Following the vine to the melon, Yang Kai instantly locked onto a certain position. Under normal circumstances, even if the essence of stars was a representation of the world will, it was just a lifeless object that would not actively move, but Ice Soul Star's essence was obviously not like this. It seemed to have gained sentience. Interesting, really interesting. Yang Kai suddenly remembered the Tongxian realm's essence he had seen before. Back then, Tongxian realm's world energy was exhausted, and the world was on the verge of collapse. Unwilling to sit still and wait for death, the Tongxian realm's essence took the form of a rabbit and, whether intentionally or unintentionally, encountered Xia Chang, and was eventually refined by her. The Ice Soul Star's essence was somewhat similar to the one in Tongxian realm. In Tongxian realm, when the world was on the verge of collapse, the essence sensed danger and took the initiative to seek opportunities. But Ice Soul Star was obviously not like this. Could essence really give birth to sentience? Yang Kai suddenly felt a strong sense of curiosity, feeling that Suyan's harvest this time was not small. Following the passage opened by the embodiment before, Yang Kai hugged Suyan all the way up and soon returned to the surface. Unlike the previous calm, at this moment, the entire Ice Soul Star was engulfed in wind and snow. The cold wind was bone-chilling, and the ice and snow were like sharp blades that cut through everything. In the sky, thick clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The world seemed to be angry. Yang Kai grinned, raised his hand to the sky and waved, shouting, "Scatter!" The thunder stopped, the lightning stopped, and the ice and snow stopped. The sky was clear and cloudless. Although he was not Ice Soul Star's master, his status as the master of a star territory was higher than that of a simple star master. His every move was in accordance with the principles of the Great Tao, so it was naturally easy for him to control the weather of a star. The will seemed to realize something and did not try to resist Yang Kai. Instead, an ice bridge suddenly appeared above the ice and snow, connecting the heavens and earth, leading all the way to an unknown distance under Yang Kai and Suyan's feet. The ice bridge was pure and flawless, and when it suddenly appeared, even Suyan was stunned. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Master seems to be very hospitable, let's go." If he had not just displayed a unique method, he would never have been able to enjoy such hospitality. Holding Suyan's hand, Yang Kai stepped onto the ice bridge and flew towards the end of the ice bridge at an extremely fast speed. Atop a towering ice mountain, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Guests have come to visit, prepare to receive them." The ice mountain trembled and one figure after another emerged from the ice caves. At first glance, these people looked no different from ordinary humans, but if one looked closely, one would discover that they were not human. Each one of them was like an ice sculpture, pure and flawless. The men were handsome while the women were otherworldly. All of them wore white robes and had pointy ears similar to those of beasts. Not only did this not ruin their overall beauty, it only added to their noble temperament. They were the fairies of ice and snow, the pure ice spirit clan. There were tens of thousands of ice spirits on the ice mountain. If others were to know of this scene, they would probably go crazy. In the territory of the star, any ice spirit could be sold for a sky-high price, let alone tens of thousands. Their very existence was a huge and incomparable wealth. The numerous ice spirits were shocked and looked at each other in dismay, as if they could not believe what they had just heard. The owner of the cold voice just now was a supreme existence in the Ice Spirit clan. She was the foundation of the Ice Spirit clan's birth, the Ice God. Ice spirits were xenophobic and did not have any friends. At this moment, the Ice God actually told them that guests had come to visit, so they were naturally very surprised. Since when did the Ice Spirit clan need to welcome guests? However, since it was the Ice God who had spoken, even if they were puzzled, they hurriedly prepared. They were pure, not only physically, but also spiritually. Naturally, they did not dare to disobey the Ice God's words. An ice bridge suddenly extended from a distant place and connected to the mountainside of the ice mountain. From the ice bridge, a man and a woman came side by side. Their figures did not move, and they quickly reached the end of the ice bridge. Landing on the ground, Kai Yang's face immediately lit up with amazement as he looked around. It was also the first time he had seen the so-called ice spirits. Using his divine sense, he found that these ice spirits' bodies seemed to be made of ice crystals. Their bodies exuded a cold aura and seemed to be extremely sturdy. Their cultivation realms seemed to be nothing to them. The classification of Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm was not enough to describe their abilities. However, Yang Kai could feel that many of them were not inferior to Origin Kings. What a powerful force! Yang Kai was secretly shocked. It was really incredible that there was such a group of forces in the territory of the star. In the past, the Netherworld sect had invaded the territory of the star. If they had come to attack Ice Soul Star, Yang Kai was afraid they would have been wiped out before he even had to take action. Fortunately, the Ice Spirit clan had not appeared for a long time, and only operated on Ice Soul Star. Otherwise, they would have been able to rule the entire territory of the star. A handsome male ice spirit walked out and asked curiously, "Are you the guests of the Ice God?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "If no one else is here, then we are." Ice God. Yang Kai did not know whether this was a self-proclaimed title, or just a respectful title given to it by the Ice Spirit clan, but it was quite appropriate. After all, it was the source of this star. On this cultivation star, it was indeed a god. Chapter 3199. There was a power outage in the morning. The male ice spirit looked at Yang Kai seriously for a while before slowly shaking his head. "You're not." He then pointed to Su Yan. "She is." "We came together." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "You saw it too. It was your ice god who brought us here." The male ice spirit stubbornly shook his head. "You are dirty and she is pure, so she is a guest." Yang Kai's eyes twitched. "Boy, the last guy who dared to talk to me like that has grass growing on his grave." He was now the master of the star territory and everything in the territory was under his jurisdiction. Yet now someone was pointing at him and saying he was dirty. The male ice spirit frowned at him, a look of disgust on his face. He really didn't understand why the ice god would bring such a person here. His existence had already tarnished the purity of this place. Su Yan patted Yang Kai's hand before looking at the male ice spirit and saying, "Please take me to see your ice god." She knew that the key to whether she could refine Ice Soul Star's source this time was the ice god. So she didn't want to waste any time. The male ice spirit nodded but didn't lead the way, instead reaching out to take out an ice bag from his waist and handing it to Su Yan. "Drink some." The ice bag was shaped like a water bottle and contained something unknown. When it was shaken, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Su Yan took it and asked, "Can I see the ice god only after drinking?" "You're a guest after drinking." Obviously, wanting to see the ice god wasn't as simple as just walking over. There seemed to be some tests. "Good." Su Yan opened the ice pack as she spoke, and a sweet smell immediately wafted into the air. Yang Kai was slightly startled. He had thought that the ice bag contained some kind of wine, but now it seemed that it was something else, probably a specialty of the Ice Spirit clan. Although he didn't know what it was, one thing was certain. The contents of this ice bag were definitely not something ordinary people could bear. Su Yan raised her head and gulped it down, showing a rare heroic expression. The ice spirits who had gathered around were still waiting for a good show. But as time passed, their expressions gradually changed, especially the male ice spirit who had handed the ice bag to Su Yan. His eyes slowly widened, and with a look of shock he said with a distressed voice, "Enough, enough." Su Yan put down the ice pack and raised her sleeve to wipe the corner of her mouth. "Does this count as passing?" The male ice spirit took back the ice bag, shook it gently, and moved aside with a pained expression. "Please." Su Yan glanced over at Yang Kai and gave him a meaningful look, telling him not to be impatient. Then she began walking up the ice path. After walking for less than 1,000 feet, A female ice spirit jumped out and blocked their way. She was holding a plate carved out of ice. And on the plate were some snow-white silkworm cocoon-like things. She tilted her head and looked at her with a smile. Do you want to try? Su Yan pinched 2 fingers together and took one out, placing it in her mouth. The ice-cold taste exploded in her mouth along with a sour taste that she couldn't quite describe. In a flash, the plate was eaten clean. The female ice spirit looked at her ice plate absent-mindedly, but Su Yan just brushed past her. Halfway up the mountain, Yang Kai stood in place and waited. Although he was the master of the star territory, since he had brought Su Yan here to refine the ice soul source, he had to rely on her own ability. Only in this way could the ice soul source acknowledge him and help her grow in the future. Otherwise, with his current ability, he could completely subdue the ice soul source directly. But that would be meaningless. Since it was a test, there shouldn't be too big of a problem. The ice spirit, the ice soul source, probably wouldn't expect that Su Yan was a second-order Dao source realm cultivator. So the so-called test wouldn't be a problem for her. Bored, he stared at the male ice spirit's ice bag and said, "Let me try it too." The male ice spirit immediately shook his head like a rattle. No. Su Yan had drunk so much just now, so he was still feeling pained. Stingy. Yang Kai curled his lips. The male ice spirit said, "You'll die if you drink it." Yang Kai sneered. "Do you think it's so easy to die? Let me try it." "You'll really die," the male ice spirit said seriously. "Although you're not a guest of the ice spirit, since you came with that guest, I can't harm you." "Enough nonsense, give it to me." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and snatched the ice bag. Tilting his head back, he gulped down a mouthful. The sweet taste immediately filled his mouth. Not only that, an extremely cold aura filled his mouth, almost causing him to lose all sensation in his mouth and his entire head to be covered in frost in an instant. Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know how this thing was brewed, but it should be a kind of fruit wine. He tasted hundreds of spirit fruits in it, and all of them were ice attribute spirit fruits. If a third-order origin king drank this kind of fruit wine, they would definitely die. No wonder the male ice spirit said he would die. If his cultivation had not transcended the scope of this world, his life might really have been in danger. Su Yan, on the other hand, was indifferent even after drinking so much, obviously because of her ice crystal jade body. Seeing Yang Kai so reckless, the male ice spirit was also shocked. Although Yang Kai was not a guest of the ice spirit, he had come with that guest after all. If he really died here, it would be difficult to clean up the mess. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yang Kai's body shook, and the frost on his face instantly disappeared as he laughed. Refreshing. He raised his head and gulped it down again, drinking even faster than Su Yan just now. The surrounding ice spirits were all dumbfounded. For a moment, they were all shocked. Although the ice bag was not big, the space inside was not small. It contained at least a few dozen kilograms of fruit wine, but Yang Kai drank it all in one gulp, not letting go until there was not a single drop left. Suddenly he burped, filling his mouth with a sweet taste. It was really strange. This fruit wine obviously did not have the smell of alcohol, but it could still make people drunk. Waving his hand, Yang Kai said, "Bring out whatever delicious food you have." The male ice spirit looked at him like he was a monster, shook the empty ice bag, and after a long time, waved his hand. A moment later, on the platform, an ice table was set up. Yang Kai sat at the table, which was filled with all kinds of specialties of Ice Soul Star. There was the fruit wine he had drunk before, as well as some food he had never seen before. Each dish was extremely exquisite, pure and flawless. Although there was no meat, such a table of delicious delicacies was enough to make one's mouth water. A group of ice spirits gathered around, watching him eat and drink in a daze. There were even a few female ice spirits who put on a posture of wanting to kill him here, constantly pouring wine for him. Yang Kai did not refuse any of them, drinking as much wine as he could, showing this group of ice spirits, who had not seen much of the world, what it meant to be forthright. As time passed, more and more ice spirits gathered around, and the wine and fruit plates on the table were changed again and again. Yang Kai was a little tipsy and his tongue was a little slurred, but he still did not collapse. After 3 full days, Su Yan's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at her for a moment before circulating his emperor qi and immediately sobering up. How is it? Asterisk Zheng. Asterisk with a flash of cold light. Su Yan pulled out her sword. It's done. Profound Frost Divine Sword? Yang Kai raised his brow. This Profound Frost Divine Sword was brought out by Su Yan from Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. It was a sword left behind by Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yin. Over the years, she had been using Profound Frost Divine Sword as a sword. However, as she broke through to the Dao Source realm, this sword could not keep up with her pace. Yang Kai had been thinking about asking Hou Yu to make a sword for her when he returned to the High Heaven Palace. But now it seemed that there was no need. Profound Frost Divine Sword had undergone a great change. The entire sword had become as thin as a cicada's wing. Even if Su Yan did not circulate any power, it still exuded an extremely cold aura, faintly showing signs of being a Dao Source grade artifact. On the hilt of the sword, there were two small words. Ice Soul. Yang Kai asked curiously. Did you refine it into an artifact spirit? Su Yan shook her head. It chose itself. Inside the Ice Palace, Su Yan and the Ice Soul had fought for a day. It was not a life or death battle, but rather a battle of control over ice attribute power. After obtaining the Ice Soul's approval, Su Yan took the initiative to enter Profound Frost Divine Sword and become its artifact spirit. This artifact spirit was extraordinary because it was the star source of the entire Ice Soul star. No one had ever used the star source of a star as an artifact spirit, so even Yang Kai could not say whether Su Yan's decision was good or bad, but one thing was certain. Su Yan had become Ice Soul Star's Star Master, so she and Ice Soul Star were inseparable. What's wrong with them? Su Yan asked curiously. When she came over just now, she saw a group of ice spirits with sorrowful expressions, as if someone had cut off a few kilograms of their flesh. Yang Kai burped. I ate and drank a little of their stuff, they're so stingy. Su Yan swept her gaze across the ice table and immediately understood the cause and effect, smiling. You ate at least 10,000 years of their accumulation. Did I? Haha. It seems that they are quite enthusiastic. Yang Kai patted his stomach. Although he was only in human form now, his dragon form was 250 feet long. Not to mention 10,000 years of accumulation. Even 100,000 years of accumulation could be eaten and drunk. Ice Goddess. The surrounding ice spirits focused their gazes on the Profound Frost Divine Sword and the Ice Soul Sword with complicated expressions. With a flash of brilliance, a pure and flawless woman of peerless beauty leisurely appeared from the Ice Soul Sword, making Yang Kai's eyes widen. Although he knew that the Ice Soul Star Source had gained sentience, he did not expect it to turn into a human form. Her state was somewhat similar to Lu Yan's, but the two had different attributes. Lu Yan was like fire, and the Ice Soul was like ice. If they encountered each other, there might be a conflict. Ice Goddess. Many ice spirits knelt on the ground and cried out. Ice Soul's beautiful eyes looked around and her cold voice resounded through the world. I'm leaving. The expressions of the ice spirits became more and more sorrowful and reluctant. Ice Soul turned to Yang Kai and said, Before leaving, please leave behind some protection for this star and protect them. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. Even if Ice Soul did not mention it, he would have done so. This cultivation star had already been connected to Su Yan, so naturally, he could not be careless. Immediately communicating with the star source in the territory of the star, he drew the power of tens of thousands of stars and covered up all traces of the Ice Soul Star. Chapter 3200. Towering ancient trees towered into the sky as thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. The void shattered, as if someone had torn open a rift. An extremely dangerous aura leaked out from this rift, as if doomsday was coming. A monster commander with two horns on his head hid under a tree, trembling as he looked up. With a deafening crack of thunder, the monster commander was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his face pale. All of a sudden, the clouds and lightning receded, and the blue sky was completely devoid of clouds. When the demonic commander looked up again, he saw that a figure had appeared in the sky, and he was immediately bewildered. This was the territory of the monster race, so very few humans dared to enter this place. Those who dared to enter were basically all dead. So the monster commander was very curious as to how this person had appeared when there was clearly no one there just now. Taking a closer look, the monster commander vaguely felt that this person was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Before the monster commander could figure out what was going on though, the expression on this person's face suddenly changed as he closed his eyes and spread out his arms, causing the surrounding world energy to roll and gather towards him. Hong. An invisible shockwave suddenly exploded, turning into a shockwave visible to the naked eye that swept across the surrounding 100 kilometers, causing the trees to sway and rustle. The monster commander's eyes widened as he realized that this person was not to be trifled with from the aura he had just released. Quickly holding his breath, he quietly retreated. He was just a monster commander, equivalent to a Dao Source Realm cultivator, but this human who had suddenly appeared was from the Emperor Realm. What's more, it seemed that this person had just broken through. The monster commander didn't know if he was a second order or third order Emperor Realm Master, so he was definitely not his opponent. This matter needed to be reported to the king as soon as possible, so that he could make a decision. However, the monster commander couldn't understand why this person would suddenly come here to break through. Was he looking for death? Although the Emperor Realm was not weak, there were many kings here who were stronger than him, and any one of them could easily eat his heart out. High up in the sky, Yang Kai felt refreshed as he felt the long-lost power flowing through his body. He felt as if he could move mountains and seas with just a lift of his hand. Unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, he let out a long roar. After returning to Star Territory for more than 10 years, Yang Kai had been suffocating. At first, in order to avoid the rejection of world principles, he had to seal his cultivation. Later, even though he had become the master of Star Territory, he didn't dare to recklessly use his power for fear of causing damage to his territory. Until now, the shackles on his body had finally been removed, and he once again felt the taste of freedom. And just as he expected, he had already accumulated a lot of First Order Emperor Realm strength, so as soon as he returned to the star boundary, his strength naturally broke through to the Second Order Emperor Realm. The increase in his realm and strength made him feel like a bird flying in the sky and a fish swimming in the sea. As the howling gradually subsided, Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense. Although he was sure that he had returned to the star boundary, the first thing he needed to figure out was where he was. After returning from Ice Soul Star with Su Yan, he stayed on Shadowed Star for half a year. When everything was ready, he moved everyone into the sealed world bead, broke through the void, and returned to the star boundary. The process was quite smooth, and with his ability as the Star Field Master, it wasn't difficult for him to find a passage to the star boundary. He even left behind the passage so that if anyone in Hung Luo Starfield had enough strength in the future, they could use it to enter the star boundary. This was tantamount to reconnecting Hung Luo Starfield and the star boundary. In the future, the masters in Hung Luo Starfield wouldn't have to worry about wasting their time if their cultivation was high enough. Everywhere he looked, there were towering ancient trees that even a dozen people couldn't wrap their arms around. They looked vaguely familiar, and the surrounding environment gave off an ancient and wild aura. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his brow. What a coincidence! Have I arrived at that place? He set off from Star Territory to the star boundary, but he couldn't pinpoint his destination accurately. The Starlight Corridor he opened up with great effort only connected to an approximate location. 100 kilometers away, a monster commander was hurriedly rushing to a certain place. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and in the next moment he appeared in front of the monster commander. The two-horned monster commander came to a halt, a look of shock appearing on his face as he stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. Is this the ancient wild lands? Yang Kai looked at him and asked. The monster commander couldn't figure out Yang Kai's origins and purpose for a while. Knowing that he wasn't his opponent, he cooperated. Yes. He felt strange. Since this guy came here, how could he not know about the ancient wild lands? Humans are really stupid. Very good. Yang Kai grinned. Which Saint Venerable's subordinate are you? The monster commander was stunned. You know the Saint Master? Cut the crap. Are you asking me or should I ask you? Yang Kai raised his hand and looked at the monster commander's horns. The monster commander's face turned pale. He didn't see how Yang Kai attacked. In other words, if this human wanted to take his life, it would be as easy as pinching a conch with 10 fingers. Standing in front of the gates of hell, the monster commander felt a chill down his spine. This one is the subordinate of the Western Saint Venerable, the Flying Eagle Monster King. The Flying Eagle. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. The monster commander was even more confused. You know our king? Because in that moment, this human's expression became much more amiable, and since he called the Flying Eagle by his name, they must know each other. The Flying Eagle is my subordinate. Do you think I don't know him? Ah. The monster commander was stunned. He instinctively felt that this guy in front of him was bragging. The Flying Eagle King was one of the 8 monster kings under the Western Saint Venerable, the old dogmaster. Even if a human was lucky enough to know him, how could he dare to boast like this? But in the next moment, he suddenly seemed to remember something and stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes. He finally understood why this human in front of him looked so familiar. More than 10 years ago, there were a few people who entered the ancient wilderness and got involved in the Blood Door. After a great battle, the North Saint Sherhua even fell. Since then, the 4 Saint Venerables in the ancient wilderness became the 3 Saint Venerables. It was said that one day, a descendant of Tianxing entered the Blood Door, and there was another human male who had a good relationship with that descendant. Even the 3 Saint Venerables had to be polite to him. When he left the ancient wilderness, he took the 3 kings with him, and the Flying Eagle was one of them. During the battle back then, this monster commander had also watched from afar, and although he hadn't been able to see it clearly, he had vaguely remembered Yang Kai's features. Now that Yang Kai had reminded him, his dusty memories were instantly unlocked. What was that human called again? Oh right. The double-horned monster commander excitedly cupped his fists and said, "So it's Lord Yang. You recognize me?" Yang Kai asked with interest. There were countless monster commanders in the ancient wilderness, but he did not expect that one of them would recognize him. When did he become so famous in the ancient wilderness? I recognize you. I was fortunate enough to see Master from afar in my early years. The double-horned monster commander was extremely excited, and his expression became more and more flattering. How could he not recognize him? Enter the Blood Door, obtain a new life, return to the ancestral bloodline, and transform into a saint spirit. This was a saying that had been passed down in the ancient wilderness since ancient times, and every monster race was familiar with it. Now that the Blood Door had been closed, and there was no news of the descendant of Tianxing who controlled the source of thousands of saint spirits, it was widely known in the ancient wilderness that if they wanted to restore the glory of their ancestors and become saint spirits, the human called Yang Kai was the key. If not for this, how could the 3 masters Shilei, Yingfei, and Xiaowei be willing to be ordered around? They even left the ancient wilderness for thousands of years to serve as his subordinates. Wasn't it all for the sake of being in a favorable position? Among the 32 monster king in the ancient wilderness, only the 3 of them had such good fortune. The other 29 monster kings were incomparably envious of them. If not for the 3 Saint Venerables' strict orders to suppress them, the other 29 monster kings would have already left the ancient wilderness to look for this Yang Kai. The double-horned monster commander had never thought that the opportunity that the 29 monster kings could not find would suddenly descend upon his head. How could the person standing in front of him be an ordinary human? This was the shortcut to becoming a saint spirit and walking to the peak. He suddenly revealed a covetous expression, which made Yang Kai feel disgusted. He took a few steps back and said, "Since you recognize me, things will be easier. I have something for you to do, but I don't know if you have the time." Yes. The double-horned monster commander repeatedly replied. What a joke! Since he had met this master, he naturally had to grasp this opportunity. Even if he did not have the time, he had to squeeze out some time. "Please instruct me, master." The corner of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He felt that this fellow's gaze was a bit strange, but he did not want to waste time with him, so he instructed, "Go to Luan Feng's place and tell her that I, Yang Kai, have returned. I have to properly settle the debt from back then. Tell her to prepare." Debt? What debt? The double-horned monster commander was confused. "Why are you asking so much? Hurry up and go." Yang Kai lifted his leg and kicked him. Oh! The double-horned monster commander turned around and left, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. If he left now, wouldn't he have missed the opportunity to approach Yang Kai? He quickly turned around, but there was no one behind him. Yang Kai had long since disappeared, so he immediately slapped his thigh in annoyance, silently cursing himself for being so stupid. He did not dare to disobey, and only hoped that he would have a chance to see Yang Kai again and properly work for him, so he immediately set off for Luanfeng's palace. Yang Kai's figure flickered, swaying from one tree to another as he followed his memory, and flew in a certain direction. Only after an hour did he descend. The air was filled with a fragrant fragrance, and all kinds of creatures were competing with one another. Although this place was still in the ancient desolate ancient lands, it did not have the desolation and danger of the ancient lands. Instead, it was a peaceful and natural scene, completely different from other places. Birds rested on the treetops and beasts ran on the ground. Scenes that were rarely seen in other places of the ancient lands were common here. It was as if there was an invisible force protecting this land, preventing disasters from befalling the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. As the wind blew, the waves on the trees rose and fell, and there seemed to be whispering among the towering ancient trees. One after another, palm-sized figures suddenly flew out from behind the trees. Each and every one of them was extraordinarily beautiful and exuded a pure wood attribute aura from head to toe. Wood spirits. Chapter 3201. The weather is changing rapidly. It's very cold. Everyone, take care to keep warm. This was a peculiar race that had almost gone extinct in the long river of history. Their people were born weak and didn't have much fighting ability, but they had a unique talent for nurturing plants. It was rumored that in ancient times, those powerful experts liked to subdue one or two wood spirits to help them take care of the spirit herbs in their herb gardens. As long as one wood spirit lived in a herb garden of 100,000 mu, the quantity and quality of the herbs harvested would increase by 30%. They were the favorites of nature, extremely rare existences. The flowing time great emperor had passed, and the sea had turned into mulberry fields. In the endless river of history, every part of the astral plane had changed, and the changes of races were common. However, the ancient wildlands hadn't changed since ancient times, so there were many creatures that were rarely seen in the outside world. The wood spirits were like that, and so were the stone mongoose. The two races supported and relied on each other through the long flowing time great emperor, allowing their races to continue to exist. The stone mongoose race could provide the wood spirits with powerful protection, and in return, the wood spirits could provide the stone mongoose race with the ability to fly. They weren't good at fighting, but they could make the clumsy and huge stone mongoose fly. Without the help of the wood spirits, the stone mongoose could only fight on the ground, and would often suffer great losses. A dozen delicate wood spirits flew towards Yang Kai, gathered around him, and danced like butterflies. Hello. Yang Kai grinned. Whether it was the wood spirit or the stone puppet, they were both very xenophobic races. Under normal circumstances, they would not interact with the outside world at all. Many of the monster race people who lived in the ancient wild ancient lands had never seen their true faces, and had only heard about them. However, Yang Kai was different. Yang Kai had come to the stone mongoose race's territory more than 10 years ago, and was even received as a distinguished guest by the stone mongoose and the wood spirits. Now that they met again, they were naturally familiar with each other. A female wood spirit landed on Yang Kai's shoulder and whispered into his ear, "The elders and clansmen are waiting for you. Please." Her voice was soft and gentle, and her cheeks were slightly red. Wood spirits were easily embarrassed. Yang Kai vaguely felt that she looked familiar, as if she was the one who had poured wine for him all those years ago. But he wasn't sure. He smiled and said, "All right." The wood spirit's innate divine technique allowed all the plants and trees within a radius of several thousand miles to become their eyes and ears. Therefore, the moment Yang Kai arrived, the wood spirits sensed him and came to welcome him. The wood spirits led the way, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the stone mongoose's residence. The ancient trees around them were much taller than the trees in other places, and the holes in the trees were natural houses. 9 huge stone mongoose figures were lined up in a row. The one in the middle looked a little old, and his body was even a little hunched. His beard, which looked like an upside-down stone pillar, hung in front of his chest, giving him a sense of vicissitudes. He was looking at them with a smile. Yang Kai walked up to him, put his hand on his chest and bowed. "Elder." Then he looked at the half-foot-tall female wood spirit with a flower crown sitting on his shoulder. "Chief. Distinguished guest, we meet again." The stone mongoose elder chuckled, and his deep voice shook the earth. "Lower your voice." The wood spirit chief Muna plugged her ears. "I don't deserve to be your distinguished guest. Elder, you can just call me by my name." Yang Kai looked humble. Wise elders always received the respect they deserved. Moreover, he had a deep relationship with the stone mongoose tribe. Both Xiao and his Dharmakaya were born from the stone mongoose tribe. "I came uninvited. I have something to trouble you with." The elder laughed, but his laughter was restrained, as if he was afraid that Muna would complain again. "If there's anything, wait until you're full. It's been more than 10 years since you last came here. It's rare for us to be so lively here. You can't miss this opportunity. Then, I'll listen to you." With the command, the banquet was set up. Just like 10 years ago, everyone sat on the ground and gathered in front of a huge tree root. The wood spirits busied themselves with the tree root as a table. Soon, the table was filled with fruits and wine. As night fell, the moonlight shone through the leaves. There were strange fruits hanging on the tree trunks, flashing with multicolored light, illuminating this side of the world. The stone puppets were normally submissive, but at this moment, some of them seemed to have gone crazy. They held wooden cups that were taller than a person, and drank large mouthfuls of fine wine. They enjoyed the spirit melons and strange fruits that the wood spirits had nurtured as the wood spirits danced around them. The moon was bright in the sky, and the banquet and wine were delightful. The stone mongoose tribe's names were very simple, from Stone 1 to Stone 8, but Yang Kai couldn't remember which one was which because they all looked similar. There was also a 9th stone, who was Xiao, but he had followed Zhang Ruoxi into the blood door, and was still missing. The stone mongoose tribe was talented and powerful. Few people or monster beasts were their opponents, but the way of the heavens was to take from those who had too much and make up for those who didn't. The stone mongoose tribe was born with no more than 10 people. In other words, in the entire world, there were definitely no more than 10 stone mongoose tribes. Now Yang Kai had 9 stone mongoose in front of him. Including Xiao, there were exactly 10. Although the embodiment was a stone mongoose, it could no longer be considered a stone mongoose, so it naturally wasn't among them. The 8 stone mongoose toasted Yang Kai one after another. The wine cups they used were twice the size of ordinary wine barrels. They looked like they wouldn't give up until they got Yang Kai drunk. Yang Kai couldn't refuse, so he could only fight with them. The spirit wine brewed by the wood spirits was full of spirit energy and strong. Even the stone mongoose couldn't drink too much. Even if Yang Kai had a half-dragon body, how could he resist this group of simple-minded fools who were taking turns to fight him? In the middle of the night, he collapsed. Amidst the cheers of victory of the stone mongoose, a dozen wood spirits flew over and carried him into the wooden house to rest. When he woke up, it was already daytime. He felt dizzy, so he meditated and rested for a while before he finally felt better. He secretly made up his mind that he would never drink with this group of big guys again. The female wood spirit who went to welcome him yesterday peeked outside the door. Seeing that he was awake, she said timidly, "You're awake, guest. The elders and the tribe leader are waiting for you." "I'll go now. Thank you." Yang Kai smiled at her, making her blush again. What a strange tribe. Yang Kai thought to himself. The wood spirit tribe didn't only have a unique talent for cultivating spirit flowers and rare herbs. They themselves had great value. Rumor has it that the wood spirit tribe hid the secret of immortality. If someone was seriously injured and dying, as long as they could swallow a wood spirit, they would immediately come back from the dead and be healed. Fortunately, they lived in the ancient wasteland and were protected by the stone mongoose tribe. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago. The greed of humans was endless. If these moving healing pills were targeted by someone, how could they escape from the devil's clutches? After leaving the wooden house, Yang Kai went straight to a nearby tree hole. Going inside, he followed the spiral staircase up. Not long after, he saw the elder in another treehouse. After saluting, he sat down. Young Kai asked, "Is there still no news from Xiao Xiao?" The elder shook his head. "Ever since the blood door went into hiding, there hasn't been any movement. I don't know how Ninth Stone is doing now." Yang Kai smiled. With Ruoshi looking after him, elder doesn't need to worry too much. Inside the blood door was the Heavenly Palace. Inside the Heavenly Palace were countless Holy Spirit essences that were obtained by Tianxing in the past. Xiao Xiao went in with Ruoshi to inherit Taiyu's essence. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to transform into Taiyu and have a boundless future. In ancient times, Holy Spirits emerged in an endless stream. However, there were also differences in strength between Holy Spirits. If the dragon and the phoenix were the leaders, then the black tortoise, white tiger, Qilin, Qiongqi, and other familiar names would be second only to the dragon and the phoenix. Taiyu's ranking among the Holy Spirits was also very high, not inferior to the Qilin and Qiongqi. Therefore, Yang Kai was looking forward to seeing what Xiao Xiao would become after coming out of the blood door. Hearing this, the elder hesitated for a moment before finally changing the topic. "You came over yesterday to say something, what is it?" "It's like this. I want to build a territory crossing space array here that connects to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory." Connecting to the Northern Territory? The elder was shocked. "Boy, that won't do." Muna flew out of nowhere and landed on the elder's shoulder. She looked at Yang Kai and shook her head. "This area is the pure territory of my Wood Spirit clan and the Stone Mongoose clan. Apart from you, no human has ever set foot here. If you build a space array here, our lives will be disturbed in the future. I cannot agree." Whether it was the Stone Mongoose or the Wood Spirit clan, they were all easily coveted by others. Their existence itself was a secret. If this secret were to spread, it would certainly cause endless trouble. Yang Kai solemnly said, "Patriarch, don't worry, I promise that the space array will only be used by me. Others will never come here through the array." The main reason was that the space array he arranged in the Luanfeng's palace was destroyed by the Luanfeng. If Yang Kai wanted to connect the Northern Territory and the Eastern Territory, this was the only viable option. If he wanted to settle the score with the Luanfeng, it would be for the destruction of the space array. "How can you guarantee this?" Muna obviously didn't want to agree to this. Yang Kai said, "Since I am the one who arranged the space array, I can guarantee this. Moreover, if someone other than me comes here in the future, the two of you can directly kill them. There is no need to hold back." Muna still wanted to say something, but the elder cut her off. "If you can guarantee this, then it's fine." "Many thanks, elder." Since the elder nodded in agreement, Muna naturally couldn't say anything more. "Where do you want to arrange the space array?" "Xiao Xiao's treehouse." Yang Kai already had a choice. The treehouse he previously rested in was the treehouse Xiao Xiao lived in. The treehouse was large enough, and it was in the Stone Mongoose clan's territory, so it could be protected. "That's fine, if you need any help, just let me know." "Good, then I'll be going now." Yang Kai got up and said goodbye. "Come find me when you're done, I have something to say to you," Muna suddenly said. Yang Kai looked at her strangely and nodded. Chapter 3202. The majestic palace was grand and imposing. Inside the palace, the Luanfeng, who wore a phoenix crown and was dressed in splendid attire, sat at the head of the palace. Below her, a person was pacing back and forth with an anxious expression. From time to time, he would turn his head to look outside, as if he was waiting for something. This person looked like a man with an exquisite figure. He wore a black robe, and his black hair was casually tied into a bun with a jade hairpin. He was one of the 3 Saint Sovereigns of the Savage Wildland, the West Saint Sovereign Songgo. The West Saint, who had always been calm even in the face of a landslide, was now deeply distressed and had a conflicted expression on his face. He walked around like a headless fly for a while. Luanfeng finally couldn't bear it anymore. She rubbed her forehead and said, "Sit down. You're making me dizzy." Songgo stopped and looked at Luanfeng with grief and indignation. "Why is he here again? Tell me, why is he here again?" Luanfeng said weakly, "You're asking me? Who should I ask? Didn't I hear that he went to the Northern Territory and built a palace? High Heaven Palace. Yes, High Heaven Palace. Sanggo clapped his hands. I heard that he's doing well in the Northern Territory. Why is he here in our Eastern Territory instead of abusing his power in the Northern Territory? Sanggo had never seen such a person. He crossed the territory as if he was eating and drinking. He even treated the savage wild ancient land as his backyard. Luanfeng said indifferently. He said that he's here to settle accounts with me. Settle accounts? What accounts? Sanggo stared at her. Luanfeng lowered her eyes. Who knows? Maybe he's just talking nonsense. Sanggo looked at her suspiciously. Are you hiding something from us? Luanfeng said. What can I hide from you? But then again, you didn't leak any information about this, right? Sanggo sneered. I'm not an idiot. Why would I leak any information? It's best that you didn't. If those Monster King knew that he's here. Sanggo couldn't finish his sentence. Just thinking about the scene made him shudder. The dog seemed to have realized this as well. And its face was filled with grief and indignation. They were the dignified saint masters of the ancient wild lands. But now, they had to guard against a mere first-order emperor realm master, like they were guarding against a thief. No one would believe them if they told others about it. Since when did a human have the right to behave so atrociously in the savage, desolate ancient land? However, that was the truth. Ever since that person came to the savage wildland more than 10 years ago and stirred up a storm in the savage wildland, his name had spread throughout the savage wildland. If it weren't for the 3 holy sages working together to suppress him, the Monster King under their command would have set out to find him long ago. Of course, she wasn't looking for him for revenge. It was because that person was the only one who could talk to the descendants of Tianxing. They all wanted to work for him so that when the Blood Gate opened again, they could gain the favor of the descendants of Tianxing. Only then would they have the chance to restore the glory of their ancestors and become divine spirits. Over the years, even with the suppression of the 3 holy sages, the remaining 29 Monster Kings still kept talking about replacing Ying Fei, Shi Lei, and Xie Wuwei to work for Yang Kai. Some of them even proposed the absurd idea of working in shifts. What kind of scandal was this? A group of high and mighty fiend kings were actually trying to curry favor with a human for the sake of an unattainable opportunity. They had even abandoned their pride and the glory of being fiend kings. The 3 holy venerates felt very embarrassed. However, after thinking about it, the Monster King's cultivation had already reached the limit. If they wanted to improve further, they could only start from their ancestors' bloodline. Most of the monsters in the savage wildland had the bloodline of an ancient divine spirit. If they could obtain the help of the descendants of Tianxing, their chances of becoming a divine spirit were very high. Therefore, even though the 3 holy sages hated them for not living up to expectations, they couldn't punish them. Fortunately, over the past 10 years, the Monster King had gradually calmed down and didn't cause any trouble. The Luanfeng was now very glad that she made the choice to destroy the territory crossing space formation. She really did have the foresight. Otherwise, if Yang Kai came to the savage wildland every 2 to 3 days, the 3 holy sages would become holy sages without any subordinates. At that time, they wouldn't have any subordinates and the Monster King would all go to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. That would be really embarrassing. Where's the monster commander that reported the news? The Tsang dog seemed to have thought of something and was shocked. The news of Yang Kai's reappearance in the savage wildland couldn't be spread out. Otherwise, the peaceful savage wildland would change again. He's locked up, the Luanfeng replied. If the Tsang dog could think of something, how could she not? When the monster commander with 2 horns came to report the news, he was immediately placed under house arrest. They were afraid that the news would leak out. That's good. The Tsang dog breathed a sigh of relief. Have you prepared the things I told you to prepare? The Luanfeng looked up at him. The Tsang dog flipped his hand and 3 space rings immediately appeared in his hand. They're all here. Are we really going to spend money to avoid disaster? Then what do you want? The Luanfeng was clear that she had destroyed the space array that Yang Kai had painstakingly arranged in the past. This time, she had to give him an explanation. The simplest and most effective method was naturally to spend money to avoid disaster, but she couldn't do this alone. After all, this was related to the entire savage wildland. and the other two Saint Seniors couldn't escape. The Tsang dog said with some heartache, although our savage wildland is rich, it can't withstand his constant plundering. Last time, he took away a lot of good things. It's just some stones and some herbs. They aren't of much use to our savage wildland's monster clan. We can just give them to him, or... The Luanfeng's beautiful eyes flashed, a cold light blossoming in them. We can find an opportunity to kill him. The Tsang dog was startled. Absolutely not. What kind of crazy idea was this? If they really killed that person, how could the descendants of Tianxing leave the matter at that? The death of Shi He was still vivid in their minds, as if it had just happened yesterday. The descendants of Tianxing had taken away Shi He's source, as if they were taking something from their pockets. Killing a divine spirit was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Who dared to provoke them? They were the natural enemy of all divine spirits, just like the relationship between a cat and a mouse. He didn't consider whether he could kill them or not. If he really wanted to, how could 3 Saint Masters not be able to kill a First-Order Emperor Realm Master? However, how could he dare to kill him? How could he kill him? Fan Ke is here. The Luanfeng suddenly raised her head and looked outside. A tall figure entered from outside and landed in front of the two. He wore a feathered crown and a decent blue robe, but his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Looking at the Tsang dog, then at the Luanfeng, he asked, "He's here again?" The Luanfeng nodded lightly. Fan Ke let out a long sigh. My fate. He had never thought that a trivial human could shake the entire savage wildland ancient land. If this person was really strong, it would be fine, but his skill was not as good as his opponents. Although the divine spirits were strong, they were not invincible. Unfortunately, this person's strength was not that great, and he did not even intend to become an enemy of the savage wildland, but his existence alone was enough to endanger the peace of the entire savage wildland. When had the Saint Masters of the savage wildland ancient land ever been so aggrieved? They couldn't fight, but they couldn't kill. Fan Ke finally understood what it meant by, good people don't live long, but bad people live 1,000 years. It was referring to people like Yang Kai. Where is he now? The Luanfeng shook her head. I don't know. I only know that he suddenly appeared in the savage wildland yesterday and met a monster commander. He ordered that monster commander to deliver a message, saying that he would come find me. No other monster race members saw him? Fan Ke's heart jumped to his throat. Probably not. The Luanfeng frowned. The Luanfeng frowned. Otherwise, the monster kings below wouldn't be so quiet. You know that guy is proficient in the law of space and can appear and disappear unpredictably. If he really hid his movements, those monster kings wouldn't be able to discover him. If the news really spread, then the monster kings who had been restless for a long time would come out in full force. That's good, that's good. Fan Ke finally relaxed. What should we do now? Wait here for him to come? Sanggu looked at the Luanfeng, then at Fan Ke. The most important thing now is to find out where he is. It would be best if we can find him before he comes here. Don't let him walk around in the savage wildland. The Luanfeng nodded. That makes sense. She was so angry at Yang Kai that she didn't think about this for a while. As soon as Fan Ke said this, she suddenly had an idea. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Maybe I know where he is. Looking up, she and Fan Ke shouted at the same time. The stone mongoose. It wasn't hard to guess where Yang Kai went. After all, in the savage wildland, only the stone mongoose had a good relationship with him. Since he appeared in the savage wildland and didn't look for any of the 3 Saint Masters, there could only be one place for him to go. Although they couldn't be sure, they were very confident. Since they had made their decision, the 3 Saint Masters no longer hesitated. They immediately set out, rushing towards the stone mongoose's territory. They couldn't wait for him to come to them, so they had to take the initiative. In the entire savage wildland, the stone mongoose's existence was very special. It was because they weren't under the jurisdiction of the Saint Masters, and could be considered a free race. It wasn't that the Luanfeng and the others didn't want to subdue the stone mongoose, but not only were these big guys not weak, they were also very stubborn. Many years ago, although they had the upper hand in several battles, they couldn't do much to the stone mongoose, let alone subdue them. Later, When they found that the stone mongoose only moved around within 10,000 li of their territory and didn't harm their interests, they stopped paying attention to them. However, there were still some gaps between them. This time, if it wasn't for Yang Kai, they wouldn't have been willing to go to the stone mongoose's territory so easily. Inside the treehouse, Yang Kai looked at the space array in front of him with satisfaction. This time, the arrangement of the space array was much smoother than before. The most obvious difference was that the time it took to arrange the space array was cut in half. This wasn't because his strength had improved, but rather because his attainments in space principles had improved a lot. After becoming the master of star territory, using the entire star territory as a carrier to activate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and devour the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Yang Kai didn't just obtain the hundreds of millions of Li star field, but also his comprehension of space. The changes in the sealed world bead and the expansion of the small sealed world were also related to the mysteries of space. Yang Kai didn't deliberately cultivate the space divine technique, but he gained a lot in the process. His comprehension of space principles had reached a new level, and he instinctively felt that he had touched upon some profound secret. His whole vision became a little different. Although the surrounding space was empty, in his eyes, it was clear that there were traces to follow. He stood there, immersed in an extremely mysterious feeling, unable to extricate himself for a long time. Chapter 3203. In a trance, he entered a very strange state. He raised his hand slightly and slapped forward. It was just a subconscious action. Moreover, when he slapped forward, there was no movement in the surroundings. He continued to attack. Sometimes his palm turned into a fist. Sometimes his 5 fingers opened like a halberd. Sometimes his fist turned into a palm. His movements were random, and there was no pattern to them. However, there was a strange charm to them. 100 miles away, the 3 Saint Venerables were flying over. Suddenly, they stopped on a tree. Luan Feng frowned and said, "The territory of the Stone Mongoose clan is in front of us. I wonder if that brat is here." "I hope he is here," Fan Hua said with a tired expression. 3 Saint Venerables were dispatched just to send something to that brat so that he could leave. If others knew about this, they would laugh themselves to death. Songo suddenly sniffed and asked with a strange expression, "Do you feel something?" "What?" Luan Feng turned to look at him. Songo frowned and said, "I can't explain it clearly. It's just be careful." His expression suddenly changed, and he shouted while pointing behind Luan Feng. Luan Feng also felt it. She suddenly felt a sense of danger behind her. A strong suction force was transmitted, as if it wanted to swallow her. In a moment of desperation, Luan Feng suddenly opened a pair of beautiful wings on her back. She flapped her wings and flew away. Looking back, he saw that a huge black hole had appeared out of nowhere behind where he had been standing. He scanned the black hole with his divine sense, and found that the black hole was filled with nothingness and chaos. The surrounding space was melting and shattering, and there was also an extremely strange vibrating force. She felt a fatal threat from this black hole. If she was really swallowed, she was afraid that she would not have a good ending. The law of space. Fan Hua's expression darkened. Before he could finish his words, the void in front of him rippled. The strange vibration force attacked again. Using the void as a medium, it struck right in front of him. Fan Hua's expression changed drastically. He fell flat on his back. A visible ripple swept over him and cut off a strand of his hair. The ripple continued for 100 miles. Wherever it passed, huge tree crowns were shattered into pieces. Black holes appeared one after another as layers of vibrational force spread out from all directions, creating a killing zone in the large space, enveloping the 3 Saint Venerates. The 3 of them were greatly shocked, and they hurriedly executed their abilities to move about freely and avoid the numerous shapeless killer moves. Fortunately, they weren't ordinary people and were strong themselves. Otherwise, just the first wave of attacks would have been enough to take their lives. Looking down from the sky, the space within a radius of a few hundred miles was in chaos. The 3 Saint Venerables were in the middle of it, and they couldn't tell north from south. They were clearly running in opposite directions, but somehow they ran into each other. The entire world seemed to have turned into a cage, trapping the 3 of them within. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break through the invisible seal. The three of them were shocked. It was not that there was no one in this world who was more powerful than them, but they were holy spirits after all. Now someone had actually managed to toy with the three of them without even showing their faces. This was simply too inconceivable. Was he the one who did this? Song Dog asked with wide eyes as he dodged the invisible attacks. Space principles weren't something that just anyone could master. Yang Kai had just appeared in the savage wildland ancient land yesterday, and today, someone had used the space divine technique to deal with him. Song Dog couldn't think of anyone else who could use such a method. Suddenly, he discovered that this little brat was much stronger than he was a dozen years ago. If he had such a method a dozen years ago, he wouldn't have been beaten so miserably by Shihua. Where is he? Luan Feng was annoyed, and 2 feathers fell from her wings. This was because she couldn't avoid the invisible space principles just now. Although the situation in front of them was a little dangerous, it wasn't a life or death situation. However, Luan Feng couldn't understand why Yang Kai had attacked them without saying a word. Was that little brat crazy? Even if his strength had improved over the past dozen years, it shouldn't be enough to make 3 Saint Venerables his enemy. What's more, the 3 of them didn't provoke him this time, so if it was because of the space array, it would be making a big fuss over nothing. Fan Hua didn't say a word, his face cold as he suddenly stretched out 2 fingers and wiped them across his eyes, shouting, "Open!" Looking around and observing from a different angle, his face changed. Not good, this place is about to collapse. He had the Heavenly Eye divine technique, allowing him to see the essence of things that others couldn't see. Under his Heavenly Eye's observation, this vast expanse of space was actually shaking. Although the space seemed to be fine, it was actually filled with space cracks that even divine sense couldn't detect. If this space was compared to a big flatbread, then this flatbread had already fallen apart, turning into countless tiny fragments. It was just that nothing could be seen from the outside. Song Dog and Luan Feng both paled when they heard this and realized the seriousness of the situation, so they no longer hesitated and revealed their true forms. With a walla sound, an enormous and beautiful bird that looked like a phoenix soared into the sky. It spat out black flames as it struggled to break free from the restraints of this space and rushed out. The Azure Dog also transformed into a monster that was several dozen feet tall, and followed closely behind the Luan Feng. Fan Hua relied on the Heavenly Eye divine technique to move through the countless space cracks. After a while, the 3 of them finally escaped from the dangerous zone. Luan Feng and Song Dog transformed back into their human forms, looking back with dignified expressions, a lingering fear in their hearts. It was undeniable that this kind of power had the qualifications to threaten them. If it was really Yang Kai's doing, then they should carefully examine their relationship with him. The shaking space suddenly calmed down and the black holes slowly shrank, disappearing without a trace. The layers of shaking force also calmed down, and the space that should have shattered quickly became safe again. What's going on? Song Dog frowned, a look of displeasure on his face, a show of strength? Although he was afraid of the descendants of Tianxing behind Yang Kai, that was all. In his opinion, Yang Kai was just someone who lived off a woman. Without the support of a descendant of Tianxing, what was a trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master in front of him? This time he came here with Luan Feng and Fan Hua with a belly full of grievances, so being treated like this before they even met Yang Kai naturally put him in a bad mood. Luan Feng also wore a sullen expression, feeling that Yang Kai had gone too far. No matter what, the 3 of them were divine spirits, so even if she destroyed the space array without warning him, Yang Kai shouldn't have been so rude. Fan Hua shook his head slightly. It doesn't seem to be intentional. He had seen clearly just now that everything was done without a target. If this was really a show of strength, the attacks wouldn't have been so scattered. Could it be unintentional? Song Dog said angrily. Perhaps he is cultivating some kind of divine technique. Fan Hua had a faint guess, but as soon as he spoke he was shocked. This divine technique wasn't finalized. In other words, it wasn't perfected yet. If an unperfect divine technique was so powerful, what would happen if he really cultivated it? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. No wonder the descendants of Tianxing treated him so differently. Now, it seemed that even without the support of a descendant of Tianxing, he wasn't someone they could casually offend. A human's lifespan might not be as long as a divine spirit's, and their starting point might not be as high as a divine spirit's, or even worse than an ordinary monster race's, but a human's potential for growth was terrifying. While these thoughts were fluctuating, a person's voice suddenly rang in their ears. "Greetings, please forgive us for not coming out to greet you." The three Saint Masters' expressions changed as they naturally recognized Yang Kai's voice. Exchanging a glance, Fan Hua said, "Little brother Yang is too polite. We also came uninvited." Song Dog and Luan Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. Fan Hua's way of addressing Yang Kai was very thought-provoking. Divine spirits had their own pride, and the Emperor realm didn't have the qualifications to call them brothers. "Since you are here, come in and talk." Fan Hua smiled. "Thank you for your hospitality." He signaled the Luan Feng and Song Dog with his eyes and stepped forward. Affected by his words, Song Dog and Luan Feng also put away their discontent. Among the three divine spirits, Luan Feng was the strongest, but Fan Hua was known for his wisdom, so when they gathered together he was basically the leader. In a flash, the three Saint Masters arrived at the Stone Mongoose clan's residence. In the open space surrounded by countless thick trees, Yang Kai stood there with a smile, looking at the three people descending from the sky. The 8 Stone Mongoose clans were scattered around, staring at the three with hostile expressions. The Stone Mongoose clan didn't have a good relationship with them. The elder stood beside Yang Kai with the Wood Spirit clan's patriarch sitting on his shoulder. On the treetops, many wood spirits peeked their heads out to look, but they didn't dare to show themselves. Fan Hua stepped forward and greeted the Stone Mongoose elder. "It has been many years since we last met. Elder is still as handsome as ever." The elder was startled and a little surprised, but he still returned the greeting. "Saint Master is too polite." Since others were talking to him in a polite manner, he naturally couldn't show any displeasure. Not to mention that the elder wasn't a person who liked to fight. "This time, we came uninvited because we heard that little brother Yang appeared in the ancient lands, so we thought that you must have come here. Now that we look at it, it seems that we are right." Yang Kai smiled, but he was also a little confused. He felt that Fan Hua was a little too enthusiastic, and didn't he ask the two-horned beast marshal to send a message to Luan Feng, so he would go find her? Why were they the ones who came here? Of course, he didn't know about his influence in the ancient lands. The three Saint Masters didn't dare to let him wander around the ancient lands as he pleased. If they didn't, they wouldn't have condescended to him. Yang Kai didn't want to beat around the bush with him, so he asked directly, "Why are you here?" "Nothing much. We just came here to have a look," Fan Hua replied with a smile. "How can I believe you?" Yang Kai didn't take it seriously, but he became alert and said, "If that's the case, let's sit down and talk." Then he sat down with Fan Hua and the others at the same wooden table as last night. Muna clapped her hands, and the wood spirits flew out from the treetops, bringing fruits and wine to the table. Fan Hua smiled. "I have heard that the Wood Spirit clan is good at cultivating spirit fruits, but I haven't had the chance to see it. It seems that today, we will have a good meal. Let me offer you a toast, little brother Yang." Chapter 3204. Fan Ku had lowered his posture in an attempt to befriend Yang Kai, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse. The banquet was filled with laughter, and the host and guests enjoyed themselves. After 3 rounds of wine, Fan Ku asked, intentionally or unintentionally, "I wonder what little brother Yang has come to the ancient lands for?" "I'm just passing by," Yang Kai replied casually. "Passing by, haha." Fan Hua chuckled, naturally not believing this nonsense. According to the information he received, Yang Kai had established a high heaven sect in the Northern Territory, but this place was in the Eastern Territory, a remote and treacherous ancient wild land. No matter how much he wanted to pass by, there was no way he would pass by here. What he did not know was that Yang Kai was telling the truth. He had come here from the Hung Luo star field by coincidence, and since he was already here, he might as well arrange a space array in the ancient lands. It was just a matter of convenience for him. But in Fan Hua's opinion, this was not the truth, and he increasingly felt that this little brat had ulterior motives. He was afraid that this little brat was planning to make a move on the monster kings of the ancient lands, so he was extremely vigilant. If Yang Kai really walked around the ancient lands and raised his arm, all 29 monster kings would follow him. How could Fan Ho allow such a thing to happen right under his nose? Does Brother Fan have something to say? Yang Kai squinted at him, feeling that today's matter was a little strange, so he frowned and said, "If you have something to say, why don't we just get straight to the point? It's pointless to beat around the bush." "You're the one who's pointless." The 3 Saint Masters cursed in their hearts, and the Luan Feng could not help but roll her eyes. If it were anyone else who said this, the 3 of them would have already turned hostile. No matter whether the other party really had such intentions or not, as long as there was something suspicious about them, they would not let them go easily and would immediately kill them on the spot to protect their rights. However, Fan Ho firmly believed that Yang Kai's future was limitless, and that his strength would be on par with them sooner or later. Moreover, he had the support of a descendant of Tian Xing, so how could they easily offend him? Chuckling, Fan Wu said, "I heard that little brother Yang has established a sect in the Northern Territory. The 3 of us have been residing in the ancient lands for a long time, so we were unable to visit and congratulate you." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Brother Fan, you're being too serious. I'm just making a small fuss. How can I compare to the 3 of you who are free and unfettered in this ancient land?" This was the truth. Although the savage wildland was a little dangerous and was filled with the power of the savage wildland, making it impossible for ordinary people to withstand, this place was a natural giant treasure trove. There were all kinds of spirit flowers and rare herbs, and there were also a lot of earth vein source crystal mines. The 3 Saint Sovereigns could be said to have occupied one of the best places in the world, and they even had dozens of monster king subordinates at their disposal. This made Yang Kai very envious. If the High Heaven Palace could be built here, it would definitely become one of the top sects in the entire astral boundary within 100 years. However, these words made Fan Wu and the other 2 Saint Sovereigns' hearts skip a beat. They felt that this guy was implying something. What? Not only did he take a fancy to their monster king subordinates, but he also took a fancy to their territory? Could it be that this guy wanted to snatch their territory? He was simply going too far. The 3 Saint Sovereigns, who were prejudiced by their first impressions, had ugly expressions on their faces. Not bothering to beat around the bush with Yang Kai, Fan Wu reached out and took out a few space rings, placing them on the wooden table, and gently pushing them in front of Yang Kai, the smile on his face unchanged. Yang Kai looked at the space rings, then at the 3 Saint Sovereigns, blinking and asking, "What is the meaning of this?" Fan Wu smiled slightly and said, "Little brother Yang's High Heaven Palace has just been built, and I'm afraid that it will require a lot of financial resources. The 3 of us can't help much, but there is still some production in the ancient lands. We hope that little brother Yang won't refuse this small gift. Consider it a little support from the 3 of us to your noble sect." What was going on? Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. It was undeniable that when he asked the 2-horned monster commander to pass a message to Luan Feng yesterday, he had made up his mind to extort some money from her. He had already thought of the wording in his mind. He would say that the territory crossing space array had cost him a lot of money and effort, and since it had been destroyed by Luan Feng, he would have to compensate her. If Luan Feng didn't give him anything, he would shamelessly refuse to leave. 2 of the space arrays he arranged had already been destroyed, one by Luan Feng, and the other by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Yang Kai didn't dare to look for trouble with the Iron Blood Great Emperor, so if he encountered him he would rather avoid him. In that case it could only be Luan Feng's bad luck. However, this matter was only directed at Luan Feng. It had nothing to do with Fan Wu or Tsang Dog. Moreover, Yang Kai and Luan Feng weren't enemies. In fact, he had even borrowed Luan Feng's help in the past, so naturally he wouldn't go too far. As long as Luan Feng gave him some compensation, this matter would be settled. He wasn't an unreasonable person. Unexpectedly, before he had time to extort her, others had taken the initiative to come knocking on his door, and not just 1, but 3 people had come together. How strange, in this world, there were actually people who took the initiative to come knocking on someone's door. There were 9 space rings in front of him, and without even thinking about it, Yang Kai knew that Fan Wu and the others had divided them evenly, so each of them would have 3. Could there be some kind of trap? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel that there was something strange about today's events. Fan Wu and the others were too enthusiastic today, so much so that he couldn't bear it. However, even if there was some kind of trap, Yang Kai wasn't so cowardly that he didn't even have the courage to investigate the space ring. Reaching out, he picked up one of the space rings and swept it with his divine sense, his brow rising as his eyes widened. Good heavens, there were so many source crystals. There was no way to calculate it carefully, but all the source crystals in this space ring were mid-rank and above, and there were also many high-rank source crystals. A rough estimate would put the value of at least 100 million high-rank source crystals. 100 million high-rank source crystals was a huge number. If converted to mid-rank source crystals, it would be 10 billion and low-rank source crystals would be 1 trillion. Lightly coughing, Yang Kai remained calm and collected as he picked up another space ring to investigate. Countless spirit flowers and rare herbs suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, each one of them quite old. The third space ring was filled with rare minerals. The ancient lands produced nothing more than these: source crystals, herbs, minerals, and the monster beast's monster core. The first three were basically useless to the monster race. Needless to say, source crystals and minerals didn't need to be mentioned. The monster race's cultivation didn't rely on source crystals, but rather on the essence of the sun and moon, accumulating it over the years. Although the herbs were somewhat useful, no one in the ancient lands knew alchemy, so the monster race could only swallow them whole, unable to display much of their medicinal efficacy. However, the monster beast's monster core was of great use to them. Swallowing other monster beasts' monster cores could allow their strength to increase rapidly. However, Yang Kai had robbed a lot of monster beasts' monster cores the last time he came to the ancient lands. This time, Fan Ku and the others couldn't gather too much, so they replaced it with rare minerals. The 3 space rings were divided into 3 categories, containing 3 different kinds of items. The 3 space rings were all like this. Yang Kai had taken a lot of treasures from the ancient lands last time, almost 3 times the wealth in these 9 space rings, but that time was different from this time. At that time, both sides had shed all pretense of cordiality and fought fiercely. Later, the descendants of Tian Xing awakened their bloodline, causing the 3 Saint Venerables to feel uneasy. Naturally, they had paid a great price to appease Yang Kai's anger. This time, they just wanted to send Yang Kai away as quickly as possible. These things were already extremely valuable. What they lacked, they had obtained. There were still hundreds of thousands of people waiting to be settled in the small sealed world. Once they were settled in the High Heaven Palace, the High Heaven Palace would have a huge demand for resources, especially source crystals. Which cultivator didn't need them for cultivation? There were also pills. Yang Kai had squandered all the source crystals in his space ring for Xia Ningchang in Tongxian realm. Almost all of them had been used to arrange the 108 profound heaven spirit array, so he was in urgent need of source crystals. Although there were still source crystals in Huaqing Sea, and the commercial channel between the High Heaven Palace and the Southern Territory should have been established, in the long run, who would complain about having more source crystals? With this wealth, at the very least, he wouldn't have to worry too much about the cultivation of the High Heaven Palace disciples in the early stages. For me, Yang Kai swallowed his saliva quietly. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the world, but the 3 Saint Venerables' action of offering charcoal in snowy weather was really puzzling. Fan Ku laughed. Since we've taken it out, Brother Yang, you can't ask us to take it back, right? That wouldn't be proper. Yeah, Yang. Brother Yang, you can't refuse this little bit of face, right? Sung Go also echoed. Why did he feel that calling him Brother Yang sounded so awkward? He felt sick of it. Little Brother Yang, don't refuse. Wan Feng pursed her lips and smiled. In that case. Yang Kai smiled like a flower, but pretended to be aloof. He quickly put away the 9 space rings and said, then it would be impolite of me to refuse, ha 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 ha. Regardless of what they were planning, he would take the benefits first. This was much more profitable than the extortion he had expected. However, the ancient lands were so rich. Shouldn't he make full use of it? If he could treat the ancient lands as the back garden of the High Heaven Palace, then what would the disciples have to worry about in the future? If they lack source crystals, they could come here to mine, and if they lacked pills, They could come here to find herbs to refine. They could be completely self-sufficient. If this was the case, it would be difficult for the High Heaven Palace not to rise. His heart skipping a beat, Yang Kai blurted out. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Little brother is willing to become sworn brothers with my 3 elder brothers and sisters. I don't ask to be born on the same day, month, or day, but I ask that we share blessings and hardships. What do you think? Sharing blessings and hardships was true, but if the 3 divine spirits couldn't handle something, there was nothing he could do. This topic changed too quickly, and his thoughts jumped too quickly. Luanfeng couldn't help but cry out in surprise, covering her red lips with her small hand. Fan Ku and Song Go also raised their eyebrows. PFFF. Mu Na, who had been sitting on the elder's shoulder, couldn't help laughing as she looked at Yang Kai with great interest, wondering if this boy was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. How could he say something like that? Even with Fan Ku's sharp mind, he didn't know what to say at this time, feeling a sense of helplessness. This boy was too shameless, actually boasting so shamelessly about becoming sworn brothers with the 3 divine spirits. He didn't deny that Yang Kai had great potential, and perhaps in the future he would stand at a higher height than him, but that was only in the future. Who knew if he would live to that day? A genius who died young was not worth making friends with. Chapter 3205. If they agreed at this moment, the 3 holy masters would be the ones to suffer losses. Since they were already brothers and sisters, how could they not help the High Heaven Palace? He definitely had to send a dozen or so demon kings over to help his 4th brother hold down the fort. This was what they were worried about the most. They couldn't avoid it, so how could they take the initiative to help? The originally harmonious atmosphere suddenly froze. Yang Kai observed their expressions. How could he not know what they were thinking? He snorted inwardly, thinking that in this world, strength was the most important thing. These 3 were probably looking down on him. Otherwise, why would they look so embarrassed? He just said it casually. He didn't really mean it. He just wanted the rich resources in the ancient lands. If they didn't want it, why would he force them? A forceful melon won't be sweet. Besides, Yang Kai didn't think he was worse than these 3. He had killed many people in the Dragon Island. How could he put these 3 holy spirits who were much weaker than the dragon race in his eyes? He laughed and said, I'm just kidding. You don't need to mind it. Fan Hua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and squeezed out a smile. Little brother Yang is really a wonderful person. Come, let this fan offer you another toast. Saying so, he winked at the Luanfeng and Song Dog. After a few glasses of wine, the awkward atmosphere eased a lot. When it was evening, the sky was bright. Fan Ku and the other 2 stood up and said goodbye. Yang Kai said warmly, Let me see you off. No need, Fan Ku hurriedly said. We'll do as we please. Little brother Yang, you should rest. They didn't want him to walk around the ancient lands. How could they let him see them off? Then, okay. Yang Kai nodded and cupped his fists. Then I'll leave you alone. We won't leave you alone. Little brother Yang, please stay. Fan Ku smiled and said goodbye to the elders and Mu Na. Then he flew up into the sky with Luanfeng and Song Go. Yang Kai waved his hand warmly. Little brother will remember your kindness today. I will visit you again to express my gratitude. Farewell. Fan Ku and the other 2, who were about to turn around and leave, staggered and almost fell from the sky. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Fan Hua took a few deep breaths while Luanfeng turned around and glared at Yang Kai. The 3 figures turned into streams of light and disappeared. Yang Kai stood in place frowning, scratching his head in confusion. Strange, really strange. Mu Na laughed again. The elder also couldn't help but laugh. Yang Kai turned around and looked at them. Elder Patriarch, what do you think these 3 are up to today? Why did they come here to give me something? Yang Kai, Song Go, Song Go, and Fan Song Yang. Even if he had Zhang Ruoshi behind him, they wouldn't act like this. Young little Song Heaven's Song Mu Na was also speechless. Fan Ku and the others' intentions and actions today were like lice on top of her head. It was obvious, but Yang Kai was completely confused and even said something like swearing to become sworn brothers. Wasn't this just forcing him to a dead end? Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Please enlighten me, Patriarch. How did you survive until now?" Mu Na looked at him in surprise. The elder smiled and said, "He can't be blamed for being stupid. I'm afraid he doesn't know the inside story." Mu Na thought for a moment and said, "That's right. All right, kid, I'll tell you what's going on with them today." After listening to Mu Na's explanation, Yang Kai suddenly understood. He pointed at himself and said, "Are they afraid that I'll kidnap the Monster King?" Mu Na said, "The Monster King's cultivation is almost at the peak. If they want to go further, they can only think about the blood door. You are the only one who can talk to the descendants of Tian Xing. Shijio was able to enter the blood door because of you. With this precedent, you should understand what kind of position you have in the hearts of the Monster Kings, right?" Yang Kai was still a little stunned. "Although I knew about this, I didn't expect it to have such a big impact." Flying Eagle, Rhino Lei, and Xiaowuwei were the three Monster Kings who were on duty under him. When Yang Kai brought them out of the ancient lands, it was just to borrow their power. After the matter was settled, when Yang Kai wanted to send them back, the three Monster Kings were very unwilling. When they found out that the space array was destroyed and they could continue to stay in the High Heaven Palace, the three of them were even happier. It wasn't that they forgot their roots. It was just that people wanted to go higher, and water wanted to flow lower. The Monster Kings were the same. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "If that's the case, if I raise my arms in the ancient lands, won't I be able to take away all the Monster Kings?" "Probably," Yang Kai said. "If I ask them to help me destroy Fan Ku and the others." Wishful thinking. Mu Na looked at him with disdain. The three holy sages have ruled the ancient lands for a long time. Under their power, which Monster King has the guts to confront them directly? In order to enter the blood door, they may be willing to follow you and listen to your orders. But if you dare to ask them to deal with Fan Ku, Wanfeng, I'm afraid they won't be satisfied." Kai Yang chuckled and said, "I'm just saying." His expression brightened, and he said, "It seems that I still have to go to the ancient lands more often in the future." As long as he came, he didn't even need to do anything. He just needed to spread the news, and Fan Ku, Wanfeng, and Sanggu would probably give him some benefits to send him away. Of course, this kind of thing could be done twice, but not thrice. The holy spirits were not to be trifled with. If they were really provoked, it wouldn't be good for them. In any case, Yang Kai was in a good mood after understanding the whole story. Although he couldn't treat the ancient lands as the High Heaven Palace's back garden, he might be able to form a cooperative relationship with the three holy sages in the future. A mutually beneficial relationship would be stable for a long time. The ancient lands produced a lot of resources, and the High Heaven Palace could use some pills to exchange with them. The monster race didn't have anyone who could refine pills, but it didn't mean that they couldn't consume pills. On the contrary, the pills refined by humans were rare goods in the monster race. Even if they were sold 10 or 20 times the price, they might not be able to meet the demand. When the time came, the High Heaven Palace would cooperate with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory, and cooperate with the Savage Desolate Ancient Land in the Eastern Territory. As long as they could earn a certain amount of profit, the High Heaven Palace would never have to worry about the cultivation resources of their disciples. Moreover, this was a unique business. Even if others were jealous, they wouldn't be able to copy it. After all, they didn't have a space array that could cross territory. He already had a vague idea in his heart. When he returned to the High Heaven Palace, he might be able to ask Hua Qingxi to come up with a feasible plan. "By the way, Patriarch, you said you had something to say to me. May I know what it is?" Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked, "Come with me." Mu Na's expression became serious as she turned and flew into the tree hole. Yang Kai didn't know what she was going to do, so he could only follow closely behind. Inside the tree hole, Mu Na turned around and faced him. After Yang Kai walked in, she raised her hand and the tree hole suddenly closed, isolating the inside from the outside. Yang Kai was suspicious, but he also knew that Mu Na wouldn't harm him. It was publicly known that the Wood Spirit clan didn't like fighting. Just as he was about to speak, Mu Na suddenly flew towards him and said, "Close your eyes." Yang Kai obediently did as he was told. Then, a very natural fragrance wafted into his nose, and he couldn't help but inhale a few more times. Speaking of which, Muna was also a heavenly beauty. It was just that the limitations of the Wood Spirit clan meant that she was only the size of a palm. If she were to be enlarged to the size of a normal human, she would definitely be an existence that could topple all living beings. The aura on her body was very pleasant, and Yang Kai's heart suddenly became tranquil, as if he had entered into an ethereal state of nature. After a short while, a strange sound traveled into Yang Kai's ears. A strange expression instantly appeared on Yang Kai's face. This was because he could feel that Muna seemed to be circling around him, sniffing at something incessantly. "Patriarch, what are you doing?" Yang Kai stealthily opened his eyes and asked. If it were a normal woman acting like this, Yang Kai would definitely think that she was trying to seduce him, but Muna clearly wasn't. Was there some kind of special aura on his body? Otherwise, what was she sniffing at? There was no response. Muna continued to descend and finally stopped at Yang Kai's dantian tree. After sniffing a few times, a look of shock appeared on her face, and she covered her red lips with her hand. The tree hole was silent. Yang Kai waited for a while before asking, "Can I open my eyes now?" Yang Kai opened his eyes, only to see Muna frowning, a look of embarrassment on her face. Today's events were really strange. First, Fan Hua and the others took the initiative to deliver gifts, and now, he was being pulled into the tree hole by the Wood Spirit clan's patriarch for a round of sniffing. "Do you know what our Wood Spirit clan is best at?" Muna suddenly asked. "Cultivating spirit melons and mutant fruits, brewing fine wine." "That's right, we're also quite good at singing and dancing," Yang Kai answered without even thinking. Muna facepalmed. "So this is what our Wood Spirit clan looks like in your eyes?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Isn't it?" Muna smiled bitterly. "Of course not. The reason we're good at cultivating spirit melons and mutant fruits is because we're born with the ability to communicate with plants. I'm sure you've heard that in ancient times, our Wood Spirit clan was the steward of those powerful beings' medicine gardens." Yang Kai nodded firmly. This is the Wood Spirit clan's innate divine technique. In this world, any plant can be used to its fullest potential in our hands because we're familiar with the habits of those plants. This is something that no other race can compare to. Yang Kai put on a look of sudden realization, but he had no idea what Muna was trying to say. It's because of this innate divine technique that our Wood Spirit clan can sense the existence of some very unique plants. Muna stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "Do you have any particularly precious plants on you? For example, flowers, grass, trees?" Yang Kai's eyelids twitched as he asked seriously. "Why do you say that?" He really did have some particularly precious plants on him. He even wondered if Muna already knew something. Muna said, "Don't be nervous. I only know because I smelled something." She paused for a moment before saying, "Actually, I already sensed it when you came last time, but I wasn't too sure." "Are you sure now?" "Yes." Muna nodded. "Can you tell me what it is?" Chapter 3206. "Patriarch, you can't smell it?" Yang Kai asked instead of answering. Muna glanced at him helplessly, knowing that he had some misgivings, so she said, "Rumor has it that in ancient times, there was a strange tree called Song. It was gold and silver, and it fused together to seal all things. Am I right?" Yang Kai's eyes widened, and he almost gave her a thumbs up. She could even smell it? This was simply amazing. The Wood Spirit clan was indeed a clan that was born with the ability to communicate with plants. He had sealed the pure ancient demonic chi in the dantian by relying on the Tsang tree's gold and silver sealing power, so it was natural that some of its aura would leak out. Others did not have the innate talent of the Wood Spirit clan, so they naturally could not sense it. But in front of the Wood Spirit clan, especially the patriarch of the Wood Spirit clan, this weak aura was as bright and dazzling as a lamp in the darkness. Muna observed his expression, so how could she not know that she had guessed correctly? She was immediately shocked. "You actually have a Tsang tree?" Yang Kai chuckled. "I got it by chance, by chance." Muna said enviously, "Your luck is really good." She frowned. "But there seems to be another kind of aura on your body." "That aura?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. It was not a big deal that Muna could smell the aura of the Tsang tree. Although the Tsang tree was a legend, it only had the power to seal. Yang Kai was only using it to seal the Dantian's ancient demonic qi, so even if news of it spread, it would not be a big deal. There were many ways to seal the world, and he was not weak now, so no one would be stupid enough to cause trouble for him for the sake of the Tsang tree. However, the other tree was different. If news of its existence were to spread, the entire star boundary would be turned upside down. That represented the mystery of immortality. Immortality was so tempting that even the great emperors could not guarantee their own immortality. However, it was rumored that if one could refine that thing, they would be able to comprehend the mystery of immortality and live as long as the heavens and earth, shining as brilliantly as the sun and moon. Yang Kai's heart jumped to his throat. Muna was simply too strange. He was really afraid that she would spit out the words immortal tree. If that was the case, he really didn't know what to do. If it were anyone else, Yang Kai would have simply silenced them. But Muna didn't have any enmity with him. In fact, their relationship was quite good, and the wood spirits didn't hesitate to fight against each other. Against such an existence, how could Yang Kai be so cruel? If he really did that, he would not only offend the wood spirit tribe, but also the stone mongoose tribe. Fortunately, Muna hesitated for a long time before shaking her head and saying, "I don't know what that aura is either." Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief. Muna clicked her tongue in wonder. To think that there are plants in this world that our wood spirit race doesn't know about. Sure enough, there are all sorts of strange things in this world. Yang Kai laughed dryly and said, "Patriarch, you must have smelled it wrong." "Impossible." Muna shook her head decisively. She didn't notice Yang Kai's anxiety at all. She looked up and said excitedly, "Leave it to me." Her pair of beautiful eyes actually blossomed with a divine light. She seemed extremely excited. "What?" Yang Kai was stunned. Muna said, "I said leave the ash tree and that thing to me." "What kind of joke is this?" Yang Kai was furious. He originally had a good impression of Muna, so her sudden words immediately made Yang Kai unhappy. He couldn't hand over the ash tree. He was still hoping to use the gold and silver powers to seal the demonic qi. Otherwise, once the Dantian seal was broken and he lost the ash tree, he would immediately fall and become the demon race, losing his heart. As for the immortal tree, that was even more impossible. This kind of precious treasure could revive the dead, regrow flesh and bones, and was an essential healing medicine for every household. How could he just give it away? Muna hurriedly said, "I can give you something in exchange. You know that my wood spirit race cultivated." Yang Kai raised his hand and said decisively, "There's no need to mention this again. Patriarch, if there's nothing else, this junior will take his leave first." Sensing the coldness in his words, Muna suddenly came to her senses. She seemed to have angered him. It seemed that the thing that even she couldn't smell was unimaginably precious. But what kind of thing in this world was so precious that even she couldn't smell it? Names that only existed in legends involuntarily flashed through her mind. But she couldn't match up with that strange smell. Yang Kai had already walked to the tree hole and turned around to look at Muna. Muna still wanted to persuade him, but when she met his eyes, she couldn't help but sigh. Raising her hand, the closed tree hole reopened and Kai Yang drilled his head out. It was impossible for it not to open. If it didn't, Kai Yang would be able to blast it open with a single punch. Hovering in the air, Muna pondered for a long time before her figure suddenly flickered, and she shot into the sky. Yang Kai returned to Xiao Zhao's treehouse and checked to make sure that the space array was set up properly before walking to the treehouse where the elder was. After entering the treehouse, Yang Kai said, "Elder, this matter is over, so I should go back. I'll have to trouble Elder to take care of Xiao Xiao and the blood sect. If there is any trouble, please pay attention." The elder nodded and said, "Don't worry, Ninth Stone is also a member of our clan, so I won't lower my guard. Then we'll meet again." Yang Kai cupped his fists and turned to leave, not even glancing at Muna who was sitting on the elder's shoulder. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, Muna suddenly reached out and pulled the elder's ear. The elder grinned and raised his hand saying, "Wait a moment." Yang Kai turned around and asked, "Is there something else, elder?" The elder said with some embarrassment, "It's not me, it's Patriarch Muna," Yang Kai interrupted. I've already made it clear to Patriarch before, so there's no need to mention this again. Mu Na said angrily. Boy, do you think I'm trying to take advantage of you? Yang Kai frowned and said, That's not what I meant, it's just that I won't exchange those two things. They are very useful to me. If they were useless, I wouldn't be willing to tell you. Mu Na snorted, clearly angry. Yang Kai saw her expression and also felt that his reaction was a bit too extreme. So he cupped his fists and said, My apologies, Patriarch. In any case, I can't give you those two things. Mu Na gritted her teeth and looked at him angrily. Can you take care of them? Yang Kai shrugged. I didn't let them wither away anyway. Mu Na was furious and turned her head, looking like she wasn't willing to talk to him. The elder said, Both of you calm down, calm down. Yang Kai said, I'm very calm, it's Patriarch who won't let go, elder should persuade her. The elder chuckled and said, Do you know why a moth flies into a flame? Because it's stupid? Yang Kai replied casually. The elder's eyes twitched. It's because of nature. Nature is a very strange thing. Take a stone mongoose race as an example. We can't help but want to devour some rare minerals. For you humans, if you see a beautiful woman, you can't help but take a few more glances at her, just like how a moth flies into a flame when it sees one. This is all part of nature. Wolves roam the world for meat, and dogs travel thousands of miles. The elder's eyes twitched even more. That's the truth, and for the wood spirit race, the rarer the plant, the more likely it is for them to take care of it. After circling around for so long, they were back to square one. Yang Kai was about to speak when the elder cut him off. Although I don't know what the Patriarch wants from you, it must be something extremely precious and difficult to part with. It can't even be made public. Yang Kai nodded and said, I hope you two can forgive me. The elder smiled. Since it's difficult to part with it, then we won't part with it. The Patriarch has a suggestion. I hope you can listen to it patiently. What suggestion? Yang Kai looked at Mu Na curiously. As long as she didn't mention the previous matter, Yang Kai was willing to listen more. The wood spirit race's innate talents allowed them to understand the characteristics of various plants like the back of their hand. Perhaps he could even consult them on how to take care of the firmament tree and help the sealing power grow faster. Mu Na turned her head away, seemingly not wanting to look at him, but she still said, I'll send 2 clansmen to take care of those 2 things for you. Yang Kai's eyes widened. Send 2 clansmen? Yang Kai quickly calculated in his mind. He had a medicine garden in his mysterious small world, and there were countless rare flowers and grasses in this medicine garden, as well as the firmament tree and the immortal tree. However, he had only planted them casually and had never taken care of them. Fortunately, there were heavy earth and earth vein beads in his medicine garden, otherwise many of the spirit flowers and grasses would have withered. If he had 2 patriarchs of the wood spirit race to take care of the medicine garden for him, not only would he not have to worry about it, but the herbs in his medicine garden would also be taken care of very well. In this world, there was no one more suitable for this than the wood spirit. In ancient times, they were born to take care of medicine gardens. If one could obtain a wood spirit, not only would they not have to worry about the medicine garden, but they would also be able to harvest 3 times more than others. Startled, Yang Kai asked, Is that true? Do I look like I'm joking? Mu Na snapped. Yang Kai rubbed his hands and smiled like a blooming flower. How could I accept this? This is really, Aya. He was a little incoherent. To be honest, he had also thought about taking these 2 wood spirits away. Such a rare race. If he didn't keep them in the medicine garden, it would be a waste to leave them here. The High Heaven Palace would definitely have its own medicine garden in the future. And with the current scale of the High Heaven Palace, the medicine garden would definitely not be small, so it would be best if there were wood spirits to take care of it. Mu Na turned to look at him with a look of disdain. This brat had just been giving her a hard time, and now he had suddenly changed his attitude. How hateful. Why hadn't she seen through him before? Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed lightly before saying in a serious tone, What conditions does the Patriarch have? I'll say this first, don't even think about those 2 things. What conditions? What conditions could I possibly have? Mu Na said angrily. Yang Kai was stunned. Could it be that I'm giving them away for free? The elder chuckled. Didn't the patriarch just say the conditions? Have 2 of our clansmen take care of those 2 things. That counts as a condition? Young Kai was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was clearly a benefit for him, so how could it count as a condition? The elder sternly said, "This is the nature of the wood spirit race. Since the patriarch values those 2 things so much, having them take care of them is the best way to show your gratitude." Chapter 3207. Not only were there no conditions, but they even sent 2 of their clansmen to help him take care of his medicine garden. How could there be such a good deal in this world? Young Kai finally understood the wood spirit clan's desire and pursuit of rare plants. Just as the elder said, this was their nature. Young Kai letting them take care of him was the best way to repay him. And for Young Kai, this was an excellent deal. Not only did he not have to pay anything, he even hired 2 housekeepers for free. What could be better in this world? This sudden happiness made Young Kai feel a little dizzy, and he paced back and forth in the tree hole a few times, unable to contain his excitement. Muna frowned at him and said sarcastically, "If you don't even agree to this, then I have nothing more to say. Please don't come here again in the future. My wood spirit clan does not welcome you. And the stone mongoose clan as well." "I agree, why wouldn't I agree?" Young Kai stopped and looked at Muna with a grin. Patriarch has such good intentions. If this junior still refuses, he would not know how to appreciate kindness. Muna snorted lightly and cast a look that said, "At least you know what's good for you." Young Kai's expression turned solemn again. "But there is one thing I must inform Patriarch." "What is it?" "Those 2 clansmen of yours are in my hands, so I'm afraid they won't be able to see the light of day again." If he really brought 2 wood spirits over, he would definitely throw them into the small sealed world medicine garden. Before he had the strength to protect the immortal tree, he would never let them leave easily. Muna frowned. "Why do you want to restrict their freedom?" "I have no choice, please forgive me, Patriarch." Muna said thoughtfully. "It seems that this thing is really not trivial." Young Kai said seriously, "If Patriarch doesn't mind, then that little brat will be happy to help. Of course, I won't treat them unfairly, Patriarch can rest assured." "I'm not worried about that." To a wood spirit, being able to work with precious plants was the greatest joy in life. Young Kai had the firmament tree in his hands, and he had something even more precious than the firmament tree. Any wood spirit would be willing to stay by his side and work for him. Moreover, since there was such a suggestion, Muna had obviously expected this matter. She immediately nodded and said, "No problem." Young Kai grinned. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Patriarch." His previous displeasure towards Muna had long since disappeared, and he suddenly said shyly, "Patriarch, isn't 2 clansmen a little too few? If it's possible, can you send 7 or 8 over?" The elder's eyes widened, and Muna yelled, "Scram. I'm just saying. It's fine if you don't agree, but why are you scolding me?" Young Kai tilted his head and muttered, "Stop pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of me," Muna said angrily. Young Kai looked up as if nothing had happened. "Patriarch, please hurry and call 2 clansmen over. I still have important matters to attend to, so I can't stay here for long." He didn't stop for even a moment, as he was afraid that Muna would change her mind. No matter what, he had to kidnap 2 wood spirits first. Muna was annoyed, but she still raised her hand and patted him. With 2 clapping sounds, 2 wood spirits quickly flew in from outside the room. After bowing to Muna, they both looked at Young Kai, clearly prepared. Young Kai took a closer look and was immediately amused. Of the 2 wood spirits, one of them was an acquaintance, the one who had gone to greet him yesterday. This wood spirit seemed to be easily embarrassed, and when their eyes met, her face immediately flushed red as she glanced around nervously. The other wood spirit was also a female, but she was very natural and unrestrained. When she saw Young Kai looking over, she pursed her lips and smiled, making heaven and earth seem even more colorful. "Muju Mulu, from now on, you 2 will stay by this boy's side and take good care of that. Whatever it is," Muna instructed. Muju and Mulu replied in unison, "Yes." Muna then turned to Young Kai and said, "I'll leave them to you. If you dare let them suffer any grievances or get hurt anywhere, I'll hold you responsible." "Patriarch, don't worry, I definitely won't let them lose a single hair. Yang Kai promised as he patted his chest. His eyes lit up as he looked at Mu Zhu and Mu Lu. TSK, from now on, these two wood spirits would belong to him. How wonderful. Which one of you is Mu Zhu? And which one is Mu Lu? Yang Kai asked with a harmless smile. The natural and unrestrained wood spirit bowed and said, I'm Mu Zhu. She pointed at her companion who was still blushing and said, She's Mu Lu. And then, Yang Kai nodded and comforted them in a warm voice. I'll send you to a place, don't be afraid. As he spoke, he reached out to grab them. With a clench of his hand, the two wood spirits suddenly disappeared. Mu Na was furious and raised her hands, summoning vines as thick as a child's arm from the tree hole. They shot out like arrows and wrapped Yang Kai up like a dumpling in the blink of an eye. The wood spirit clan might not hesitate to fight, but that didn't mean they didn't have the strength to fight. The strength contained in each of their small and exquisite bodies was not much weaker than that of any other race. Mu Na's ability even surpassed that of an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. Although she might not be as strong as a divine spirit, she was still quite strong. What did you do to them? Hurry up and spit it out. Calm down. Calm down. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. She spoke as if he was a vicious beast that ate people without spitting out the bones. Where are they? How could Mu Na remain calm when she saw her two clansmen disappear without a trace of their auras? She had just handed them over to him, and she already didn't know if they were dead or alive. What would happen in the future? They are in a safe place. Saying so, Yang Kai's physique wriggled as his space principles fluctuated. With a shake of his body, the vines binding him suddenly turned into fine powder, as if they had been cut by thousands of knives, and sprinkled down in droplets. Mu Na's eyes narrowed. This power, the elder also looked at Yang Kai in shock. He had been with Mu Na for thousands of years, so he knew very well how strong the vine's binding power was. He might be able to break free from the vines by relying on brute force, but he definitely couldn't do what Yang Kai did. Before Fan Ku and the others arrived, Yang Kai had been immersed in his comprehension of the space principles and had faintly comprehended them, but it wasn't comprehensive. Now he discovered that his control of the space principles had risen to a whole new level. If he was given more time to perfect it, he might be able to develop a new divine technique. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. If he didn't explain the matter of Mu Zhu and Mu Lu clearly, Mu Na definitely wouldn't let it go. Patriarch, you know that I am proficient in the space principles, so it isn't strange that I have a space artifact, Yang Kai said as he took out the sealed world bead. In the early years, he had hidden the sealed world bead very well, because he wasn't strong enough and needed the help of the sealed world bead. However, now that he had the ability to refine a part of the world, there was no need for him to place too much importance on the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead flashed and Mu Zhu and Mu Lu reappeared with a confused expression. A world of its own, the elder exclaimed. Mu Na's eyes lit up as she suddenly realized. The firmament tree and that thing are both inside. Yes. He suddenly grinned. Patriarch, do you want to go in and take a look? Mu Na's expression immediately became vigilant. If you go in, you won't be able to come out, right? How could that be? Yang Kai chuckled dryly. He really did plan to do so. As the patriarch, Mu Na's ability to cultivate spirit flowers and rare grasses was definitely not something an ordinary wood spirit clan member could compare to. If he could bring her into the small sealed world. But he also knew that this was impossible. The Stone Mongoose clan and the Wood Spirit clan lived together, and often relied on each other's strength. If he took Mu Na away, the Stone Mongoose patriarch would likely be the first to object. But now Mu Na understood why Yang Kai said before that he wouldn't be able to see the light of day again for some time. This space artifact was a world of its own. So if she wanted to come out after entering it, she naturally needed Yang Kai's permission. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were still confused, but just now, they had suddenly appeared in another world. Before they had time to carefully examine the environment of this new world, they had returned to the tree hole. Boy, you really have a lot of good things on you. Mu Na clicked her tongue in wonder. A space artifact that could form a world of its own was very rare, and it had only appeared a few times in the long river of history. Moreover, This thing could only play its greatest role in the hands of someone proficient in the Tao of space. Others couldn't help but be envious. Patriarch, do you have any other questions? No, just treat them well. Don't worry, I won't let them suffer the slightest grievance. Yang Kai said as he put Muzhu and Mulu back into the small sealed world, cupped his fists and said, Patriarch, this junior thanks you for your kindness. In the future, I will definitely not forget Patriarch's kindness. And it's getting late, so this junior will take his leave first. Let us meet again someday. The elder said, Be careful. If you need my Stone Mongoose clan's help in the future, just come and say hello. Yang Kai nodded, strode out of the tree house, and returned to the space array. The space array surged, and with a flash of light, Yang Kai's figure disappeared. Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace. The space array had been covered by another palace. The array stood in the middle of the palace, and several disciples on duty were sitting cross-legged on the side. This was the passage between the High Heaven Palace and the outside world. So it was naturally extremely important. There was a person from the Emperor realm guarding it all year round. And the palace was protected by layers of spirit arrays laid down by the Southern Gate Army. If an outsider dared to invade this place, they only needed to activate the spirit array to turn this palace into a killing zone. Even a third-stage Emperor Realm Master would not be able to escape death. The person guarding the Emperor Realm today was none other than Bian Yuqing. Ever since she broke through the shackles of the Tao Source Realm, with the help of Yang Kai and the Spirit Lake Palace, she joined the High Heaven Palace. Because of her previous experience in managing the Blue Feather Sect, she had been assisting the High Heaven Palace's general manager, Hua Qingxi, in managing the sect. Now she could be considered as the second general manager of the High Heaven Palace. Speaking of which, the High Heaven Palace had a lot of people in the Emperor realm. The most powerful ones were the three great monster king, Emperor Alchemist Ji Ying, Emperor Array Master Nanmen Dejun, Emperor Artifact Master Hou Yu, followed by Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing. The former Thousand Leaves sect master Yi Hen also came out of seclusion 3 years ago, and advanced to the Emperor realm. It could be said that although the High Heaven Palace did not have many people, the ratio of people in the Emperor realm was extremely terrifying. There was probably no other sect in the world that could achieve such a ratio. Chapter 3208. Such a lineup was even richer than the top sects of the Star Boundary. It had to be known that the Fire Dragon Palace, Ice Heart Valley, Azure Sun Temple, and others only had a single third-stage Emperor Realm Master. The space array flickered with light, startling Bian Yuqing, who was meditating. Looking over, she thought it was Hua Qingxi returning from the Southern Territory, and hurriedly got up to greet her. Before she got close, Yang Kai's figure appeared. Bian Yuqing's expression turned serious as she quickly cupped her fists and saluted. Palace Master is back. Several disciples who were guarding nearby also hurried over, and saluted respectfully. Speaking of which, it had been more than 10 years since Yang Kai left the Northern Territory for Dragon Island. During this time, there was no news at all. If Zhu Qing hadn't come over to tell everyone the truth, everyone would have thought he had encountered an accident. However, Zhu Qing didn't say that he had gone to the Lower Star Territory, and only said that he was in retreat, and would only come out after a few years. Now, sensing the aura of Yang Kai, Bian Yuqing was shocked to discover that it was the aura of a second-order Emperor Realm Master. In just over 10 years, he had already broken through to the second-order Emperor Realm. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Thinking back to the first time Yang Kai met him, he was just a second-order Origin King. Compared to him, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel inferior. Chief Steward Bian. Yang Kai grinned. Reuniting with an old friend made him feel very cordial. Although Hung Luo Starfield was his homeland, the High Heaven Palace was the foundation of his current foothold. After 10 years of twists and turns, he finally returned, so he was in a good mood. Are you on duty today? Yes. Bian Yuqing responded honestly. Good. Has anything happened in the palace in the past few years? Everything is fine. Rest assured, Palace Master. The High Heaven Palace's foundation was right there, and the news of the three great monster king overseeing it was no secret. In the entire Northern Territory, other than the Miracle Pill Great Emperor's Medicine Pill Valley, who else could compare to them? Naturally, no one dared to look for trouble. The past decade or so could be said to have been peaceful. On the other hand, people from the Fire Dragon Palace have come quite a few times to inquire about Palace Master Li Jiao's whereabouts. And don't worry about them. Yang Kai waved his hand. Ask Sister Hua to come and see me. Bian Yuqing said. Manager Hua is not in the palace right now. Where did Sister Hua go? Yang Kai was stunned. It's the end of the year now. Manager Hua went to the Southern Territory half a month ago. Presumably, she is doing some material transactions with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Calculating the time, she should be back in 2 days. Yang Kai and the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had reached an agreement a few years ago. The distance between the two large territory was far, and their output was different. Therefore, they could exchange goods with each other. Over the years, Hua Qingxi had been maintaining this trade relationship, which brought a considerable amount of income to the High Heaven Palace. Is that so? Then ask the Southern Gate Army and Chiyu to come over. Yes. Yang Kai stepped forward, and his figure merged into the void. When he reappeared, he was already above the High Heaven Palace. Looking down, he could see mountains stacked on top of each other. The vegetation was shady, and the scenery was beautiful. The peaks were high and low, and there were clusters of buildings located between the mountains, but most of them were empty. These buildings were basically the property left behind by the Seeking Passion sect. However, the High Heaven Palace had always been empty, and no one lived there. Yang Kai flew around the High Heaven Palace and observed it silently for a long time. He already had a plan in mind. Now that he was back, the first thing he had to do was to release the people in the small sealed world. Only by integrating into this world as soon as possible could they adapt to the Star Boundaries world principles. After today, the population of the High Heaven Palace would exceed 100,000. Following the cry of an eagle, a figure rushed over and turned into a well-dressed man with an aquiline nose. He cupped his fists and greeted, "Young Master Yang. Ing Fei, long time no see. How have you been?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ing Fei replied, "Thank you for your concern, young Master Yang. Everything is well." While they were talking, Shi Lei and Xie Wuwei also rushed over. Obviously, the three of them had noticed Yang Kai's aura, but Ing Fei was faster, so he was the first to arrive. After greeting each other, Shi Lei asked curiously, "Young Master Yang, what are you looking at?" "I'm looking at how many people my High Heaven Palace can accommodate." Shi Lei chuckled. "Our population is small and the land is vast. There are no less than 100 spirit peaks here, so it won't be a problem to accommodate 100 or 200,000 people. What's wrong? Is young Master Yang preparing to open the palace doors and accept disciples?" "That's not necessary." Yang Kai shook his head and said casually, "By the way, I just came back from the ancient lands." The three monster kings' expressions all froze. They glanced at each other, and Ing Fei asked cautiously, "Did the Saint Seniors say anything?" "I just met them in a hurry, and then they kicked me out. They didn't really welcome me." Yang Kai grinned. He thought it was funny when he recalled the expressions of Fan Hua and the others. "That's not right." Ing Fei was speechless. Although he could guess why the three Saint Seniors didn't welcome Yang Kai, he couldn't say it out loud. Shi Lei asked hesitantly, "Did the holy sages mention us?" As soon as he said that, Ing Fei and Xie Wuwei looked at Yang Kai nervously. No matter what, they were still the monster kings of the ancient lands, and they listened to the three Saint Seniors. If the Saint Seniors ordered them to return to the ancient lands, they couldn't refuse. Otherwise, it would be considered a betrayal. However, they were unwilling to go back just like that. They had stayed with Yang Kai for so many years, and they hadn't gotten the opportunity they wanted. It would be a waste if they left now. "Not at all." Yang Kai shook his head. "It seems that you are my people from now on." The three glanced at each other before cupping their fists and saying, "We are willing to serve you." Their eyes were filled with excitement. It was best that the Saint Seniors didn't call them back, and they were happy to continue staying with Yang Kai. Although their days in the High Heaven Palace were quieter, and they didn't have much to do, this was the best way to establish a relationship with Heaven's Punishment's descendants. "Do your best and I won't treat you badly in the future," Yang Kai casually said. Both the speaker and the listener were interested, causing the three monster kings to become even more excited. Let's go back. Yang Kai turned around and flew down, soon landing in front of a huge square. The Southern Gate Army and Bian Yuqing were waiting for him. Seeing Yang Kai fly over, the Southern Gate Army hurriedly greeted. Greetings, Palace Master. Boy, you're finally back. Ghost Ancestor Qi Yu Gut Song Yin, and AIO also greeted him. Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. No matter how high his current cultivation was, these people could be considered his seniors, especially Qi Yu and AIO. One was his master and the other was his father-in-law, so how could he not be respectful? Brat, where did you go this time? I heard that you even subdued a dragon race? AIO looked at Yang Kai with an unhappy expression and spoke in a sarcastic tone. This stinking brat was simply unseemly. In the star field he already had 4 beautiful women. Now that he was in the star boundary, he actually wanted to flirt with other women. He even provoked a member of the dragon race, and had an extremely intimate relationship with her. This naturally caused AIO to have some complaints. He did not dare to be too presumptuous in the face of the dragon race, but it was different with Yang Kai. No matter how high his cultivation was, he would not forgive him for mistreating his daughter. Not only was there a dragon race, but AIO also heard that there was a woman in Ice Heart Valley who seemed to have some entanglements with Yang Kai. AIO simply could not bear it. If not for his lack of strength, he would have already taught Yang Kai a lesson. It was an accident. Yang Kai's forehead was sweating. He had only mentioned the matter with Zhu Qing to Su Yan. He did not know if Su Yan had told Luo and Shuiyu, but Yang Kai had not heard the mask. An accident? AIO huffed. How can you face those girls? I don't know how they are doing in the territory of the star boundary. Boy, if you have the leisure to flirt with them, you might as well go back and see them and bring them here. With your current ability, you should be able to do it, right? I was just about to talk to you about this. Yang Kai continued the topic. What is it? Qi Yu looked at him suspiciously. Ladies, take a look and see who these people are. Yang Kai smiled slightly and waved his hand in front of him, communicating with the sealed world bead with his divine sense. Wherever he waved his hand, figures appeared one after another. Su Yan, Xia Ningchang, Shanqing Luo, and Shuiyu appeared together. The 4 women were obviously summoned all of a sudden, and were still in a daze, not knowing what was going on. However, standing side by side, they were like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each with their own merits, each with their own peerless beauty. The Southgate Army and Bian Yuqing clicked their tongues in wonder. Their eyes swept over the 4 women, and their eyes lit up. Although Su Yan and the others' cultivations were nothing in their eyes, no matter who they were all outstanding beauties. If an ordinary person could get one of them, it would be a blessing of several lifetimes. However, Yang Kai had all 4 of them at once, enjoying the joy of having all 4, making the 2 of them sigh with emotion. As expected of Yang Kai, the 3 monster kings' focus was not on the appearance of Su Yan and the others. Although it was undeniable that these 4 women were beautiful even in the eyes of the monster race, they felt an extraordinary aura from 2 of them. In particular, the woman in the lead with a cold expression, the aura from her body made them feel a sense of worship. Her aura was somewhat similar to the Luanfang's, but it was more magnificent and noble. She stood there, as if she was standing in the clouds, soaring through the 9 heavens, overlooking the world. Although the other charming woman was slightly inferior, her aura was not something an ordinary person could possess. Divine Spirit. The 3 monster kings looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. They were from the monster race and were extremely sensitive to the aura of divine spirits, so they could see at a glance that Su Yan and the others had divine spirit source. Their strength was slightly lower, but if they could grow up, they would not be a match for them. Luo. Qi Yu was stunned, staring at Shanqing Luo in a daze, almost unable to believe her eyes. Just a moment ago, AIO said that he would ask Yang Kai to find a way to go to the territory and bring Shanqing Luo and the others here. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Shanqing Luo would really appear in front of them? Chapter 3209. Hearing the call, Shanqing Luo froze for a moment before turning her head and exclaiming excitedly, "Adoptive mother!" Back then, when she and Biluo left the central capital, They were teleported directly to Monster Star through a very strange altar. If it weren't for Qiyu taking care of them, and even adopting them as her adoptive daughters, they would have likely died with their strength at that time. To her, Qiyu was not only her savior, but also her second parent. Before coming, she knew that she would be able to see Qiyu on this trip, so her heart was filled with anticipation. On the other side, Aio also looked at Shuiyu in a daze. The latter's eyes reddened as she called out softly, "Father." Aio suppressed his excitement and nodded. Good, good, good. As long as you're safe." Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, all his previous grievances had disappeared. He had already returned to Star Territory and brought his daughter here, so what more did he have to say? Although Su Yan and Xia Ningchang were not related, they had not seen Gue Zhu for many years, so they naturally stepped forward to salute him. Gu Songyan looked at him eagerly and stammered, "Palace Master, you've returned to Star Territory?" Qiyu and Aio could call Yang Kai by his name, and even call him Little Brat, but Gu Songyan did not have the courage to call him Palace Master. "Yes, I just returned from there." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Then I wonder if my sword union is." Gu Songyan looked at Yang Kai expectantly. "Senior Gu, rest assured, I brought Brother Gu with me this time, along with many of your sword union's people." "Where?" Gu Songyan's eyes lit up. "Don't worry, you'll see them soon." With 100,000 people crowded in a certain place in the small sealed world, Yang Kai could not find Gu Jian Xian and the Sword Union's people for a while. The reason why he could easily summon Su Yan and the others was naturally because they were not in the same place as the others. "Dejun, hand over the Mountain Ripple map." Yang Kai raised his hand. The Southgate army didn't know his intentions, but they didn't hesitate. They quickly took out the Mountain Ripple map and opened it. In an instant, the map lit up, and a high heaven palace that had been shrunk countless times appeared in front of them. The mountains rose and fell continuously, and even the smallest stream and hill could be clearly seen. This thing came from the hands of the Southgate army and Hoyu, so it was naturally extremely wondrous. Yang Kai pointed at a few of the peaks and asked, "Are there people living here?" Bian Yuqing glanced over and said, "That's right. Thousand Leaves Peak is where Old Man Yihen and the Thousand Leaves Sex people live, while 5 Sacred Peaks are where Qiyu and the others live." She had stayed in the High Heaven Palace for more than a decade now, so she was naturally very familiar with the distribution of manpower within the palace. Yang Kai nodded and said, "There will be a lot of people coming out later. I need you to settle them down." "How many?" Bian Yuqing asked. "Over 100,000. As soon as he said this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The High Heaven Palace had never had a large number of people, and Yang Kai had never intended to accept many disciples. Ever since the High Heaven Palace was established, it seemed to have been closed off from the outside world. No one knew what Yang Kai's intentions were, and it was only now that they understood that he was preparing for today. "If there are so many people, I'll need some help," Bian Yuqing said. "And you can call the people from the Thousand Leaves sect over." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll get them out first." Bian Yuqing immediately took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it, obviously summoning people. Meanwhile, Yang Kai summoned the sealed world bead. Surrounded by black qi, a giant tadpole-like rolling stone leisurely appeared, opening its large black mouth as it stood between the heavens and earth. The terrifying aura emanating from the rolling stone caused the 3 monster kings to pale slightly. They didn't even know what this thing was. It wasn't made of flesh and blood, but it gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. From the giant mouth, a figure rushed out first. Looking around, a look of shock appeared on his face as he stood there in a daze. This was none other than Meng Wuya. The rich world energy around him made him feel like he was in a dream. In the Star Territory, the world energy of Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect was second to none, but compared to this place, it was like comparing the heavens and earth. He didn't even need to circulate his secret art, as the world energy drilled into his body through his pores, making him feel both physically and mentally comfortable. Another figure walked out of the rolling stone's mouth, then a third, a fourth. Everyone was the same. Yang Kai said loudly, "Everyone, don't stop. Keep moving forward. There are more people coming out." With his reminder, The group of people who came out first came back to their senses and looked at each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. They had long received news that this trip was to follow Yang Kai to a higher-level world called the Star Boundary. Now, it seemed that they had arrived safely. It was just that they had never thought that this so-called Star Boundary would actually have such an excellent cultivation environment. Ordinary places in the Star Boundary naturally wouldn't be like this. Even if it was better than the Star Territory, it wouldn't be so different. However, this was the High Heaven Palace, the former site of the Seeking Passion sect. It was one of the best cultivation paradises in the Northern Territory, so how could the world energy here not be rich? A steady stream of people came out of the Rolling Stone's mouth, and in just a few moments, the square was filled with people. At this time, the people from Thousand Leaves sect, led by Yi Hen, also rushed over. There weren't many of them, only a few hundred, but when they saw this scene, they were quite surprised. After asking around, they found out that these people were actually from the Lower Star Territory, which immediately shocked Yang Kai. To a cultivator in the Star Boundary, those who came from the Lower Star Territory were all elites among elites. If they didn't die prematurely, their chances of reaching the Emperor realm were very high. This was because the cultivation environment in the Lower Star Territory was far inferior to that of the Star Boundary, so the hard-working environment gave them the potential to grow. In the Star Boundary, it wasn't that there weren't any cultivator who came from the Lower Star Territory, but those were just scattered cultivators. None of them had ever seen such a spectacular scene. Tens of thousands of cultivator appeared in the square, and even more people continued to come out. Although these people weren't very strong right now, as long as they had enough time, they would definitely become the foundation of the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai didn't have the time to chat with others, so he gathered together with Bian Yuqing and pointed at the High Heaven Palace's mountain map, discussing how to divide the territory and mountain peaks for these people. The Thousand Leaves sect disciples left one after another, each leading 1,000 to 2,000 people as they rushed towards a mountain peak. This bustle lasted for several days, during which time Hua Qingxi returned from the Southern Star Territory. With Hua Qingxi's assistance, things went much more smoothly. Hua Qingxi had a happy and distressed expression on her face, looking at Yang Kai from time to time with a bitter expression. Although she was previously the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace by Yang Kai, there wasn't much for her to manage. There weren't many people in the High Heaven Palace, and most of them were Thousand Leaves sect disciples. With Yi Hen overseeing Thousand Leaves Peak, it wasn't a problem for her to manage it. Hua Qingxi had been busy for the past few years thinking of ways to earn cultivation resources for the High Heaven Palace. Her cooperation with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory had allowed her to earn a lot. But so what if she earned a lot? Without disciples to use, the cultivation resources were just a bunch of numbers. Therefore, her position as the chief steward was somewhat unworthy of her title. However, things were different now. The High Heaven Palace suddenly had over 100,000 disciples, and she had to manage all of them, arrange their secret arts and resources. Hua Qingxi could almost foresee that she wouldn't have any time to rest for at least half a year. She was worthy of her title as the chief steward, but wasn't this too tiring? Fortunately, there was still Bian Yuqing to share her burdens, otherwise, she would have had to abandon her responsibilities. Even so, she and Bian Yuqing definitely couldn't handle the daily needs of more than 100,000 people, and would need to come up with a specific plan. The last group to come out of the small sealed world was a group of monster race cultivators, the elites of Monster Star. There were quite a few of them, about 3,000 of them, led by Yu Xiong, each of them emitting a demonic qi. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Monster Kings, I'll leave them to you." The cultivation of the monster race was different from that of the human race, so it was naturally best for them to be taught by the three monster kings. Ying Fei, Shi Lei, and Xie Wuwei smiled from ear to ear as their eyes swept across the 3,000 monster race cultivators, causing all of them to feel a chill run down their spines. They could be regarded as the cream of the crop on Monster Star, elites who had survived the war in Myriad Beast Mountain Villa, but in front of the auras of the three monster kings, they felt no different from babies. No one knew what kind of realm the three monster kings were, but they had no doubt that these three monster race cultivators could easily kill them with a single breath. Finally, there's something to do. Shilei chuckled, his laughter echoing like thunder. Like Hua Qingxi, the three of them had been idle since they came to High Heaven Palace. Their greatest pleasure was playing hide-and-seek with Hou, but after being captured countless times, Hou had given up on escaping, and was now wholeheartedly refining artifacts for High Heaven Palace. In her words, she was wasting the resources of High Heaven Palace to make Yang Kai's heart ache. However, she would not tarnish her reputation as an emperor weaponsmith. The artifacts that she refined were naturally the best of the best. Now, in High Heaven Palace's treasure vault, there were countless finished artifacts of various grades. If she knew that Yang Kai would bring 100,000 disciples over today, making those artifacts useful, she would not be in the mood to continue wasting them. Without Hou, the three monster kings were even more bored. Yang Kai gave them 3,000 monster race cultivators, which was exactly what they wanted. They could more or less do something for Yang Kai, and they would not stay here and eat for free. Little ones, follow me. Shilei waved his hand and took the lead to fly towards a mountain deep in High Heaven Palace. The 3,000 monster race cultivators looked at each other, confused. Qiyu shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get over there." Only then did the monster race cultivators discover Qiyu's existence. They were both surprised and happy. Back then, before Qiyu left Monster Star territory, she was the only monster king on Monster Star. However, her status as a monster king could not be compared to Shilei and the others. However, with her command, the 3,000 monster race cultivators obediently followed Shilei. It was a magnificent sight. Chapter 32:10. It took Yang Kai half a month to settle down all these people. During this time, he was so busy that his feet barely touched the ground. Fortunately, Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing were there to assist him, otherwise he would have been worried to death. The High Heaven Palace had hundreds of large and small spirit peaks. They were originally empty, but now they were filled with people. The smaller spirit peaks had a few hundred people while the largest spirit peaks had between 2,000 and 3,000 people. With hundreds of thousands of people spread across these hundreds of spirit peaks, the High Heaven Palace became extremely lively in an instant. With so many people, it was indeed troublesome to manage, but Hua Qingxi made a suggestion. Each peak would elect a peak master, and the hundreds of peak masters would be directly responsible for her. The new disciples would be under the charge of the peak masters, which would save a lot of trouble. Qiyu Aio Gutsongyun and Guizhu naturally had the ability to take charge of their own spirit peaks. What's more, all of them were main peaks. Although their cultivations had not reached the Emperor realm, they were all third-order Dao Source realm cultivators, far stronger than the cultivator from the Star territory. For this reason, the four of them gave up on the 5 sacred peaks and moved to their respective spirit peaks. The disciples under Gutsongyun were also easy to divide. Gutsongyun was Sword Union's Union Master, and Yang Kai had brought almost all of Sword Union's elites with him on this trip. Yang Kai believed that all of Sword Union's disciples would be very happy to be under his management. If there were not enough people, they could also be transferred from elsewhere to make up for the shortfall. Aio commanded the spirit peaks made up of a group of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivators. Guizhu was originally from High Heaven Sect, and Qiyu also shared a portion of High Heaven Sect's people. Because the 3,000 monster race cultivators had been assigned to the 3 monster kings by Yang Kai, she had no one she could use. The others, such as Yi Shiyun, several elders of original Star's Emperor Sect, Qiu Yimeng, Old Demon, and other origin kings, all became peak masters. With this, the situation of the entire High Heaven Palace immediately became clear, and it would be very convenient to manage it in the future. Yang Kai took the 2 chief stewards, Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing, to inspect the various peaks. After confirming that everything was going smoothly, they finally had the time to rest for a few days. The so-called rest did not mean doing nothing. It was just that they were not as busy as they were at the beginning. With more than 100,000 people moving in, they would definitely need a large amount of cultivation resources and cultivation methods. Now that everyone had come to the Star boundary, the cultivation methods in the Star territory would definitely not be able to keep up with the pace. Naturally, they would have to change to a higher-level cultivation method. Fortunately, ever since Yang Kai roamed the Star boundary, he had killed countless people. He had even exterminated a top sect like the Seeking Passion sect. As such, he had collected a lot of cultivation methods that were suitable for all kinds of cultivator. As for Hua Qingxi, she had already prepared for a rainy day and had built a book collection pavilion on one of the main peaks. There were countless secret arts and secret techniques stored inside, and she immediately opened it up for the hundreds of peak masters to choose from. With the problem of cultivation methods solved for the time being, the rest was cultivation materials. Most cultivator in the star territory used crystal stones for cultivation, while the star boundary was rich in source crystals. The two were not on the same level at all. Fortunately, the High Heaven Palace had accumulated a lot of source crystals over the years, and the storehouse was filled with mountains of source crystals. Yang Kai had also extorted a large amount of source crystals from the 3 Saint Venerables a few days ago. In addition, Hua Qingxi had been trading with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory over the years. After a rough calculation, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace would not have to worry about source crystals for cultivation for at least the next 50 years. Transactions with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce occurred every year, and the amount of materials traded was huge. Therefore, there would definitely be a surplus of materials in 50 years. Source crystals were not a concern, but the only thing to consider now was the issue of pills. The number of Origin King Realm cultivator brought from the Star Territory this time was not small, and as time passed, more and more people would break through to the Origin King Realm. The Origin King Realm was not a big deal, but breaking through to the Tao Source Realm was a process that consumed a lot of pills, because any cultivator would need to take source condensing pills to assist in the conversion of their source qi during this period. Yang Kai had also experienced this process in the past, and so did Qiyu Guizhu and the others. Without the assistance of source condensing pills, it would take an Origin King at least 10 to 20 years to completely convert their Saint Qi into source qi, and this was only for fast cultivators. For slow cultivators, it was possible for decades or even centuries. Therefore, in the next 10 years or even 100 years, the High Heaven Palace would need an incalculable amount of source condensing pills. With such a huge amount, the sect alone would not be able to make ends meet. Even with the Spirit Pill Peak in the High Heaven Palace, it was far from enough. While cultivating their own alchemists, they also needed to purchase a large number of pills. For this reason, Yang Kai asked Hua Qingxi, who had just returned, to go to the Southern Territory again, and take away a large number of Monster Beast monster cores. He was going to use these Monster Beast monster cores to exchange for a batch of source condensing pills with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai had more than 1 million Monster Beast monster cores, all of which he obtained when he entered the ancient wildlands and entered the Beast Tomb. These were the accumulation of the entire ancient wildlands for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, but they were all swept away by Yang Kai. There was no lack of 12th order Monster Beast monster cores among them. He believed that Violet Source Chamber of Commerce would be happy to make such a deal. For this batch of emergency source condensing pills, Yang Kai directly took out tens of thousands of monster cores of various shapes and sizes. It could be said that he was bleeding a lot. After busying himself for a month, Yang Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. On this day he led Xia Ningchang to the top of a spiritual mountain. This spirit mountain was also one of the main peaks of the High Heaven Palace. Compared to the other spirit mountains, it was more beautiful and rich in spirit qi. The fragrance of flowers and the sound of birds filled the air. Unlike the other spirit mountains, this spirit mountain was extremely tall, but it was still cold and quiet. This was because Yang Kai did not allow any cultivator from the Star Territory to disturb this spirit mountain. This spirit mountain was the High Heaven Palace's Spirit Pill Peak. There were also 2 similar spirit peaks, Spirit Array Peak and Spirit Artifact Peak. Their corresponding peak masters were Nanmen Dejun and Hoyu. Of course, the appointment of these 2 peak masters was forced by Yang Kai, regardless of whether they agreed or not. In any case, from now on, the 2 of them were the peak masters of Spirit Array Peak and Spirit Artifact Peak respectively. The Spirit Pill Peak did not have a peak master, but it was the peak where Pill Emperor Jiying resided. Strictly speaking, Jiying could not be considered a member of the High Heaven Palace. After all, he was the 5th disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. It was only because he lost to Yang Kai in alchemy that he stayed in the High Heaven Palace to refine pills for Yang Kai. He could be considered a guest elder of the High Heaven Palace. Jiying was not a bad person. Not only did he have the cultivation of the Emperor realm, he was also a pill emperor, and the personal disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. These three identities were extremely eye-catching no matter where one put them, and the combination of these three identities was even more terrifying. If he didn't admit it, Yang Kai couldn't do anything to him. He couldn't kill him, right? That would definitely offend the wondrous pill great emperors, and the wrath of the great emperors was no joke. However, he really stayed and fulfilled his bet with Yang Kai, refining a large number of spirit pills for the High Heaven Palace. Not only were the spirit pills refined by him extremely high grade, but their quality was also guaranteed. He also had several disciples under him, all of whom were brought to the Spirit Pill Peak to work. In the entire Spirit Pill Peak, only Jiying and his disciples lived there. Apart from them, there were only a few boys who were in charge of doing odd jobs. Yang Kai and Xianing Chang walked all the way up and soon arrived at the top of the peak. In front of the main hall, a man who looked to be in his 20s was waiting. When he saw Yang Kai, he bowed and said, "Palace Master Yang, honored master is waiting for you. Please follow me." Yang Kai smiled and nodded, knowing that Jiying had already noticed him when he came over. As the disciple entered the hall, Jiying quickly stepped forward and greeted, "Brother Yang, it's been a long time." The two of them had not seen each other for more than 10 years, which was indeed a long time. The reason why he was so enthusiastic was not only because he had lost to Yang Kai in the alchemy competition, but also because of Gong Sun Mu. Thanks to Yang Kai, the wondrous pill great emperor's third disciple, Gong Sun Mu's corpse could be returned to Medicine Pill Valley after his death, so Jiying was naturally grateful to him. "Brother Ji," Yang Kai responded with a smile. Jiying grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said, "Brother Yang, you've come at the right time. Recently, I've been experimenting with a new alchemy technique, and have made some progress. I was just about to ask Brother Yang to give me some pointers." He was an alchemy emperor, so there were very few people in this world who could discuss alchemy with him. He had several brothers and senior sisters, but all of them were taught by the same master, so there was nothing new to discuss with them, nor would he get any constructive advice. Yang Kai was different. Although Jiying did not know who taught him alchemy, he knew that Yang Kai's alchemy skills were not inferior to his own. Moreover, he had his own unique style, so if he could exchange a few pointers with him, he would definitely gain something. Yang Kai was speechless, thinking to himself that alchemists were really lunatics. He had come here for an important matter, but he hadn't expected to be caught by Jiying as soon as he met him. Thinking about the request he had to make later, Yang Kai could only humbly reply, "I wouldn't dare give you any pointers, I'll just discuss it with Brother Ji." Being able to beat him in alchemy last time was also a stroke of luck. Yang Kai did not think he was better than Jiying. Everyone had their own specializations, and Jiying had his own strengths. Jiying laughed loudly. "Brother Yang is too modest. Even honored master is full of praise for your alchemy skills, it's just a pity." "What's a pity?" Yang Kai was stunned, wondering if the great emperors of wondrous pills had something to say about him. "It's a pity that you can't concentrate on the alchemy Tao. So that's what it's a pity." Yang Kai grinned. "Of the 3,000 grand Daos, just one is enough to benefit me immensely." Jiying was startled for a moment before nodding. "That's true." Without further ado, he pulled Yang Kai into his alchemy room, took out some precious herbs and began refining. Xianing Chang naturally followed. Jiying did not know her background, but seeing that her relationship with Yang Kai was not ordinary, he did not stop her. In any case, not everyone could learn his alchemy skills. Chapter 32:11. Jiying had been researching a new alchemy technique in recent years, the most important one being the pill condensing technique. According to him, this pill condensing technique was relatively simple, and was not as complicated as other pill condensing techniques. Even an ordinary alchemist could master it after some study, and after mastering this technique, the efficiency of pill condensing technique would increase by at least 10 to 20%. However, this 10 to 20% should not be underestimated. A few furnaces of spirit pills might not be a big deal, but an alchemist could refine a huge number of spirit pills in their lifetime. If converted, this 10 to 20% was an extremely terrifying amount of wealth. Because this was the final pill condensing technique, Jiying did not choose to refine a high-grade spirit pill, and instead chose a Dao source-grade pill. The initial process was simple, and although it was exquisite, it was still normal. The medicine room was silent for a while as Jiying focused on alchemy. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang watched together, especially Xia Ningchang. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Jiying's movements without blinking, and from time to time, a thoughtful look would flash across her face. Condensing liquid, carving spirit arrays, incubating spirit pills, and soon it was time to condense the pills. Jiying's expression turned serious. "Brother Yang, watch carefully." As soon as his words fell, his hands constantly formed seals as he poured a mysterious emperor qi into the pill furnace. Inside the pill furnace, a strange fragrance wafted, and it was obvious that the pill condensing process had begun. After a while, Jiying shouted, "Rise!" The lid of the furnace was opened, and a few round, rolling spirit pills flew out and were drawn into a jade bottle that he had prepared long ago. No more, no less, there were exactly 9 pills. 9 was an extreme number. An alchemist, no matter how good their technique was, could only refine 9 spirit pills at most. This was something that even the great emperors of wondrous pills could not avoid. With Emperor Jiying's identity as an alchemist, refining such a Dao source-grade spirit pill, even if he did not use his newly developed pill condensing technique, he could still refine 9 spirit pills. However, Yang Kai could see that this technique was indeed unique, so he calmed down and carefully reviewed it for a while before discussing it with Jiying. The discussions of alchemists were not limited to theory. Naturally, they also had to experiment. Therefore, Yang Kai also took out his own alchemy furnace and some herbs, and began to refine the spirit Dan. When it was time to condense the spirit Dan, he used Jiying's method to compare the advantages and disadvantages. Furnace after furnace of experimental spirit pills were refined and time slowly passed, but Jiying did not show the slightest sign of fatigue. Instead, her eyes grew brighter and brighter. His discussion with Yang Kai was indeed correct. In the past few days, he had found that there were still some flaws in his technique, but he had slowly made up for them through mutual verification with Yang Kai, which naturally made him very happy. After a full 5 days, the two of them put away the pill furnace and walked out of the pill room together. Jiying was in a good mood and ordered several disciples to prepare a banquet to entertain Yang Kai. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Yang Kai gave Xia Ningchang a look, and Xia Ningchang immediately understood and picked up the wine jug to pour wine for the two of them. After toasting for 3 rounds, Jiying slapped her head and said, my bad, I haven't asked for this young lady's name yet." Saying so, she stood up and looked at Xia Ningchang with an apologetic expression. At the beginning, although he could see that the relationship between Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang was somewhat unusual, he had quickly immersed himself in alchemy. In his eyes, apart from alchemy, there was only Yang Kai who was discussing with him, so he did not pay any attention to Xia Ningchang. He did not even notice that Xia Ningchang was pouring water for him. It was not until now that he suddenly woke up. "My humble wife is Xia Ningchang." Yang Kai smiled and introduced her. Xia Ningchang gracefully bowed. "Greetings, Grandmaster Jiying." Her face was slightly red. This was the first time Yang Kai had introduced her in front of an outsider. "Mrs. Yang." Jiying was shocked. The person who had been pouring wine for him was actually Yang Kai's wife. He said helplessly, "What should I do? Please sit down." If he had known that Xia Ningchang was Yang Kai's wife, he would never have let her do this kind of work. Wasn't this a slap to Yang Kai's face? Fortunately, Yang Kai did not seem to mind. "I've been negligent. This Ji is at fault. This toast is to Mrs. Yang. I hope Mrs. Yang will not blame me." Jiying raised his wine cup with a face full of sweat. "Brother Ji is too serious. It's just a small matter." Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. Jiying looked at him with a bitter smile and said, "Brother Yang, you're too unkind. You brought your sister-in-law here and didn't even greet us, causing this Ji to make a fool of himself. You'll have to punish yourself with 3 cups of wine later." "As Brother Ji says." Yang Kai smiled and said, "But there's no hurry to drink. I have something I need Brother Ji's help with. It's about my humble wife. Jiying said. If you need my help, Brother Yang, feel free to ask. As long as this Ji can do it, I will not refuse. This matter is definitely something Brother Ji can do. Yang Kai smiled confidently and pointed at Xia Ning Chang. It's like this. Since Ning Chang began cultivating, she has also entered the Tao through alchemy. She prefers the art of alchemy over cultivation and fighting. Oh, sister-in-law is also an alchemist? Jiying looked at Xia Ning Chang seriously and frowned slightly. He was an alchemist emperor after all. If there was a fellow alchemist standing in front of him, he would definitely be able to tell. This was because alchemists had a unique temperament, especially when dealing with mysterious flames and herbs all year round. There would definitely be some indelible traces left behind. However, when he looked at Xia Ning Chang, there was no such trace at all. Yet he could clearly smell the various pill fragrances on Xia Ning Chang's body, which made him a little suspicious. That's right. Yang Kai nodded. It's just that the conditions in the lower star territory are limited, and there's no one who can teach her alchemy. Now that she's here, I was wondering if I could let her learn the Tao of alchemy from Brother Ji. Jiying said, Brother Yang's attainments in alchemy far surpass mine. Moreover, the two of you are husband and wife, so it would be more convenient for you to give her pointers. Why go so far? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Brother Ji is too kind. But as you know, I don't have much time to teach her. When Jiying heard this, he knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. He had stayed in the High Heaven Palace for a long time, but he basically didn't meet Yang Kai face to face. This guy seemed to be very secretive all year round, so how could he have the time to teach others? Jiying nodded slightly. If that's the case, this Ji is willing to help, but there was no buts. Yang Kai immediately cut him off and signaled to Xia Ning Chang with his eyes. Ning Chang, come and greet your master. Ji Ying's cultivation was in the emperor realm, and he was also an alchemy master. He was definitely qualified to be Xia Ning Chang's master. Although he and Jiying called each other brothers, this wouldn't hinder Xia Ning Chang's matters. At most, they would just teach their own master. Jiying was the direct disciple of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, so he had learned the Wondrous Pill Great Emperor's alchemy Tao. If Xia Ning Chang only learned a little from him, he would definitely gain something. However, if he really became Jiying's master, it would be different. Jiying would definitely teach him everything without holding back. In comparison, Yang Kai naturally wanted Xia Ning Chang to become Jiying's master. So it didn't matter if he lost out a little in terms of status. Before coming here, Kai Yang had already informed Xia Ning Chang, so at this time, she naturally knew what to do and quickly bowed down. But before she could even open her mouth, Jiying waved her hand, and an invisible force held her back, preventing her from bowing. Brother Yang. Jiying looked helplessly at Yang Kai and waved his hand. You can't accept this, you can't accept this. If he really accepted Xia Ning Chang as his disciple, how would he and Yang Kai's seniority be calculated in the future? What's more, he wasn't an ordinary alchemy master. He had the entire Medicine Core Valley behind him, so he couldn't just accept a disciple as he pleased. He had to be acknowledged by the Medicine Core Valley first. In addition, he didn't have any intention of accepting a disciple, so he could teach Xia Ning Chang a little. Accepting a disciple was a big deal, so how could he be so careless? Even though Xia Ning Chang was Yang Kai's wife, before knowing her aptitude, Jing didn't dare to casually accept her as his disciple. Otherwise, he would lose face for the Medicine Core Valley. His several disciples were all dragons and phoenixes among men. In the future, it was very likely that they would all become alchemy masters. Why not? Could it be that Brother Ji is unwilling? Yang Kai thought to himself. Since I've already said so much, how can I let you off so easily? Today, you have to accept even if you don't want to. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that. Jiying was extremely conflicted. Due to the sex rules, this Ji can't accept a disciple at will. This matter must be reported to Big Brother. Although the Medicine Core Valley was the place where the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors cultivated, the Great Emperors didn't care about everything. The one in charge of the Medicine Core Valley now was the Wondrous Pill Great Emperor's eldest disciple, the Big Brother Jiying referred to. There's also this sect rule. Yang Kai was stunned, but he also knew that Jiying wouldn't lie to him. He understood that his plan was likely to encounter some twists and turns. Yes, otherwise Jiying wouldn't refuse. How about this, Brother Yang? I can teach sister-in-law alchemy, but we don't have to be master and disciple. Yang Kai was unwilling. If he casually taught her, how much good could he teach? He tentatively asked, is the Medicine Core Valley still accepting disciples? How could Jiying not know what he was planning? He smiled bitterly. We haven't accepted a new disciple in 500 years. However, if there is someone with outstanding aptitude, I'm sure Big Brother won't refuse. Yang Kai laughed when he heard this. Ning Chang, show Brother Ji your skills. Jiying looked at him in amazement, feeling a little incredulous. After all, in his opinion, Xia Ningchang didn't have the slightest trace of an alchemist, but Yang Kai seemed to be very confident in her. However, since things had already gotten to this point, Jiying could only look at Xia Ningchang and secretly plan to go back and ask Big Brother to accept Xia Ningchang into Medicine Core Valley. After all, he couldn't refuse Yang Kai's request. I'll show you my incompetence, Xia Ningchang said softly, then rummaged through her space ring and took out some herbs. These were all Origin King grade herbs, and there were no higher grade herbs in the Star Territory. This move alone made Jiying's eyes light up. Chapter 32:12. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Xia Ningchang's cultivation was just a third-order Origin King, but at this moment, she had taken out an Origin King grade herb, indicating that she wanted to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill. For a cultivator from a lower Star Territory, this should be the limit. In other words, Yang Kai's wife was an Origin King grade alchemist. Perhaps Jiying could still look forward to this. Jiying nodded secretly and began paying attention silently. Xia Ningchang gently picked up one of the herbs and her aura suddenly underwent a huge change. She became extremely focused, as if the only thing left in the world was the herb in front of her. Alchemy required one to be completely focused, and could not be disturbed or distracted for even half a day. This was an essential quality for every alchemist. Jiying nodded again, thinking that regardless of her alchemy aptitude, this performance alone was commendable. But in the next moment, his brow furrowed because Xia Ningchang had actually pushed her Saint Qi to wrap around the herb in her hand. Her Saint Qi was not static, but instead fluctuated between strong and weak, creating a strange fluctuation. Under this fluctuation, a trace of green aura quickly overflowed from the herb, which was obviously the medicinal liquid it contained. Not using a pill furnace, a strange light flashed across Jiying's eyes. An outstanding alchemist may be able to refine a spirit pill without the aid of a pill furnace, but this required an extremely high level of skill, and the grade of the spirit pill refined definitely couldn't be too high. For example, Jiying himself, as an emperor alchemist, could refine a Dao source grade spirit pill without the aid of a pill furnace, but as a result, even if he could refine it, the quality and quantity of the spirit pills would be affected. A pill furnace was an alchemist's second life, and this was not just a saying. Whether a pill furnace was good or bad, it was essential to assist an alchemist in alchemy. Xia Ningchang was just an Origin King, so refining an Origin King grade spirit pill was already her limit. Now, she actually wanted to refine without the aid of a pill furnace, which made Jiying a little unhappy. She felt that even if Xia Ningchang intended to show off in front of her, she shouldn't act so arrogantly. This wasn't a good thing for an alchemist. With such a mindset, it was likely she wouldn't be able to go far. If someone else had done this in front of him, he would have reprimanded them, but considering that Xia Ningchang was Yang Kai's wife, he endured it, but his original expectations had disappeared. The next moment he was stunned again, because he felt that Xia Ningchang's Saint Qi was not of the fire attribute. What? Not only did he not use an alchemy furnace to refine in the air, he didn't even have an alchemy fire? How was she going to refine alchemy like this? Did he really think that alchemy was child's play, something that could be done casually? He could not help turning to look at Yang Kai's wife. However, he saw Yang Kai smile and say meaningfully, "Brother Ji will understand soon enough." Jiying frowned but could only let nature take its course. In his mind, he was thinking about how to politely refuse Yang Kai's previous proposal without hurting his face or the friendship between them. However, this matter was difficult to handle. If Yang Kai had brought someone else here, he could have refused, but the woman in front of him was his wife. If things went wrong, it was very likely it would cause a rift between them. Saint Chi surged and the spirit grass tumbled as the Origin King Realm spirit pill overflowed with green fluorescence at a speed visible to the naked eye and gradually condensed into a pearl-sized drop of green liquid. Ji Ying's eyes bulged as he cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible?" The first step in refining a spirit pill was to condense the medicinal liquid. Generally, alchemists would use a pill furnace and pill fire to do so, but Yang Kai's wife not only did not use a pill furnace, but she also did not have a pill fire. Yet she had somehow managed to condense the medicinal liquid from this herb. Ji Ying turned his head to look at Yang Kai in shock, but saw that Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, as if he had already expected this. What was going on? Without the help of a pill furnace or pill fire, how did this Xia girl condense this medicinal liquid? Unable to believe this, Ji Ying released his divine sense slightly, and his eyes bulged even more. It was indeed a medicinal liquid, and it was extremely pure. This pearl-sized drop of green liquid was not mixed with the slightest impurities, and its medicinal properties were perfectly preserved, without the slightest trace of damage. The shock in Ji Ying's heart could not be any greater, as he felt that what he was seeing in front of him was beyond anything he had ever seen in his life. With his ability, if he took out an Origin King grade herb, he could naturally achieve the same level of refinement as Xiaoning Chang, but he would need to use a pill furnace and pill fire to do so. Moreover, he was an Emperor Realm alchemist while Xiaoning Chang was just an Origin King grade alchemist. The gap between the two was like heaven and earth, so naturally they could not be compared. Ji Ying had never thought that an Origin King grade alchemist could condense a medicinal liquid to such an extent beyond his own limits. At the very least, when he was an Origin King grade alchemist, he could not achieve this. The purity of the medicinal liquid was directly related to the quality of the final pill. The higher the purity of the medicinal liquid, the less impurities it would have, and the greater the assistance it would provide in the subsequent refinement process. In this regard, Xiaoning Chang had undoubtedly achieved perfection. Looking at the Origin King grade herb in Xiaoning Chang's hand, Ji Ying saw that it had completely withered, and the medicinal efficacies it contained had been completely condensed. Xiaoning Chang simply threw it aside. This caused Ji Ying to be taken aback again. Condensing such a pure medicinal liquid without the help of a pill furnace and pill fire was already amazing, but she was actually able to squeeze out the medicinal efficacies of a single herb to the limit. It could be said that Ji Ying had never seen such an alchemist before. Even the few disciples he had placed high hopes on were inferior to her. If the step of condensing the medicinal liquid was given a full score of 10, then Ji Ying would definitely give Xiaoning Chang a 9 out of 10. He was afraid that she would become arrogant. Ji Ying could not understand how she had done it, because it was contrary to what he knew. Calming down, he continued to watch as Xiaoning Chang skillfully condensed medicinal liquids into medicinal liquids. After a short while, all the medicinal liquids of the herbs had been condensed. Ji Ying gasped in amazement. He discovered that the perfect medicinal liquid she had concocted at the beginning was not just a fluke, because the medicinal herbs she had concocted later were just like the beginning. She had completely concocted their medicinal effects without wasting a single bit. Putting away the dissatisfaction and contempt in his heart, Ji Ying's expression became extremely focused as he stared at Xiaoning Chang's movements without blinking, lest he missed the slightest detail. Although Ji Ying still did not understand how she had done it, this visual and sensory impact was undoubtedly a kind of shock and enjoyment for a veteran alchemist. After condensing the medicinal liquids, it was naturally time to inscribe a spirit array and let the medicinal liquids fuse with each other. Ji Ying thought to himself, "At this point, you should use your pill furnace, right? What you did just now was enough to prove your ability." But unexpectedly, Xiaoning Chang still had no intention of taking out his pill furnace. Instead, he simply opened his hands and held them vertically in front of him, releasing pearl-sized medicinal liquids wrapped in Saint Qi and suspended between his palms. As her Saint Qi surged, a mass of medicinal liquid began to dance rapidly, revolving around Xiaoning Chang's palms as its center. During the process of revolving, these medicinal liquids fused and intersected with each other, undergoing some magical changes. Ji Ying was completely speechless. He only felt that the spirit pill this Mistress Yang was refining was completely different from the alchemy he knew, far beyond his imagination. Paying close attention to the changes in the medicinal liquids with his divine sense, Ji Ying's expression was a mixture of surprise, shock, admiration, and many other kinds of expressions. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn quickly passed by, and the medicinal liquid that had been revolving between Xia Ningchang's palms suddenly slowed down. However, under Ji Ying's perception, he could clearly feel that the medicinal liquid had completely fused together, and the amount of liquid had reached the pinnacle. Xia Ningchang held the semi-finished medicinal liquid in one hand, then tilted his head and thought for a moment before forming a series of hand seals with his other hand, and sending out a burst of Saint Qi. This is... Ji Ying suddenly stood up. The hand seals Xia Ningchang was using at this moment turned out to be his newly developed pill condensing technique. During his 5 days of discussion with Yang Kai, he had used this technique to condense no less than 20 furnaces of spirit pills, but that was it. Ji Ying had never imagined that Xia Ningchang would actually be able to learn it completely after just 5 days. Not only had he learned it, but he had also put it to use. Ji Ying was inexplicably excited as he instinctively felt that he had picked up a treasure. Possessing such outstanding and special alchemy skills could be explained by Xia Ningchang's proficiency in alchemy, and the fact that she had been immersed in the Tao of alchemy for a long time. But to be able to learn and use his pill condensing technique in just 5 days was enough to demonstrate her perception and aptitude. Of course, in Ji Ying's opinion, Xia Ningchang's pill condensing technique was not perfect. Some of the transitions in the middle were a bit stiff, and it did not give off the kind of natural feeling Ji Ying had. But the flaws could not obscure the beauty. In just 5 days, Ji Ying had not taught her anything. She had only watched from the side. Yet she was already able to reach this point. If Ji Ying could teach her, wouldn't there be even greater room for improvement? Compared to her, the disciples he had high hopes for were simply rotten wood that could not be carved. Walls of dung that could not be tarnished. After the last hand seal, the medicinal liquid in Xia Ningchang's hand suddenly split into 7, but it was still under his control. The 7 medicinal liquids continued to rotate, gradually solidifying and drying up. After everything was settled, Xia Ningchang had 7 rolling, snow-white spirit pills in his hand. "Grandmaster, please take a look," Xia Ningchang said softly, then put the 7 spirit pills in his hand on the table, and retreated behind Yang Kai. Ji Ying immediately opened his eyes wide, and grabbed the 7 spirit pills in his hand, carefully inspecting them. Yang Kai had been observing the situation, so how could he not see the change in Ji Ying's attitude? He looked up at Xia Ningchang, smiled, and signaled with his eyes that everything was done. "Pill veins!" Ji Ying exclaimed. Of the 7 spirit pills, 1 had actually formed pill veins. And it was not 1, but 2. This was such an astonishing ratio that even Ji Ying was stunned. Chapter 32:13. Pill veins were the best form of identification for an alchemist's skills, but they were something that could only be encountered by chance. If a pill formed pill veins during the refining process, both its medicinal efficacies and value would double, because no matter how long it was stored, there was no need to worry about its medicinal efficacies dissipating. The veins on the surface of the pill, like the meridians of a human body, would lock in the pill's medicinal efficacies and prevent them from dissipating. If a pill formed pill clouds, it would be even more incredible. Pill clouds not only had the effect of pill veins, but they could also actively absorb world energy to nourish the pill. The longer it was stored, the more powerful its medicinal efficacies would be. If it was stored for thousands of years, the medicinal efficacies it contained would be terrifying. Pill veins could only be encountered by chance, not sought. Pill clouds were even more out of the question, as those were absolutely rare items. When Ji Ying was refining spirit pills, she would occasionally refine a spirit pill with pill veins, but as for pill clouds, she had never encountered one. On the other hand, her 4th senior sister had once refined a pill that formed pill clouds, but it was only an Origin King grade pill. At that time, her senior sister was already an Emperor Realm alchemist, so refining an Origin King grade pill was naturally a piece of cake for her. Because of this, her 4th senior sister was praised by her honored master, and the special pill she refined was treated as a treasure by her senior sister. It was likely she would treat it as a family heirloom and pass it down from generation to generation. Xia Ningchang refining a furnace of Origin King-grade pills was her own limit. After all, she was only an Origin King-grade alchemist. Refining 7 pills was already an excellent result, and 2 of them had even formed pill veins. Jiying was quite shocked. 1 pill could be said to be luck, but 2? His luck was a little too good. After careful confirmation, there was no doubt these 2 pills were indeed pill veins. The medicinal efficacies of these 2 spirit pills were more than double that of the other 5. Such a result could be said to be even rarer than refining 9 pills at once. Jiying also saw that the reason why Xia Ningchang had only managed to refine 7 pills was because her understanding of the final pill condensing technique was still incomplete. After all, this was her first time applying what she had learned. Once she fully grasped the pill condensing technique, what was the point of refining 9 pills? What was truly hard to come by were the pill veins. He took a deep breath and put down the 2 spirit pills with pill veins. When he looked at the remaining 5 spirit pills, his face was filled with amazement. Although when Xia Ningchang had concocted the perfect medicinal liquid, he had already expected that the quality of this batch of spirit pills would not be too bad. Even without the 2 pill vein spirit pills, the remaining 5 were all of the highest quality. It seemed that they were only one step away from forming pill veins. Not only was this Madame Yang's aptitude not bad, she was simply a genius among alchemy geniuses. He was probably much better than Yang Kai. Recalling Xia Ningchang's various performances during alchemy, Jiying suddenly raised her head and stared at her in a daze. An inconceivable thought flashed through her mind. Madame Yang is the sacred spirit medicine body? After being exposed by Jiying, Xia Ningchang nodded slightly. Yang Kai also laughed and said, "Brother Ji's vision is really sharp." No wonder, no wonder. Jiying smiled bitterly. No wonder alchemy didn't require a pill furnace or even a pill fire, and could be so outstanding. It turned out that she was the sacred spirit medicine body. It was ridiculous that he had thought Xia Ningchang was deliberately showing off, but now he knew the whole story. The sacred spirit medicine body didn't need a pill furnace or a pill fire to refine spirit pills. She herself was the best pill furnace, and her Saint Chi was better than any pill fire. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Jiying said indignantly, "Brother Yang, you've been hiding things from me for a long time." Yang Kai blinked and said, "Seeing is believing. What does Brother Ji think of my wife?" Jiying sternly said, "This Ji is inferior." This was not flattery, but the truth. Jiying suddenly remembered the records he had read in the ancient books he had read before. In this world, there were countless kinds of strange physiques, each of which had its own uniqueness. For alchemists, the sacred spirit medicine body was an existence they could only dream of, because this kind of physique was specially created for alchemy. For those with the sacred spirit medicine body, alchemy was as simple as eating and drinking. It was their innate talent. Although Jiying's current alchemy skills and alchemy rank were higher than Xia Ningchang's, if Xia Ningchang was allowed to grow, not only would Jiying be inferior, but none of the 4 great disciples of the wondrous pill great emperors would be able to compare with her. In time, it was not impossible for Jiying to reach the height of the wondrous pill great emperors and truly enter the Tao of alchemy. Yang Kai gawked for a moment, not having expected to receive such a high evaluation from Jiying, a light of pride suddenly appearing on his face as he laughed and said, "Brother Ji is too kind. I still need to learn from Brother Ji." After a pause he asked, "Can I understand that Brother Ji is willing to accept my wife as a disciple?" Since he had such a high evaluation, it would not be difficult for Jiying to accept Xia Ningchang as a disciple. Great masters also wanted outstanding disciples, and Jiying was one of the most renowned alchemy masters in the entire star boundary. Just as the wondrous pill great emperors also wanted to pass on their legacy, Jiying must have had similar thoughts. However, great masters were common, but outstanding disciples were rare, so Xia Ningchang was undoubtedly a very good choice. Yang Kai thought that Jiying would happily agree, but he didn't expect him to furrow his brow and put on an awkward look. Yang Kai suspiciously asked, "Is Brother Ji still worried about Medicine Pill Valley's rules?" No. Jiying waved his hand. With such aptitude and the sacred spirit medicine body, I believe eldest brother will also welcome Madame Yang to join Medicine Pill Valley, and will definitely not reject her. Since that's the case, why does Brother Ji have such an expression? Yang Kai was puzzled. For the sake of Xia Ning Chang's future, he was willing to send her to Medicine Pill Valley to study the alchemic way and suffer the pain of lovesickness, so why was he still hesitating? Shouldn't he be happy to accept it? Jiying did not answer, but his expression changed and he hesitated for a long time before suddenly making up his mind. Brother Yang, I want to introduce sister-in-law to honored master. Wondrous Pill Great Emperors? Yang Kai was stunned and immediately shocked. Brother Ji means, I'm afraid only honored master can teach sister-in-law, Jiying said solemnly. To be honest, he also wanted to take Xia Ning Chang in as his disciple and teach her with all his heart. Having such a disciple would give him face in the future. However, the sacred spirit medicine body was extremely rare, and he was afraid that it would not be long before she surpassed him. If a master was inferior to a disciple, then as her master, he would be in an awkward position. Coupled with Yang Kai's relationship, if he really took Xia Ning Chang as his disciple, the seniority would be a bit messy. That was why he said this. If Xia Ning Chang could become a disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, then they would have a brother and sister relationship, and it would not be awkward for her to meet Yang Kai in the future. Yang Kai was excited and said, Brother Ji is so kind, this Yang is really. To be honest, it was not that he had never thought of having Xia Ning Chang become a disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, but what kind of people were the Great Emperors? How could they be so easily met, let alone become a disciple? It just so happened that Jiying was in the High Heaven Palace, so he simply came to find him. He did not expect that Jiying would actually take the initiative to mention this, which made him overjoyed. He hurriedly said to Xia Ning Chang, Little senior sister, quickly thank Brother Ji. It was Xia Ning Chang's first time in the Star Boundary, so she did not know who the wondrous Pill Great Emperors were, but seeing Yang Kai's expression, she knew that this was definitely an extraordinary existence, so she hurriedly thanked him. Jiying raised his hand and said, Don't worry, don't worry. Yang Kai said seriously, Brother Ji is very kind. How can a simple thank you be enough to express the gratitude of us husband and wife? Brother Ji, please do not refuse. Jiying smiled bitterly and said, It's not that I refuse, it's just that I don't have much confidence in this matter, so if it doesn't work out, I hope Brother Yang won't blame me. You don't have confidence? Yang Kai was stunned. Why do you say that? Jiying said, It's like this, honored master has accepted a total of 5 disciples in his life, and this Ji is his youngest disciple, as well as his last disciple. When honored master accepted me as his disciple, he said that he would never accept another disciple in the future. As soon as Yang Kai heard this, he understood why Jiying seemed to be in a difficult position. He wanted to recommend Xia Ning Chang to the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, but the key point was that the Great Emperors had said that they would never accept a disciple. The words of the Great Emperors carried enormous weight, so how could they go back on their words so easily? Unless Xia Ning Chang had the talent to make the wondrous Pill Great Emperors go back on their words, and the sacred spirit medicine body was undoubtedly his greatest asset. Otherwise, Jiying wouldn't have taken the initiative to mention this matter. As the disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, he couldn't bring himself to discredit his honored master, and he really couldn't bear to see such a bright pearl covered in dust. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Jiying said, This Ji can only promise to give it a try, as for whether it works or not. Yang Kai hurriedly said, Brother Ji's kind intentions, we husband and wife thank you in advance. Whether it works or not, we will remember this kindness. Jiying smiled and said, Since Brother Yang has no objections, this Ji will return to Medicine Pill Valley. This matter isn't urgent, Yang Kai said, but he didn't mean it. Jiying said, Even if you aren't in a hurry, I am. Saying this, he stood up and strode out. Do you need my humble wife to go back with you? Yang Kai asked. There's no hurry. I'll go and ask honored master first. If possible, it won't be too late to pick up sister-in-law. The main reason was that he didn't have the confidence. If honored master didn't even want to meet Xia Ning Chang, how awkward would that be? Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang saw him off all the way to the outside of the hall. I hope this trip goes smoothly. Jiying turned around and said this. His figure flickered and shot into the air, disappearing from their sight in the blink of an eye. He was in a hurry and didn't want to waste a single moment. Looking in the direction he left, Yang Kai clenched his fists and said excitedly, "If this matter succeeds, little senior sister will have a great backer in the future. If she could really become a disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, then no one would dare to provoke her in the star boundary in the future." The wondrous pill great emperor's sixth disciple had a terrifying reputation. So who would dare not give her face? Junior brother, the wondrous pill great emperors. Who are they? Xia Ningchang asked softly. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I haven't had time to tell you all the details yet. And let's go back and find Su Yan and Aluo. I'll tell you all about the current situation in the star boundary. Reaching out and grabbing Xia Ningchang's waist, Yang Kai flew back to the main peak where he lived. In a good mood, Yang Kai's hands were naturally a little naughty, causing Xia Ningchang's cheeks to flush red and she bit her thin lips in embarrassment. Chapter 32:14. Jiying's efficiency was very high. Yang Kai waited in High Heaven Palace for less than 5 days before he rushed back to the main peak, High Heaven Peak. Brother Ji, how did things go? Yang Kai couldn't see anything from Jiying's face and asked somewhat nervously. Jiying replied, Honored Master agreed to see sister-in-law. This answer inevitably disappointed Yang Kai, but he also knew that the wondrous pill great emperors would not accept a disciple so casually. Since Jiying had agreed to see her, it meant there was a chance. If the wondrous pill great emperors had not even agreed to see her, he could only give up on this idea. Fortunately, there was still a glimmer of hope. If sister-in-law has nothing else to do, please set out with me. We can't keep Honored Master waiting. Jiying did not want to delay and immediately returned to Medicine Pill Valley. Many thanks for your trouble, Brother Ji. Yang Kai cupped his fists and Xia Ningchang walked out from behind him. The two of them reluctantly saying their goodbyes, although they had only just reunited and would have to part again. And once they really entered Medicine Pill Valley, it would not be easy for them to meet again in the future, but for the long term, Medicine Pill Valley was definitely the best place for Xia Ningchang to go. When he returned from his studies, he would be able to spend time with her, so why would he spend all his time here? Jiying released his ship artifact, and with Xia Ningchang on board, it turned into a streak of light and soared into the sky. Yang Kai stood in front of the hall and watched for a long time before withdrawing his gaze. Su Yan, Shan Qingluo, and Shuiyu stood behind him. Yang Kai calmed his mood and turned to ask, Aluo, are you really not going to the ancient savage wilderness? Over the past few days, Yang Kai had roughly explained the situation in the star boundary to the 4 girls. He could arrange for Xia Ningchang to enter Medicine Pill Valley. As for Shan Qingluo, the best place for her to go was naturally the savage desolation ancient land. Although she was born a human, she had the bloodline of the monster race and the heavenly moon demon spider's origin energy. In the entire star boundary, the most suitable place for her to grow was undoubtedly the savage desolation ancient land. Yang Kai believed that if he were to send the Shan Qingluo to the ancient ground, the Luanfeng and the others wouldn't have any objections. Of course, even if they did, it would be useless. However, Shan Qingluo didn't seem to have this intention. Instead, she was willing to stay in the High Heaven Palace and cultivate. As for the reason, Yang Kai could guess a thing or two. She was probably worried that Shuiyu would be lonely, so she stayed to accompany him. No. Shan Qingluo pursed her lips and smiled. As long as you have the heart, where can't you cultivate? Yang Kai gently nodded. That's true. Now that the High Heaven Palace didn't lack cultivation resources, even if Shan Qingluo didn't go to the ancient ground, it wouldn't affect her cultivation. Since she didn't want to go, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force her. Turning his head to Su Yan, he said, Let's go to Ice Heart Valley. Saying so, his figure flickered and he flew towards the space array. Su Yan followed closely behind. A moment later, in Ice Heart Valley's Ice Island restricted area, the space array lit up. The Ice Heart Valley disciples guarding this place noticed it, and immediately came to investigate. After investigating the situation, they reported it one by one. Yang Kai hadn't come to Ice Heart Valley many times, but almost every elder in Ice Heart Valley recognized him. After all, when Ice Heart Valley was facing a great calamity, it was Yang Kai who turned the tide and saved Ice Heart Valley. In the hearts of Ice Heart Valley's disciples, Yang Kai's status was very high. Otherwise, how could a man casually enter this place where women gathered? As long as he showed his face, he would be killed. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai saw Bing Yin in a large hall. There was no one around, only Ji Yao waiting on him. When Yang Kai saw her, he felt a headache. He couldn't help but recall the embarrassing moments he had with her in the ancient ground. Ji Yao's expression was a little strange as she looked at Yang Kai with a faint smile, making him feel more and more uncomfortable. He always felt that there was something hidden in her eyes. Without looking sideways, he stepped forward and cupped his fists. Yang Kai greets Senior. Bing Yin smiled slightly and said softly, "Why are you acting like an outsider? Boy, you haven't been here for more than 10 years, right?" Before Yang Kai could speak, Ji Yao said in a sarcastic tone, "Palace Master Yang is a noble man with many things to do. How could he still remember this cold and desolate Ice Heart Valley?" Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her thinking, "I didn't provoke you, so why are you speaking so sarcastically?" Even Bing Yin glanced at her third disciple. Yang Kai pursed his lips. "Junior Sister Yao, I trust you have been well since we last met." Ji Yao reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear, saying lightly, "You used to call me Yao, but now you have changed to Junior Sister." Yang Kai's eyes twitched, and even Bing Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness. She raised her hand and said, "We are not outsiders, let's sit down first." Ji Yao said, "Palace Master Yang, please don't blame me for not having tea to serve you." Huh? Yang Kai could only laugh awkwardly, not knowing how to react. Bing Yin finally couldn't bear it anymore and glared at Ji Yao. Only then did the latter lower her eyes and put on a docile appearance. "This is..." Bing Yin looked at Su Yan, who was standing behind Kai Yang strangely, secretly thinking that the reason why Ji Yao was being so cold and sarcastic was because this little brat had brought a woman with him. She naturally asked out of curiosity. Su Yan stepped forward and cupped her hands. "Su Yan greets Ancestral Founder." "Ancestral Founder?" Bing Yin was stunned, and Ji Yao also raised her head to look at Su Yan. "This is..." Bing Yin's eyes suddenly lit up as she stared blankly at the sword hanging at Su Yan's waist. With a wave of her hand, the sword flew into her hand. Bing Yin gripped the hilt of the sword with one hand and pulled it out of its sheath with a rustling sound. A cold light suddenly filled the hall as a cold aura filled the air. "Profound Frost Divine Sword," Bing Yin exclaimed in a low voice. This sword was originally her sword. She had owned it when she was the Valley Master of Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star in the Star Territory. Later, she left the Star Territory for the Star Boundary, and left this sword in Ice Heart Valley. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed and Profound Frost Divine Sword had undergone great changes, she could recognize it at a glance. It was her sword from back then. Reporting to Ancestral Founder, "It is indeed Profound Frost Divine Sword." Su Yan replied respectfully. Bing Yin raised her head and looked at her. "You came from the Star Territory?" With Profound Frost Divine Sword here, it was not difficult to guess Su Yan's origin. Yang Kai smiled and said, "My humble wife studied in Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star for a period of time. Profound Frost Divine Sword was obtained from Ice Heart Valley." "My humble wife." Bing Yin keenly grasped this intimate word, and a strange light flashed in Ji Yao's eyes. Stroking the sword and recalling the past, Bing Yin could not help but sigh. After a long time, she said, "Profound Frost Divine Sword is only an Origin King grade artifact, but I can see that it is now a Dao Source grade artifact. Moreover, it seems to be extremely sentient. It seems that this sword is not a disgrace to you." Returning the sword to its sheath, Bing Yin raised her hand and returned Profound Frost Divine Sword to Su Yan. Although it was an artifact from back then, Bing Yin no longer had any use for Profound Frost Divine Sword. Since Su Yan obtained it and brought it here, she naturally would not snatch it away. She turned to Yang Kai and said, "Yang Kai, you brought her to see me because..." Yang Kai grinned. Su Yan is also a disciple of Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. Naturally, she is also Senior's disciple. Isn't she here to acknowledge her ancestors? Bing Yun nodded slightly, guessing Yang Kai's intentions. Very well, this queen will accept her as a disciple. I won't bury her. Bing Yun is so straightforward. Although Yang Kai knew that there would definitely be no accidents on this trip, he did not expect Bing Yun to agree so readily. Compared with the wondrous pill great emperors, Bing Yun was much more amiable. However, although Bing Yun was a third-stage emperor realm master, she was still far from the wondrous pill great emperors. Great emperors should be extremely cautious when accepting disciples, not to mention that the wondrous pill great emperors had previously said that they would no longer accept disciples. Yang Kai winked at Su Yan, and Su Yan immediately said, "Disciple greets honored master." Ji Yao said, "Honored master, you are usually in retreat, so why don't you leave little junior sister to me?" Yang Kai was shocked and raised his head to look at Ji Yao, only to see her give him a meaningful smile, which made Yang Kai feel uncomfortable. Before Yang Kai could say anything, Bing Yun nodded and said, "Very well, if I don't have time, I will leave Su Yan to you. You must teach her well." "Yes, honored master." Ji Yao nodded respectfully. She turned to look at Su Yan and said, "Little junior sister, this is the first time we are meeting. You can call me third senior sister in the future, or you can call me by my name. My name is Ji Yao." "Greetings, third senior sister." Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled. "Let's talk about it later. Honored master hasn't accepted you yet. After the disciple acceptance ceremony is over, we will be family. There is no need to be so formal." "Yes." Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat, feeling like he had sent Su Yan into a tiger's den. But this was not the time to go back on his word. Bing Yun had already agreed to accept Su Yan as a disciple, and Su Yan was very suitable to stay in Ice Heart Valley to cultivate. How could he go back on his word now? Ji Yao wouldn't make things difficult for Su Yan, right? According to his understanding of Ji Yao, such a thing should not happen. Thinking so, Yang Kai calmed down and said, "Senior, I returned to Star Territory a few days ago and brought some disciples from Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley. If Senior is willing to accept them, Junior will arrange for them to be sent here." When Yang Kai left Star Territory, he had not only brought people from Shadowed Star, but also from all the major cultivation stars. Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley were naturally the focus of attention, almost emptying the entire Ice Heart Valley. "You returned to Star Territory?" Bing Yun was shocked. "Yes, it was a coincidence. How many people did you bring?" Senior is asking about Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley, or everyone. Naturally, Ice Heart Valley. "Several thousand." Bing Yun was stunned. He thought that even if he had the ability to return to Star Territory and bring some people here, he would only bring a few dozen at most. The number of several thousand really shocked him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "You became the master of Star Territory?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Senior's eyes are sharp." Bing Yun was relieved. No wonder he could bring several thousand people here. It turned out that he had become the master of Star Territory, and the guardian of Star Territory. Other than that, there was no other explanation for why he could bring so many people here. Frowning, he said, "Star Territory has its own rules, and the Star Boundary has its own rules. Only Third-Order Origin Kings can pass through the Starlight Avenue and enter the Star Boundary. Although I don't know what method you used to bring them here, I'm afraid you will have some trouble." Yang Kai said, "Senior, don't worry. Since I dared to do this, there will naturally be no problems." Chapter 32:15. If not for the fact that Yang Inflammation was his immediate superior, he definitely would not have done this. Otherwise, if he was found out in the future, he would definitely be punished and stripped of his status as the master of Star Territory. However, with Yang Inflammation's protection, it was not a big deal for him to secretly bring some people over. What about everyone? Bing Yun suddenly realized a problem. Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley had brought thousands of people over, so the others would probably bring even more. After all, Yang Kai himself originated from Star Territory, so it was impossible for him to not take care of his friends and family in Star Territory. 100,000. Yang Kai scratched his cheek. Bing Yun was stunned, and Ji Yao also looked at him in a daze. What did 100,000 mean? Ice Heart Valley only had a few thousand disciples now, Less than 10,000. And this was the result of years of continuous recruitment. 100,000 was almost equivalent to a dozen ice heart valleys. Why did you bring so many people over? Bingyan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Can you afford to raise them? 100,000 people. The cultivation materials each person needed was an extremely terrifying number. High Heaven Palace had only been established recently, so how could it have such a huge heritage to squander? She could not help but worry about Yang Kai's future. Yang Kai smiled and said, "There's no problem for the time being." Bingyan was stunned. "It seems that I have underestimated you. Since you have enough people, then arrange for someone to send the people from Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley here as soon as possible. I can help share some of your pressure." Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley were the sect founded by Bingyan, so naturally, she could not ignore the thousands of disciples. Bringing them to Ice Heart Valley would make it easier for them to cultivate in the future. "Thank you, Senior." Bingyan smiled and said, "I should be thanking you, but since you are so rich, my Ice Heart Valley has nothing to thank you for. In the future, I can only teach Su Yin carefully and return this favor." Obviously, she was telling Yang Kai not to worry, and that she would not treat Su Yin badly. Yang Kai seized the opportunity and said with a smile, "Senior, I do have a request." Bingyan said, "What is it? As long as it's not too much, tell me about it." Yang Kai said with a bitter face, "Senior, my High Heaven Palace has only been established for a short period of time, so we can't compare to the other sects in the star boundary. Putting aside the materials used for cultivation for the time being, we can still survive if we live on a shoestring, but the disciples can't only rely on source crystals for cultivation. They must also have suitable secret arts and secret techniques. Otherwise, if we cultivate behind closed doors, even if our cultivation improves, we won't be a match for others when we go out to fight. If we were to be killed by others, how embarrassing would that be?" Bingyan looked at him angrily. "If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you beating around the bush?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "Junior wants to see if he can borrow some secret arts and secret techniques from Ice Heart Valley. You know, there are all kinds of people, and many of them cultivate ice attribute secret arts. We are currently lacking these things." Bingyan smiled and said, "You destroyed Seeking Passion sect and took their things. Isn't the heritage of such a huge sect over tens of thousands of years not enough for you?" Speaking of which, Seeking Passion sect's heritage was even stronger than Ice Heart Valley's. After all, it was a sect founded by the great emperors. Back then, Seeking Passion sect was also famous, but after passing down generations, its reputation gradually declined. In the end, it was destroyed by Yang Kai. Although Bingyan didn't know how many benefits Yang Kai obtained from exterminating Seeking Passion sect, she could infer a thing or two from the fact that he could support more than 100,000 people. Not to mention the cultivation materials, the number of secret arts and secret techniques he obtained was definitely not small. She remembered that Seeking Passion sect's book collection pavilion was even larger than Ice Heart Valley's. Yang Kai rubbed his hands and said, "Naturally, the more secret arts and secret techniques there are, the better. Disciples will have more choices, right? Of course, if Senior is interested, we can also exchange them. My High Heaven Palace also has a book collection pavilion. Senior can take whatever secret arts and secret techniques you want." Bingyan said, "My Ice Heart Valley's disciples cultivate ice attribute secret arts and secret techniques. Why would we need other secret techniques?" "Then Senior means," Bingyan said. "If I refuse, wouldn't I be too stingy?" "Thank you, Senior." Yang Kai smiled. Bingyan waved her hand and said, "Yao, take him to the secret arts and secret techniques in the book collection pavilion. Except for the top-level secret techniques, let him take the rest." Giving such an order in front of Yang Kai naturally showed that she didn't treat Yang Kai as an outsider. As for the secret arts and secret techniques, they were the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. Even the disciples of Ice Heart Valley couldn't cultivate them easily. Only the future pillars of Ice Heart Valley were qualified to study them. Naturally, they couldn't be taken away by Yang Kai. Junior can do as he pleases. There's no need to trouble Junior Sister Yao." Ji Yao chuckled. "Since Honored Master has given the order, then it's not up to you. Brother Yang, come with me. Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled. She walked down and brushed past him as she walked out. A wisp of serene fragrance swept past him. Go, I want to talk to Su Yan. Bing Yun waved her hand and asked him to leave. Yang Kai had no choice but to leave. Before leaving, he quietly sent a message to Su Yan. Cultivate well, I will come to see you often. Su Yan nodded gently. Closing the door of the main hall behind him, Yang Kai followed Ji Yao towards the secret art pavilion. Along the way, many Ice Heart Valley disciples stepped aside and respectfully bowed to the two of them. However, from time to time, they would steal glances at Yang Kai in amazement. The air was filled with all kinds of fragrances, giving one the illusion that they had entered a country of women. Nothing was said along the way as Ji Yao led the way, not bothering to chat with Yang Kai. A moment later, a 9-story tower appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. Above the tower was a plaque with the words Secret Art Pavilion written on it. Many Ice Heart Valley disciples were walking in and out of the tower, obviously choosing secret arts and secret techniques. After entering with Ji Yao, Yang Kai was immediately greeted by a beautiful woman in palace attire who bowed. Martial Aunt Ji. This beautiful woman had a Dao Source Realm cultivation and was not weak. If Ji Yao was a first-generation disciple of Ice Heart Valley, then she was definitely a second-generation disciple. After greeting her, she looked up at Yang Kai and suddenly said, Martial Uncle Yang. She had seen Yang Kai before, and although she had only seen him briefly, being able to follow Ji Yao into the secret art pavilion meant that besides the palace master of High Heaven Palace, there was no one else in this world who could do such a thing. Yang Kai smiled and returned the greeting. He was well aware of how famous he was in Ice Heart Valley, so he was not surprised. Call all the disciples out. I have some matters to discuss with Brother Yang. Ji Yao ordered lightly. A look of surprise flashed across the beautiful woman's eyes as she wondered if the rumors were true. Otherwise, why would they clear the secret art pavilion after entering? One had to know that a man and a woman alone in a room would be bad for Martial Aunt Ji's reputation if word of this spread. However, Martial Aunt Ji obviously did not care about this. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she replied, Yes. Turning around, she entered. A moment later, Ice Heart Valley's disciples came out one by one, saluted, and left. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the beautiful woman in the palace robes came back to report. Martial Aunt Ji, the disciples have all left. Ji Yao nodded lightly before turning back to look at Yang Kai and saying, Come in. Yang Kai looked uncomfortable. When Ji Yao wanted to clear the secret art pavilion just now, he had wanted to stop her, but he was afraid that others would think too much, so he had remained silent. Now that what was done could not be undone, he could only let nature take its course. If Ji Yao was not afraid, what was there to be afraid of? The secret art pavilion was divided into 9 floors, and the higher the floor, the higher the grade of the secret arts and secret techniques stored. Correspondingly, the requirements for the disciples who entered would be higher. Moreover, Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion did not only store ice attribute secret techniques, but also other secret arts and secret techniques. After all, Ice Heart Valley had existed for tens of thousands of years, so when the disciples traveled outside, they would inevitably obtain some gains. These secret arts and secret techniques would naturally be turned over to the secret art pavilion in exchange for contribution points. A sect's heritage was basically built this way. It was not something that could be built overnight, but rather required many years of accumulation. While leading Yang Kai forward, Ji Yao introduced the situation inside the secret art pavilion to him. After a brief understanding, Yang Kai said, Let's go directly to the 4th floor. Secret arts and secret techniques below the 4th floor were not of much use. Only those above the 4th floor were suitable for a Saint King Realm cultivator to cultivate. Ji Yao nodded and walked up the spiral wooden ladder to the 4th floor before saying, Brother Yang, please feel free to take a look around and see if there is anything you need. Yang Kai nodded and looked around. In the large space of the 4th floor, there were at least 20 wooden cabinets, each of which was a few dozen meters tall. Each of these cabinets had a small grid on which were placed a number of jade slips with the names of secret arts and secret techniques written on them. These jade slips were very neatly organized and easy to read. Yang Kai grabbed a jade slip at random and poured his divine sense into it to investigate, quickly discovering that this was a secret technique that could allow a cultivator to cultivate to the Origin King realm. It was not too precious, but it was a step-by-step process that would prevent a cultivator from becoming the demon race. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai took out a blank jade slip and began copying it. For this trip, Yang Kai had prepared over 10,000 blank jade slips in his space ring. Moreover, it was not just Ice Heart Valley, but also the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai had asked Li Jiao to go back and deliver some secret arts and secret techniques to him. If it were before, Li Jiao would definitely refuse or bargain with Yang Kai. After all, this was the heritage of the Fire Dragon Palace, so how could he allow others to take advantage of it so casually? However, after going through life and death with Yang Kai on Dragon Island, learning that Yang Kai had saved Lu Senyang's life, and learning that Yang Kai had fought many battles in the Star Territory, Li Jiao did not refuse this matter and immediately agreed, leading Lu Senyang and Lu Yuqin back to the Fire Dragon Palace. Counting the days, it was almost time to deliver the secret arts and secret techniques. Yang Kai was also preparing to go to the Southern Territory to find some secret arts and secret techniques from Azure Sun Temple. When the time came, the High Heaven Palace would gather the strength of the four top forces, so the disciples would have a lot of choice when choosing secret arts and secret techniques. Just this starting point alone would allow them to have a higher starting point than others, so it would be difficult for them not to become strong in the future. Can I help you? Ji Yao walked over and asked softly. Yang Kai nodded, took out a jade slip, and handed it to her. Although he did not know how many secret arts and secret techniques there were in Ice Heart Valley's secret technique pavilion, one more person would be more efficient. Chapter 32:16. On the left and right sides of each wooden cabinet were jade slips. Kai Yang took a jade slip from the left while Ji Yao took a jade slip from the right. The two of them maintained the same pace and frequency as they walked forward. There was only a single wooden cabinet between them, so when they raised their heads, they could clearly see each other. There was no choice when it came to copying these jade slips. Yang Kai was completely stuffing himself with them, preparing to copy all the jade slips from the 4th floor to the 8th floor of Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion. For a time, the secret art pavilion was silent. Only the jade slips in their hands kept changing. There were thousands of jade slips on the 4th floor, but it only took the two half a day to copy all of them. Let's go to the next floor, Ji Yao said and took the lead. The 5th floor was slightly smaller than the 4th floor. There were fewer wooden cabinets, only about 10 of them. The jade slips were also only half as many as the 4th floor. With their previous experience, the two were even more efficient. It only took them a little more than an hour to finish copying all the jade slips. Then the 6th floor, the 7th floor. At first, Yang Kai was still a bit uneasy. He had always felt that Ji Yao following him was not a good thing, but seeing her calm demeanor, even if they occasionally exchanged a few words, it was just casual chatter, so he slowly relaxed. He was afraid that Ji Yao would mention what happened in the ancient lands to him. Although Ji Yao's mind was a little unclear at that time, and she mistook him for Bing Yun, Yang Kai had no choice but to pretend to be her for a while. However, he always saw something he shouldn't have seen. If word got out, it would damage Ji Yao's reputation. Now that he saw her calm and collected, he gradually felt relieved. What happened back then was really an accident. He understood this, and Ji Yao also understood this. Naturally, there was no reason for her to keep harping on it. After entering the 8th floor, there were only a few wooden cabinets. Roughly counting, there were probably no more than 100 jade slips. However, the secret arts and secret techniques stored in these jade slips were the most advanced in Ice Heart Valley, and they were suitable for cultivation in the Emperor Realm. Bing Yun sharing these things with Yang Kai showed how generous she was to Yang Kai. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even be able to enter this secret art pavilion. There weren't many jade slips, so Ji Yao didn't get involved in the matter of copying. Instead, she walked to the window and leaned against it to look into the distance. The side of her face revealed a slightly lonely expression. Yang Kai continued to make skill rubbing. I heard that you brought 4 madams from the Star Territory? Ji Yao suddenly spoke. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at her. He saw that she was still showing him the side of her face. If he didn't pay attention, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. He immediately broke out in cold sweat. Who did you hear that from? Ji Yao turned her head to look at him, a teasing smile hanging from the corner of her mouth. I've already met little junior sister. When can I meet the other three? Why would you want to meet them? Yang Kai cursed in his heart. What puzzled him even more was, how did Ji Yao know about this? Although it had already been over a month since he returned from the Star Territory, and it wasn't a secret that he had brought 4 madams, who would be so bored as to tell Ji Yao about this? You planted a spy in my high heaven palace? Yang Kai looked at her in disbelief. If not for this, Ji Yao definitely wouldn't know about this. You still haven't answered my question. Ji Yao evaded the question. Yang Kai bitterly smiled and said, if junior sister Yao wants to meet them, you can go to the high heaven palace at any time. Ji Yao lightly snorted and flicked her sleeve. I want to go, but I'm afraid that some people won't welcome me. Who dares? Yang Kai glared. Ji Yao's eyes stared at him without blinking. Yang Kai pointed at his own nose and said, it can't be me, right? What kind of joke is this? If junior sister Yao wants to go to the high heaven palace, you can go at any time. There won't be anyone who won't welcome you. You said it yourself. Ji Yao pursed her lips into a smile. Then I'll have to go to the high heaven palace more often in the future. She had often gone to the high heaven palace before, but 9 times out of 10, she wouldn't see Yang Kai. The news she received was that Yang Kai had gone out and hadn't returned. Even if this was true, it still gave her the illusion that Yang Kai was avoiding her, causing her to feel somewhat disappointed. Now that she heard Yang Kai say this, her uneasiness immediately disappeared. That's right, I also heard that Miss Zhu also fell into your demonic hands? Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Who has such a big mouth? Several possible candidates flashed through his mind. The 3 great monster king? It shouldn't be. They had no reason to gossip behind his back. Could it be Hua Qingxi? Could it be the Southern Gate Army or Hou Yu? Perhaps it was Hou Yu. Yang Kai swore in his heart. If it really was her, he would definitely lock her up for 100 years and force her to constantly refine artifacts. He definitely wouldn't let her out until 100 years had passed. Big Brother is truly amazing, having 2 beauties in each hand and enjoying the blessings of 2, making others envious. Yang Kai said with an awkward expression. Junior sister Yao, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you help me copy a jade slip? There isn't much left. The main reason was that it felt strange to talk about this with a woman like Ji Yao. If it were a man talking about this, perhaps Yang Kai would have some interest. Ji Yao looked at him with ridicule. Big Brother, are you feeling embarrassed? What's there to be embarrassed about? Aren't you men all like this? You can't wait to take all the beautiful women in the world. That's not right. Yang Kai shook his head. It's undeniable that a beautiful woman can always make a man take a few more glances and perhaps even have some fanciful thoughts. But taking all the beautiful women in the world is just too unrealistic. Is that so? Ji Yao was expressionless. So Big Brother is already satisfied with having 5 beauties. Yang Kai sternly said, how would I dare not be satisfied? Ji Yao slowly walked towards him and said solemnly, Big Brother, can you guarantee that you won't fool around in the future? Yang Kai reached out and rubbed his forehead. Junior sister Yao, we really should change the topic. Big Brother, are you avoiding my question? Or do you have other thoughts in your heart? If another woman throws herself at you, you won't refuse. Stopping in front of Yang Kai, she raised her head and stubbornly stared at him, her delicate fragrance wafting towards him. Yang Kai took a step back and pressed his back against the wooden cabinet. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, Junior sister Yao, you're meddling too much. Ji Yao said, if it was before I could just sit back and ignore it, but since Master has agreed to accept junior sister into the sect, then junior sister and I are family. Although this is the first time we've met, I can see that our junior sister has a cold temperament, and probably won't restrict you in the matters of men and women. As a senior sister, I naturally have to think for her. You're being unreasonable. Yang Kai frowned. Ji Yao sneered. You don't mean what you say. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, how do I mean what I say? You obviously do. Don't say it like you understand men very well. Yang Kai sized her up and sneered. If Big Brother isn't wrong, junior sister, right now you're probably still a virgin. Ji Yao's white cheeks flushed red as she angrily shouted, Rogue! Yang Kai spread his hands. You were the one who insisted on discussing this topic with me. I'm just stating facts. You haven't even met a suitable man, and have been bitterly cultivating in Ice Heart Valley all this time. How could you possibly understand the thoughts of men? Who said I haven't met one? Ji Yao angrily shouted, her chest heaving up and down as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt inexplicably guilty under her stare, and couldn't help looking away as he shrugged. That's why, let's change the subject. Continuing to discuss it is meaningless. No. Ji Yao stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's collar. I used to think you were a good person. That even though you were a man you knew how to keep yourself clean, but I didn't expect you to be such a worthless man. If you don't make things clear today, I'm afraid junior sister will still suffer in the future. Yang Kai flew into a rage. Who's a worthless man? This is too much. How could I be a worthless man? This is simply a personal attack. How can I tolerate it? Ji Yao's grip tightened, causing Yang Kai's body to suddenly lean towards her as she spat. I'm talking about you. Ji Yao. Yang Kai shouted. Don't go too far. I'm going too far. What can you do about it? Ji Yao raised her head, her face filled with anger, not showing any intention of backing down. She was half a head shorter than Yang Kai, but at this moment, she seemed to be superior. Yang Kai stared at her fiercely, his nostrils puffing hot air. Her beautiful face was so close that her two full breasts gave off an amazing amount of elasticity and heat. Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded as his fierce expression suddenly changed. Just now, he had been so focused on quarreling with her that he hadn't realized the two of them were so close together. Now that he had woken up, his heart began to pound. The corners of his eyes twitched and his tone softened. If you have something to say, then say it. Let go first. He reached out to grab her little hand, wanting to pry it open, but unexpectedly, Ji Yao didn't have any intention of letting go. However, the moment their skin touched, that white and tender little hand trembled slightly, and her cheeks slowly turned red. Their eyes were still facing each other, but there wasn't a feeling of hostility. Instead, there was a hint of charm and ambiguity. Yang Kai took a deep breath and earnestly said, Great aunt, I was wrong, okay? Let go first and we can talk. I won't let go. Ji Yao lost the courage to look at him, but her face was stubborn. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, Something will happen. Ji Yao didn't say anything, but that silent resistance showed her attitude. I'm warning you one last time. Something will really happen. Yang Kai said with a serious face. Ji Yao remained unmoved. She couldn't bear it anymore. There was no need to bear it anymore. Yang Kai let out a light breath and slowly lowered his head. Tilting his head, he pressed his lips against hers. Ji Yao's body suddenly began to violently tremble. The little hand that had been grabbing onto Yang Kai's collar suddenly tightened. A vigorous aura rushed over, and the distance between the two of them quickly closed. Ji Yao's eyes suddenly closed, and only her long eyelashes continued to tremble, showing the nervousness in her heart. A soft and cold feeling came from her lips, and there seemed to be a hint of sweetness, making her enjoy it so much that she didn't want to leave. Ji Yao's trembling body instantly stiffened, as if someone had cast a spell on her. Yang Kai's movements were incomparably gentle, as if he was afraid of scaring her. Every time he touched her, he would quickly withdraw, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. That stiff, delicate body gradually relaxed, and the little hand that had been grabbing onto Yang Kai's collar had unknowingly let go. It was held in the palm of Yang Kai's hand, and turned behind her back. Her waist tightened, and her entire body leaned forward. Chapter 32:17. On the lowest floor of the cultivation method pavilion, the woman who had called Ji Yao martial aunt before raised her head worriedly. Just now, she seemed to have vaguely heard the sound of quarreling. The cultivation method pavilion had been cleared out. So now, besides her guarding the door, only Ji Yao and Yang Kai remained. The quarrel must have been caused by the two of them, but she couldn't figure out what had caused the two of them to quarrel so loudly that even she could hear them. Could something have happened? Palace Master Yang had shown great kindness to Ice Heart Valley, and she had heard that the relationship between her martial Aunt Ji and Palace Master Yang was quite good. Her martial Aunt Ji had been missing for so many years, and it was Palace Master Yang who had brought her back safely. Since that was the case, how could there be a quarrel? She wanted to investigate this matter, but she was also afraid of encountering something she shouldn't see, so she hesitated. Fortunately, the quarrel came and went quickly. Soon, there was no more activity, which made her feel a lot more at ease. She listened carefully, but couldn't hear any clues. She could only shake her head and sigh. She continued to guard the door, secretly praying that nothing bad would happen. What she didn't know was that something had really happened in the 8th floor of the cultivation method pavilion. Ji Yao was an inexperienced woman, so how could she be the opponent of Yang Kai, a veteran in the field of love? He hadn't even done anything yet, just holding her waist with one hand and kissing her red lips for a while. Ji Yao's entire body went limp like mud, without the slightest bit of strength left in her body. If it weren't for Kai Yang's hand supporting her waist, she would have immediately collapsed. Her breathing was rapid, her chest heaving up and down as her cheeks burned. Yang Kai was no longer satisfied with just a light kiss, so he opened Ji Yao's mouth, grabbed her soft tongue, and tasted it wantonly. Ji Yao let out a moan as she was startled. She had never thought she could make such a strange sound. This sound also woke her up from her daze, her eyes widening. She didn't know where her strength came from, but she forcefully pushed Yang Kai away. Turning her body, she escaped from Yang Kai's embrace and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, like a fish that had jumped ashore. Yang Kai smacked his lips, savoring the taste just now, and then grinned at her. "I told you something would happen." Ji Yao covered her chest with one hand, as if her heart would jump out of her chest if she didn't do so. Her face was still red, and her beautiful eyes were misty, but she sneered. "Now what else do you have to say?" "What did you say?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Beautiful on the outside, but rotten on the inside. You can't control yourself when a woman throws herself at you." Ji Yao said hatefully. "You're blaming me?" Yang Kai was speechless. He thought to himself, "Isn't this your fault? If you weren't like that, how could I be like this? I'm a man after all." Ji Yao said coldly. "The truth is right in front of you and you still want to quibble." Yang Kai lowered his eyes. A few strands of black hair fell on his forehead, covering his expression. He said indifferently, "Junior Marshal Sister Yao, you fed yourself to the tiger just to prove that your point of view was correct?" Ji Yao said, "Yes." Yang Kai raised his head and grinned. "Junior Marshal Sister Yao, you're quite brave. Aren't you afraid of being eaten until not even your bones are left?" As he spoke, he approached her step by step. She was already powerless and was leaning against the wall, so with Kai Yang's approach, she couldn't escape. Her long eyelashes trembled violently as she cried out in alarm. "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai supported himself against the wall with one hand, and lifted her jade-like chin with the other. He was like a demon that had been completely released. He looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. "What do you think I want to do?" Without waiting for her to respond, he leaned over and kissed her again. This time, he didn't show any tenderness, but directly broke through all the barriers and wantonly took. Ji Yao was suddenly out of breath, almost suffocating. Only now did she understand that men weren't people she could casually provoke. This was the second time she experienced this kind of thing. In any case, her performance was a bit better than before. She was able to feel something, but it was also because of this that she felt even more unbearable. Something seemed to be stirring in her body, and the blood in her body flowed several times faster than usual. Her whole body emitted an astonishing heat, as if it wanted to burn her clothes to ashes. When a large hand climbed from her waist to her chest, Ji Yao finally grabbed Yang Kai's wrist. She opened her eyes and shook her head pleadingly. Yang Kai had been paying attention to her reaction. Seeing this, he smiled faintly and didn't force her again. After a long time, their lips parted. Ji Yao absent-mindedly looked at the sparkling silk thread connecting them. Her already red cheeks became even more ashamed. A short figure slipped out from under Kai Yang's arm. His footsteps floated to the top of the stairs. Stopping, he turned around and fiercely glared at Kai Yang. "Absolutely. Absolutely. Don't tell Junior Marshal Sister." She then hurried downstairs as if she was fleeing. She still dares to be so fierce. Yang Kai looked in the direction she disappeared and sneered. Bringing his hand to the tip of his nose, he smelled the lingering fragrance, a look of fascination appearing on his face. But then again, he had only come here today to obtain some secret arts and secret techniques from Ice Heart Valley. How had things developed to this point with Ji Yao? Thinking back to what had just happened, Yang Kai felt like he was dreaming. But what was done, so there was no point in thinking about it now. He just didn't know if it would be awkward if he met Ji Yao again. What made Yang Kai even more concerned was that she actually didn't want him to tell Su Yan. He had thought that Ji Yao had sacrificed herself to feed a tiger and would definitely use it against him, but she was actually more afraid of this matter being exposed than he was. Rubbing his chin and thinking for a while, Yang Kai shook his head. He really didn't know what Ji Yao was up to today. On the first floor of the secret art pavilion, the middle-aged woman in the palace dress heard the noise and quickly greeted, "Martial Aunt Ji." Ji Yao didn't look around, as if she hadn't heard anything. Her mind was still immersed in the sudden change just now. The impact of what had just happened on her was unimaginable. She definitely wasn't as calm as she appeared on the surface. The middle-aged woman asked, "Disciple heard some noise upstairs just now. Did Martial Aunt quarrel with Palace Master Yang?" Ji Yao glanced at her and frowned. "Did you hear it?" The middle-aged woman hurriedly said, "Disciple didn't mean to, it was just a bit loud." Ji Yao's eyes flashed. "What did you hear?" The middle-aged woman lowered her head and said, "I didn't hear it clearly." Ji Yao didn't know whether what she said was true or false, so she could only say, "Don't spread it, just now I just had some disagreements with Big Brother." The middle-aged woman nodded before asking curiously, "Martial Aunt, why is your face so red?" Ji Yao said with an unnatural expression, "I was angered by him." The middle-aged woman didn't doubt her, but those who cultivated ice attribute secret arts generally had relatively stable mental states. She was really curious about what Martial Aunt Ji and Palace Master Yang were arguing about that had angered her. That Palace Master Yang was really too much. Her Martial Aunt Ji was such a good person, yet she was angered by him. It was definitely his fault. There weren't many jade slips on the 8th floor, so Yang Kai only needed a moment to organize them. Looking up at the 9th floor, he guessed that it should contain Ice Heart Valley's secret arts. The 9th floor was completely unguarded for him, so if he wanted to enter he could easily do so. But since Bingyan didn't allow him to do so, he naturally wouldn't trespass. In the end, he came here to collect secret arts and secret techniques just to give the disciples more choice. He didn't need anything too profound. His harvest was quite bountiful, but he didn't know how Li Jiao was doing. Yang Kai went downstairs, and the middle-aged woman immediately stepped forward and bowed. "You haven't left yet?" Yang Kai looked at Ji Yao, who had her back to him in amazement. He thought that after what happened just now, she would avoid him, but she was actually still waiting here. Ji Yao turned around and said, "Why should I leave? I didn't do anything shameful." "How can you say something like that?" Yang Kai's eyes widened. She had betrayed her little junior sister and her man. Wasn't this shameful? But since it happened to him, Yang Kai naturally couldn't say anything, so he nodded and said, "This matter is over, so I should go back. I'll send you off." Yang Kai didn't refuse. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but along the way, Yang Kai felt that she seemed to be deliberately keeping a little distance from him. He said a few words to her but didn't get any response, which made Yang Kai feel bored. He really wanted to ask Ji Yao, what was going on just now? "We're already like that, so why are you still showing me such a cold face? It's like you have some kind of deep grudge against me. Could it be that you're angry?" Thinking so, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It really was possible. He had been a little too complacent just now, so it was inevitable that Ji Yao would be angry. It's just that it takes two hands to clap. If you weren't willing, why didn't you refuse from the start? Why was her resistance so weak? Yang Kai thought that she had acquiesced, so he took a mile after giving her an inch. This is so fucking awkward. I don't know how to interact with her in the future. Soon, they arrived at the Ice Island Forbidden Area. Yang Kai stepped onto the space array and glanced at Ji Yao, but saw that her expression was the same as usual as she quietly stood there. Yang Kai sighed and cupped his fists. I'll have to trouble junior sister Yao to take care of Su Yan. Ji Yao lightly replied. Don't worry. She won't suffer the slightest grievance here. Yang Kai nodded and activated the space array. With a flash of light, they disappeared. After returning to the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai found Hua Qingxi and handed over the things he had obtained on this trip to her, letting her place them in the cultivation technique pavilion for the disciples to choose from. After Hua Qingxi received them, she reported, Palace Master Li came over earlier, and also sent over many cultivation techniques. I already thanked him, but he seems to have something to say to you. Where is he? He's in the discussion hall. I'll go take a look. After saying this, Yang Kai flew into the air and left. In the discussion hall, Li Jiao sat upright with Lu Sanyang accompanying him. The two whispered to each other and laughed heartily. Suddenly, they felt someone flash by the door. When they looked up, their expressions shook as they stood up and bowed. Brother Li, are you looking for me for something? They were no longer outsiders. After going through life and death together, Yang Kai had gradually changed his opinion of Li Jiao, so there was no need for formalities. Li Jiao smiled and said, This Li wants my Fire Dragon Palace and Brother Yang's High Heaven Palace to form an alliance and help each other from now on. What does Brother Yang think? Chapter 32:18. Alliance? Helping each other? This was a good thing. Although the High Heaven Palace's foundation wasn't bad, and they even had more than 100,000 disciples, they were still a new force in the Northern Territory. If they could form an alliance with the Fire Dragon Palace, it would definitely be beneficial to their future development. Li Jiao was no longer an outsider, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse this kind of thing, and immediately agreed. Li Jiao chuckled and cupped his hands. Then in the future, my Fire Dragon Palace will have to look up to Brother Yang and follow the lead of the High Heaven Palace. He knew Yang Kai's abilities better than anyone else, so he knew that there was a hierarchy in this alliance. The Fire Dragon Palace couldn't compare to the High Heaven Palace, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. The alliance between the two top forces was a big deal, but it was decided by the two of them in just a few words. They didn't even need to sign a document because no matter who it was, there was no need to sign a document. Brother Yang, since we have formed an alliance, we are family, Li Jiao grinned meaningfully. Look at those debts, can they be waived for us? Back then, Li Jiao followed Ji Ying to the High Heaven Palace to cause trouble, and took advantage of the fact that the two were competing in alchemy to set up a bet. As a result, he lost miserably and owed the High Heaven Palace several decades of debt. Every year, he had to pay tens of millions of high-rank source crystals, causing the Fire Dragon Palace to live frugally. The elders and deacons under him complained that sometimes they couldn't even gather enough source crystals for their disciples to cultivate. Only a dozen years had passed, but the Fire Dragon Palace couldn't hold on any longer. Thinking about the 20 to 30-year repayment period, Li Jiao felt a headache coming on. You tricked me. Yang Kai glared at Li Jiao. Those debts weren't a small number. Li Jiao grinned meaningfully and said with a thick face, In any case, you're not an outsider, not an outsider. Yang Kai snorted twice. It's not impossible to waive them. Li Jiao hurriedly took advantage of the situation and cupped his hands. Thank you, Brother Yang. Yang Kai raised his hand. But I have a condition. Li Jiao said. Brother Yang, please speak. Yang Kai said. You also know the current situation of my High Heaven Palace. More than 100,000 disciples have just arrived. For the time being, we don't have to worry about cultivation resources, secret arts, and secret techniques. However, cultivation experience is indispensable. They need someone to teach them. My High Heaven Palace has too many gaps, and we can't spare so many people to teach them. Therefore, I would like to ask Li Jiao for help. On the path of cultivation, having someone to guide you and fumbling around on your own were two different concepts. Yang Kai had a deep understanding of this throughout his journey. He already had this plan before, and now that Li Jiao had come up to him, how could he let him go? If not for the fact that Ice Heart Valley's disciples only cultivated ice attribute secret arts and secret techniques, which were not suitable for the general public, Yang Kai would have asked Bing Yun to send some people to support him when he went to Ice Heart Valley. However, The secret arts and secret techniques cultivated by Ice Heart Valley's disciples were too monotonous and might not be suitable for other cultivators. What kind of support? Li Jiao was puzzled. I'll have to trouble you to send a group of experienced instructors from the Fire Dragon Palace to teach my disciples how to cultivate. So that's what it is. I thought it would be a big deal. Li Jiao immediately patted his chest and promised, no problem. After a pause he continued, however, there are too many disciples in High Heaven Palace. Even if my Fire Dragon Palace supports them, I'm afraid it won't be enough. With more than 100,000 disciples, even if one instructor taught 500, they would need 200 to 300 people. How could the Fire Dragon Palace send so many people? After all, if one wanted to be an instructor, their cultivation had to be at least at the Dao Source realm. Cultivators below the Dao Source realm were useless. The cultivator from the Star Territory could already cultivate to the Origin King realm. All they lacked was the cultivation experience to reach the Origin King realm. Even if the Fire Dragon Palace had so many Dao Source realm masters, it was impossible to send all of them. Just respond to this urgent request first. I'll think of other ways to deal with the rest. Yang Kai sighed. With so many people, there were also many trivial matters. It was impossible for him to take care of everything. He could only lay a foundation for the entire High Heaven Palace. As for how it would develop in the future, it would depend on the management of his subordinates and the progress of the disciples. How many people does Yang Kai need? Li Jiao asked. 100. Li Jiao pondered for a moment before nodding. All right. Although 100 people wasn't a small number, the Fire Dragon Palace could still transfer them. If there were more, it wouldn't be possible. Since they were instructors, they had to be able to teach others how to cultivate. Not everyone could take on this position. Cultivating and teaching others to cultivate were two different things. The Fire Dragon Palace was a big sect, so even if it was a little difficult to gather 100 instructors, it should be enough. The debt will be the monthly salary of these 100 instructors. Brother Li doesn't have any objections, right? No objections, no objections. Li Jiao replied with a smile. It had to be known that the debt was a huge amount of wealth. Sending out 100 instructors was a huge profit, so how could he have any objections? What's more, these 500 instructors were definitely going to be returned, so it wasn't a loss at all. Standing up, he said, there's no time to lose. This Li will rush back and send the people Brother Yang needs over as soon as possible. I'll go with you, Yang Kai said. Li Jiao was startled for a moment before he suddenly understood. Brother Yang wants to connect our two palaces? This will also make it easier to communicate. All right, Li Jiao didn't refuse and immediately set off with Yang Kai and Lu Senyang towards the Fire Dragon Palace. The three of them were all from the Emperor realm and had the help of flight artifacts, so their speed was naturally very fast. In just half a day, they arrived at the Fire Dragon Palace. Li Jiao led the way, leading Yang Kai to a quiet and secluded place in the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai immediately began to arrange a space array. When night fell and the stars twinkled, the array was completed. With this array connecting the High Heaven Palace and the Fire Dragon Palace, the distance of millions of kilometers could be crossed in an instant, and they could truly help each other. Yang Kai originally wanted to rush back immediately. After all, there were many trivial matters in the High Heaven Palace that required him to deal with personally, but Li Jiao forced him to stay, saying that he wanted to set up a banquet to entertain him. It wouldn't be good to reject him, so he could only agree. In the main hall, the lights flickered, illuminating the entire hall in detail. Every reputable person in Mythical Dragon Palace came over to sit with him. From Palace Master Li Jiao to the Elder of Law Protectors, filling up the entire table. Perhaps because they had received news from Li Jiao that the Fire Dragon Palace would no longer have to hand over source crystals to the High Heaven Palace every year in the future. Everyone was in a good mood, and their attitude towards Yang Kai naturally changed. Everyone flattered him, and Li Jiao even boasted about his friendship with Yang Kai. When they were drunk, he even put his arm around Yang Kai's shoulder, completely forgetting how much he hated and feared Yang Kai in the past. The atmosphere was lively, with dancers adding to the fun. Yang Kai sat next to Li Jiao, not putting on any high and mighty airs. In the end, he was just a second-order Emperor realm master. And after seeing more powerful strength, how could he put on airs? This made the higher-ups of the Fire Dragon Palace feel that Yang Kai was a good person. There was wine, and they drank heartily, making their eyes hazy. The banquet lasted until the middle of the night before everyone dispersed. Li Jiao ordered a young and beautiful maid to help Yang Kai rest, but Yang Kai refused and returned to the High Heaven Palace that night. Li Jiao personally sent him off. In front of the space array, Yang Kai suddenly turned to look at Li Jiao. "Brother Li, I want to unify the Northern Territory, what do you think?" The night wind blew, and Li Jiao suddenly sobered up. He said in surprise, "Unify the Northern Territory?" Yes. Yang Kai also had a sudden idea. More than 100,000 disciples were crying piteously for food in the High Heaven Palace. Although they didn't have to worry about cultivation materials in the short term. And they even had a trade route with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory, and a trade route with the Wild Ancient Land in the Eastern Territory. It was definitely not a good thing in the long run. If the High Heaven Palace wanted to continue to develop, it needed to have its own harvest and industries. In the past, the Seeking Passion sect had many properties of its own. There were more than 20 cities, both large and small. Every year, the Seeking Passion sect would receive a large amount of offerings from those cities. Correspondingly, the Seeking Passion sect protected those cities. However, after Yang Kai destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, he only plundered its wealth and didn't pay any attention to the industries left behind by the Seeking Passion sect. In other words, the 20 or so cities weren't under the control of the High Heaven Palace at all. However, it was easy to take them back. With the current strength of the High Heaven Palace, they could just send a monster king to deter them, and they wouldn't be afraid that they wouldn't compromise. However, this kind of income obviously couldn't satisfy the cultivation needs of more than 100,000 disciples. If they could unify the Northern Territory, then they wouldn't have to worry. The entire Northern Territory had enough resources. Not to mention 100,000 people, they could even feed 1,000,000 people. However, he also knew that there would be some resistance. Even if the High Heaven Palace was powerful, the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory weren't to be trifled with. The Monster King was indeed powerful, but there were only 3 of them. Moreover, the Monster King's identity was too sensitive, and it wasn't suitable for them to appear in public for a long time. Otherwise, if they provoke some almighty expert to come out and slay demons, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. He didn't believe that there weren't any masters in the Northern Territory. The masters he could see were only on the surface. There were always some capable people hiding under the surface. Yang Kai didn't know about them now because he hadn't touched their interests. Once he really provoked them, those people definitely wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Currently, there were several top forces in the Northern Territory. The High Heaven Palace, Ice Heart Valley, and Fire Dragon Palace could be said to be advancing and retreating together. If Yang Kai really wanted to unify the Northern Territory, these 2 forces definitely wouldn't have any objections. Yang Kai also wouldn't touch the interests of these 2 forces, but the other forces would have to stand aside. Li Jiao understood Yang Kai's nature. He knew that this guy was skilled and bold. He even dared to kill his way out of Dragon Island, so there was probably nothing in this world that he didn't dare to do. If it was someone else who asked this question, Li Jiao would probably laugh it off because it wasn't very realistic. However, since Yang Kai asked this, it was likely that he really wanted to do this and had the confidence to do so. Looking up, Li Jiao saw that Yang Kai's eyes were clear, without the slightest hint of drunkenness. So Li Jiao knew that he wasn't talking about drunkenness. After pondering for a moment, Li Jiao said, "If Brother Yang really has such intentions, this Li will definitely do his best to help." He had just reached an agreement with Yang Kai to help each other, so Li Jiao naturally wouldn't slap his own face. But, "Brother Yang, are you mentally prepared to be condemned by thousands and cursed by hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory?" Yang Kai laughed heartily. "What does the life or death of others have to do with me? I only care about my High Heaven Palace." Li Jiao nodded. It was every man for himself. Since he had embarked on the journey of the martial Tao, he had to be mentally prepared to fall at any time. Killing and being killed was normal.